best.
Well, Larry Merchant, Ray Leonard, George Foreman, Roy Jones.
It's also the production. Everything was on point. It was just so well honed.
Good production.
Yes, it was just a well polished machine. One of the issues is they wanted to replace the commentators. HBO did. Yeah, so if we came over there, I wouldn't go over there as well.
Yeah, because HBO was always about their own producer autonomy.
Yeah. HBO did. Yeah, so if we came over there, I wouldn't go over there as well.
Yeah, because HBO was always about their own producer autonomy.
Yes. They wouldn't have, we don't want anybody telling us what to do.
Exactly.
Right. The problem with that is in mixed martial arts, there's a very small pool of people who have a deep understanding of the entire history of the sport. You can't just hire a regular sports guy to take that part. They're not going to be able to get it.
Going back to the developmental stages, and I try very hard not to use the word unique. It's massively overused in American society. Sports media have beaten it to death. It means only one like this on the whole planet. But you were unique in those days because you had the full knowledge of UFC and you also knew some stuff about boxing. So I think you were not just unusual, but unique.
Well, all I was doing was just following my interests. I've always been a huge boxing fan. From the time I was a child.
Can you remember what your first fight was?
The first fight I watched, my parents watched it, which was crazy because my parents were hippies. And they were really interested in Ali's rematch with Leon Spinks. Because
New Orleans.
Yeah, when Leon had beat Muhammad Ali, because Muhammad Ali was a cultural icon as much as he was a sports figure.
Oh yeah. I mean, like multiply that by 100, to get to where he was.
He was very, very unique. And his opposition to the Vietnam War made him a hero to many Americans.
Well, I always say, he was my childhood hero, and he was my childhood hero as Cassius Clay. The very first live prize fight I ever attended was Cassius Clay versus Sonny Liston, February 25, 1964, in Miami Beach.
Oh, you were there for the first fight?
I saved lawn mowing and car washing money once to buy a ticket that in my memory was $100, but I don't really know for sure what the cost of that ticket was. I didn't say that it would be worth millions now. My mother took me over from our crappy Southwest Miami track house rental and dropped me off at the Miami Beach Convention Center and then came and picked me up afterward. I went in alone. And that was the first time. I was 14. It was the first live prize fight I had ever attended. It was all about my hero worship for Cassius Clay. 2 days later, he stands on Brickell Avenue in Miami and tells two reporters that he's a follower of the Nation of Islam, and now his name is Muhammad Ali. And I'm in shock. Okay? What do you mean? You're Cassius Clay. You can't. And so nowadays I say the lesson he taught me then was a man's identity is his own. And it does not matter how much I love him or cherish him or feel connected to him. He has the right to say who he is. I mean, back in those days, Islam, right? I had no clue. But, he got over with me on that one. I understood it was his right. And he taught me my stance on the Vietnam War. My mother was double widow of two United States military heroes. I grew up with a basement filled to the gills with memorabilia from their tours of duty as B-20, B-17, B-24, and B-29 pilots in World War II. So there was nationalistic and patriotic material all over my household. And when Ali said what he said about Vietnam, about Vietnam, that moved the meter for me in that regard. And I understood. And eventually my mother said, you'll go to Canada before I'll ever allow you to accede to being drafted into the Army and going to Vietnam. Because her thought was, and it was a pointless war.
Yeah, she was correct. Yeah,
she was right.
Yeah, and they took 3 years of his prime. That's what's crazy. I always point to the Cleveland Big Cat Williams fight.
That was his best. You're totally right. That was his number one performance, and he was never 100% the same after that. But he still had his mind.
Yes, but he didn't train for 3 years. That's part of the problem.
Of course.
And, at 30 years old, in that day and age, it was just a different world. Like, you don't train for 3 years.
Not as much knowledge of nutrition.
Right.
Not as much knowledge of training techniques.
Yeah.
The old-fashioned stuff in Deer Lake, Pennsylvania, not the same as no hyperbaric chamber.
Right.
Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, they just robbed him. They robbed us too, because he came back and he's a different fighter then. He was much more easy to hit, and he became.
Hello and welcome.
He relied on his chin more, and he didn't have the fleet of foot movement that he had before then.
But he found a way to rise to the top.
Yes, he did. Well,
At a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonim. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors, known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, who we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history.
Championship mind was always there.
That's 100% correct.
But as a fan of boxing, it drives me crazy. Could you imagine what we could have seen in those 3 years if Ali had never been robbed, never took his title away, and allowed him to fight all those guys like Joe Frazier, George Foreman, all those guys with keeping the same skills that he had when he was younger.
And I think you're 100% correct, Joe. But it did, in a perverse way, a part of his mystique. The fact that he was able to come back from those 3.5 years off, the fact that he was able to rise to the top again, the fact that he was able to beat Foreman the way he beat Foreman, and beat Frazier in the third fight, in the kind of fight you would never have imagined him being in. Right? All these things combined to create the unique mystique of Muhammad Ali.
For sure. Yeah. And then also the tragic ending, the staying in too long, too many meetings. Seeing him at the end of his life was just so horrible. And we all know that was trauma induced. We all know that. It was just sad to see.
We haven't seen that yet in MMA, right?
No, not quite. But you're seeing some damage. You're seeing some guys that are really struggling. They're not as public, so you're not seeing it from George St. Pierre or someone like that. George is one of the very unique former champions who has all his wits, his faculties, retired as champion, very healthy.
Roy Jones.
Roy Jones is a good example. And Roy famously, after Gerald McClellan was hurt in the Nigel Benn fight, he was really concerned because Gerald McClellan was the guy that a lot of people thought was a giant threat to Roy.
For a long period of time when Roy and I were working together, he was providing helpful financial support to McClellan's sisters who were caring for Gerald and, keeping alive on a daily basis in Illinois or Ohio, someplace like that. But Roy loved all other fighters, and he did what he could to help McClellan.
I know that loss that McClellan had and the subsequent medical issues, the stroke and the aneurysm, all that stuff really disturbed Roy and made him think, about getting out early.
100%. Yeah, because Roy was nothing if not smart.
Right.
Roy was brilliant. Okay, and Roy very assertively fought in a style that would limit harm. He didn't want to get hurt.
His gifts. I mean, what a guy. Like, who else in recent memory?
There's heavyweight boxing and then there's weight class boxing. Ali is the unique physical specimen in heavyweight boxing.
Right.
Roy is the unique physical specimen in weight class boxing.
Right.
And
so much so that he actually won the heavyweight title.
well, which is exactly right. Whatever he wanted to do, if he put his mind to it, he could do that. And a part of the ongoing cliche was he could play any sport. He could be great in football, basketball, baseball, etc., etc. And of course, he did go through the theatrics of playing a basketball game on the same day that he fought a fight,
Which was so crazy.
It was insane.
It was so crazy.
But that was his talent was insane.
But he was also like, he was just showing people, he was kind of playing with his food. He's like, I can play a basketball game and then go and easily win a fight same night.
It's interesting you used the phrase "playing with his food," and I like it. Roy liked to play with his food.
In certain levels.
Sometimes you do things because you can. He knew what he could do.
Right.
So,
I mean, his speed was so preposterous. When he would forego the jab to lead with left hooks, which was so crazy.
when he stood against the ropes in Miami against Clint Kelly,
Yes.
put both hands behind his back and made Kelly miss, and then hit him with one straight hand and knocked him out.
Yes.
That's Roy Jones.
Oh, it was incredible. How about the Vinny Pazienza fight when he didn't get hit for the entire round? The only round in CompuBox history where someone never got hit. It was crazy.
And I was with Roy at the International Boxing Hall of Fame induction ceremony a few weeks ago, and we were talking about exactly that. We were talking about Pazienza. I said, "Is he the guy that you shut out for a round?" He said, "Yeah." And I did it just because I wanted to do it.
This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Ditch the weak coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is bold, fresh, and roasted right here in the USA. No bitter aftertaste, no BS. They've got it all. Whole bean, ground, K-cups, ready to drink. Even Killer Merch doesn't suck. Every order supports veterans and first responders, so your caffeine fix actually does some good. Hit up blackriflecoffee.com/Joe Rogan. Use the code Rogan, get 30% off. Black Rifle Coffee, America's coffee. Yeah, well, he was so far above so many of the guys that he brought. He just had no business being in there.
Then he had to create competition by doing stuff like
He
that.
had to have fun. Yeah, he had to play with his food.
Well said.
Yeah, no, he was spectacular. He was one of those guys that's a unique once-in-a-lifetime talent. But unfortunately, though, his mistake was going up to heavyweight and then trying to go down to 175, which is unbelievably cool. Because when he was 200 pounds at heavyweight, he was 200 lean, muscular, fast pounds. Those aren't like fat to lose. And so to starve himself to get down to 175, like he was diminished. And you saw that in the Tarver fight.
I'm not here to feather your nest, but you're brilliant. That's 100% correct.
If I was
He lamented it afterward because he understood how he had penalized himself in that way.
25 pounds is so much weight to lose.
Well, and you made the point, when it's muscle, if it's fat, right, you can go into the steam room and sweat it off. But once it's muscle, it's there. It's a part of the structure. It's a part of the building. Now how are you going to rip it out?
Not only that, it diminishes his endurance, it diminishes his durability, gets compromised because he can't take a punch as well because he cuts so much weight.
It gets to his confidence.
Yeah.
And his confidence was unshakable.
Right, it's everything. Like when you go into the fight fatigued, you're feeling fatigued. And then you've got a guy like Tarver who's infinitely talented. and has legitimate knockout power, and he's talking shit to you right before the fight. Got any excuses tonight, Roy? Remember that? And then he knocks him out like, holy shit.
With a brilliant straight left hand against the ropes, I can see it in my mind. Yeah. And you know, I just worked with Tarver a few weeks ago when you mentioned the Times Square card. And Tarver was my expert commentator on the Times Square card. So energetic.
Yeah, Tarver's great.
So lively. Really good. Yeah, I was thrilled.
And he's another guy that with his boxing skill went all the way up to heavyweight. He was just so much better than him.
Well, how many Southpaw heavyweights?
Right. Yeah, very few. Michael Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was Southpaw. But again, another
won the championship.
Yep. Another light heavyweight
And lost it to my man.
George Foreman. One punch. Yeah, that was crazy.
And thus the title of my book. Thank you so much, George. You know the reason why my book is titled "It Happened," or where I came up with "It Happened." So he was the expert commentator in the weeks leading to his fight with Moore. He and I together had called Moore against Holyfield when Moore won the championship. And in the weeks before he fought Moore, I would pull him aside at crew meals and fighter meetings and other occasions when I could get a minute with him. 3-4 times I asked him, George, how are you going to beat Moore? He's a southpaw. He's a mover. He has great feet. Holyfield couldn't find him. Holyfield was much faster than you. Every time I said, George would fix me with that implacable George Foreman gaze. Say, Jim, you watch. There will come a moment late in the fight. He will come and stand in front of me and let me knock him out. Always the same words. He will come and stand in front of me and let me knock him out. Wow. So now as Moore is on the canvas, Joe Cortez is 6, 7, 8. And I'm thinking, what am I going to say about this? How in the world do you establish this without being self-glorifying? You know, I've got to say something that's meaningful, but I want it to be about him. And I thought about what he had said to me. And what came out spontaneously was, it happened. It happened. It's really me talking to George, saying to him, okay, I get it. You told me it was going to happen, and it happened.
Do you remember when George came back? He was 300 pounds, and everybody was laughing at him. And he was in his late 30s, I believe. Was he 34, 35?
Something like that.
When he made his comeback, he hadn't fought in 10 years. Everyone dismissed him, like, what is he doing? He was very overweight.
And he started the Bum of the Month tour. You know, I mean, and that's not a fair way to say it. They weren't bums, but they were people that he knew he could beat to build a dossier toward what he really wanted.
And get in shape.
Yeah.
And no one believed him. No one. I remember me, as a boxing fan, watching that comeback, being sad. Like, oh, George Foreman's coming back, and he's all fat now. This is sad.
Well, I'm sure you've known a lot of people like this, Joe. You want to see George do something? Tell him he can't do it.
Right.
Challenge his will, you know, because he's a self-constructed person. You're talking about a guy who, as a teenager, 17 or 18 years old, says to himself, I want to get out of the Fifth Ward of Houston. I don't want this life as a gangster or a laborer or whatever I'm going to get by living in the Fifth Ward of Houston. I want something else. So he goes to the Job Corps in Hayward, California, and enrolls in the Job Corps. And that's where he learned to box. That's what set him up a year and a half later to win his Olympic gold medal in Mexico City, and then go on to his storied professional boxing career. But you know, he was in his own mind proving he could do something that other people didn't think he could do. Even at that point, he told me that when he first got to Hayward, he befriended one of the other people in the Job Corps who was a white kid. And he said, you know, they're talking about things that they like, and the guy talks about Bob Dylan, how much he likes Bob Dylan. So George got the first 2 or 3 Bob Dylan albums, and listened, wanted to hear what this is all about, and absorbed the lyrics and paid attention. And when George told me this story, I said, George, Bob Dylan, how am I supposed to process all this? And he began quoting the lyrics for me. Okay. From Blowing in the Wind, from Don't Think Twice, It's All Right, etc. From early Bob Dylan songs. Yes, he knew about Hurricane. Yes. So he was just an amazing person, so broad-based, and that was, I think that was part of what burned in him, was that everybody, myself included, gave Ali credit for all that. And George wanted, in his own way, for people to see, hey, I'm not that different than that, And I mean, one thing he said to me was, you can't win the heavyweight championship of the world without being smart. Okay, a stupid person couldn't do this. True. Yeah. So I respected Moore's intelligence. But he also understood something that I didn't understand. He'll come and stand in front of me late in the fight and let me knock him out.
Crazy that he predicted it that way, because that's exactly how it played out.
Oh yeah, go to YouTube. I've seen it. It's uncanny. It really is.
Giant Michael Moore fan when he was a light heavyweight. I think a lot of people forgot how dangerous he was at light heavyweight. He was one of the great light heavyweights.
No question. Because of the southpaw punching power.
Power at light heavyweight.
I don't know if it's true in UFC as it is in boxing, but you don't see southpaw punchers very often. Southpaws are technical. They box. They take advantage of their foot skills and their hand speed, and they beat you with boxing skills. You're not often going to run into a southpaw that's going to knock you out. But we've already talked about Tarver, and Moore was another one who had punching power. And it's, kind of, Cooney was a southpaw with punching power. It's kind of doubly effective if you've got that. Because you're worried about the technical issues with a southpaw, and now he brings a cannon.
Right. Yeah, the southpaw thing was always so confusing to people, because if you ever boxed before, you're so accustomed to that left hand being forward. Right. And all of a sudden everything's reversed, and now you're thinking. Right. And if you don't have a lot of southpaws that you train with on a regular basis, things aren't automatic anymore.
And one of the things that George used to talk to me about all the time was angles. That, you're standing in front of another man, you're confronting him, you're trying to deliver and stop delivery. Angles. Right. It's all about where does it come from and where is it going, and how can I deal with that. Now, I was never a fighter, so I can't empathize, but I can sympathize when I listen to that kind of thing.
See it, right? And I think the greatest at angles of all time is Lomachenko. Nobody.
The greatest footwork, the greatest hand skills, the most effective training by his father.
Yeah, what a genius move to take him out of boxing for 2 years to study Ukrainian dance.
And brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And by the way, he had an effect on the national team for several years. And what culture in the world has had more accomplishments and surprising new stars in boxing other than Ukraine?
Right, and Usyk, who's basically who's like a giant Lomachenko, just not quite as effective.
That's a really great phrase that I had never conjured before this moment. Thank you, Joe. A giant Lomachenko.
Yeah,
that's exactly what he is.
Quite move that well when you're 220 pounds. You're just dealing with gravity and mass.
But you're still creating unique angles. You're coming at them from unique approaches, etc. They're hard for your opponent to figure out. And Usyk is impossible. And constant motion, constantly cutting off the ring with his feet, and hammers you to the body as often as he can.
Yeah. Lomachenko in his prime was just a magical thing to watch. It was like you were just watching poetry.
I had the privilege of calling those fights. So it's an extreme privilege.
Yeah, it was amazing watching him just do something where you'd seen so many different versions of boxers, and you watch him do it, and you're like, oh my God, he put a new thing on this.
That's why I can't understand at this moment, can't really figure out what's up with Teofimo Lopez. How do you beat Vasily Lomachenko, and then wind up, with somewhat indifferent results since that time?
Yeah, the Convulsions fight was kind of shocking.
He fought better than the other guys in Times Square. And I give him credit for upholding the card. But still, there's there's nothing since the Lomachenko win. I mean, you lose to George Kambosos.
I think the Kambosos fight was, I think he was just a little overconfident. He got caught, and then that really rocked him. That really shocked him. He got dropped early in the fight. Remember that?
It's a bad sport to be overconfident in.
It's the worst sport. Worst
Whether you're talking UFC or boxing.
Yeah, any combat sport, when you don't appreciate the potential that your opponent has to do damage.
Well, I used to say to people all the time, these are fine margins of competition. You think you see a lot of wipeouts in boxing because you see a second round knockout or third round knockout. You think that means there's a huge talent gap between the two fighters? No, it means one fighter made a mistake. Okay? 90% of the time it means one fighter made a mistake. And if he thinks about it and trains against it, he won't make that mistake again.
So, like, perfect examples, Juan Manuel Marquez versus Pacquiao.
100%.
They have 3 insane fights that are very close. Marquez lands one bomb and starches Pacquiao. There's one error. He got a little overconfident, a little too
Greatest counter-puncher of his era.
and power.
Yeah, and with power, with the straight ahead power from the shoulder. Marcus was a gifted fighter.
Very gifted. But just like that one moment, like if that had happened in the first fight, we would look at the whole thing very differently.
100%.
Yeah. It's just like the margins, as you're saying, are so small for victory that when you see like a spectacular result, you do automatically assume, oh, that person's just that much better. Sometimes it's just one error.
It's a moment in time.
Right.
You know, if it's a knockout, now if somebody gets knocked down 6 times, then you're talking about something different.
Right.
But one knockdown that leads to a 10 count, that was a momentary mistake.
Right.
And that's, again, it goes to the fine margins of competition. You can't make the one mistake.
Right. And then, it's also how do you bounce back from that? Like some people, for one moment, even just a knockdown, they don't have the capacity to correct and stay safe and then regroup. Like they get shook. And then now they're fighting from this position, this defensive position, where they're a little bit gun shy.
So Marcus exposed the difficulties that Pacquiao could have against a great counterpuncher. And now we get ready for Mayweather-Pacquiao.
Right. And Mayweather just did such a smart thing, but also a devious thing. Waiting until Pacquiao was older, waiting until he slowed down, and then...
Devious is not illegal in boxing.
It's encouraged.
Yeah. In any entrepreneurial sport, devious is not illegal.
No.
Devious can be an asset.
That's how you retire with a
I give
record.
Floyd credit for brilliance. Okay. Floyd wasn't just a smart fighter. Floyd was a brilliant fighter. He was on his own level. And so much so, in any matchup between the great counterpuncher and the great attacker, that the counterpuncher has the advantage. He's got more options. He's got more ways of winning. The attacker has to break through the walls, so to speak. So in the years before Mayweather-Pacquiao, people would run up to me on the street, run up to me in the shopping center in Vegas, run up to me in a hotel. When am I going to see Mayweather-Pacquiao? And I would say, well, we don't know, but what exactly is it you think you're going to see? Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be such a great fight. No, it's not going to be a great fight. It's going to be watching somebody pluck the legs off a spider. All right? At a step-by-step method. And you're going to watch Mayweather pluck the legs off the spider that is Pacquiao. And it's going to be pretty easy for him. And it's not going to be wildly entertaining, but it is going to be one-sided victory. So why are you so excited about the fight? Oh, no, I don't think that's the case. Da-da-da-da-da. But if you knew Floyd, Floyd was only about winning the fight. He'll make fans other ways on the web. I call him the first great social media genius.
Yeah. He was great at talking shit. He got everybody upset at him so badly that they wanted to see him lose, and that would sell tons of pay-per-views.
He realized you could build an audience with negativity. Yes. You didn't have to be an omnibus character. You didn't have to be somebody everybody loved. You could be totally negative, and that would build a following too.
Yeah, when he shifted from Pretty Boy Floyd to Money Mayweather, changed the whole thing.
He knew what he was doing.
He definitely did. Look, and it would have been an interesting fight had he fought fought Pacquiao when he was younger, in his prime. It would have been a very different fight.
More interesting fight.
Much more different.
Because
difficult fight.
any go-forward physical warrior like Pacquiao is going to wear down.
Right.
And any brilliant counterpuncher like Floyd is going to retain more.
Yeah.
So he did.
Yeah, it would have been much more interesting when they were younger. Also, the fact that Pacquiao fought him with a bum shoulder. That was a disaster, too.
Money talks.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess he was faced with this thing, legacy, or, I mean, it was the biggest pay-per-view of all time in boxing, correct?
I believe so.
I believe so. I think it was like 4 million buys or something crazy like that.
It was huge.
So, like, what if that
massive.
Yeah, just lured Pacquiao
All those people who had run up to me on the street corners for years finally got the chance to see what they wanted to see.
Yeah, give him a cortisone shot and throw him out there. Yeah, fortunately. This is an advertisement from BetterHelp. Stress in the workplace is becoming an issue around the world. Did you know that 60% of the global workforce is reported experiencing higher than normal levels of stress? So it's more important than ever that we learn to take some time for ourselves. Plan a nice long holiday this summer, go hiking, read a book, play video games. I found that even a few minutes of meditation can help. Another great option is therapy. Everyone can benefit from it, and it's arguably one of the better long-term solutions to stress. Therapy can teach you how to positively cope and manage anxiety while improving your self-confidence and self-awareness. It can be very empowering, and thanks to BetterHelp, therapy is becoming more and more convenient. All it takes is a few clicks to join a session. You can also join from anywhere, whether you're at the beach, on your vacation, or at home after a grueling day of work. Plus, as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. Unfortunately, I remember there was like a class action lawsuit. A lot of people were upset that Pacquiao fought injured. A lot of the gamblers.
I never talked to Freddie about that, but at the end of the day, the fighter makes the decision.
Well, the money, yeah,
And the money.
yeah, that happens a lot in the UFC. There's a lot of fighters that fight injured.
Yeah, I got to tell you this while we're talking about it, all right? I apologize for going off script here a little bit. I was with Manny 3 weeks ago, less than a month ago, at the Hall of Fame inductions in Canastota, New York, where he was being inducted into the Hall of Fame. And on the night before the induction ceremony, it was a big banquet in a banquet hall at the Turning Stone Casino. And I'm sitting up on the dais between Roy and Ross Greenberg, my former boss at HBO, and right across to the left of us, behind the podium, is Manny. And several people spoke. I didn't know that I was going to speak. I was asked to get up and speak. I did. Roy did a speech, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, Manny got up and made a speech. Now, I met Manny Pacquiao 24 years ago in a fighter meeting room in Las Vegas before his fight against Leishanola Latuava, which was his first appearance in the United States.
What weight class was that?
He was a kind of a throw-in opponent. What weight class was that?
Yeah.
So that would have been 122.
Oh, isn't that nuts?
And Larry and I were 100% convinced that Latuava was the best 122-pound fighter in the world. We had seen him on the undercard of Louis Rockman in Johannesburg, South Africa. There's nobody could possibly be better than that. Grace, style, hand skills, all the stuff. And I meet Manny in that room. He can't put 3 or 4 words of English together. I learn his backstory. That he survived by selling stolen cigarettes on the streets in General Santos City in the Philippines.
Israel,
And understand
Adonai,
his big
Eloheinu,
activity outside of the
Adonai,
gym is to go
Adonai.
He's a pool player in professional ballrooms, exactly. Yeah, he plays very good. Pool player, center, all of that. And then fast forward 24 years, and he's being inducted into the Hall of Fame. And without warning, he's asked to speak that night. And he stands up and makes a 15-minute speech, maybe 12 minutes, but it was more than 10. All in English, all perfect, all more or less off the top of his head, unedited. It was brilliant. And I went to him afterward, hugged him, told him how much I loved him, and I said, Manny, I first met you 24 years ago when you couldn't put 3 words of English together. And I know that politics had something to do with this. And he said, yes, but a lot of my political speeches were in Tagalog. And I said, well, some of them were in English. He said, yes, some. And I said, I don't think there's any sport other than boxing where somebody could have achieved the kind of personal transformation that you have achieved. This is the only one. He said, well, it sure helped me. That's for sure. Now, you probably know the story about Muhammad Ali graduating from high school in Louisville. Yes. Okay, so just for our listeners and consumers, Ali had very bad grades, and in his senior year, he was flunking a math course. And in order to graduate, he had to pass the math course, and he was nowhere near it. And the math teacher went to the principal of the high school and said, I'm going to give him a passing grade, even though he has not performed on any of the tests and doesn't do the homework and stuff like that. And the principal is like, why would you do this for this kid? Why would you give him a passing grade when he hasn't earned it? And the teacher said, you have to understand, he's going to be the most famous man in the world. And we cannot be the high school that denied a diploma to the most famous man in the world.
That's such a crazy statement. I wonder if it's true.
I wonder if it's true too, but it seems like it's a fun story to tell, and of course, it's secondhand. You're exactly right.
It is. It's so
Because
good.
I don't know the teacher and I don't know the principal. I just know the story. And I know Ali's primary biographer, Tom Hauser. So maybe I got it from Tom.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that that's true.
I'd like to believe it's true too.
It makes it more fun.
Let's make it back and believe it's true.
The thing about Pacquiao that's so extraordinary is that he kept his power through 8 weight classes. That is just wild. Like, what other fighter can you name that went through 8 different weight classes?
I can't.
World champion.
I can't. None. No, obviously. What I did learn that may relate to that is Foreman was at great pains to explain to me and explained a couple of times that power punching is not a physical gift. Power punching is a science. Power punching is the product of real technical knowledge. Power punching is about footwork, weight shift, the angle at which you deliver the punch, all sorts of things not directly related to your strength or quote power. And George was a disciplined and knowledgeable scientist about stuff like that. And he explained it all to me one time. And of course, if you watch the Moore knockout, he lands the first 1-2 right on the button. And then, having Moore where he wants him, he puts a little more mustard on the second 1-2, and we're out of there.
But there are physical gifts that they're just God-given gifts of power.
Big hands.
Big hands are
The shoulders, all that.
There's just certain guys, though, that just have extraordinary power. Like, you remember Julian Jackson in his prime?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Extraordinary power.
At some moment or another, he's going to get you.
Yeah, it was just disturbing how hard he hit. It was just different than everybody else, and it looked like he was doing the same thing, but the results were so much different.
How about Andy Lee? Skinny, not somebody you would expect to have, heavy hands, knocking everybody out.
How about Deontay Wilder?
Yeah, another one.
A 209-pound heavyweight.
Right.
That's flattening people. 209 pounds when he fights Tyson Fury the first time.
Some of it is the bravery to commit. Can you push your weight forward in a way that might leave you open to the counter? And believe that you're going to get the better of that exchange. If you believe you're going to get the better of the exchange, go ahead, go forward, and that enhances your chance of knocking someone out.
But there's physical gifts that you are just God-given. And some people have them, and these are the extraordinary outliers: the Deontay Wilders, the Julian Jacksons, the John Mugabes. Remember Mugabe?
John the Beast Mugabe.
Ooh, I rewatched that Mugabe Hagler fight the other day in the
What a
gym.
great fight. What a great fight.
What a fight. What a fight. Hagler was my hero when I was a kid. And he was
So you're probably, so I'm sure you're an advocate with regard to what I call the number one elevator fight of all time. That Hagler was the winner. No,
which one?
The number one elevator fight of all time. And an elevator fight is the fight where you're Jim Lampley or you're Joe Rogan or you're any combat sports expert, etc. And you step onto an elevator with 6 people and somebody turns around and says, who won Leonard Hagler? Debate about the decision,
Yes.
And I'm sure you say Hagler beat Ray. And of course, we all know that Ray partially won the judges and the crowd was chauvinist with the way that he threw his arms up at the end of every round and called attention to himself. And he was quite aware of what he was doing. And he was quite aware also that it would get under Hagler's skin. So, there was an element of genius in Ray, as we talked about already, that went to more than just his spectacular physical gifts.
Right. Yeah, no, he gamed the system. He figured out how to flurry at the end of the rounds and make a big impression in the judges' eyes. That was a very close fight, but that fight always bothered me. And one of the things that bothered me is I felt like there were moments where Hagler could have turned it up and didn't. And then when he retired after that fight and went to Italy and became a giant movie star in Italy, the conspiratorial part of my brain was always like, one of those deals where everybody assumed that Hagler was going to win. Hagler was a destroyer. Hagler had knocked out Tommy Hearns. Hagler had beaten everybody in the division, knocked out Mugabe. He was the man.
You fought, right?
Yeah.
So you fought. I did. I've only talked, but because you fought, you probably have an even stronger sense than I do of how difficult the sport is. The training is difficult. The fear factor is certainly part of it. The level of concentration and devotion that it takes. It's not easy. Team sport easy. And so, I'm thinking that every fighter reaches a point where enough is, and they might reach that point without really cognitively knowing that they've reached that point where it's enough. Hagler went to Italy, as you said. Maybe he had already reached something like enough before he fought Ray in that fight.
Well, he had accomplished so much, and also his training camps were the stuff of legend. I mean, he would spar 100 rounds a week sometimes. It was just insane. Hagler was a monster. I mean, his conditioning and his drive and his will and his discipline. He was a monster. He would scare the shit out of everybody just from his work ethic. I remember I told the story, there was a news piece when he was training on the Cape. And it was in the middle of winter, and he was fighting Mustafa Hamsho. And he was running down a sand dune screaming war with combat boots on in the winter. I remember thinking, because it's your discipline, you think you're driven, you think, you're special. And you see a guy like that, he's what my friend David Goggins calls uncommon amongst uncommon men. Great line. So where does Hagler Hearns rank among your all-time favorites? One of the greatest of all time. One of the greatest fights of all time. Because Hagler just threw caution to the wind. I call this boxing. Just jumped out. So did Tommy. Tommy didn't go in with a self-protective approach. He tried to box. Remember, after he broke his hand, he tried just throwing the jab out there. You could tell early on in the first round when he broke his hand. Yes. Because from then on, he's moving, but he's already endured so much damage. I mean, they have just thrown each other into the wood chipper. Both guys are just blasting away. Hagler got hurt.
A lot of people are going to listen to this and go watch Hagler Hearns on their weapons attachment, because it's as great as anything has ever been.
It was insane. I remember being in my living room when Hearns went down. Just, I can't believe this was after Hearns had knocked out Duran. And I thought, nobody can knock him Duran. When Hearns flatlined Duran, I was like, good Lord. Like, to see Duran face down on the canvas was like, Yeah, to check your eyes. Like, is this real?
Well, did Tommy break his hand with that right hand in the first round against Pax?
Yes. Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
You've lost your primary weapon.
He has one knockdown attributed to him in his career, and it's bullshit. The one roll down fight. Bullshit. Not really a knockdown.
And now we deal with Canelo, who has had one knockdown attributed to him in his career, and in my view, it was bullshit.
Which fight was that?
So it was Miguel Cotto's little brother, Jose Cotto. It was the first time we had Canelo on HBO. I believe it was an undercard of a top-ranked pay-per-view. I'm not 100% certain about that. And Cotto's little brother, Jose, caught Canelo with a right-hand body punch to the chest. And Canelo hit the ropes behind him and bounced off the ropes, kind of unbalanced. He didn't go down, but he came off the ropes, ungainly, unbalanced, etc. And the referee, and I can't remember which referee, stepped in and very technically ruled that the ropes had held him up. So that's the only official knockdown in Canelo's career, and he didn't touch the canvas. That's crazy. Nobody has ever put him on the canvas. And this is part of what Terrence is facing as he gets ready to fight him in September. Is you're fighting a guy who, up to this moment in his career, has been utterly knockout proof. Knockdown proof. Well, even against a guy like Bivol, who's huge. Yeah, exactly.
A huge light heavyweight.
Yeah, but Bivol is
essentially tax
I'm going to say at least 50-50 back of counterpuncher. And they don't muster exactly the same power as a go-forward attacker. True. You notice that he hasn't fought Beterbiev. And I'm not sure that Beterbiev would be the right matchup. But
for Canelo.
Yeah, right.
Canelo. That would be a nightmare matchup. Beterbiev, especially. Even though he's almost 40 now, right? Is he 40? He might be 40. He might be 40. But he's still in shape, and he still comes forward, and he's naturally heavy hands. Big hand. One of the scariest of all time. At 175. He's another one of those guys. It's just like, but with him, it's volume. It's not one shot, but it's this budding volume that never ends. This constant attack, which has made his two fights with Bivol so spectacular to watch, because Bivol is not a big fire fighter. Right. He's a natural counterpuncher. Right. But if you insist on making the fire, and you're strong enough to make the fire, then Bivol has to fight, which he's done twice against Beterbiev. Well, we made brilliant adjustments.
Brilliant. He's a brilliant guy.
Really made the proper adjustments to counter-strikes. It's just much better than
It's another country with very good boxing training.
Oh, phenomenal. Do you think that they're having a rubber match?
A third? I don't know. I don't talk to promoters anymore, so I'm not sure about that. I hope they do. Yeah, I think it's a fantastic idea.
I think we're on season to get into the church. Go Turkey. Yeah, you kind of have to do it now before Beterbiev is just. He's probably past his prime.
41, 42, etc. These numbers sound forbidding. Yes, but
even as a guy,
Norman was 45. Right. What did he still have?
Right. Okay. But then skill. The skill thing. Like, here's the best example of Bernard. Who has maintained their skill deep into their 40s. In fact, at a world-class level at 49 years old, beating like top contenders at 49 years old.
One of the smartest men I've ever met.
Okay.
Bernard Hopkins is smart beyond smart. He has PhD type intelligence. He really does. And he was also a very critical and thoughtful self-examiner. So those two things help Bernard to sustain long into, antiquity and an extremely disciplined personal life.
Yes, that's a big one.
He kept his prison tattoo on his arm. And he kept that number on his arm to remind him that he was never going to go back. And I asked him one time, I said, what's the hardest thing you've ever done? He said, well, the hardest thing I've ever done was to walk off 9 in the neighborhood in which I grew up. I said,
the Jews
what do you mean walk off 9? 9 years of probation. 9 years of living on and in the same streets where I was, the king of the streets when I was on the other side of the law. 9 years of reminding myself that I could never go back, that my behavior had to change completely. That's what he called walking off 9. What a phrase, huh? What a phrase. What a guy. Really, what a guy.
I remember when he was middleweight champion and he wasn't getting the credit that he felt like he deserved.
So you can see why
Squabbling with promoters, they kept him on the shelf. I'm like, my God, it's like wasting away in the prime of his life. And I felt like we were going to miss out on the prime of his life. And then here he gets into the Felix Trinidad fight. And I was like, this is crazy. Watching this guy like completely outclass Tito Trinidad. I'm like, this is nuts.
Of all the fighters I've ever known, if you were to ask me, who is the one most likely to still be holding every dollar he ever made? That's Bernard. Okay. He gives nothing away. And he protects himself, he protects his family, he protects everything about his experience in an extremely devoted way. Why? Walking off 9. Never wants to go back.
These Cossacks.
Well, those are the stories that are so inspiring about boxing, right? The people that have used boxing as a vehicle to get out of their circumstances.
Totally. Yeah, Bernard's one of the greatest examples imaginable. Yeah, I love him. And, I had him on my show, The Fight Game on HBO. I had him do technical pieces because he was better than anybody at explaining footwork, technique, etc. Andre Ward could have done it too, but Andre was still fighting at that period of time.
Not incorrectly.
Yeah, that was a great show. That was another problem
as well,
when HBO stopped doing boxing.
Well,
I'm thankful for them.
I like to say this, it wasn't HBO, okay? The minute that Time Warner was bought by a bunch of cell phone salesmen from Dallas, AT&T, the character of the operation changed. And the first thing that went away was boxing. It's in my book. You'll read it. There's an anecdote about me at a post-Emmy Awards or post-Golden Globe Awards event in Hollywood, shortly after AT&T had purchased HBO. And I was seated at a table with Richard Clinton, the long-time brilliant chairman of HBO, my beloved boss. And Klepper said, "See that guy over there in the gray suit?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "That's your new boss. That's John Stanky, CEO of AT&T. I think you ought to go say hello. I think you ought to go meet him and just spend a little time with him." So I took his advice. So went over and had a 10-minute discussion with Stanky. Very nice. Very cordial. Fun. And I walked back to Klepper's table and he said, "So what do you think?" I said, "I think boxing is dead." He said, "I agree with you. I just wanted to be sure that we were on the same page." Oh, God. Yeah, so it was clear. It was clear from that moment that they were not interested in going forward with something as...
Why did you think boxing was dead? Why did you say that?
Look, I could just tell from the way in which he spoke to me and the,
so you weren't saying it based on your personal
dividend replies to questions like, "Are we going to do this fight? What do you think about that?" Stuff like that. It was abundantly clear that they saw it as a negative rather than a positive.
And public perception or profitability?
Profitability.
Really?
Too many unpredictables in boxing. You schedule a show, somebody gets hurt, etc. I think they didn't want that kind of real life upheaval. And also, they saw it as unsavory, or at least it felt that way to me. So, yeah. Well, this goes to the fact, and you know this as well as I do, or maybe better. People from outside combat sports don't understand combat sports. You're either in the culture and you get it, or you're not. Right. And when I first started calling fights, I was assigned to call boxing at ABC Sports by an incoming new president of the sports department who wanted to get rid of me, and who thought that I would be such a misfit in boxing that if he assigned me to boxing, the audience would reject me. Really? They would see me as the successor to Cosell. That would cut my throat. And then I would walk away from my contract, which is what he wanted me to do. He wanted me to stop my contract. It was absurd, too lucrative, didn't like the guarantees for relative to exposure. And he told my agent flat out, he said, I'm going to get rid of you. I'm going to make him walk away. And his first method for doing it was boxing. So, of course, that means he didn't know that the very first sports event my mother ever sat me down to watch when I was 6 years old after my father died when I was 5 was Sugar Ray Robinson versus Bob Olson for the middleweight championship on Gillette Friday Night Fights that I had grown up all through my childhood and teenage years watching Gillette Friday Night Fights. And later, people would say to me, who's the voice in the back of your mind when you're calling fights? Is it Cosell? I said, oh, hell no. I would never try to emulate that. Dun-dun, crisp, precise, factual, on point. That's who I'm hearing in the back of my head when I call fights. Yeah, so he thought he could get rid of me by assigning me to boxing. And he also did not seem to be paying much attention to the fact that his division, with leadership of a guy named Alex Wallow, who was a boxing freak, had just signed a get-acquainted look-see contract with a 19-year-old heavyweight from upstate New York, whose name was Mike Tyson. So the first fight I ever called on TV was Mike Tyson versus Jesse Ferguson in Glens Falls, New York. This is the famous drive his nose bone into his brain fight. And Alex went to do a post-fight interview after Tyson had obliterated Jesse's nose with an uppercut. There was blood all over the ring. And Alex said, Mike, tell me about the uppercut. And Mike said, I came out and taught me that the perfect the uppercut is to drive the opponent's nose bone into his brain. I was trying to drive his nose bone into his brain. And I'm standing on the other side of the ring, listening to this. And said, and I thought to myself, oh my God, look at what I've stumbled into here. This kid is not only going to be the biggest attraction in boxing, he's going to be the biggest attraction in American culture if he can keep coming up with quotes like that. And of course, within the next few weeks, they all started spilling out. Boxing is a herd business. Everybody's got a plan until you end it. All the things that D'Amato had taught him, which he memorized and then reproduced in his media contacts. One of my favorite TV fights was him versus Monster. Because it was such a terrifying execution. I'm giving away too much of the book, Joe. I mean, my publisher would say, wait, don't tell them the whole book. Come on, people are going to buy it anyway. Don't worry about that. So Alex Wallow and I lived 5 blocks apart on Upper Fifth Avenue in New York. And when we went to upstate New York for the Tyson fights, of which there were several, we would always ride up in his green Jaguar. He knew the route. He would play me his esoteric rock music. You ever heard of Cock Rock? Try it out sometime. And so all the way up to Albany for the Marvis Frazier fight, Alex is saying to me, I'm thinking of saying in the opening on camera that Mike will knock him out in the first round. Do you think that's too audacious? And I said, well, Alex, you're the expert. I'm just a throw-in, blow-by-blow guy who's trying to get my feet wet here. I'm the last person who's going to tell you what it is you should say. So if you believe Mike is going to knock him out in the first round, then you're confident saying that. First of all, no one's going to penalize you on Monday if you're wrong. Nobody's going to print some big headline that says Wallow was crazy or something like that. It goes into the wash at that point. And second of all, if you're right, you will get credit for it. If you're right, Rudy Martzke will say so in USA Today. And so that's our position for 2/3 of the trip to Albany. And now in the last 40 or 50 miles, he starts saying, what if I said he's going to knock him out in the first minute? Do you think that's too brave? Same thing, Alex. If you believe he's going to knock him out in the first minute, go ahead and say he's going to knock him out in the first minute. I'm not here to control you or tell you what to say. Say whatever you want to say. I think I'm going to say that he's going to knock him out in the first minute. So the following day, we do a rehearsal for the opening on camera, and he says he'll knock him out in the first minute. Then when we do the live opening on camera for the show, he gets a little more cautious, and he pulls it back to, there you are.
Look at young
Jim Lamps and Alex Butler. Yeah,
look at you.
hair parted on the right. We'll get to that in a moment. He pulls it back, and when we do it live on camera, he says Mike will knock him out in the first round. Was it 33 seconds or 31 seconds? I think it was 33 seconds. And all the way back to New York. He is moaning and you're groaning. Wyatt, God damn, didn't I say what I really believed? Like, Alex, you said he'd knock him out in the first round. And you were right. Going to get credit for that. You were right. Yeah, but I could have gotten more credit if I said what I really believed. That's such a silly perspective. We talk about fighters freezing. Marvis froze on Saturday. I mean, on Friday, the day before the fight. Marvis was frozen.
Well, we knew going into that fight. It was a perfect fight for Mike to showcase because Marvis had the giant name because he was Joe Frazier's son, and Joe Frazier had been trash talking Mike. And
it helped to create what ultimately became the myth of Mike Tyson. The notion that he was going to knock everybody out. And it was that way. And partially because of stuff like that, that Douglas is a 42-1 underdog. When if you looked at the record for the preceding year and a half coming into Tokyo, Mike went the distance with James Bone Crusher Smith. Mike went the distance with Tony Tucker. Mike went the distance with James Quick Tillis. There were scores at ringside in upstate New York. We had Tillis as the winner in the fight. He went to the last 10 seconds with Jose Rivalta. He went the distance with Mitch Blood Green. What do they all have in common? They were all taller than Mike. Some of them have a right hand that would come over the top where he would have difficulty seeing the delivery. And when you get to Douglas, best athlete of the group, former college basketball player with good feet, had a big right hand. I mean, looking back, pure logic, no way in the world Mike should be a 42-1 favorite against Buster Douglas.
But Buster Douglas had underperformed most of his career and had not been motivated. Then his mother dies.
That's correct. 100% correct. And you're right on point for saying it at this moment.
His mother died,
and that lit him up.
Lit him up, and never again.
And Mike was at the height of his differences with Robin Gibbons.
Right. Constant turmoil, and partying, and feeling invincible.
Nothing that can do more damage to a good man than the wrong woman. Right? And she was the wrong woman.
She was the wrong woman. There's certain women out there like that that can tank your life. Yeah, unfortunately.
OJ used to say to me, if you want to know what the daughter's going to be like, look at the mother. And if you looked at her mother and the background relative to Dave Winfield and all of that, maybe you could have predicted. Or as Merchant said in our on-camera prior to the Tubbs Tokyo fight, Tyson versus Tubbs in Tokyo, first fight I ever did on HBO. Larry had a line before the fight where he said, this is the beginning of the Robin thing. Cuss had died. Jimmy Jacobs had died. No, Cuss hadn't died. Jimmy Jacobs had died. At any rate,
with Larry Cameroon, he was already out.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Larry said, since the beginning of organized boxing, heavyweight champions have often consorted with actresses and never to their benefit. It's a classic Merchant line, among many classic Merchant lines. I love it.
That was one of the best things about you and Merchant and just the entire commentary team at HBO was that you had these intelligent, articulate people involved in what many people think of as the most barbaric of all sports.
Yes.
So it defined it in a very different way.
That's the HBO way.
Yeah.
Elevated.
Yes. Yeah, that certainly was elevated.
And HBO's executives were smart enough to see that you can treat it as an intellectual event.
Yeah.
And if you're doing it right,
But it has to be with the commentators. It frames everything. The same exact event with crude commentators is not the same experience. Because you don't get that intelligent and articulate analysis. And a guy like Larry Merchant had been around boxing for his entire life and had a deep understanding of it. And then it's even the funny back and forth banter between Larry and George Foreman when they would disagree on things. It was
brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And I'm very proud to say, not blowing my own horn, but Larry and George in particular. There's a sports television columnist in the New York Daily News named Bob Reisman, R-A-I-S-M-A-N. And at some point in that arc, Reisman wrote in his TV sports column in the Daily News, Lampley, Merchant, and Foreman are the greatest three-man broadcasting team in the history of sports television. Now think about that. That's amazing. This is not Monday Night Football. This is HBO boxing.
Right.
Yeah. Right. And so he was saying, in effect, this is better than Gifford, Meredith, and Cosell. And I was very, very flattered by that. Which I should have been.
Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, having a great team like that, and it was also there was the flow. Where you guys had worked together so often,
and there was the between round stuff. What set Showtime and HBO apart from ABC, CBS, and NBC? No commercials, right? And no commercials means you get one of the most meaningful and communicative parts of the narrative, which is what goes on in the corner between rounds. So you're watching Tyson Douglas, for instance, and you see these two novice trainers struggling with a condom filled with water to try to do something to ease the swelling in his eye. No, it's unbelievable. I remember Ray nearly fell off his chair when he saw that.
It's just so hard to believe that you could achieve the highest level of combat sports, the heavyweight champion of the world, and yet have this really rank amateur corner.
There was so much that was taken for granted about Mike during that stage of his career. The only person in that camp, once D'Amato died, the only person, and Jimmy died, the only person in that camp who was really aware of how vulnerable he could be was Mike. Mike was a boxing genius. Mike knew much more than those guys about how to prepare for a fight, etc. But again, before Tokyo, he was distracted. He was really distracted.
And it comes with success, all the trappings. I mean, he was just constantly,
You know Mike, right?
Yeah.
Have you had him in here?
Oh, a couple times. Yeah.
One of the most lovable people
I
in
love
the
him
world.
to death. Yeah, he's great.
You can't not love Mike if you know him.
No, if you know him, the first time I met him, it's hard to believe he's really in the room. You're like, he's right there. This is Mike Tyson. Yeah. Me as a child, I remember when I was a kid, I guess I wasn't a child, only a year younger than him, but when he lost to Buster Douglas, I didn't watch it until after the fight. I watched a replay of it, and I still expected him to win. You know how crazy that is? That's the kind of aura.
So you've read in the paper and on the web that he's lost, but you're still expecting him to win.
I remember I heard about it in a gas station. Someone told me in a gas station.
I can't believe this is true.
I was getting gas, and I heard, did you hear Mike Tyson got knocked out? And I remember pumping gas. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Like, Buster Douglas knocked out Mike Tyson? What? For real?
So we talked about the call of Foreman Moore and where that call came from. The other call that is on that same level in terms of, people remembering and stuff like that is that call. And you just came very close to identically articulating what my call was. Because, I'm watching the rounds in Tokyo, and I've arrived in Tokyo with a firm opinion that Mike is going to knock this guy out in 1, 2, 3 rounds, something like that. And as the rounds go on and you're watching the debacle unfold, the water in the rubber glove to try to stop the swelling and stuff like that, you realize that the preparation might not be all there. And Douglas is getting more confident. And Douglas is landing his jab, et cetera, et cetera.
And hooking off the jab.
And hooking off the jab. And, I mean, people think that he knocked him out with a right hand. It was the left hook that did the damage. And the left hook was thunderous. And Mike stumbled to his side. And then, but at any rate, I'm sitting there in Tokyo.
Characteristic
It's
elements of his
10:30 or 11 o'clock in the morning. There are 34,000 people seated around me making no noise whatsoever. Right, the culture of a Japanese sports event. It's as though they are at an opera. You know, and that's just cultural. It's the way they are. And as that count is rising, 5, 6, 7, and it's abundantly clear that Mike's not going to get up. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what am I going to say about this? The very first live fight I ever attended was the biggest upset in boxing history. And now, here in front of me, 12, 14 feet away, is the result that's going to supplant that as the biggest upset in boxing history. So what do I say? And I've told this story many times. If you've heard it, I apologize for repeating it. I was developing a golf relationship with the greatest actor of my generation, Jack Nicholson, who became a close friend and later saved my career, but that's another story. And I had asked Jack on the golf course about 2 or 3 weeks before Tokyo. I said, Jack, when you're going to the set to deliver the fulcrum line in the movie, when you're going to the set to do the one thing that everybody in the audience is going to remember, when you're getting ready to go deliver, you can't handle the truth. What is it you have on your mind? What's your mantra? He said, Lamp, same thing I've been saying to myself ever since I first went to acting class. Don't overact. So I'm in Tokyo. The count reaches 4 or 5. And I hear in the back of my mind Jack's voice. Don't overact. And that call became Mike Tyson has been knocked out. In about that tone of voice. I wanted to make it as matter of fact as possible because there was nothing I could do to elevate it by screaming or shouting or delivering any kind of window dressing, etc. It was what it was. Mike Tyson has been knocked out. That was that. I remember that. Yeah, now that you said it, I remember that. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
It was energetic but matter of fact.
And she had
there it is.
broad kind of range of experience, but she saw this opportunity to build yet another element. Obviously, just like Joshua.
All right, so I did shout a little bit. I did shout a little bit. All right, I give myself too much credit for the matter of fact, but that, of course, that's my younger voice. It was a little bit high. That was Octavio Moran was the name of the referee.
I just remember Buster Douglas winning that fight. What happens to him now?
Well, what happens to him, of course, is that he goes on a celebration rampage. He puts on, 40, 50 pounds, something like that. He tries to train them off, but not effectively enough. He goes into the ring against Holyfield, and Holyfield delivers one left hook. One perfect counter left hook in the first round, and we're out of there.
That's what it was. It was a left hook. I thought it was a right hand.
Might have been a right hand. I could be wrong.
See if you can find it.
It might have been a right hand. They'll find it.
Yeah, Jamie will find it. But he just never reached those heights again. That was it. He just never. I mean,
money.
Yeah, I mean, also like the
money, food.
He got real fat.
He was addicted to beer.
Here it is.
For example,
Okay, let's see.
On the right.
Right hand, you're right. Then there was a left hook following, but the right hand is the one that did it.
The left hook missed.
Yeah, the left hook missed. You're right. All right, so 1 for Rogan, 0 for Lampley.
It's cemented in my mind because I remember. What year was that?
Otherwise organized synagogue life. But this
It's 1990 when Buster knocks out Mike.
Was it?
Yeah. No,
Maybe earlier than that.
Huh? No, it was 90. Was it February 10, 1990? Wow. February 10 in the United States, February 11 in Tokyo.
Okay, right. So this is probably 91 then.
Then he might have been 90.
Yeah.
I think it was later in 1990.
Yeah, I just remember, when someone does something extraordinary and rises to the occasion, I always root on them. I always root for them. Like, wow, he's going to turn his life around. He's going to be great.
So now you're rooting for Buster to be.
Oh, yeah. Well, and also I was a giant Holyfield fan, too, so it was one of those conflicting fights. And Holyfield, to me, was extraordinary because what he did with Mackie Showstone in his training,
October 25, 1990.
there it is.
This time I was right.
Yeah, it was one of those things where Holyfield was one of the first guys that really embraced weightlifting. And I remember as a young fighter, I was always told, if you lift weights, they'll slow you down. Weights make you stiff. Weights will slow you down. You should never lift weights. And so I listened to that, and I never lifted weights. And then I remember watching Holyfield train for his heavyweight debut, thinking, God, I remember his fight with Dwight Muhammad Ali. Remember that fight? Incredible fight. Like, that was when he was a cruiserweight. And I was thinking, how is this guy going to go up to heavyweight? How is this going to work?
Strong mind. Oh, very strong mind. You want to see Vander do something? Tell him he can't do it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But also, one of the first applications of real modern science in regards to strength and conditioning. What Mackie Showstone was doing was like very revolutionary. And to see him do all these crazy strength and cardio routines and putting all that mass on it, seeing all the doubters and naysayers saying,
Which other fighter looked at that and realized who Mackie was? Bernard Hopkins.
Right.
Genius.
He worked with I believe Mackie worked with quite a few fighters.
Worked with quite a few fighters.
Everybody saw like that the results were there, so everybody kind of changed their opinion on that.
Did he work with any MMA guys?
I don't know. Probably. That's probably
It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, MMA guys are led. I mean, this is with MMA. You have the grappling aspect of it. Without strength and conditioning, you really can't compete. It's not really possible at this day and age. Everyone uses strength and conditioning. There's very few fighters that just train using skill. Just train skills. Like George St. Pierre did that for a certain period of his career.
I wonder if there's anybody left in boxing who trains just using the gym skills. There were a lot of them when I was first involved in the sport who would never have touched a weight. They subscribe totally to the notion that was negative.
Right, and it's the worst case. I mean, they definitely did calisthenics, but that was it. It was just bodyweight exercises. Which brings us to Crawford, which I think is really interesting. The Crawford-Canelo fight.
Beyond interesting.
Fascinating. Because how does Crawford compete with that size? And, we have to recognize, okay, well, when Canelo fought Floyd, it was 152 pounds, right? So he had dropped down, which was a struggle for him, which is why Floyd was so brilliant getting him to go down to 152. Because he knew he would be drained.
52 or 54?
Well, the weight class, I believe, was 54, but I believe the clause in the contract for that fight was that he get down to 52.
You're ahead of me.
Let's see if that's true. Find out if that's true. I'm pretty sure that that's true, that they had a fight at 152.
I love fact checking on the fly.
Yeah, it's interesting. That was a struggle. The 54 was a struggle. Now Canelo goes all the way up to 68, and then even to 75, and now back down to 68. Whereas Crawford is leapfrogging. He goes to super middleweight
47 to 54. And now 68.
And the Madrov fight in 54 is a difficult fight. Yeah, difficult fight. 152.
52. Yeah, you were right. Joe Rogan scores again.
Yeah, well, I have a goofy memory. It works a lot of the time, but sometimes not. Sometimes it's like,
I don't think you could do this podcast without having a spectacular memory.
Sometimes it's super accurate, sometimes it's just terrible. I don't understand why, but certain things I do remember, and I do remember because of the weight cutting thing. Because I remember thinking, like, what a brilliant move to get him to do that. The same thing that Gervonta Davis did with Ryan Garcia. It's like you can't rehydrate,
right?
Like, which is like
no rehydration.
Sucker bet. It's such a sucker bet. But it's like the same thing with Pacquiao taking the fight with his.
And some of that, don't you think some of that is tank reading Ryan's personality and playing him a little bit.
Oh yeah, you're fucking with him. Yeah, you're giving him other things to
Tank
think
is a
about.
brilliant con artist.
Oh, he's so good. He's so good. And boy, the Lamont Roach fight.
Ooh, that was a knockdown.
Ooh, 100% was a knockdown.
And that's
You have to go
that's
with a
a
knockdown.
dramatic mistake by
Yes.
the referee.
Without that, you have a decision victory for Roach, and he's a superstar. Now you have this fucking draw that they have to fight again. But now Javante knows what's coming. They had fought in the amateurs, correct?
They both had knowledge.
Yeah.
Roach knows that his counterpunching can be effective against Tank, and Tank knows that he has to make an adjustment if he's going to land a power shot.
Well, it's also Tank is another guy that has experienced all the trappings of fame, all the success and the money, and all the jewelry and all the craziness and the ladies. And all Roach has them, and Roach has not. And Roach is a hungry motherfucker. He can really fight.
Yeah,
he can really fight. And he should have got his flowers after that fight. And a lot of the boxing people recognize that was a knockdown. But forever in the history books, it's not a knockdown. When you take a punch to the face and then you take a knee, that is a fucking knockdown. Period. End of story. I don't care if you got your hair fucking perm stuff
it's
in
like
your
a
eyes.
literary idiosyncrasy, okay? And both of our sports, boxing and MMA, are littered throughout their history with these things that are egregiously unfair, but also helps us to remember the fight. And remember both fighters. If you're a fighter who has been victimized by a severe injustice in one of your fights, the audience is going to remember you sympathetically and be more interested in your next fight. So this is an entertainment enterprise, and anything that contributes to your legend is ultimately going to pay you back somewhere down the road.
Yes, that's true. There's definitely something to that. And then so Lamont will have a lot of fans on his side. That's
Oh, big time. Yeah, in fact, I would put the fight in DC. I don't think Tank would want to do that.
Is that fight scheduled?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my awareness.
Javante Davis.
I'm totally focused on Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford at this particular moment.
Are you calling that fight?
No, wait a minute. Let me say, I don't know. I don't know. There was a news conference in New York yesterday, and they announced that Max Kellerman is part of the broadcast team. So
that's only one person to announce.
This is obviously, I'd love to call the fight, but I don't know yet.
August 16th.
Scheduled for August 16th in Las Vegas.
Wow. Boy, I might go to that.
I might go to that.
In the word that maybe
I go
I
with
should
you.
add in some more details.
Maybe we should. That would be fun. And we're getting along really well.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So I enjoy the conversation. It would be fun to go sit at a live fight, wouldn't it?
Oh, no. Is that on UFC weekend? God
Course
damn it.
material for this
Let me
first
check real
course
quick,
is
because
the
it might
first
be.
volume. That
Yeah,
is
shit.
biblical
UFC in
history.
Chicago.
We're gonna go from the
All right, I'll call you later that night and let you know.
I'll watch it. I'll have it on my phone. I'll set my phone up and have it there while the fight's going on.
discussion of how to
All right, looking forward to it. So who you liking, Canelo versus Crawford?
Well, I'm a giant Crawford fan because I think he's the best switch ever since Marvin Hagler.
I'm a giant Crawford fan because I called his coming out fight against Greatest Prescott and various other stepping stones throughout his career.
I also think he's one of those guys that if you tell him he can't do something, he wants to show you and shock you.
1,000%. Absolutely right.
I also think Canelo is slowing down, and Canelo is a more of a one-punch fighter now than the combination fighter he was when he was younger.
We'll see. Not yet ready to subscribe totally to that because, again, you're talking about somebody who is stubborn.
For sure.
Who wants to prove everything he can prove.
100%. I agree with that too. But I think there's like in boxing and certainly in MMA, there's a certain amount of years where a fighter can keep the RPMs up. And when you're in the red line, and there's some people subscribe to the idea of 9 years. There's 9 years is the most that a elite fighter in MMA has performed at their prime. I think that's a bullshit number because I think it's entirely dependent upon lifestyle, nutrition, discipline, physical attributes. There's a lot of factors.
George Foreman won the heavyweight championship of the world in boxing at age 45.
True, but he took 10 years off.
Yes,
So it's exactly 10 years off. So you have to like factor in.
But were the 10 years off good or bad? Did they dull his reflexes, or did they actually allow his body to recover in such a way that, I mean, you could debate that all night.
All night. And George is biologically very unusual. I mean, he had canned hams for fists. Gigantic fists.
And intellectually unusual, as we discussed.
And cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction.
That was one of his all-time
As
favorite heavyweight
historians
wars.
put it, the mystery regarding
He loved to reminisce about the Lyle fight.
That fight was great.
Every fighter loves drama, and they love having been a part of drama.
And as a
So
result,
George
it's
loved that.
equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis
All the
that he was
knockdowns,
descended from a
both
Jewish
guys rocked and
or
hurt.
ex-Jewish family. He
And
himself
Ron
likes
Miles, another one of those guys,
to,
just kind of lost
use
in
Jewish
the
phrases
history
from time
books.
to time
People sort of forgot,
and to
except
have
for
some
that
kind
fight.
of very
There's a few of those guys that like, people just kind of ever forgot.
They attached them to one fight.
Yeah,
They could never have that shining moment again.
He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to,
Ali and
kind of
Cleveland
very
Williams.
sure,
Same thing.
Right,
writings
Cleveland Williams
that
is a murderer.
suggested
He
that
was
perhaps there was a
nasty
Jewish
knockout
background.
puncher.
Absolutely.
But
famously,
Ali just boxed his
for
face
example,
off and put
pushed
him
off
away.
the
That's
actual
exactly
date
right.
of departure
Yeah,
in
that
order
was
that
the
it
one
should
that
not fall within the
caused a lot of
inauspicious
people
time
to
of the
realize,
Jewish
oh,
calendar,
Cassius
the 9
Clay is a
days
really
that begin
legitimate,
at the
meaningful
beginning of the
talent.
month of Av,
Yeah.
And that's on the way to the first
pushed off the departure so
Yeah.
that it would not
Special.
fall within
It was a
those
special fight.
auspicious
The first
days.
listed fight was
But without
crazy.
doubt,
It was
Columbus
crazy.
certainly
And also, the
cultivated
crazy thing was,
relationships with many
there was
Spanish
something
Jews
probably
and
on
Brazos.
listed
A case
clubs,
in
right?
point that
Yeah,
well
but
illustrates
There was
this
unquestionably something on Liston's
Yeah.
gloves. And
Spanish,
Cassius,
Jewish,
at one point,
Jewish backers
asked Dundee to cut
was
his
the fact
gloves off.
that after
That's right.
he
Because he
embarked
was
on
blinded.
this great
Yeah.
voyage,
So
one of
I think
first
it's the 5th
letters
round
he
where
sent back
he ran
were
and
two Jewish
had to stay
sponsors,
away because he was
Luis
waiting
Santander
for his
and
eyes to
Gabriel
clear.
Sanchez.
Yeah.
Furthermore,
and by
he certainly
the 7th round,
included at least
he knocks
one
Liston down.
Jewish member
Yeah.
of his
And Liston
group,
effectively
one
quits.
Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter,
Put something
who was
on your gloves
baptized
to get
just
someone's
before
eyes.
departure,
So crazy.
enabling him to
What a
actually
dirty
take
business
part
to
in this great
load
When
someone's
Columbus
gloves with
landed
what
in
amounts
Cuba,
to
de
cement
Torres was
and send
actually
him in
one
to
of the
fight
very
Miguel
first
Cotto at a
people
big
to
Las
set
Vegas.
foot on the soil of the
Yeah,
New World. Europeans who were setting
holes
foot
in the
on the soil
gloves,
of the New World.
removed
And
some of the
he was
stuffing
dispatched
and
by
watered it
Columbus
down.
to the
And then he also
interior
did
of the
something to
island
his hand
to
wraps
search
as well,
for
right?
gold. Now,
He was hitting
it happens
Cotto with
that he did
bricks.
not
Yeah,
find gold,
that's all I know
but
for
he
sure.
established
And
very
he-
good
and he
relations
could have killed.
with the indigenous
Yeah,
people living
Cotto
there,
went through
and he
a
brought back
life-threatening
something which
experience.
was
Always,
very profitable
don't
indeed.
fall in love with a fighter.
He
You could
brought
not
back
know
accounts
Miguel
of
without
how
falling in love with
the
him.
natives
It was a
of Cuba
wonderful,
like to
sweet,
roll tobacco leaves and
great
then
person.
smoke them.
So I was
ironically
very,
and
very
unfortunately, it was this
deeply
Jewish
disturbed
individual
and
who played a
upset
key
and sentimental
role in
calling
actually
that fight that
bringing
night.
the habit of smoking
Not
back to
because I
Europe.
knew that
However, he
Margarito's
ended
gloves
up
were loaded. I
settling
didn't.
in
I just
Cuba
knew that.
when he first
I knew that Miguel was
Shane
getting
Mosley.
beat. We didn't know until the Shane
Perhaps
Mosley
the
fight.
greatest
That's
historian
exactly right.
Right, Shane Mosley's.
America is
And I remember walking away
And
from
he
Vegas
points
with a
out
bad
in
feeling
one of
after
his
the Cotto
works
fight.
that,
How could that
the
happen to
seeds of
Miguel, et
Judaism
cetera, et
sown
cetera.
in the
And then,
17th
I don't know,
century
several
Africa
weeks later, maybe
fell
3
from
months later,
plants
when we're
nurtured
in LA
soil
getting
of
ready
the
for
Iberian Peninsula. This is an
the
especially
Mosley
important
versus
observation because the earliest Jews to
Margarito
arrive
fight.
in the Americas
And
were
I hear in
essentially
my headset,
refugees
there's a
from
disturbance
the
in
Olympic
Margarito's
stand
dressing room. They're
of
making him
Portuguese
take his gloves off.
physicians. Please have a look at this map, which
That
shows
moment it all
Spanish
comes together.
organs
Yeah,
in
that was a hand wrap thing. I'm
shades
conflating
and
these two
Portuguese
stories in my
organs
mind with
in
Louis
green
Resto
shades. Now,
and
it's
Billy
important
Collins.
to note that
Plaster
one other
Paris.
place is especially
That-
significant
so
for the
Louis
eventual
Resto
settlement
was
of
with
Jews
Panama
in the Americas,
Lewis.
that is
Yes, Panama Lewis, who famously gave that drink to Aaron Pryor.
Amsterdam, of
Yes.
course, was not a
Yes,
Catholic
get me the
country,
one that I
it was a
fixed. And then
Protestant
Aaron Pryor
country,
goes out and knocks
and it
out
had
Alexis
a
Arguello,
uniquely
which is
mercantile
alleged to have been
approach
cocaine.
to the entire
Yes, he believed it was
endeavor
because
of
Aaron
settling
then
the
went to
Americas,
famously have a
which
cocaine
actually
problem.
favored
Right.
the Jews because, of course,
But
they had a
the Louis
long
Resto-
association
I don't see how
with
cocaine could
commerce.
help you in a fight.
Furthermore,
I really-
the
stimulant.
Protestant
It's a stimulant.
ethic
Yeah, I guess you're right.
extended
it's a stimulant.
Yeah, if you're exhausted and all of a sudden you get a bump, and you fire it up, and you go out there and fucking rub, it can help you. Certainly if you're tired. Yeah, 100% it would help.
Jews are centered.
I've never done cocaine, but I'm just guessing.
It ruins a lot of other things. That's all.
Oh yeah, it does. But in that moment, I guess, in that moment, especially if you're a person who imbibes, you've had a history of cocaine, and then, what does it do? It boosts up confidence, and it's a stimulant. I would imagine that Alexis or Whale fight.
Phenomenal. Oh my goodness, phenomenal. And he's, again, another great person. Another really. I didn't know Aaron all that well, but Alexis was lovable in every way.
Wasn't he was a politician in Rock, right? Because he was murdered. Yeah.
He kind of
man. So I was conflating those with with Margarito, I think it was just the raps, where they had put plaster Paris in its raps. But Billy Collins Jr. and Louis Resto was a fight where Billy Collins was this up-and-coming fighter, and he fought Louis Resto. Louis Resto was like breaking his face open with every punch.
And there are photos that you can find on the web of Collins that show that.
Yeah. So Resto, then when the fight was over, Billy Collins' dad grabs Resto's gloves and realizes there's no padding in the gloves. And then Billy Collins' career is over and he winds up drinking himself to death. Actually drove into a tree.
At any rate, this experiment,
so we don't know whether that was suicide or not.
We don't know. No, but the guys couldn't see him.
It's a great story. I hope everybody who is listening to this will go to the web and pick up some of these things, because you are touching on a lot of the most meaningful and poignant stories. Yeah, there's his photo right there of Billy, and there's his dad in the photo.
Crazy. Just crazy. I mean, his vision was fucked for the rest of his life, or as long as he lived after that. Never fought again, and everyone was so confused because they couldn't believe that this guy, Louis Resto, was not known as being this big puncher. He was just busting him up with every shot he landed. It was confused.
First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is
man. And Panama Lewis he did some corner work with Mike Tyson as well. Remember, like later in Mike's career when everything was kind of chaotic and he had all those wackadoos in his corner, Panama Lewis was like on the sidelines there. But wasn't able to be officially a part of it because he was still banned.
Much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found
Mike, by late in his career, had a very clear understanding of his vulnerabilities.
So the Jews
Mike
had been
was a boxing scientist. He knew better than anybody that styles make fights, and that there were certain stylistic matchups which for him would be difficult. He had spent a week training with Lennox Lewis when they were 14 years old, because Lewis is Barney Babb, his amateur trainer, had brought Lennox from the Toronto area to Canastota, not to Canastota, but to upstate New York, to the Catskills. And Mike and Lennox spent much of a week, maybe all of a week, watching all black and white fight films on the wall, sleeping in the same room, training, sometimes sparring, every day. And so Mike had known Lennox for a long, long time. By the time they met, June 8, 2002, in Memphis. And I don't know that he would subscribe exactly to me saying he knew what was coming, but I think he had a pretty good idea. And you will recall that at the first news conference, he ran across the stage and bit Lennox on the leg.
Yeah, he went crazy.
Lennox claimed that he drew blood through the pants leg. And my interpretation of that at the time was he wants to get the fight canceled. He wants to get this fight wiped.
Well, you gotta think this is also 12 years after the Buster Douglas fight.
Yes.
He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589.
Through the pants leg.
And another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649.
Exactly to me saying he knew what was coming. But I think he had a pretty good idea. And you'll recall that at the first
scattered
news conference, he ran across the stage and put Lennox on the lip.
Yeah, he went crazy.
Lennox claimed that he drew blood through the pants leg. And my interpretation of that at the time was he wants to get the fight canceled. He wants to get this fight wiped away.
Well, you got to think, this is also 12 years after the Buster Douglas loss.
Yes.
It's a long time.
Long time and a lot of trials and tribulations. Prison. You might, maybe you get a little chance to train in prison, but not the way you train in a boxing gym.
I know what you're
So,
thinking.
so he paid a lot of prices for a lot of experiences.
Look at that massive healthy yarmulke that the guy is wearing, right? I have to say,
Lennox throws the right hand.
looks good
I'm
on
not sure
him,
he landed that right
but
hand.
he certainly was not.
Might have broken his hand if he'd landed on Tyson's strong.
The reason why he wore it.
That's the hard part about bare knuckles boxing, right?
Oh, yeah, they break their hands all the time.
You know why gloves emerged? Gloves emerged because John L. Sullivan got tired of breaking his hands. He was a big proponent of behind the scenes of going to gloves. And then, of course, in the first gloved prize-fighting heavyweight championship fight, he loses to Corbin. Because Corbin was a boxing scientist. And back then, they probably had terrible medical treatment for broken hands. What did they do? I don't know. But they didn't have the kind of surgery. Certainly not the sophisticated surgeries that take place now. If there were any surgeries at all. He got tired of breaking his hands. Along comes this idea, this phenomenon of gloves. Yeah, absolutely. Let's do that. And then he loses to Corbin.
Irritated and energized over the Lutherans and should not allow this group to establish a congregation.
There was a YouTube video on Sugar Ray Robinson.
So when these news arrived from the CFA, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are,
you think about a guy that, like,
letters,
when he had his first loss, how many
hateful
fights?
enemies, blasphemers,
120.
and he basically
Crazy guys. Yeah, stop it.
ultimately
I sort of have a sense of it. Yeah.
Stop and think about how
Jews
insane
in Amsterdam.
that is.
Did you ever drink at Jimmy Glenn's bar in New York?
No.
Jimmy's Corner? Oh, that's too bad. Jimmy Glenn was a really great, well-known corner man who
should be noted that
worked
the
with
Dutch
Robinson.
West India Company also includes Jews among its
A lot of really
shareholders.
big-name fighters,
So
and he had a bar on
received the
44th
reply
between 6th
that
and 7th and Street.
conceded that
Still to this day, I think his son is running it now. I hope he still is.
Residents, but
The
nevertheless,
ultimate
he
boxing bar.
was to
Photographs on
permit
the
them to live
wall.
there
Oh,
on the
wow.
condition
Here we
that
are.
they would take
We're
care
a cool
of their
little
We're in
home.
Jimmy's Corner.
That's
Yeah.
actually a
What a great
Between
spot.
6th and 7th. There's a
because
John.
this is something
There's
that
Jimmy down to
certainly
the
has
left.
medieval
Is it still there or is it gone?
origins.
The bar, I think, is
Very
still there.
focused
Jimmy's
on
gone.
building a social
What a
support network to
wonderful,
make sure that,
wonderful, loving man.
all of the Jewish poor who
He
were
was like an
cared
Uncle
for,
Jimmy,
they developed
because I spent
a
so much time in the bar and
sophisticated
just
level
his
of charitable
stories
giving,
were
distribution of
fantastic
alms
because
that,
the people with whom he
made the
worked.
Jews from becoming utterly
That's
impoverished.
awesome.
You gotta go
But
sometime.
it
I would
was
love to.
underlined in their very first
Sugar Ray
settlement
Robinson
in
was one of the first
America
guys also
they
that
had to
showed
take care
how
of their own
effective
poor.
being
I
a great
believe we'll see
dancer.
this
My mother's
repeat
favorite
itself
fighter.
generationally.
And I told you that the first fight she ever sat me down to watch was Sugar Ray Robinson versus Bull Riley. The last thing she said before she left the room,
feel
left me in front of a
responsibility to
little
make sure
TV
that
set
they
on a
are cared
TV
for.
dinner tray,
So
was
Represent was forced to
Sugar Ray
allow the
Robinson's
Jews
my
and
favorite
lucky for
fighter
other
because
groups
he
because
dances
Silicon
while
was
he fights.
ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and
He,
allowed
you know,
his Lutherans to
the
establish a
thing
church.
about his training.
He was ultimately
You know, this
removed from
video that I was
office when the
watching was so interesting to
territory
watch
was ceded
someone
to the
who's
British in
really
1664.
just ahead of the curve, like above everybody. Like no one really understood how to
that's
move like
a very
that.
quick look
And then,
at
of course,
the origins.
Cassius
The
Clay,
next
his
lecture,
favorite
we're gonna
fighter,
look at,
Sugar
some
Ray
of the
Robinson.
major
So he's like a
generations of
heavyweight
migrations
version of
to
Sugar
the
Ray
Americas.
Robinson.
So what's
If
the
you
greatest
enjoy this
asset
video,
for
I
any
really hope
fighter?
that you
Is
will
it his
subscribe because
punching powers
it's
in
kind of
his
nice
hands?
to see
Is
so
it his
many
footwork?
people
Or is it
subscribing
his
and
intelligence?
studying to
It's the mind.
It's the mind.
But
It's
I
the
guess that's about it.
willingness to
Thank you very
accept
much
what
for
you need to accept and to see what you can do.
Right.
That's what makes for great fighters.
And also the ability to objectively analyze your skills and recognize where you need to advance, and
Right.
what you need to do differently.
Because you have a trainer to help you with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have coaches per se, the way you do in organized team sports and stuff like that. At the end of the day, you're the one. You got to figure this out.
and you can have an idea of what's effective, but until you see someone come along and do something totally different, like that's where the innovators come in, where the real groundbreakers come in. Like I bet before Sugar Ray Robinson, nobody like you had Willie Pep.
Right, you've mentioned what I think of as the modern supreme innovator earlier. C. Little overtook him. Yeah, he recreated our approach to the sport.
We see a lot of that now in MMA. You see a lot of footwork and movement and switching stances. It's like a fighter that can't switch stances in MMA. It's kind of archaic. Because
I think we'll reach that point in boxing too.
Right.
I think eventually as time goes by.
Well, Hagler was an example of one of the first guys that be a switch hitter that people sort of dismissed.
So earlier we talked about Canelo versus Crawford.
Yeah.
Do you think Terrence Crawford can beat Canelo Alvarez?
Yeah, I think he will. Okay. I don't know if he's going to win, but I think he can win. So he's going to have to box a brilliant fight.
Okay, what kind of a fight? I'm going to get to that. I asked the great Larry Merchant. He's 94 years old, living on Ocean Boulevard in Santa Monica, looking out at the ocean, reflecting on all the amazing things he did. And I asked Larry, I said, do you think Terrence Crawford has a chance to beat Canelo Alvarez? Larry said, Jim, did Ray Leonard get an official decision victory over Marvelous Marvin Hagler? And I said, yes, he did. He said, well, if Ray Leonard could beat Marvelous Marvin Hagler, then Terrence Crawford can beat Canelo Alvarez. And I said, why do you say that? He said, same equation. Get in, get out, get in, get out, over and over and over. He's got to figure the angles and the approaches that will allow him to step in, land to the body, or occasionally upstairs, and then get out before he's facing any damage. That's what Ray did so effectively against Hagler, and it frustrated Hagler. And the more you frustrate the opponent, the better off you are.
Yeah, Canelo has such unique skills, and one of the weird things that he does that very few people since Rocky Marciano does is he punches your arms.
Yes,
He brutalizes your arms.
he's another brilliant guy. He has the greatest punch resistance in the sport. We talked about it earlier. One knockout in the whole career, and it wasn't a knockdown. And it wasn't really a knockdown in my personal view. So he didn't touch the canvas. He's never been on the canvas, and we call it chin. And I think that we kind of missed the point by calling it chin. Because I used to be Canelo's neighbor in Del Mar, California. I used to run into Chepo, his senior trainer, at the grocery store, and look into the cart and say, oh, he's eating tuna. And he said, yes, and he's eating chicken, da-da-da. And so I also used to go down the hill from my house off of Via della Valle in Del Mar and watch him train at the equestrian center. He would go to the equestrian center in the morning and do 2.5 hours of hunter jumper riding before going to his gym in the afternoon to do 3.5 hours of boxing training.
Hunter jumper riding? What is that?
Hunter jumper is where you go over jumps and you
horse?
Yeah, on the horse. Yeah.
Why the fuck would you do that when you're training for a fight?
Because he was riding horses since he was a little kid. He was skilled enough to do it. You control the height of the jumps. You say set the jumps at 36 inches or 40 inches. You know what the horse can do. It's all about staying on the horse. And I asked him, how can you do that? He said, everything I do in boxing is upper body, and everything I do on the horse is lower body. And on that basis, I am the one who theorizes that the reason you can't knock him down is not because of his chin, it's because of his legs, his base. You can't get him off balance. He's too strong from the waist down. And if other fighters would pay attention to what Canelo does, they might go do a little horseback riding.
I wasn't even aware of that until you brought that up. That's extreme.
There he is. There he is with his horse.
Wow.
but it would
That
dwarfed
completely
by
makes
the
sense if you think about it. Squeezing with the lower
the economic
legs,
patterns
the
of
core
these
strength,
big
100%
hydrographs essentially
correct.
kind of
The
literally
balance,
back to
the
timing,
many of them,
all of it.
when
Yeah,
they arrive in these stores,
I
they look
trained
for some
hunter
kind of
jumper
occupation
for a
that's
couple
really
years in the
available,
early 90s,
especially if they
trying
want
to
maintain any kind of
please
contact
a
with
wife who
other
was a
tools is
horse
to
freak.
live in an
Okay.
urban center
And
to
I
engage
had a
with
really
headroom.
great trainer
This is like right at the bottom
at
of
the
commercial
stables
ladder of
over next to
success.
Griffith Park in
Essentially,
Los Angeles.
they've got
Fabulous trainer
a
named
push
Jonathan
cart and
Sorisi.
they're moving
Hey, John,
from
if
house
you
to
hear me.
house seeking
And
donations
I
or
trained
making
for,
small purchases
I don't know, I
of
want to
used
say
clothing and
3/4
things
of a
like that,
year,
then repairing them,
riding
and
hunter
reselling
jumper.
them,
And I got to the point where I was
recycling
jumping
things like,
36,
making
38
brushes
inch
and things like
jumps.
that.
And I was
it's like
riding
right at the
quality
very bottom of
horses.
the
And I was
economic
doing pretty
ladder.
well.
But with hard
And
work
one day,
and frugality,
after my training
they may be
session,
able to graduate
I was
to opening a
in the
storefront
stall,
where they'll
combing
engage
the
in
horse
more
down,
of
brushing,
a
do the things,
economic
the busy
activity
work
with
that you're supposed to do to be
craft
part
or
of it.
sales.
And Jonathan
Or,
came
as
in and said,
often
"How do you
happened
feel
when
about your
they
riding?"
moved out
I
west,
said,
and is
think I'm
also
doing
the
pretty
case,
well,
especially with
don't
my
you?
own
He said, "I
ancestors
think you're doing
in
really
Canada,
well."
is they'll
He said,
open
"But I
a
think
general
that this
store
would probably
in
be a great day for you to
developing,
quit."
semi-rural
"Quit?
area.
What are you
And,
talking about? You just said
sell
I'm
everything
doing
that
pretty well."
anybody
He
in
said,
town
"Well,
wants, and they'll be
you're doing pretty well because you love to do the fun stuff. You love the jumping and you love the riding around the ring fast, et cetera, et cetera. But you don't want to do the busy work. You don't want to do what we call sitting trot and the other things that help you to build your awareness and your command of what you do. And the result is that you're getting closer and closer to the stage at which something negative is going to happen. And the first time something negative happens, you're not going to be able to respond to it. So I think today would be a great day for you to quit.
In that coming
Wild,
from
right?
Central
So
Europe,
listen,
they brought with them ideas associated with the liberal views.
I went home and thought about it, and I thought, he's right.
Judaism,
Positive,
much more
constructive
relaxed
advice
attitude
being, if you
towards the
enjoy this, there's some other
strictures
stuff
of
that you need
Jewish
to do.
law,
Well, he did say, look, I'm perfectly happy to keep training you if you will come and do the busy work that I need you to do to 20 to 30 minutes before you go out and jump. But if you just want to come here, sit on the saddle and run and jump, you're asking for trouble, and I'm not going to be part of it. Because, of course, if you fall off, and I saw this one a couple times, if you fall off, the horse can stomp you.
These German
You
Jews
get a
were
hoof
also
on the
noted
chest
for
or a
their
hoof on the
willingness
neck.
to take risks
And
to
you're in the
travel
hospital
to
and you're in big
explore
trouble.
and to
If
really
you're, I saw it happen to a woman in the ring, a really good rider. So at the end of the day, you can't do that.
Together with some
Yeah,
chiefs
there he
in
is.
Omaha in the
Look at Canelo.
mid-19th century.
Wow. That's a skill he has carried since his early childhood. That's crazy.
This is kind of like
That's not right
how
now.
these
That
Jews
makes so much
penetrated the
sense.
far west,
Also, he's got a
looking
square
for
Yeah.
economic
He's got
interests
and it's not a small head. He's got a he's also got a brilliant mind. Clearly, give credit where credit is due.
all the
No
way
doubt,
to the
no
Pacific
doubt. I
Coast
mean,
by
just the
1877.
evolution of the 3 fights with Triple G.
The
Triple G was
next
one of my all-time
major
favorites.
You can fight
and
Triple G
single largest
and never be
migration
badly
of
hurt.
Jews, of
Right.
course, occurs
That's a great
at the
point.
That's
end of the
astonishing.
19th
Triple G
century and
never
the 20th
badly
century.
hurt him.
This
And he was
particular
destroying
map shows
everybody
only
else
a
you
piece
put in
of
his
it.
back.
It shows
Yeah,
only
everybody.
Jews
One of the
migrating
heaviest
from the
punchers I
Pale
ever saw.
settlement. That
He
is
would
the
do weird
region
stuff
where
like
Jews
throw
were
a
allowed to
left
live
hook
in
over the
Tsarist
top
Russia,
into the top of
and
your
it
head.
only
You have to throw a
calculates the
left hook like
numbers
that.
from the
Like a
beginning of
looping
a
overhook,
wave in
which,
1881
by the way,
until
is very
the
much like the
dissolution
shot
of the
that Douglas
Tsarist
landed
Empire
against
in
Tyson in the 10th round,
1917.
over the
But
top
it
with
gives
the
you a
left
sense
hand.
of some
Yeah.
of the
But the way Triple G
proportions
would do it, it would
of
be going
this
down
major
on you.
migration.
Down on you.
1.75
Yeah, it was a weird punch.
million
And he would hit you in the forehead, which is like
make
the,
their
or the
lives
tempo,
in
which is
the
where a lot of
United
people lose their
States.
equilibrium.
About 70,000
Oh, whatever they do in
Jews,
Kazakhstan,
looking for
it might be
universal
different from what they
healthcare
do in the
decide to
United
go
States.
to a civilized
Special.
country to
It was
the
very
north,
special.
111,000 to South America, about a quarter million to Western Europe in general,
Julio
smaller
Cesar
numbers,
Chavez, in his prime,
45,000 to
he would just
both South Africa,
systematically break
and
people down.
45,000 to
volume.
the
Like
experiment of
constant
Zionism
attack
in
and
the 40s in
volume.
Israel.
His volume,
And then
the volume was
5,000
the real
made
key.
their way
Because
to
his power shots
very
did not
tiny
look like
area
Elisha's
that goes
power
back to the
shots,
colonial
okay?
era.
His left hook didn't look all that devastating.
wasn't one punch guy.
Would hurt you. Over time, he would break you down. That's a Taylor fight. And then we go to the Taylor fight.
What is it? 2 seconds before the final bell that the fight gets stopped.
Just to get a sense.
Larry Hazard stops it. Everybody wants
Not Larry Hazard.
It wasn't?
No, it was Richard Steele.
What World Tour looked like, let's say, in the year.
Okay, so you corrected me on one earlier, and now I got you. That was Richard Steele.
About 70% of them
he took a tremendous
Europe,
amount of grief for
And
that.
I think he deserved the grief. I thought it was a very bad stoppage. You had an unbeaten American Olympic star who's on the verge of his career-defining victory. There's no question at this moment that he has won the fight. When he stands up and Steele is counting, watch how he gets distracted when Lou Duva steps up on the ring apron, and when he looks away from Steele, Steele uses that as his pretext to stop the fight with 2 seconds left. All right, giving Chavez a victory that he did not deserve.
If
Duva had not stepped up on the apron and distracted Meldrick in such a way that Meldrick looked away from Steele, then I think that Steele would have caught a lot more heat and wouldn't have had any valid pretext for stopping the fight.
Much of it has shifted.
What if that had been the 8th round?
Poland and European Russia has
Would you be
Fight goes on with it. Fight goes on.
Well,
There's also if that had been the 8th round, no, I still wouldn't be okay.
So it's
The first knockdown, it's not as if he knocked him down 3 or 4 times.
Right.
Meldrick won the fight.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, right? The subjective calls of stoppages by referees.
Yeah.
Okay.
Things get very
It's one of the toughest things. It's one good stoppage, bad stoppage, etc., etc. It's one of the toughest things. And I disciplined myself to be very, very careful about ever criticizing a referee. In the moment, I'm not sure that I criticized Richard that night, but I'll tell you one thing. This is, in some ways, part of the proof of the pudding. Las Vegas boxing fans and Las Vegas boxing crowds are knowledgeable, right? They've seen more of the sport than other people. They know what they're watching. Richard was never again introduced in Las Vegas before a fight without the crowd booing.
Wow.
He was subjected to boos every time he was introduced,
Wow.
which shows you that a majority of the fans in that particular boxing capital agree with me that it was a bad stoppage.
Imagine what that did to his psyche.
Hello and
Like every time you go out,
history lesson. Today I'd like to begin
wound
speaking
up
about
committing
the word
suicide.
Steele?
extremely
Yes.
important movement.
Those boos might have had something to do with
That's
that.
what I was going to say. Did Richard Steele commit suicide?
Over the next
I think he
That's a great fact to check because I don't know.
One of the
I think he
ways
did.
that I find most productive to look
And
at classicism
you gotta imagine
is that
the
it is
kind
really
of
the first
depression
modern
that would come
religious
just
form of-
knowing
I know we
that
have
you
this term
altered the
for
course of
Judaism
boxing history.
that refers to the
With
American
that
equivalent
one
of
momentary
Judaism
decision,
in,
yes, yes.
Yeah,
But
so Chavez
that it's predated by
Chavez
the
is avenged in certain
although
ways.
it's to be a very
De La Hoya
highly
beat him twice.
Yeah.
of,
There's one where he didn't, where he won, but he shouldn't have won. Pernell Whitaker.
approaches to Judaism.
That's
It
right.
Was
definitely
another
was quite,
genius.
challenging.
Yes.
One of the greatest defensive boxers of all time.
So
Like
Certainly in the top.
genius.
Certainly in the
story
top
of
five.
Judaism
Genius.
has
And
evolved
I remember that decision
significantly
being called, and I was like,
since
what the
Red
fuck
Sox
is
spoke about
this?
million
That
times.
one
He
was
took a very
nuts.
Oscar was
different
Oscar,
view of
you know,
constitution.
and he
understood
had
it to be some kind
a
of
glamour image that was difficult to deal with at that time.
credulous,
You know, so
even possibly separate and
that kind of thing was part of the reason that my dear friend Fernando Vargas was in some ways jealous of Oscar. You know, what other fighter would get a decision over Pernell Whitaker in that circumstance?
Wasn't it Chavez? Didn't Chavez have a decision win over Pernell Whitaker as well?
Sure.
That's the one that I'm
That's the one that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about De La Hoya.
So is that one similar as well? I don't really recall that one.
Oscar gets a decision win over Whitaker on a night when Larry and a lot of other experts thought that Whitaker deserved the decision.
Well, Whitaker was like underappreciated because he was so defensively brilliant.
Well, sure. I mean,
A lot of guys
the
do as
great
well.
defenders never get as much credit as Hopkins. Hopkins had to become a media star late in his career to really get credit for what he had done.
Yeah. When you look back at your career and all the fights that you called, and think about the beginnings, think about when they were trying to just get you out of the
context
business
of its
and by
evolution.
giving you
Its
boxing.
earliest
Like,
development takes
it's almost
place
like
within the
it's very much a storybook tale.
chaotic
Oh, yeah.
political
It really
context
is.
at that
But-
time, which you recall the
part of the reason
devastated by the
we're using
Mississippi
It Happened
uprising,
as the title of
and
the
there
book is
is
that
a-
there are
an attempt
so
to
many
reconstruct
circumstances in my
the
career
political
which
status
are like
quo,
that,
but
counterintuitive.
ultimately
Somebody wanted to do something with me that turns in the other direction, et cetera, et cetera. That was not the first time that kind of thing had happened to me. My whole career begins when I win a talent hunt in 1974 to become one of the first two people ever to stand on the sideline of a college football game with a camera and a microphone. How do you do? What is a talent hunt? How does that work? So first of all, this emerges from the Munich massacre. All right, this emerges from the 9, 10, 11 days of captivity of the American athletes, excuse me, the Israeli athletes by Black September terrorists in Munich. And during that period of time, ABC is, of course, the broadcast organizer for the United States. And during that time, two reporters, Howard Cosell and Peter Jennings, are pushing the control room. How can we get more information? How can we get sound out of the dorm room? How can we get pictures from some adjoining building through the windows, et cetera, et cetera? And in trying to service the needs of those two reporters, Jennings and Cosell, ABC Sports learned things about radio frequency cameras and microphones, wireless cameras and microphones that they had not known before. So they came back to New York and they convened a meeting. This is after the 72 Olympics. They convened a meeting among the sports division, news division, and the engineering division to figure out, okay, now that we know these things, now that we've learned what we learned in Munich, what can we do with it? And one of the first ideas that gets adopted is we can put a reporter on the sideline of a football game. So in 1974, Ruud Arledge's chief administrative assistant, a guy named Dick Ebersol, who later became a constant and meaningful factor in my career. Dick Ebersol takes two lieutenants out to conduct a search at 16 different college campuses, and they talk to a total of 432 college age or extremely close to college age candidates for this job. I am at first harvested out because I'm number 34 out of 36 on a 97-degree day in Birmingham, Alabama. I have driven overnight from Chapel Hill to get there. I'm wearing my best discount plaid suit. I look ridiculous in a pair of shoes I bought with 2.5-inch heels, so they'll make me look taller. And I go into the room and have the screening interview. And the screening interview is 12 minutes. And before, and when we all have to draw numbers out of a fishbowl to determine in what order the interviews are going to take place, and I'm number 34 out of 36. So I know I'm going to have to sit around in the Parliament House Hotel lobby for hours in Birmingham waiting to go in. And by the time I go in, I'm grinding my teeth. And the first thing one of the other guys in the room, Terry Jastro, says to me is, what do you think of our idea here? What do you think of what we're trying to do? And I couldn't resist. I said, I think it's the biggest rock and crap I ever heard in my life. He said, what do you mean? I said, well, you tell us that you're going around the country to interview 432 people for 8 to 10 minutes each. And on that basis, you're going to choose what you describe as the face and voice of the American college student. He said, yeah. I said, I rest my case. I think this is ridiculous load of crap, and I'm embarrassed that I drove from Chapel Hill overnight to be a part of this. Later, much later, I was shown the evaluation form on which
Ebersol had written,
so on.
arrogant,
This is something that really
abrasive,
appealed
alienated,
to the Jews,
antagonistic.
particularly in the southern region, where they
When I was
were
finally
bereft
chosen
of
as one of the two people
educational
that
centers
became
were
known
associated
in
with
the
them.
college football production
They
truck
also
as the
favored
4A's. Every
charismatic,
time I would bitch about something,
dynasties of
every time
leaders,
I would get
which
obstreperous
were
about
unlike
something
the,
and raise my voice a little bit,
appointed
there it is,
court
the
rabbis
4A's.
who were
Arrogant,
often
abrasive, alienated,
given those
antagonistic.
positions
But
because
the
they
bottom line
were
was,
essentially
through a
by
long
the nobleman.
and
This was
highly
the
unusual
last
process,
decaying
I
elements
was
of
the person
Jewish
who was
community
chosen.
under the Polish
Now,
Commonwealth
what
that
was
thoroughly
ridiculous about it?
corrupted the rabbinate
The
in
most
certain areas,
ridiculous thing about it,
local
which I've never really revealed until this year,
did not necessarily
book,
have any official claim
media
to
appearances,
authority, but
this,
nevertheless,
the most prominent media appearance with your 19 million followers, was that Rothschild, who's still the dictatorial and canonized president of ABC Sports. And I, when I was under 11 years old, maybe 10 or 11, 12, living in Hendersonville, North Carolina, had asked my mother while watching Live World of Sports one day, is this guy, Rune Arledge, is he related to the Arledges who live around the corner from us? Yes, he's their son. So I grew up around the corner from Arledge's parents. I caddied for both his mother and father at Hendersonville Golf and Country Club. And when I was finally the person chosen, counterintuitively because I was 25 instead of 22, and because I had already done a lot of sports broadcasting, this person was supposed to be completely fresh. When I get chosen, I run in the restroom at 1336th Avenue in New York. And hi, Rune, I'm Jim Lampley. Oh, great to meet you, et cetera, et cetera. And as he's going out of the restroom, I say, by the way, how's your dad? And he turns around, quizzical expression, says, why would you ask a question like that? I said, well, I guess nobody told you because probably nobody could have known, but I'm from Hendersonville originally, and I've caddied for both your mom and dad. In fact, my mother's in the same bridge club with your mother. The famous red face turned white. And he said, don't ever tell anybody that. Never, ever reveal that to anyone. So of course now it can be revealed. And why would you want that revealed? That they had chosen out of 432 candidates, the one who grew up around the street from his parents.
He didn't know.
Well, yeah, he could say he didn't know, and somebody might kick back and say, at any rate, his first instinct was to say, don't ever tell anybody that. A long time has passed. Rune has passed. There are sideline reporters everywhere now. So, I can very easily reveal and let you know that they accidentally chose. The other accident was they had already installed a guy from Stanford named Don Tollefson. And they knew that Tollefson was going to be chosen. He was in the first batch of 16 people they talked to, and his credentials were unbelievable. And so they were dead set in their minds on choosing Don Tollefson all along. And now they were 2-3 weeks away from the first game. 4 weeks away from the first game. It was August 8th, and the first game was September 7th. On August 8th, 1974, I'm at a rented beach house in Swan Corner, North Carolina, with a friend of mine named Buck Goldstein and his wife. My wife Linda and I are there. And the phone on the wall rings. And to this day, I don't know how Ebersol got that phone number, because the house was rented in the name of Buck Goldstein. So Buck picks up the phone. Hello. Yeah, he's right here. Jim, it's Dick Ebersol. I said, what is this? Hello. And Dick says, I'm so glad I found you. We are getting ready to announce the college age report thing, and we think we've settled on one person, but Rune is a little concerned about putting on the air somebody who has never had any on-air experience at all. And within that discussion, that brought us back to you. Would you be willing to go to Birmingham, Alabama, and do a film, in those days, 16 millimeter film, do a film audition for us? And I said, what do you want me to do in Birmingham? He said, well, there's a quarterback there named George Myra. He's now with the Birmingham Americans of, I think it was the World Football League. He's already been busted out of the NFL, the AFL, Canada. This is his last shot as a pro football quarterback, and we think it's an interesting story, and we want you to go interview him. So, of course, I didn't know that I had watched George Myra play all 3 years of his college career at the University of Miami. He was a huge childhood hero of mine. I had once hitched a ride in his very dull beige Ford Falcon going to pick up basketball on the campus of the University of Miami. I knew more about George Myra than probably some members of his family did. I still had a number 10 green and orange George Myra jersey in my closet in Chapel Hill. So they think they're putting me on the spot here to send me to interview George Myra, and I'm going to have to do a quick research job with no web in those days to find out what I need to ask this guy, and I know more about George Myra than people in his family. So I go down to Birmingham, I'm laughing about it, I do the interview, I go through all these things in his college career and stuff like that, his 49ers experience, and send the film off to New York. And about a week before the first game, I get a call and said, you're going to be on the sideline. We're going to have 2 college football reporters. You're going to be on one sideline, and Don Tollefson will be on the other. Rune feels a lot better about this because he can see that you have on-camera performance skills and understand what you're doing. Wow. What are the odds? The odds are astronomical. So the odds are beyond all belief. They could choose any story in the world they wanted me to do as an audition. They choose my childhood hero.
It kind of almost makes me feel like it's meant to be.
Correct. There's no other way to describe it other than this was supposed to happen.
Yeah. Well, I think you're the best ever. So if that's how it had to play out. That's how it had to play out.
Jimmy, and that's how it played out.
Steel thing? Did he commit suicide? Oh, Jesus, I'm sorry.
Somebody else committed suicide.
Well, I mean, did Larry Hazard commit suicide?
Richard's dead. Larry Hazard's still around, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Larry Hazard is athletic commissioner right now.
New York State. Mitch Halpern, New Jersey, excuse me, New Jersey, not New York.
Oh, Mitch Halpern.
Mitch Halpern committed suicide. Oh, that's right. Right. So what is Mitch Halpern's marker? I covered.
There was a fight.
Yeah, I covered it. This is one of mine. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but yes.
It was a very controversial fight. Right. Yeah, a similar type situation.
Similar type thing. Something that stains your reputation going forward.
My apologies.
Halpern is, I believe, Halprin or Halperin.
What was the big controversial fight?
Experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood?
Can't remember right now. I saw Rich Halpern referee a number of times.
Absolutely.
You're right. He did kill himself. Yeah, I'm connecting to it now. And as soon as we find out exactly what the fight was, I'll remember what the problem was. Circumstance.
Yeah, I told you my memory sucks sometimes.
Joe, I'm 76 years old.
They may disagree about
my wife worries about whether I'm going to remember to put socks on in the morning. Okay, Willis. Willis and Jimmy Garcia. Oh, my God.
Right.
So, one of the oldest victims in the sport is that when one fighter dies, the other career dies too. Gabe was absolutely never the same. And he allowed that fight to go on way longer than it should have. May 6, 1995. Never forget it. Hot day outside and back of Caesar's Palace. My wife was sitting with Jack Nicholson. Can't resist the name drop. There were a lot of things going on, but
in its
Gabe
earliest
was
portions,
never ever the same after that, and he, Gabe
it was considered
went
kind of like a development of a style of development.
Colombia or Venezuela, I forget exactly where, for the funeral.
Oh God, look at this. And also Richard Green committed suicide after the Mancini Kim fight. Similar situation.
Yeah,
similar situation with Doug Kim when he dies famously on national television, Ray Boom Boom Mancini, and then that referee winds up committing suicide as well.
It's it's a haunting thing because it's so intimate. You're in the ring. You're 4 or 5 feet away from these guys. You're watching somebody land shot after shot after shot. You're trying to gauge in your mind what is fair to the guy who's taking the beat, because he can always land one big comeback counterpunch and win the fight.
And there's been so many instances over time of guys recovering and coming back to win the fights.
Many.
So many fights that could have been stopped, and if they were, who knows what we've got.
Over and over and over. So, I was always
passed away,
disciplined and restrained about criticizing referees live, because what they do is an extremely important and critical job, and sometimes they're the only safety barrier between life and death.
And the Hasidim themselves also define themselves
Diego Corrales, with that crazy fight where he's knocked down multiple times, then comes back to win by knockout.
Arguably the greatest fight of all time.
Although
Corrales versus
sort of like the prime
name is right on the tip of my tongue. Corrales.
The Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Hasidim was none other than
Castillo.
Corrales
Castillo. Jose Luis Castillo.
That's
arguably the greatest fight of all time. It was a Showtime fight, by the way. I was watching it on TV.
Easily could have been stopped. Easily could have been stopped. 100%. And Corrales comes back and fights.
Exactly.
And I believe he got
Corrales died in a motorcycle accident. Yes, he did.
And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbis,
After a lot of salacious revelations regarding his troubles with women. But he was a sweet guy. You could not know Chico without loving him. Okay, and that's true of many very violent fighters. You couldn't know Chico without loving him. You couldn't know Mike in the early days without loving him. So, the sport is filled with ironies. I'm sure MMA is exactly the same thing.
Listen, I'm glad we had a chance to talk. I really appreciate it. It was really fun. 2 hours just flew by.
What is the measure?
Great.
What's the
Yeah.
shear?
I've had a fantastic time with you, and I've really enjoyed every moment. And yes, thank you. I'm glad we had a chance to talk.
And your book is available. It happened. Did you do the voiceover? Please tell me you did.
I did.
Thank you.
I did record the audiobook.
Especially
We told people who heard the audiobook.
Pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, it's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times that you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer? It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's much more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing over the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the logical separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Dino's primary contribution to the historiography, of saying that, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that. That, if you create a different revenue stream, you really set the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argue that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing and things like that. They're not sitting down and learning Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults, literally. Maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians really look down upon. And finally, the accusation that some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the ViralRabbi and the Menachem Mendel of the Teps, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with him to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They were unsuccessful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll even consign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the ViralRabbi, Rabbi Shneur Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with a very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between Misnagdim and Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely, you better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist, but the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigra, the revealed Torah. Before you studied Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions of the Hasidim were circulating. They weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like digests of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becher, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study, and he said, "How's it going?" I said, "Well, it's going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, it has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home." But I said to him, "Rabbi, I had to admit that sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles every day, because it was like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner. Right? So he said, okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day. And so I said, okay, I'll do it. So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times, I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I'd already gotten way past my yeshiva stop, and I was like way in some Arab neighborhood north of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means, because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Stagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a Rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regard the Rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Snagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary, and refused to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a misnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of the Hasidic movement. Okay, while the Hasidim and the Snagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th, the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting so much pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Snagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much.
However, that wasn't going to happen until April or later. And here is the issue with this president calling for tariffs. They've been postponed, they've been nixed, they've been increased, they've been decreased. I'm talking day to day. Matter of fact, President Trump wakes up in the morning and...
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century. And then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new movement of rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors, like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world, how does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all. Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from whoever speaks it. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where Jews have a much more kind of like open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of like internal, inward-focused perspective in which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jewry, definitely leaning far towards the extreme of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Masculine. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Masculine, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius, who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Québécois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax and the vocabulary had huge overlaps, but, speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant and backward and things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they teach out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew, and note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew, he's still observing Shabbat, and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities, gifts, and so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be, considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also, promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early maskilim, by the way, maskil is like the singular noun form of haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey, and in fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday, which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive, or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery and hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody could be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, gosh, this is horrible. If there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely, maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and, articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many, many issues where issues of science, and Torah, and the tradition And also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was valuable on a religious level, but he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society, essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like a hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Judaism without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern. He was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers, in greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. Didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian, to Ukrainian, or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, but let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Misnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Eastern Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago, Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating forcibly the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence of about 25 years, noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated into the values of Judaism. Maybe they were already married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of conscription to 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent Jewish boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally, but nevertheless it happened, to these reform schools called Canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would never return to their families. They would end up assimilating into the Russian society. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, which were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jewish leaders like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations, but in reality they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim have to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 19th century is Eliezer Tzaifu, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number one. Shepherd number two, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feelings. Right? The Hasidim with their ideals and their closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observant, as you mentioned earlier, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzviko that, all three of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all three of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and the Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in modern days. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching.
This year, and a new train line to southeast LA County is in the early stages. Dutra replaces outgoing chair County Supervisor Janice Hahn. A court has blocked the FTC's efforts to simplify the click-to-cancel rule. The rule, which would have required businesses to make it easy for consumers to cancel unwanted subscriptions and memberships, has been blocked by a court days before it was set to go into effect. The Federal Trade Commission's changes required businesses to...
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred in the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews, prior to their emancipation, were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, rights of marriage, and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights, so people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large, farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various kinds of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the the structures of rural agrarian life, but it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated Ora Judaico, this kind of medieval oath where, because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliation when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a Sefer Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African-American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white. And more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who were also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, America fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There's questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787 and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791 clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It's not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate them. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected Sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have a situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to be really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she proposed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man and they meant man, but that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted, and they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilationability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jew. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationship to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of masculine, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, it wouldn't precisely be recognized, but and they essentially knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrins, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hassam Sofer, a very important Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that, emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews use to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to the Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation, well before it was actually granted, in Germany, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote a very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler. And he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. And in the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
People and can't care about everything and everyone. The tonality is very different from Zack Snyder's previous iteration of Superman. For me, it seemed like it was a little too light at times, a little bit too silly, and it didn't have the true spirit of what I wanted in a Superman movie. That's just me personally.
Does Clark Kent still go into a phone booth and change into Superman? And if so, what is
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now obviously that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, you know, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics, right? It's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, I think, and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, because there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadler, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kehillah, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership. And that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date on which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties. But nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnya Volya, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value, and if you've seen further on the roof, there's that famous scene where Tevye is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government were certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being, inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were connecting many communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is something that the Jews, as a minority, fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just got way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map and the few charts that I'd like to show you right now, a really interesting article published in 2019 by Irena Grosfeld, Sekon Sakali, and Kamina Zhivotskaya that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. The pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we can tie it to certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews, and the long-term resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haidamach rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like under Khmelnytsky in the 17th century and under Honta in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when terrible crop situation, especially from before 1881, but do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's a rather extended period before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of
I'm seeing, things like suicide, well, I'll do whatever I can. I'm not in a position to talk about this. It's a sacred subject, but I have seen that man go out of his ways, including get in his truck and drive places for a very long time to take care of somebody. And nobody knows about it. Nobody just did with the floods. Listen. At the end of the day, we're all complicated as human beings, and I've known Tim as a civilian, and what I've seen, I love him.
If you think you're taking down a bad man, and I hope, and they're going to do the investigation. I hope they reveal what they find. Again, you're going to find out.
We don't know. I would be careful about it.
They're going for Superman. You're going to find out he's Batman. It's still impressive.
I just think
Tim's a 3 a.m. friend. I have about 3 of them in my life. Tim's a 3 a.m. friend.
That's true.
I could call with anything. Tim,
I don't let my kids date anybody. Oh, we're just gonna take them. No, not happening. Because if something happens to those kids, you're fucked.
Yes.
I will kill you.
Yes.
If something happens to those kids, I don't give a fuck, mistake or not, your life and mine are gonna change forever.
Yeah.
I don't trust anybody.
Yeah.
Tim was, hey, I want to take Tiger when you get ice cream, go this. Not even like, yeah, go. Go.
And I
He's one of 2 people ever.
not only has that happened, I have done that with my kids with Tim. And I've done it several times. And so, for me, again, my experience with Tim as a civilian is nothing but he's one of my favorite people on the planet. He's got to be held accountable. He will be for this. I'm not going to step into that. You know, we all make mistakes, and we all, and this is his mistake to correct. This is his thing to deal with. I'll let the veteran community and the special workers, which I have
You're not going to get away with anything with those boys. Like, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. And then you move on. I'm telling you, this isn't the guy to aim for and create videos and throw hate at. Listen, the internet's wrong with so much shit all the time. They go after good people. I'm telling you on this one, folks, there couldn't be a worse guy to try to tear down. He's going to be held responsible for this. I'm fucking telling you. You wish you had a friend like Tim Kennedy.
So let's take a little break. I want to talk to you about hymns, okay? Let me explain something to you. If you're losing your hair, you can go to the doctor. You can wait in a waiting room. You can get your drugs, or you can just do it all online. You can take a picture of your hair, of your head, send it into a medical professional, and within minutes, you've got your prescription in the mail on its way to you.
Hold up, dude, you're talking about doctor-trusted, clinically proven ingredients that actually work, regrow your hair in as little as 3 to 6 months?
I'm talking Hims offers convenient range of prescription hair loss treatments with ingredients that work, including chews, including oral medication, including serums and sprays.
And it's 100% online, which means getting started has never been more convenient. No insurance is needed. One low price covers everything from treatment to ongoing care. Plus, treatment options start as just $35 per month.
$35 a month, dude.
Good Lord. Start your free trial today.
Yes.
Start your free trial today at hims.com/fighter. That's HIMS.com/fighter for personalized hair loss treatment options. Hims.com/fighter.
Individual results may vary based on studies of top and oral minoxidil on fast track. Discretion required. See website for full detailed restrictions and important safety information.
Please trust me, he's not the guy to go for. Let the community that he's in, this very special group with an insane amount of skills, they're gonna figure all this out.
Well,
And then we move on.
They're holding him to account.
All good.
And he'll
And Tim welcomes it.
He'll pay the price.
Tim's like, I hope they look into it.
I would say that Tim has admitted to making mistakes. That has to be accounted for. I think his community will, or ex-community, whatever you want to call it, will hold him accountable. And that is a separate thing. I just know him as a man. I know him as a friend. I know him very well. I've spent a lot of time. He's done crazy things for me. And this is who I am. In this situation, he's still my friend, and I love the guy. And I've just seen too many good things with him. Too many. He's just such a leader, and he just makes so many people's lives, including mine, better.
There's such better ways that you to spend your energy if you're gonna throw hate.
Well, I'm not gonna. I would be careful about that, because if you're
not be careful about that. Don't fucking hate on my friend.
If you've been in war,
No.
and you're a military guy, you're allowed to hold your other guys accountable.
That's not what I'm saying. You're not listening, buddy. You're just talking at us. You're not listening to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that community is a special group. Do your thing. They have all the right to.
Right.
The casuals like us and the internet, shut the fuck up.
Well, I mean, obviously.
You're going for the wrong guy.
Yeah,
that's what I'm.
Well, that's a given. That's like.
It's not, though. Go to his comments.
No, I know how much heat. I'm not going to his comments.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. No, if you served and you're in that group, buddy.
Well, there's also this. So they went after
to be a completely different aspect. But when people watch fights, they go, "Oh, that guy's weak."
Yeah, well,
is he? Because I've been in the training room.
So
if you think he's weak,
well, let me piggyback. So Marcus Luttrell, there's been a lot of. I think the same group's gone after him. And Rob O'Neill, who was a SEAL Team 6 guy, as a civilian, as a civilian, if I see Marcus Luttrell over there, this is what I look at. A guy who went through Navy SEAL training, a guy who became a commando, a guy who risked his life, a guy who almost died in combat, a guy who took all the money he made from that book and that movie, all the money,
They're all superheroes.
and gave it all to the Navy SEAL Foundation.
They're all superheroes.
When I see that, what that means is you got to sit at my table and I'm buying all your drinks. Rob O'Neill, I don't know. There's a lot of they talk about. He was a SEAL Team 6 guy on the Bin Laden raid, and did a whole bunch of other stuff for years. I'm buying that guy his drinks. I mean,
You're all 1%.
right. So I'm 1%. For me, just for me.
I know, but he lied. He 1%.
I'm just for me. If you
made that one mistake, I know.
But I'm going to do the same thing about those guys who are. If you were one of those guys, you got my respect.
So, even the guys that are in that field hating on Tim and like bringing all this to light,
I'm not getting involved in it.
I want nothing to do. Those are 1%ers. But let the 1%ers go after the other 1%.
There you go.
The 1% call.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm staying the fuck out of that.
We're not 1%.
I'm not a military guy.
We're not
I don't want to get
1%.
involved in that.
There's 1%ers and athletes, and there's 1%ers. These guys.
Yeah, I'm not speaking on that. I'm not speaking on that. I'm speaking on Tim, the civilian that I know. Love him. So.
You let the 1%ers fight it out. The rest of us.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was like, it's the last thing I want to do is speculate and get involved in something like that. I don't.
Just the phrase, it's like you and I talking politics. We don't fucking know. Oh, are you just going to regurgitate the same shit I saw? There's actual experts who are in there doing it. Listen to this. What else you got, kid?
That's a special ecosystem.
Don't get mad at me. Alrighty, this is pretty damn cool. Yeah.
Ooh, this is what happens when you mess around.
So the headlines I did this week, it says intoxicated golfer unknowingly picks a fight with former NHL player who's an enforcer out on a golf course and gets chucked into a pond to play this shit. Yeah. So this is a longer video. Do you want to watch? I think it's entertaining all the time. Yeah, play it. Look how big the fucking guy is, though.
He's drunk.
That guy goes, you're not a tough guy, I'm telling you. They're clearly Canadian, right? Oh, they're hammered.
It's not tea, it's standing.
Practices.
Keep going, eh? And he throws him down like
Because he's taking too long.
well, they're hammered. They're hammered. They're not playing the game.
And finally, the last national strategy to deal with
He's taking your shit, Jack.
are the so-called millennials.
He's definitely Canadian.
These
They all are.
who really are still, in many ways, thinking of the modern era traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews
This is when they drop golfer. This guy has no idea what he's stepping into. He pushes him first, and then Big Boy goes, "Come on, we'll throw you in the fucking lake." Throws him into the swamp. The dude recovers. His friends all leave him alone. Look, he comes out of the swamp all wet, and then gets fucked up.
Russian Empire, which turned out
Bam!
work out that way, but at least not in the 20th century. At the beginning of the 20th century,
Look at this size of him.
you know what? If we don't
That guy's concussed.
He's going to have a headache.
That guy's concussed.
You're going to have a headache. Your heart is
look
at this.
opportunity to express the voice of religion.
Dude, he chucks him to a sword.
Large proportion of the overall so
This guy's a Canadian zombie, dude.
You got to help your friend here. He's going to get picked up and thrown in the
How does someone say, "Hey, dude, look at the size of that fucking guy. What are you doing?"
Well, he's drunk and dumb.
But his buddy's like, "This is a bad idea." And then also the guy, it's so hockey style because he grabs him by the shirt just like he did in hockey and goes,
talkie.
What do you do in that situation when he pushes you? You just being trained.
If that guy, exactly what that enforcer did, I'd fuck him up.
You would?
Yes.
No, but I mean, how would you do it?
I would choke him
You
out.
probably just choke him.
I would choke him
Just give him a little
unconscious.
squeeze.
I would just get his back and choke him unconscious.
Oh, you would?
And then look at his friend like, you next?
Or you grab him and just do one of these.
Yeah, just
be careful.
literally whatever I want.
Yeah.
You're not breaking his neck.
You just be careful.
No, I'm not gonna be careful. I'm gonna squeeze as far as I fucking can on his neck. You're not breaking any necks, man.
No. Just a doors or something. Just be
No,
careful.
I'm not gonna get him with a doors. But literally, name a fucking move. The guy's a fucking moron. And he's drunk as fuck. How does this buddy not go, man, that guy's really big, and he seems like he doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I mean, don't.
That guy goes, I'm telling you, man,
But
get
he
the
also,
fuck
I'll tell
out
you
of
how.
here.
Because some guys like that look a little fat because they're not training anymore, so they look like big fat guys. And you've been working out, you have some energy, so he looks a little fat. And you guys just a big fat guy. But you don't know that he's been using his body, and he's a professional NHL hockey player.
What he used to be. What kind of, how long did he play for, Jim?
And he's an enforcer.
You know how crazy those enforcers are? You know the anxiety those boys deal with?
Yeah, but they're also like crazy athletic. They're like, you can't. He's 6'2", 225 when he was playing. When he was playing.
He looks taller.
He's a big boy.
Every party has to fit on.
He's going to give you
Drafted in the 9th round.
If we look in the lower
He's
left
still a fucking NHL.
How long did he play for?
Crazy athletic.
Thomas, when he played 16, he played fucking 12 years.
Yeah, I mean, come on now. That's a whole different level of human being.
Yeah, that is what he's different levels. My favorite part is when he throws him in the pool.
It was essentially a very relaxed agenda that
You imagine somebody throwing him into the
Yeah,
swamp?
we can, because I do jujitsu and I box and I'm around big guys. I'm like, there are levels to the game. If you're a regular dude, you gotta know, especially if you don't train at all, you're gonna have a false sense of security. And there are guys that can really embarrass you. Really embarrass you.
See, he was punching that guy, like, for him to grab his fucking golf polo, hockey style, and then go, bang,
Yeah, no,
bang, bang.
Yeah. There you go.
You see those
You see how long his arms were?
fucking,
Yeah, look at there, yeah. What are you
that
gonna
other guy must have been small, too. He was small. Short, small, and hammered. Those short games and that few drinks, man. Especially up north. Canadian boys get wild.
Especially if you're just generally a shit.
On that video game, like, hey, dude.
but they didn't think that the country
I love how he kept coming back.
That's the weird thing. Like, did you see that black girl?
He gets thrown in the swamp, stumbles out of the swamp, and he gets back in his face, gets socked 3 times, then he gets back up. Can we talk about the chin on the moron, though?
And he didn't throw punches back. He just kept walking like this.
He did nothing.
Did you see these? There's a black woman who was slapping white guys, including old men. She was going, this is for, oppression and all that racism. And they were like regular guys, and she'd go whack and then stop and do a weird twerk. And then they're like 4 of those, and then the next thing you know, she's sitting there going, she's in the hospital, and this side of her face,
Some guy fucked her up.
well, she got she just punched really hard in the side of the head.
I have a feeling it's going to be hard to find this, but
Yeah, it's fine.
so
It's fine. It's
but
okay.
more extreme Israel, more
all right, what else you got, Jim?
Rampage Jackson, he's so funny with his son.
Yeah,
I love this shit with his son.
the fighter son?
Yeah, I love it.
No, this one's funny because Rampage, he's training with Bradley Barton. He's at Zoo Culture. He finds out he did steroids. He doesn't realize it. Watch this.
That clip of you on Ultimate Fighter when you're breaking the door, were you on Roy yet? I wasn't on really. I wouldn't say steroids, but I knew that bro, he is steroids. So it's not. They're not sort of steroid. No, it's not. It's a different molecule. That's what I'm saying. No, it's not. That's what I'm saying.
He did testosterone.
Testosterone is a steroid. Roids and steroids, it's all the same thing.
Bradley is daylight.
Look at how big Bradley is.
Oh, I love Bradley.
I just got swear.
Very much correlates
That clip of you
So man, I never did steroids. Testosterone, man. That's steroids. It's all a version of steroids.
I actually didn't know that.
Oh, yeah.
I thought testosterone was just testosterone. Steroids were testosterone derivatives. So deca anabolic.
They're derivatives, yeah. But they're all testosterone at the end of the day, just different types.
Right.
It's like, I don't eat beef, I only eat filet. Well, that's a type of beef. Yeah. Well, they told me if I ate whatever it is, T-bones and flank steak, that you'd have to eat that in order to have real beef. It's like, well, no, fillets.
So my buddy is a professional arm wrestler now, and he started out thin, like me, taller than me, a little bigger. Was a boxer. He started doing trend, and he came to my show, and I went, oh my God! He goes, yeah. He looks like literally he's probably put on 60 pounds. I'm not kidding.
Oh yeah.
Like I was like
Bloated though.
all of it.
Yeah. Yeah, some of that stuff you gotta be careful with, like tren and like some of the derivatives. You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Just puts on muscle so fast, so then you're constantly tearing.
Yeah. Trend. Probably not good.
I'm that hardcore shit, and they stack it. Like some guys do tren, deca, testosterone, IGF-1, HGH. Like this whole, they do a stack.
Enjoy that. I did a podcast with Mike Israetel. You know who he is? He's a great guy. He's got his PhD in physiology or whatever. He's fucking brilliant.
Like Israetel.
And he he was on the podcast. He goes, no, I'm at risk. You increase your risk of heart disease and cancer when you take, that guy. He's awesome. And he knows so much, and he doesn't take himself seriously.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that guy.
He's awesome. And he black belt jiu-jitsu. And he was talking about it. He goes, yeah, no, it's a risk. It's a trade-off. It's a trade-off that I'm taking.
Well, he's on all the gear.
Well, yeah, he's on all
That's
the
the difference.
He was talking though about how now they're in about maybe 2 or 3 years they're coming out with a peptide that's in stage 3 trials, human trials, where you're gonna be able to take a pill. And it basically because when steroids got totally stigmatized, the research kind of stopped in the 80s. They said now it's back, and now they're working on these different peptides to actually really grow muscle without the side effects, so it doesn't fuck with your endocrine system. They said they're very close.
You're talking about a pill that builds lean muscle?
Yes.
It's out.
It's out already.
It's out.
Brendan, I want to take a little break. All right, this is.
Ask me what I'm doing.
What are you doing right now?
I'm just wearing some True Classic.
Getting some white tees.
That's all I rock is the white tees.
Try those Pima cotton. You're not going to get better from cotton. I'm telling you right now. Put those on. You got a blazer, you want to wear a great t-shirt, try the Pima cotton. You cannot go wrong. You will be the classiest person walking through the door. Everything about them. This is the first day I'm not wearing True Classic. Just kidding. I'm wearing their underwear. I'm always wearing something by True Classic. Obviously, I'm not a great model. Obviously, it's not like, well, Brian Callen wears it, I'm going to copy him. But I'm telling you, when it comes to quality, when it comes to fit, when it comes to comfort, when it comes to durability, this is literally the only company.
I ordered a 3-bag, bro.
Target, Costco. You can do that. Go to trueclassic.com/fighter. The way Brendan just did.
Dude, forget overpriced designer brands. Ditch the disposable fast fashion. True Classic is for comfort, built to last, built to give back. We've been with these boys forever. We love our boy Ryan. We love True Classic. If you need a tee, I'm talking the essentials. There's none better than True Classic. Again, they're getting so big. They're at Target, Costco, or what I like to do is just head over to trueclassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today.
You see any pictures of me at the mothership doing stand-up, which you will pretty much every night, I'm always in True Classic. Always.
It's our
last night.
Always has been.
Yep. I don't know if you tried the Magic Mind Sleep Shot.
Dude, why do you think my skin looks like this?
Yeah, but it really is. It really does work. Try it. But it's not melatonin. Doesn't mess with your, it doesn't.
No grogginess.
Right.
No, that's stuff.
And I was talking to James, who's the creator of this whole company, about it. Because I was obsessed with Max, still am, right? When I said, I'm like, get me more Max. They ran out of it. They sold out. So it took me a while. I'm like, how long am I going to wait for this Max? And then he goes, you got to try the sleep formula. If you like Max, you got to try the sleep formula. I'm like, whatever. I tried that stuff, the magnesium, whatever was in it, I don't know. But there are certain compounds that they know scientifically will help you get a better, sleep. I don't know, ashwagandha and kava. I don't pay attention. I just know that he takes it, and now I take it, and it really, really does work.
Dude, I tried it once. My girl wants to start a new show, but I took one of these. Your boy falls asleep so fast on it.
And you stay asleep. And more importantly is you don't wake up groggy, man. You take when I was traveling, I took some sleep pill.
Oh, that's the worst.
Dude, you wake up, you're like, I'm on a mess. And I took half a pill. But you take this stuff and you don't feel any of that. And it's probably because it's just natural compounds. Because we know that there are certain natural compounds in combination that they take forever. These Magic Mind doesn't play around with that stuff.
We know the original Magic Mind's good, and then the Max is great. You know this stuff is good.
Yeah. But more importantly, the people that created this stuff, they take, and it's non-habit form, right? There's no melatonin. It's non-habit form. That's very important. One of the things about any sleep agent is it creates a habit. And so you don't want to mess around with it.
Become dependent on it. It's a huge problem. Then if you run out of it, you're like, oh, I want to do the anxiety.
You get a better overall sleep quality. It's pretty much what it is. And that's what's awesome about it. And you sleep more efficiently. Apparently you get better sleep cycles. I dream.
Sleeps everything.
Yes. So for me,
recovery, muscle building, all that stuff.
Max
It's diet, workout.
Max and the sleep performance shot. Forget it.
That's the best. Magic
Give it a
Mind.
shot. It's awesome. I love my friends. I keep getting texts. Does this really work? I'm like, yeah, that's why I talk about it. That's why I take it. So I can't recommend it highly enough. Magic Mind. Give it a shot. And thank me later. You'll sleep like a baby.
How funny is that? Rabbi.
Yeah, I love that.
It's great. He's making like a huge comeback too. He's kind of gone for a little while.
He's so great. He's so funny.
He's such a personality. Oh, he's so good. Yeah, he's the best.
He's hilarious.
So funny too.
It started too. I believe it started when he was on like he started like shining and
Drinking a lot.
yeah, and then you get on to a podcast. Yeah, he's got a podcast now.
Yeah,
tough guy.
Jackson.
He's always been awesome.
Great guy, but he had a huge personality. He was a fighter too. Just YouTube and social media wasn't as big, and now it's similar to Mighty Mouse. Like, these guys get second.
Yeah, that's so funny.
His son's a fighter.
Yeah, one of his sons is a fighter.
He's a vegan or something.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
It's so ironic, for exple, Hunter.
Yeah, Raj is a fighter.
He has a daughter too, super pretty.
Oh, yeah,
Like one of those Asian girls.
Black and Asian, yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlets to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants.
Alrighty, when's the last time you guys seen Vin Diesel?
I don't know why.
My son just got into fucking Fast and Furious. They can't get enough of it.
Divided.
The first one was probably the best because that's when import cars actually finally made it to the big screen.
Well, Too Fast, Too Furious is like Tokyo Drift, right?
I know that. Yeah, wasn't
Is that
that
the third one or second one?
I think it was the third, but I don't remember.
My youngest boss is super into
Want to go back and
Okay,
wipe
well, that's
out
cool.
some of these
So he's announcing something at a concert like the last Fast and Furious again, another one. But check him out.
The Russian Empire, of course,
Play a little bit of
collapses, and
this.
we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that. But it's
That's
divided into several countries. There is
Why is he stopping
Russia
cutoff? Why would he do that?
which is basically
Because he
pushed
doesn't.
back
He actually
significantly towards the
He
east
actually rubbed his
because
belly
it's
till he
where
walked out.
the front lines
Dude,
of
common
the
sense.
German army
Someone
was
said he needs to
over
start
the
fasting furiously.
west of those front lines, you have
I live my life.
Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states.
Why is he so fat?
I don't know, because he can always have that
Hair.
Ukraine
He doesn't care. And by the way, just because you're rich doesn't mean you're not depressed. If you don't start eating a lot, there's a lot of shit.
who are on the Polish side of
That's gotta watch out.
Married, kids, rich as fuck.
Ukrainians who are on
He
the
just said there's
Russian
going to be a new
side
Fast and Furious out, and he's going to bring back
Soviet
Brian.
So
So, you
there's
know,
a
obviously,
tremendous
Paul
amount
passed away, so somehow they're probably going to
dissatisfaction
CGI or
on the
AI or
users of
something.
World War I.
Yeah,
I fell off their train like after the third Fast and Furious.
Never saw one of them.
Really, the first one's fantastic.
It's not for everyone. Yeah, it's not for everyone.
So Russia
So much
is
fiction
extremely
that-
complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make
It's
this as
dumb.
simple as possible.
It's actually
Is that Tyson guy okay? Remember he had
is
the
that there were actually
breakdown?
two
Tyson.
revolutions
Cass
in
is having
Russia,
a tough time.
separated by
Walker
a few
died in
months.
the car.
They both
Yeah.
occurred
Vin Diesel's
in the
fat
year
as shit.
1917.
Tyrese.
Although
Oh,
the
Tyrese.
months of
He's
this
just like
occurred
Tyrese.
depends on where you were standing
Alright.
at the
Not
time.
great.
they
Yeah, not
occurred.
great. You
The
know?
reason why this is so is because
He had like a
it was
weird
only in
meltdown, but then he was like
1918
completely
that
lucid
the
afterwards.
communists
So I don't know if it was just like
officially
drugs.
adopted
moment,
the
you know,
Gregorian calendar that is currently in use
Yeah, something like that.
in
Something's
Western
going on
Europe
there.
and America.
But the Vin Diesel's
Uh,
quietly
prior to
becoming
that,
a
they were using the
Fields,
Julian
all
calendar.
of that's the
Which
future of the ride
is
at
not
Universal.
having
All that
any
shit is
operation
Vin
of
Diesel.
weekdays,
He's
like
paid
in
from that.
February
He's
of
insanely rich
1918.
and insanely
So
famous,
that meant
so he became
that
weird.
quite
I mean, he was
literally,
always
Russia
one of the
was
favorite colors
11 days
Instagram. What's his latest? Is he still
left
posting all the
in
time?
their calendar.
Oh, you got it right. Yeah, of course.
At,
But he didn't post
at
posting
Russian
all over the
sources, for
lollipop.
example, that were written at that time.
Is there a video?
Referred to
No,
the
it's just what's the
February
caption?
Revolution because in Russia
Sergeant
it
Theo?
occurred in February. But if you were
Okay.
standing in New York
Get out of
City
here.
when the revolution occurred, it would have been
That's not much.
We need a
So
video.
let's just say there was a spring revolution.
I think he was getting
And
so
it
roasted
occurred,
for the videos, he's
it
decided
began
to just
really
do
in
pictures lately.
Petrograd. There's more to the
Mom, I think,
story
was Jewish and
about
his
this
dad
stuff,
was
but
black.
it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was in fact. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100 years ago. It was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they thought that sounded too German. The word is a German suffix in the city. So the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant
That's a lot of nose, man.
it happened to occur
This class is really bring out your nose,
Women's
brother.
Day, which is March 8th.
Is that a funhouse mirror?
It's actually a very important
All I see is a nose. I don't even know what I
day
can't even concentrate.
even to this day.
Is this the Pinocchio angle?
The Soviet regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or something like that. It's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring
Really
for the
smooth
government
faced
to do
here. I mean, I
something
just
about the
can't
tremendous
stop looking at your
food
nose.
shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, for 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they
It's
don't
one
have
of those
enough bullets, they say,
it's one of those trail cams
first,
where the
right?
baby
Like,
rhino
imagine
comes
you're
up
going
and
up
he's
against
like,
an enemy, and you can't fire. You have
I want to
use
squeeze his
the
baby rhino.
bayonet.
He's
Get really close to
literally the
it. They
greatest
have
thing
machine
on.
guns,
That's
and
so
it's
spot on.
a disaster.
He looks like a baby
there's
rhino.
this
Look at baby rhino. That
protest
is the
in
greatest
Petrograd,
comparison ever.
and according to some
Just
news
post
accounts,
a picture of
a
him and a
woman
baby
took a
rhino.
brick and threw
I
it
mean,
through a
he's
bakery
more normal
window.
there. How much
Everyone
younger
rushed
he
in
is.
to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political
you guys are
overtones,
Jake
and
Cohen worth $1
ultimately,
billion.
within a very short
I'm
period
on
of
Fast
time,
and Furious
the
11.
Tsar's palace was
And he can
overrun.
lose
The
weight,
Tsar
get
and his
back to
family
being
were arrested.
Don't get him on the
He was
Hollywood diet.
assassinated
You
later,
know, Ozempic.
and
Use that tummy.
the Romanov dynasty that
Okay,
has
so
stood for hundreds of years
our very own
fell
AG
in early
told us that
1970s.
this thing.
What happens
Look at how this
immediately
guy,
after that
dude. This,
is
so he was saying
Russia
how right,
becomes
yeah, he looks just like Brian.
This is
the
my gay
Russian
brother.
Empire becomes a sort of
25
provisional democracy, and it's
Okay,
run
okay,
by
so
this
let's see what
individual,
happens.
Alexander
Because it hurts too much.
They call themselves the provisional
where would you come
government,
at?
and the whole idea
I mean, this is
that
a
was that
stranger.
they wanted
This is
to
a conversation
establish
between two strangers.
a modern
It's
form of
wise.
This
democracy.
is how every, by the way, every straight guy wants to talk like this.
massive elections
But women
all
put the
over
brakes
the
on it.
Russian
They do.
Empire,
We're like, what are
and
you
they're
talking? I
going
mean,
to
Exactly. Then we go, that's fine. This guy is an
this
animal.
constituent assembly would then,
Straight guy would love to meet a girl and be like, I'd love to come inside of you.
Kerensky was widely
He's not
admired by
allowed.
the Jewish
You can't
population
talk
because
like that
one of the
to a
very
woman.
first
No, and the women
in
that
his
would be
role
open
as
to
the
that.
leader of this
Well, there's
provisional
a few you
government
can say it
to
too, but they're not
abolish
exactly.
the hated
Bring
ale
her
of
home
settlement.
to me.
Here you can see a map
Not
of the
the
ale of
No.
settlement
Yeah, I'd come
from
inside of that.
Encyclopedia Britannica. It was
How
hated
long
by
would you last?
Jews in the 20th century because it placed
You have
all
so
kinds of
many people that kind of,
restrictions
you know,
on Jewish
doesn't
activities,
exactly look like it, but there's
commercial
some that are
activities,
similar.
traveling,
They look like
education,
Callan.
you name it.
Yeah, it's
And
kind of
Jews were
wild.
clamoring to have equal rights.
It's because
They
I
wanted
have
to be able
every
to,
man's face, okay?
free themselves from the
Because
ale
I'm a
settlement.
medium white guy. Yeah,
Kerensky abolished this highly
they just be
discriminatory
getting like
restriction
guys.
on residents, Here, by the
Outside
way, you can
voice.
see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of
Okay,
the
have you seen this
density of
shoplifter who first of all stole sunglasses, posted about it on social media, and then eventually the security went after him, and he jumped off the balcony from the seventh floor
He makes a good choice.
into an ice rink.
On the other
I'm going
hand,
to talk to you about your choices.
Like, just eat shit on the ice? I'll show you.
to doing this
was
properly.
This was a viral video, but
down to its knees. Because
I can't
by
find the original
pushing
video.
out
Here's the video.
all really important discussions, like for example,
So people recorded
should
him.
we
He's going to be
fight
right
this
here.
war? And what are we
He's
going to
gonna
do
jump.
about land reallocation?
Oh, he broke
And
all
what
four
about
minutes.
peasants and their demands? And what about the urban
Oh,
workers?
Lord.
And
Oh,
they
trying to
basically
pick up his legs.
anything
Oh,
until they had
no.
the Constitutional
Oh,
Assembly
no.
by constantly pushing it off and
And then
pushing it
look
off
what he does
until
after this.
that time when
That
it
guy's
was
nice on the ice.
constituted, the
Oh,
communists
no,
were
that
able to
is
take
so
advantage and ultimately undermine
He's just on his phone.
the genius behind all
He's
this
like, do you
was
know?
Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown
He
here,
broke his
And I can't tell, but
who was
that
really
looks
quite
like
a destabilizing
He broke
force
his
in
legs.
Russia.
Yeah, with action.
You know what? Let him go. That's punishment enough.
In February, March.
Let him just.
Yeah, leave him there for like an hour and then get him going.
Well, he's on the ice, so he's icing his fucking broken limbs. But
But at least he's on Instagram Live.
yeah, he doesn't sound right.
Shows
No, of course not.
Fucking ridiculous.
Hey, did you have fun?
there with his characteristic
Wow.
soft cap, and he's
This
getting
is
rid
what's
of
upsetting
all
to me.
of the
Ricky Hatton,
negative
he's
classes.
now out of retirement. He's boxing in December. He had a 3-year, or sorry, 13-year retirement.
Clergy at the bottom.
He's
And
younger
you
than
can
me.
see also
He's
what
46.
looks like a
Whoa,
monopoly.
is it
This
for
is
charity or is it one of
early
those?
20th century.
Yeah,
Is he fighting another legit boxer or is it like an influencer shit? I forgot the name of it. It's a point, but I can look it up.
Bag with money. And quite often, not in this
But it's
particular
for,
example,
once
but
again,
quite
not
often
here.
the
Never mind.
capitalist is
Yikes.
not so thinly veiled disguised
Well,
for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist
I mean,
that's portrayed.
Do you guys really care who's fighting?
The communists, however,
No,
were
it's just all
unusually
bummer.
strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time,
Alrighty,
especially in
Jen,
comparison
I
to
think
their
that should be
rivals
about it,
like
yeah.
the
Alright,
white
kids,
Russian
one last
movement,
one. I thought this was funny.
monarchist movement,
This is the Asian version of
anarchists and so
Friends.
on, but we'll get to that in a
That's me
minute.
on the top
At
left.
any rate,
Yeah, and by the
over
way, he didn't
course
change
of
it all.
a few months in 1917,
No,
Lenin
he's
was
still
able
Big
to
Shrimmer
mobilize
to him.
Yeah,
a
Big Shrimmer did not
wide-ranging
change.
network of Soviets,
That's really
which
good.
means basically councils,
There you
and
go.
these are like sort of local
Jennifer Aniston, that is
groups of
Beautiful.
leaders who
So
are
great.
motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves.
Alpha,
And you have
go
Soviets
to Georgia.
with factories,
Healing Comic
Soviets
Cup,
in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able
25, 26,
to take
27,
over
right?
and
There it
disband
is.
the Constituent
See
Assembly
there?
and proclaim the Union
Charleston, North South
of
Carolina,
Soviet
August 1 and 2.
Socialist
Alright, kids,
Republics. the
that's it.
USSR.
TRX has 2 days left for the
That's
July
ultimately
4th sale, so you have 2 days when this comes out, right a day left.
in Russia.
So make sure you go head on over to DriveFastAllGas.com. New merch, Methylene Blue, we got it all. 18 by automatically enters you to win this badass TRX, fully custom, one of one, over $50,000 in mods and upgrades, and then $10,000 cash. That's how we roll. DriveFastAllGas.com. Alright, kids, love ya. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
Sometimes they may have.
Listen, guys, sometimes you're feeling sluggish during the day. All right, struggling in the gym. Maybe not you're quite feeling yourself. Well, guess what? With Joy Mode, you can level up with their testosterone support complex. Dubbed by Men's Journal as the ultimate manliness multivitamin. It's an all-natural powerhouse designed to help you reclaim your energy, confidence, and edge so you can crush your day, your workouts, and whatever life throws your way. Testosterone isn't just about muscle mass or libido. It's the fuel behind your energy, stamina, confidence, and overall vitality. So if you are feeling off your game, this is your chance to take control. Give your body the support it deserves. Joy Mode's testosterone support complex is packed with clinically proven ingredients like ashwagandha, TIN,
They are about to
and
slaughter
boron.
the Russian monarchy there, representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. The idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to whose references, and Northfield is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's like all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I talk about. Thank you very much.
Conspiracy theories surrounding this technology, but he wasn't ready for what happened in the past week. After the catastrophic floods that hit Texas, killed more than 100 people, nearly twice that missing, he said it has been nonstop pandemonium with people blaming companies like his, and his company actually specifically, for what happened. His company is named Rainmaker, and Rainmaker is picking up steam when it comes to the steam of hate online. A lot of posts across social media that suggest the floods there in Kerr County, Texas, were a human-made disaster. And it's not just rumors. It is an array of influencers, known influencers, media personalities, elected officials, Marjorie Taylor Greene being one of them, and other prominent figures. Former Trump advisor Michael Flynn is in on this. They're all raising the possibility that cloud seeding operations like Rainmakers may have caused, or at least exacerbated, those historic deluge conditions. Atmospheric scientists will tell you that's impossible. But in the realm of conspiracy theories, who wants to talk to a scientist? Cloud seeding, if you're unfamiliar, is when planes will scatter dust particles through clouds to trigger rain and snow. It is what they call a fledgling technology, despite being around since the 40s. And you're not going to get the 15 inches of rain that drowned South Central Texas over the 4th of July weekend by just cloud seeding alone. That's really impossible, even if you are a theorist when it comes to this type of technology. Bob Robert is at the University of Illinois, and he's an atmospheric science emeritus professor. He studied this technology for many years. He says the amount of energy involved in making storms like that, like the one we saw in Texas, is astronomical compared to anything you can do with cloud seeding. But that hasn't stopped people from talking about it. Part of the reason is human nature. As soon as a crisis happens, before it's even over, we start wanting to point the finger. We don't even wait till Monday morning to be the quarterback. We start pointing the finger in the first quarter sometimes. We like to blame somebody. We have to make disasters make sense in our minds. That's part of being a human, making everything make sense in our lives. Why did this happen? Well, it's because of this. Why is there traffic here? Oh, it's because of the road construction going on. If there's no road construction, how much time do you spend thinking, why the hell was that traffic jam? Why did that happen? What is it? Because 5 lanes went to 3 lanes? What is it, a merging problem? People not know how to merge? I mean, we get obsessed with things that we can't explain. So that's why we're always looking for someone to blame during a crisis, whether in this case it's the weather service, the lack of funds to the weather service, the warning system, the lack of a warning system. Somebody's always going to get blamed for an unexpected tragedy in the face of a disaster. And so now we've reached the conspiracy theory is the culprit chapter of this. We do know this much is true. On the afternoon of July 2nd, it is rooted. It's not just hysterics for the sake of hysterics. It is rooted in something. On the afternoon of July 2nd, a single-engine plane operated by Rainmaker, which is based in El Segundo, by the way, flew on a cloud seeding job over Texas. about 100 miles southeast, 100 miles southeast of Kerr County, was an actual cloud seeding operation 2 days before this happened. Over the course of 20 minutes, it released about 70 grams of silver iodide into a pair of clouds. And the mission was followed by a modest drizzle, dropped less than a half a centimeter of rain over the parched fields below. This was part of a deal that was done through a government agency in Texas. We'll talk about why people think that cloud seeding operation is to blame and the science behind it, and does the math add up? Gary and Shannon will continue. Heather Brooker has the news. Here's the latest. SoCal's first major heat wave of the summer is here. Temperatures are going to be hitting the 90s and triple digits throughout the rest of today. Cool off ever so slightly tomorrow. A Las Vegas man is facing felony child abuse charges after his 3-year-old relative overdosed on fentanyl during a Newport Beach trip. Prosecutors say the boy found the drugs in the man's bag and had to be revived with Narcan. And in purse news, I love this story. The original Birkin bag that Hermes had made for actor and singer Jane Birkin has sold at auction in Paris for over $8 million. Ooh, give me one of those bags. All right, we're going to check the 5 when we come back. American Vision Windows. I am a repeat customer at American Vision Windows because I like the way they treated me the first go around. When we first moved into our home, we had those original old aluminum windows that did nothing when it came to keeping the heat out, the kind of heat we're going to see today, right? I was constantly running the air conditioner, and that was just not going to be a tenable situation. It was going to cost way too much if I was going to have to run it the way that I was running it the first month there in June when we moved in. So called American Vision Windows, they came in and put in their dual-pane energy efficient windows, and the difference is night and day. They do such a great job of keeping the heat out. Right now, American Vision Windows is celebrating America. So this is very clever. This July, take $17.76 off your project. Or you can finance a full home of windows, just $177.60 a month. People make all the difference, and American Vision Windows knocks it out of the park when it comes to treating you right. 888-785-5713. That is the number. 888-785-5713, or go to AmericanVisionWindows.com. Unapproved credit, minimum of 6 windows. Offer expires 7/31/25. CSLB number 7778-326. Southland weather from KFI. It's going to be hot today. Lows in the 90s and triple digits across a lot of the valleys and in Metro LA and OC. This report is brought to you by opiolaw.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more of the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Let's go to a crash on the 5 in Boyle Heights.
5 freeway southbound right before Cesar Chavez. 3 right lanes are now blocked with this overturned big rig that's on its side. Trying to get that thing up and out of there, as well as another vehicle. Traffic still stopped all the way back from Atwater Village on the southbound side of the 5. Yes, the 101 is a little bit better if you can get over there right before the 110 would be ideal. But the southbound side of the 101 looks better headed into the East LA interchange than the 5 does, certainly. Although the 101 is pretty slow, starting at about, beneath the brakes, looks like just about Western Avenue on the southbound side. So that's kind of a rough one as well. Some other things going on. DeVore still this nasty slowdown because of the work zone. 215 southbound from Palm Avenue down to Kendall Drive. The right lane shut down and big delays back from the 15. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Will Colschreiber.
You've got enough for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather? Search and change. Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio, the free iHeartRadio app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? Trying to catch me riding dirty? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road tripping experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app. Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio.
Show on ESPN. Turn the show on. Really? Come on, man. That is weak. That's the reason that LeBron didn't win. Is because it was debate sports talk show, or because some guy.
But for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made them, Godfather's prospects for success were far.
Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Same old phone? It's
Oh, really? That was your closest male friend?
Unexpected, but over a period of time, we just got closer and closer and closer, you know, very brotherly. And the last public appearance Emmanuel ever made was my wedding in September of 2012. And that night, wedding was at our house in Del Mar, California. That night, his girlfriend came to me and said, "We have to leave early. Emmanuel's having stomach pains." He was in oncology by the next week. He was gone by 3 weeks later. So, very touching to me and, you know, deeply symbolic of my love for him and thus the Kronk Cat.
Yeah, what a classic Jim. And he was one of the first guys to realize, like, if you crank the heat up, it actually gives guys better conditioning.
He realized a lot of things.
Yeah.
Emmanuel was a genius in a lot of ways. And there were a lot of sort of time-honored rules and techniques in boxing that he quietly upended.
Yes.
Because he was more advanced in his point of view and thought process.
And then everybody else sort of followed his lead.
Once they understood what he was doing.
Yeah.
Once if you saw the McCrorys and Tommy and those guys, why wouldn't you imitate, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, he was...
And he did it at both the amateur and pro level, too.
Mhm.
You know, so...
And he was always fantastic, too, as a commentator, because he would give insight that you're really not going to get from someone that's not, like, with these fighters day in, day out through an entire camp. He really
But when
understood
you consider the privilege I had, the expert commentators I work with, starting with Ray,
Yes.
that's one perspective. Then gravitating through George Foreman and Roy Jones. Emmanuel's in there.
Yes.
To me, he was the best. I agree with you. The public responded more to Roy and Ray.
Of course.
You know,
Famous guys.
because of their stardom,
Yes.
et cetera. But
And they were really good, too.
and they were good. But Emmanuel taught me more, you know, because he was totally well-rounded
Yeah.
as a human being as well as a boxing trainer.
I was very pleased to hear you back on the microphone for that Times Square event.
Thank you.
Because it had been so long.
6+ years.
God, I was like, that's crazy. It didn't make any sense. You were the best in the business. HBO was the best in the business. And when they stepped away from boxing, I was really heartbroken.
Well, if you look at what happened, we go from a situation where the television networks have the authority and the self-belief to choose the commentators the way they want to.
Yeah.
Then you get into a more subdivided and widely disparate marketplace. And now the star promoters have a great deal more influence than you would have thought before. And now the star promoters start getting involved in influencing who's on the air. So BBC, Mayweather was never a fan. We got along, but he
What was the famous thing with Larry?
Well, and I guess he associated me with Larry, which makes all the sense in the world.
Kind of, but you weren't nearly as critical.
I was just a blow-by-blow guy.
Right.
I'm not an expert commentator.
Right.
So I tried very hard, not always easy, but I tried very hard never to go over the line into doing what the experts were supposed to do.
Right. No, you were excellent at that. It didn't make any sense to me that, and Kellerman, he's also excellent. That's another guy we should.
And now he's back.
Yes, it's nice. And Andre Ward, who's another excellent guy.
Totally.
It just, the good thing about boxing was that HBO was completely independent from these promoters.
And the bad thing about boxing is that the fighters don't get paid as much on the undercard fights and don't get paid as much coming up, as is the case in the more broadly organized UFC universe, right?
Yeah, there is a difference. Yeah, there's a giant difference in the undercard pay. But
I learned that from Joe Rogan.
Yeah. Well, the UFC treats the entire card as an enormous event. So they have elite fighters fight in the entire card. It's not top heavy. Like, one of the problems with boxing is you would just say, when's the main event? When is Canelo fighting? And the other stuff is just nonsense. Whereas the UFC, you look at it like, oh, look who's fighting first fight of pay-per-view. There's 5 fights on pay-per-view. First fight of pay-per-view is a banger. And the seats are packed and everybody's excited to see it. Whereas everybody starts shuffling in about 20 minutes before Canelo fights in one of these big boxing events. And that, I think, is kind of unfortunate.
I totally agree.
And a little bit short-sighted.
And I accede to your point of view because, and I've made this point before, I'm not a UFC expert. Any comment I make about UFC is atmospheric, but it's not expertly informed. I didn't have the bandwidth for that. I was trying to be knowledgeable about every single tributary and every single meaningless pocket in the boxing world. And
that's a lot.
That's a lot.
It's a lot to follow.
It took time. And frankly, I decided it would be distracting to me to try to keep up with 2 combat sports at once.
Right.
This is the one where I make my living. This is the one where the audience identifies me. This is the one that's on HBO.
Yes.
And I know that Dana, in particular, is said by some to have been quite upset that he had a deal with HBO and the deal with HBO went away. If that's the case, and I don't know, I'm very sorry to hear it, because I think it would have been good for both if UFC had been on HBO.
I think so as well. I mean, HBO at that time was the premier network for combat sports. The work that you guys had done in boxing was the top of the food chain. It was the best.
Well, Larry Merchant, Ray Leonard, George Foreman, Roy Jones,
it's also the
Emmanuel
production.
Stewart.
Everything was on point. It was just so well honed.
Good production.
Yes, it was just a well polished machine. One of the issues is they wanted to replace the commentators. HBO did.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, so if we came over there, I wouldn't go over there as well.
So yeah, because HBO is always about their own producer autonomy.
Yes. So they wanted to have
We don't
control.
want anybody telling us what to do.
Exactly.
Right.
The problem with that is in mixed martial arts, there's a very small pool of people who have a deep understanding of the entire history of the sport.
Yep.
You can't just hire a regular sports guy to take that part. They're not going to be able to get it.
Well, going back to the developmental stages, and I try very hard not to use the word unique. It's massively overused in American society. Sports media have beaten it to death. It means only one like this on the whole planet. But you were unique in those days because you had the full knowledge of UFC and you also knew some stuff about boxing. So I think you were not just unusual, but unique.
Well, all I was doing was just following my interests, and I've always been a huge boxing fan. From the time I was a child.
Do you remember what your first fight was?
The first fight I watched, my parents watched it, which was crazy because my parents were hippies. And they were really interested in Ali's rematch with Leon Spinks. Because
New Orleans.
Yeah, when Leon had beat Muhammad Ali, because Muhammad Ali was a cultural icon as much as he was a sports figure.
Oh yeah,
and
I mean, like multiply that by 100, to get to where he was.
He was very, very unique, and his opposition to the Vietnam War made him a hero to many Americans.
Well, I always say, he was my childhood hero. And he was my childhood hero as Cassius Clay. The very first live prize fight I ever attended was Cassius Clay versus Sonny Liston, February 25, 1964, in Miami Beach.
Oh, you were there for the first fight.
I saved lawn mowing and car washing money for months to buy a ticket that in my memory was $100, but I don't really know for sure what the cost of that ticket was. I didn't save it. It would be worth millions now. My mother took me over from our crappy Southwest Miami tract house rental and dropped me off at the Miami Beach Convention Center, and then came and picked me up afterward. And I went in alone. And that was the first live.
How old were you?
I was 14. 14. It was the first live prize fight I had ever attended. It was all about my hero worship for Cassius Clay.
Yeah.
2 days later, he stands on Brickell Avenue in Miami and tells two reporters that he's a follower of the Nation of Islam, and now his name is Muhammad Ali. And I'm in shock. Okay, what do you mean? You're Cassius Clay. You can't.
Right.
And so nowadays I say the lesson he taught me then was a man's identity is his own.
Yeah.
And it does not matter how much I love him or cherish him or feel connected to him. He has the right to say who he is. I mean, back in those days, Islam? What is that?
Right.
You know, I had no clue. But, you know, he got over with me on that when I understood it was his right. Then he taught me my stance on the Vietnam War. My mother was double widow of two United States military heroes. I grew up with a basement filled to the gills with memorabilia from their tours of duty as B-20, B-17, B-24, and B-29 pilots in World War II. So there was nationalistic and patriotic material all over my household.
Wow.
And when Ali said what he said about about Vietnam, that moved the meter for me in that regard. And I understood. And eventually my mother said, you'll go to Canada before I'll ever allow you to accede to being drafted into the army and going to Vietnam, because her thought was that it was a pointless war.
Yeah, she was correct. Yeah.
She was right.
Yeah, and they took 3 years of his prime. That's what's crazy. I always point to the Cleveland Big Cat Williams fight.
That was his best.
Yes.
You're totally right. That was his number one performance, and he was never 100% the same after that. But he still had his mind.
Yes, but he didn't train for 3 years. That's part of the problem.
Of course.
And, you know, at 30 years old, in that day and age, it was just a different world. Like, you don't train for 3 years.
Not as much knowledge of nutrition.
Right.
Not as much knowledge of training techniques,
Yeah.
you know. The old-fashioned stuff in Deer Lake, Pennsylvania, not the same as no hyperbaric chamber,
Right.
et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, they just robbed him. They robbed us too, because he came back and he's a different fighter then. He was much more easy to hit, and he became, he relied on his chin more, and he didn't have the fleet of foot movement that he had before then.
But he found a way to rise to the top.
Yes,
again.
he did. Wow,
Yeah.
the championship mind was always there.
That's
God,
100% correct.
But as a fan of boxing, it drives me crazy. Could you imagine what we could have seen in those 3 years if Ali had never been robbed, never took his title away, and allowed him to fight all those guys like Joe Frazier, George Foreman, all those guys with keeping the same skills that he had when he was younger.
And I think you're 100% correct, Joe. But isn't it, in a perverse way, a part of his mystique?
Yes.
The fact that he was able to come back from those 3.5 years off, the fact that he was able to rise to the top again, the fact that he was able to beat Foreman the way he beat Foreman, and beat Frazier in the third fight in the kind of fight you would never have imagined him being in.
Right.
All these things combine to create the unique mystique of Muhammad Ali.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And then also the tragic ending, the staying in too long, too many beatings, the seeing him at the end of his life was just so horrible, and we all know that was trauma induced. We all know that. And it was just sad to see.
We haven't seen that yet in MMA, right?
No, not quite. But you're seeing some damage. You're seeing some guys that are really struggling. You know, they're not as public, so you're not seeing it from a George St. Pierre or someone like that. George is one of the very unique former champions who has all of his wits, his faculties, retired as champion, very healthy.
Roy Jones
is a good example. Yeah. And Roy famously, after Gerald McClellan was hurt in the Nigel Benn fight, he was really concerned because Gerald McClellan was the guy that a lot of people thought was a giant threat to Roy.
For a long period of time when Roy and I were working together, he was providing helpful financial support to McClellan's sisters who were caring for Gerald and, keeping them alive on a daily basis. I think in Illinois or Ohio, someplace like that. But, Roy loved all other fighters, and he did what he could to help with McClellan.
I know that loss that McClellan had and the subsequent medical issues, the stroke and the aneurysm, all that stuff really disturbed Roy and made him think, about getting out early.
100%. Yeah, because Roy was nothing if not smart.
Right.
Roy was brilliant, okay? And Roy very assertively fought in a style that would limit harm. He didn't want to get hurt.
His gifts. I mean, what a guy. Like, who else in recent memory
there's
led
heavyweight
with
boxing
left
and then
hooks?
there's weight class boxing. Ali is the unique physical specimen in heavyweight boxing.
Right.
Roy is the unique physical specimen in weight class boxing.
Right.
Right. And
so much so that he actually won the heavyweight title.
Well,
which is crazy.
Exactly right. Whatever he wanted to do, if he put his mind to it, he could do that. And a part of the ongoing cliche was he could play any sport. He could be great in football, basketball, baseball, et cetera, et cetera. And of course, he did go through the theatrics of playing a basketball game on the same day that he fought a fight.
Which was so crazy.
It was insane.
It was so crazy.
But his talent was insane.
But he's also he was just showing people, he was kind of playing with his food. He's like, I'm going to play a basketball game and then go and easily win a fight same night.
It's interesting you use the phrase playing with his food. And I like it. Roy liked to play with his food.
Get to a certain level.
Sometimes you do things because you can.
Right.
He knew what he could do.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I mean, his speed was so preposterous. When he would forego the jab to lead with left hooks, which was just so crazy.
When he stood against the ropes in Miami against Glenn Kelly and put both hands behind his back and made Kelly miss, and then hit him with one straight hand and knocked him out.
Yes.
That's Roy Jones.
Oh, it was incredible. How about the Vinny Pazienza fight when he didn't get hit for the entire round? The only round in CompuBox history where someone never got hit.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
And I was with Roy at the International Boxing Hall of Fame induction ceremony a few weeks ago, and we were talking about exactly that. We were, talking about Pazienza, and I said, "Is he the guy that you shut out for a round?" And he said, "Yeah." And I did it just because I wanted to do it.
This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Ditch the weak coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is bold, fresh, and roasted right here in the USA. No bitter aftertaste, no BS. They've got it all. Whole bean, ground, K-cups, ready to drink, even killer merch that doesn't suck. Every order supports veterans and first responders, so your caffeine fix actually does some good. Hit up blackriflecoffee.com/Joe Rogan. Use the code Rogan, get 30% off. Black Rifle Coffee, America's coffee. Yeah, well, he was just so far above so many of the guys that he fought. They just had no business being in there.
That he had to create competition by doing stuff like
that. He had to have fun.
Yeah.
He had to play with his food.
Well said.
Yeah, no, he was spectacular. He was one of those guys that's a unique once-in-a-lifetime talent. That, unfortunately, though, his mistake was going up to heavyweight and then trying to go down to 175, which is unbelievably grueling. Because when he was 200 pounds at heavyweight, he was 200 lean, muscular, fast pounds. That was not like fat to lose. And so to starve himself to get down to 175, he was diminished. And you saw that in the Tarver fight.
I'm not here to feather your nest, but you're brilliant. That's 100% correct.
Yeah, he lamented it
afterward because he understood how he had penalized himself in that way.
25 pounds is so much weight to lose.
Well,
Lean muscle mass.
and you made the point. When it's muscle, if it's fat,
right,
you can go into the steam room and sweat it off.
Right.
But once it's muscle,
Yeah.
it's there, you know, and it's a part of the structure. It's a part of the building.
Yeah.
Now how are you going to rip it out? You know,
Not only that, it diminishes his endurance. It diminishes durability. Gets compromised because you can't take a punch as well because you cut so much weight.
it gets to his confidence.
Yeah.
And his confidence was unshakable.
Right.
You know,
It's everything.
Yeah.
Like when you go into the fight fatigued, you're feeling fatigued. And then you've got a guy like Tarver who's infinitely talented and has legitimate knockout power and is talking shit to you.
Right.
But right before the fight, got any excuses tonight, Roy? Remember that? And then he knocks him out. Like, holy shit.
With a brilliant straight left hand against the ropes, I can see it in my mind.
And
Yeah.
then the
And you know, I just
Johnson
worked
fight
with
after
Tarver
that.
a few weeks ago when you mentioned the Times Square card.
Yes.
And Tarver was my expert commentator on the
Yes.
Times Square card. So energetic.
Yeah, Tarver's great.
So lively.
Yeah.
Really good. Yeah, I was thrilled. I
And
thought he was
he's
great.
another guy that with his boxing skill went all the way up to heavyweight because he was just so much better than him.
Well, how many southpaw heavyweights?
Right. Very few. Michael Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was southpaw. But again,
Who
another
won the championship
another light heavyweight
and
who
lost
went up.
it to my man.
George Foreman, that one punch. Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that's the title of my book. Thank you so much, George. Because you know the reason why my book is titled "It Happened,"
Why?
where I came up with "It Happened." So he was the expert commentator in the weeks leading to his fight with Moore. He and I together had called Moore against Holyfield when Moore won the championship. And in the weeks before he fought Moore, I would pull him aside at crew meals and fighter meetings and other occasions when I could get a minute with him. 3-4 times I asked him, George, how are you going to beat Moore? He's a southpaw. He's a mover. He has great feet. Holyfield couldn't find him. Holyfield was much faster than you. And every time I said it, George would fix me with that implacable George Foreman gaze and say, Jim, you watch. There will come a moment late in the fight. He will come and stand in front of me and let me knock him out. Always the same words. He will come and stand in front of me and let me knock him out.
Wow.
So now as Moore is on the canvas, and Joe Cortez is 6th, 7th, 8th, and I'm thinking, what am I going to say about this? How in the world do you establish this without being self-glorifying? You know, I've got to say something that's meaningful, but I want it to be about him.
Yeah.
And I thought about what he had said to me. And what came out spontaneously was, it happened. It happened.
Yeah.
It's really me talking to George, saying to him, okay, I get it. You told me it was going to happen, and it happened.
Well, do you remember when George came back and he was 300 pounds and everybody was laughing at him? And he was in his late 30s, I believe. Was he 34, 35?
Something like that.
When he made his comeback, he hadn't fought in 10 years. Everyone dismissed him. Like, what is he doing? He was very overweight.
And he started the Bum of the Month tour.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, and that's not a fair way to say it. They weren't bums, but they were people that he knew he could beat.
Yes.
To build a dossier toward what he really wanted.
And get in shape.
Yeah.
And no one believed in him. No one. I remember me, as a boxing fan, watching that comeback, being sad. Like, oh, George Foreman's coming back, and he's all fat now. This is sad.
Well, I'm sure you've known a lot of people like this, Joe. You want to see George do something? Tell him he can't do it.
Right. Right.
Challenge his will, you know, because he's a self-constructed person. You're talking about a guy who, as a teenager, 17 or 18 years old, says to himself, I want to get out of the 5th Ward of Houston. I don't want this life as a gangster or a laborer or whatever I'm going to get by living in the 5th Ward of Houston. I want something else. So he goes to the Job Corps in Hayward, California, and enrolls in the Job Corps. And that's where he learned to box. That's what set him up a year and a half later to win his Olympic gold medal in Mexico City. And then go on to his storied professional boxing career. But, you know, he was in his own mind proving he could do something that other people didn't think he could do, even at that point. He told me that when he first got to Hayward, he befriended one of the other people in the Job Corps who was a white kid. And he said, you know, they're talking about things that they like, and the guy talks about Bob Dylan, how much he likes Bob Dylan. So George got the first 2 or 3 Bob Dylan albums and listened, wanted to hear what this is all about, and absorbed the lyrics and paid attention. And when George told me this story, I said, George, you, Bob Dylan? You know, how am I supposed to process all this? And he began quoting lyrics for me.
Wow.
Okay? From Blowing in the Wind, from Don't Think Twice, It's All Right, etc. From early Bob Dylan songs. Yes, he knew about Hurricane. Yes. So he was just an amazing person, you know, so broad-based, you know, and that was, I think that was part of what burned in him, was that everybody, myself included, gave Ali credit for all that. And George wanted, in his own way, for people to see, hey, I'm not that different than that, you know? And I mean, one thing he said to me was, you can't win the heavyweight championship of the world without being smart, okay? A stupid person couldn't do this, you know?
True.
Yeah. So he respected Moore's intelligence, but he also understood something that I didn't understand. He'll come and stand in front of me late in the fight and let me knock him out.
Crazy that he predicted it that way, because that's exactly how it played out.
Oh yeah, go to YouTube. If you haven't seen it, it's uncanny. It really is.
Giant Michael Moore fan when he was a light heavyweight. I think a lot of people forgot how dangerous he was at light heavyweight. He was one of the great light heavyweights.
No question. Because of the southpaw punching power. You know,
Power at light heavyweight.
I don't know if it's true in UFC as it is in boxing, but you don't see southpaw punchers very often. Southpaws are technical. They box. They take advantage of their foot skills and their hand speed, and they beat you with boxing skills. You're not often going to run into a southpaw who's going to knock you out. But we've already talked about Tarver, and Moore was another one who had punching power. And it's, you know, kind of Cooney. Cooney was a southpaw with punching power. It's kind of doubly effective if you've got that, because you're worried about the technical issues with a southpaw, and now he brings a cannon.
Right. Yeah, the southpaw thing was always so confusing to people, because if you ever boxed before, you're so accustomed to that left hand being forward,
Right.
and then all of a sudden everything's reversed, and now you're thinking.
Right.
And if you don't have a lot of southpaws that you train with on a regular basis, things aren't automatic anymore.
And one of the things that George used to talk to me about all the time was angles. That, you know, you're standing in front of another man, you're confronting him, you're trying to deliver and stop delivery. Angles.
Right.
It's all about where does it come from and where is it going, and how can I deal with that. Now, I was never a fighter, so I can't empathize, but I can sympathize when I listen to that kind
Well, you
of thing.
can see it, right? And I think the greatest at angles of all time is Lomachenko. Nobody.
The greatest footwork, the greatest hand skills, the most effective training by his father.
Yeah, what a genius move to take him out of boxing for 2 years to study Ukrainian dance.
And brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Yeah, and by the way, he had an effect on the national team for several years. And what culture in the world has had more accomplishments and surprising new stars in boxing other than Ukraine?
Right, and Usyk, who is basically like moves like a giant Lomachenko, just not quite as effective.
That's a really great phrase that I had never conjured before this moment. Thank you, Joe. A giant Lomachenko.
Yeah,
that's exactly what he
can't
is.
quite move that well when you're 220 pounds. You're just dealing with gravity and mass.
But you're still creating unique angles. You're coming at them from unique approaches, etc. You're hard for your opponent to figure out. And Usyk is impossible
And
for most other
motion.
heavyweights.
Constant motion.
Constant motion. Constantly cutting off the ring with his feet, and hammers you to the body as often as he can.
Yeah. Lomachenko in his prime was just a magical thing to watch. Brilliant. It was like you were just watching poetry.
I had the privilege of calling those fights. You know, it was an extreme privilege.
Yeah, it was amazing watching him just do something where you'd seen so many different versions of boxers. And you watch him do it, and you're like, oh my God, he put a new thing on this.
That's why I can't understand at this moment, can't really figure out what's up with Teofimo Lopez. How do you beat Vasily Lomachenko and then wind up, with somewhat indifferent results since that time?
Yeah, the Kambosos fight was kind of
he fought better than the other guys in Times Square, and I give him credit for upholding the card. But still, there's nothing since the Lomachenko win. I mean, you lose to George Kambosos?
I think the Kambosos fight was, I think he was just a little overconfident and he got caught. And then that really rocked him. That really shocked him. He got dropped early in the fight. Remember that?
It's a bad sport to be overconfident in.
It's the worst sport. Worst sport.
Whether you're talking UFC or boxing.
Yeah, any combat sport, when you don't appreciate the potential that your opponent has to do damage.
Well, I used to say to people all the time, these are fine margins of competition. You think you see a lot of wipeouts in boxing because you see a second round knockout or third round knockout. You think that means there's a huge talent gap between the two fighters? No, it means one fighter made a mistake.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
90% of the time, it means one fighter made a mistake. And if he thinks about it and trains against it, he won't make that mistake again. So,
well, like perfect examples, Juan Manuel Marquez versus Pacquiao.
100%.
They have 3 insane fights that are very close. Marquez lands one bomb and starches Pacquiao. This one error. You got a little overconfident, a little too
greatest counter-puncher of his era.
And power.
Yeah, and with power. With the straight-ahead power from the shoulder. Yeah. Marcus was a gifted fighter.
Very gifted. But just like that one moment, like if that had happened in the first fight, we would look at the whole thing very differently.
100%.
Yeah. This is like the margins, as you're saying, are so small for victory that when you see like a spectacular result, you do automatically assume, oh, that person's just that much better. Sometimes it's just one error.
It's a moment in time.
Right.
If it's a knockout, now if somebody gets knocked down 6 times, then you're talking about something different.
Right.
But one knockdown that leads to a 10 count, that was a momentary mistake.
Right.
And that's, again, it goes to the fine margins of competition. You can't make the one mistake.
Right. And then, it's also how do you bounce back from that? Like some people, the one moment, even if just a knockdown, they don't have the capacity to correct and stay safe and then regroup. Like they get shook, and then now they're fighting from this position, this defensive position where they're a little bit gun shy.
So Marquez exposed the difficulties that Pacquiao could have against a great counterpuncher. And now we get ready for Mayweather-Pacquiao.
Right.
And
Mayweather just did such a smart thing, but also a devious thing. Waiting until Pacquiao was older, waiting until he slowed down, and then
devious is not illegal in boxing.
It's encouraged.
Yeah. In any entrepreneurial sport, devious is not illegal.
No.
Devious can be an asset.
That's how you retire with a 50
I give
record.
Floyd credit for brilliance, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Floyd wasn't just a smart fighter. Floyd was a brilliant fighter. He was on his own level. And so much so, in any matchup between the great counterpuncher and the great attacker, you know that the counterpuncher has the advantage. He's got more options. He's got more ways of winning. The attacker has to break through the wall, so to speak. So in the years before Mayweather-Pacquiao, people would run up to me on the street, run up to me in the shopping center in Vegas, run up to me in a hotel. When am I going to see Mayweather-Pacquiao? And I would say, well, we don't know, but what exactly is it you think you're going to see? Oh, I can't wait. It's going to be such a great fight. No, it's not going to be a great fight. It's going to be watching somebody pluck the legs off a spider. All right? At a step-by-step method. And you're going to watch Mayweather pluck the legs off the spider that is Pacquiao. And it's going to be pretty easy for him. And it's not going to be wildly entertaining. But it is going to be one-sided victory. So why are you so excited about the fight? Oh, no, I don't think that's the case, da-da-da-da-da. But if you knew Floyd, Floyd was only about winning the fight. He'll make fans other way on the web. I call him the first great social media genius.
Yeah. He was great at talking shit. He got everybody upset at him so badly that that they wanted to see him lose, and that was sell tons of pay-per-views.
He realized you could build an audience with negativity.
Yes,
You didn't have to be an omnibus character. You didn't have to be somebody everybody loved. You could be totally negative,
Right.
and that would build a following too.
Yeah, when he shifted from Pretty Boy Floyd to Money Mayweather, changed the whole thing.
He knew what he was doing.
He definitely did. And it would have been an interesting fight had he fought Pacquiao when he was younger, in his prime. It would have been a very different
Would have been a more interesting fight.
much more different.
Because
Much more difficult fight.
any go-forward physical warrior like Pacquiao is going to wear down.
Right. Exactly.
And any brilliant counterpuncher like Floyd is going to retain more.
Yeah.
So he did.
Yeah, it would have been much more interesting when they were younger. Also, the fact that Pacquiao fought him with a bum shoulder. That was a disaster, too.
Money talks.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess he was faced with this thing, legacy, it was the biggest pay-per-view of all time in boxing, correct?
I believe so.
I believe so. And I think it was like 4 million buys or something crazy like that.
It was huge.
So, like, what
It
is
was
that?
massive.
Yeah, it just lured Pacquiao into
All those people who had run up to me on the street corners for years finally got the chance to see what they wanted to see.
Yeah, give him a cortisone shot, throw him out there. Yeah, fortunately. This is an advertisement from BetterHelp. Stress in the workplace is becoming an issue around the world. Did you know that 60% of the global workforce is reported experiencing higher than normal levels of stress? So it's more important than ever that we learn to take some time for ourselves. Plan a nice long holiday this summer, go hiking, read a book, play video games. I found that even a few minutes of meditation can help. Another great option is therapy. Everyone can benefit from it, and it's arguably one of the better long-term solutions to stress. Therapy can teach you how to positively cope and manage anxiety while improving your self-confidence and self-awareness. It can be very empowering. And thanks to BetterHelp, therapy is becoming more and more convenient. All it takes is a few clicks to join a session. You can also join from anywhere, whether you're at the beach, on your vacation, or at home after a grueling day of work. Plus, as the largest online therapy provider in the world, BetterHelp can provide access to mental health professionals with a diverse variety of expertise. Our listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/JRE. That's betterhelp.com/JRE. Unfortunately, I remember there was like a class action lawsuit. A lot of people were upset that Pacquiao fought injured. A lot of the gamblers.
I never talked to Freddie about that. But, at the end of the day, the fighter makes the decision.
Well, the money, yeah.
And the money.
And the money, yeah. That happens a lot in the UFC. There's a lot of fighters that fight injured. And,
I got to tell you this while we're talking about it, all right? I apologize for going off script here a little bit. I was with Manny 3 weeks ago, less than a month ago, at the Hall of Fame inductions in Canastota, New York, where he was being inducted into the Hall of Fame. And on the night before the induction ceremony, there was a big banquet in a banquet hall at the Turning Stone Casino. And I'm sitting up on the dais between Roy and Ross Greenberg, my former boss at HBO. And right across to the left of us, behind the podium, is Manny. And several people spoke. I didn't know that I was going to speak. I was asked to get up and speak. I did. Roy did a speech, et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, Manny got up and made a speech. Now, I met Manny Pacquiao 24 years ago in a fighter meeting room in Las Vegas before his fight against Leishanola Ledwaba, which was his first appearance in the United States.
what weight class was that?
He was a kind of a throw-in opponent. What weight class was that?
Yeah.
So that would have been 122.
Oh, isn't that nuts?
And Larry and I were 100% convinced that Ledwaba was the best 122-pound fighter in the world. We had seen him on the undercard of Louis Rockman in Johannesburg, South Africa. There's nobody who could possibly be better than that. Grace, style, hand skills, all the stuff. And I meet Manny in that room. He can't put 3 or 4 words of English together. I learn his backstory, that he survived by selling stolen cigarettes on the streets of General Santos City in the Philippines. I get and understand that his big activity outside of the gym is to go play pool.
Yeah.
He's a pool player in
Professional level.
In barrooms, exactly.
Yeah, he plays very
Professional
good.
level pool player, et cetera, all of that. And And then fast forward 24 years, and he's being inducted at the Hall of Fame. And without warning, he's asked to speak that night. And he stands up and makes a 15-minute speech, maybe 12 minutes, but it was more than 10. All in English, all perfect, all more or less off the top of his head, unedited. It was brilliant. And I went to him afterward, hugged him, told him how much I loved him, and I said, Manny, I first met you 24 years ago when you couldn't put 3 words of English together. And I know that politics had something to do with this. And he said, yes, but a lot of my political speeches were in Tagalog. And I said, well, some of them were in English. He said, yes, some. And I said, I don't think there's any sport other than boxing where somebody could have achieved the kind of personal transformation that you have achieved. This is the only one. He said, well, it sure helped me. That's for sure. Now, you probably know the story about Muhammad Ali and graduating from high school in Louisville. Yes. Okay, so just for our listeners and consumers, Ali had very bad grades, and in his senior year, he was flunking a math course. And in order to graduate, he had to pass the math course. He was nowhere near it. And the math teacher went to the principal of the high school and said, I'm going to give him a passing grade, even though he has not performed on any of the tests and he doesn't do the homework and stuff like that. And the principal is like, why would you do this for this kid? Why would you give him a passing grade when he hasn't earned it? And the teacher said, you have to understand, he's going to be the most famous man in the world. And we cannot be the high school that denied a diploma to the most famous man in the world.
That's such a crazy statement. I wonder if it's true.
I wonder if it's true too, but it seems like it's a fun story to tell, and of course, it's secondhand. You're exactly right.
It is. It's so good.
I don't know the teacher and I don't know the principal. I just know the story. And I know Ali's primary biographer, Tom Housen. So maybe I got it from Tom.
Yeah, I'd like to believe that that's true.
I'd like to believe it's true too.
It makes it more fun.
Let's make a fact to believe it's true.
The thing about Pacquiao that's so extraordinary is that he kept his power through 8 weight classes. That is just wild. Like, what other fighter can you name that went through 8 different weight classes as a world champion?
I can't. None. No, obviously. What I did learn that may relate to that is Foreman was at great pains to explain to me, and explained a couple of times, that power punching is not a physical gift. Power punching is a science. Power punching is the product of real technical knowledge. Power punching is about footwork, weight shift, the angle at which you deliver the punch, all sorts of things not directly related to your strength or, quote, power. And George was a disciplined and knowledgeable scientist about stuff like that. And he explained it all to me one time. And of course, if you watch the Moore knockout, he lands the first one too, right on the button. And then, having Moore where he wants him, he puts a little more mustard on the second one too, and we're out of there.
But there are physical gifts that they're just God-given gifts of power.
Big hands,
or
shoulders, all that.
There's just certain guys, though, that just have extraordinary power. Like, you remember Julian Jackson in his prime?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Extraordinary power.
At some moment or another, he's going to get you.
Yeah, it was just disturbing how hard he hit. It was just different than everybody else, and it looked like he was doing the same thing, but the results were so much different.
How about Andy Lee? Skinny, not somebody you would expect to have, heavy hands, knocking everybody out.
How about Deontay Wilder?
Yeah, another one.
A 209-pound heavyweight.
Right.
That's flattening people. If 209 pounds when he fights Tyson Fury the first time.
Some of it is the bravery to commit.
Right.
Can you push your weight forward?
Right.
In a way that might leave you open to the counter, and believe that you're going to get the better better of that exchange. If you believe you're going to get the better of the exchange,
Yeah.
go ahead, go forward, and that enhances your chance of knocking someone out.
But there's physical gifts that you are just God given, and some people have them. And these are the extraordinary outliers: the Deontay Wilders, the Julian Jacksons, the John Mugabes. Remember Mugabe?
John the Beast Mugabe.
Ooh, I rewatched that Mugabe Hagler fight the other day in the
What a
gym.
great fight! What a great fight!
What a fight! What a fight! Hagler was my hero when I was a kid, and he was
So
one of the
you're
first
probably,
guys.
so I'm sure you're an advocate with regard to what I call the #1 elevator fight of all time. That Hagler was the winner. No,
Which one?
The #1 elevator fight of all time. And an elevator fight is the fight where you're Jim Lampley or you're Joe Rogan or you're any combat sports expert, etc. And you step onto an elevator with 6 people and somebody turns around and says, "Who won Leonard Hagler?" Okay?
Okay.
The debate about the decision, you know?
Yes.
And, I'm sure you say Hagler beat Ray.
Yes.
And of course, we all know that Ray partially won the judges and the crowd with showbiz, with with the way that he threw his arms up at the end of every round and called attention to himself, and he was quite aware of what he was doing, and he was quite aware also that it would get under Hagler's skin. So there was an element of genius in Ray, as we talked about already.
For sure.
That went to more than just his spectacular physical gifts.
Right. Yeah, no, he gamed the system a little bit. He figured out how to flurry at the end of the rounds and make a big impression in the judges' eyes. That was a very close fight, but that fight always bothered me. And one of the things that bothered me is I felt like there were moments where Hagler could have turned it up and didn't. And then when he retired after that fight and went to Italy and became a giant movie star in Italy, the conspiratorial part of my brain was always like, was that like one of those deals where everybody assumed that Hagler was going to win? Hagler was a destroyer. Hagler had knocked out Tommy Hearns. Hagler had beaten everybody in the division, knocked out Mugabe. He was the man,
You fought, right?
Yeah.
So you fought. I didn't. I mean, I've only talked. But because you fought, you probably have an even stronger sense than I do of how difficult the sport is.
Yes.
The training is difficult.
Mm-hmm.
The fear factor is certainly part of it. The level of concentration and devotion that it takes, it's not easy.
No.
Team sports are easier.
For sure.
And so, I'm thinking that every fighter reaches a point where enough.
Yes.
And they might reach that point without really cognitively knowing that they've reached that point where it's enough.
Right.
Hagler went to Italy, as you said.
Yeah.
Maybe he had already reached something like enough before he fought Ray in that fight.
Well, he had accomplished so much, and also his training camps were the stuff of legend. I mean, he would spar 100 rounds a week sometimes, which is just insane. Hagler was a monster. I mean, his conditioning and his drive and his will and his discipline, he was a monster. He would scare the shit out of everybody just from his work ethic. I remember I told the story, there was a news piece when he was training on the Cape, and it was in the middle of the winter, and he was fighting Mustafa Hamsho, and he was running down the sand dunes screaming war with combat boots on in the winter. And I remember thinking, war. Because you think you're disciplined, you think you're driven, you think, you're special. And you see a guy like that, it's like he's what my friend David Goggins calls uncommon amongst uncommon men.
Great line. So where does Hagler Hearns rank among your all-time favorites?
One of the greatest of all time. One of the greatest fights of all time. Because Hagler just threw caution to the wind. Fuck all this boxing. Just jumped out.
So did Tommy. Tommy didn't go in with a self-protective approach.
He tried to box. Remember, after he broke his hand, he tried just throwing the jab out there. You could tell early on in the first round when he broke his hand.
Yes.
Because from then on, he's moving, but he's already endured so much damage. I mean, they have just thrown each other into the wood chipper Both guys were just blasting away.
I hope a lot of people are going to listen to this and go watch Hagler Earns on their web attachment, because it's as great as anything has ever been.
It was insane. I remember being in my living room when Hearns went down and just going, wow. I can't believe, and this was after Hearns had knocked out Duran, and I thought nobody could knock out Duran. When Hearns flatlined Duran, I was like, good Lord. Like, to see Duran face down the canvas was like, yeah, you have to check your eyes. Like, is this real?
Well, did Tommy break his hand with that right hand in the first round against Hagler?
Yes. Yeah.
There you go.
Well,
You've lost your primary weapon.
He has one knockdown attributed to him in his career, and it's bullshit. The one Roldan fight. Mm-hmm. Bullshit. Not really a knockdown.
And now we deal with Canelo, who has had one knockdown attributed to him in his career, and in my view, it was bullshit.
Which fight was that?
So it was Miguel Cotto's little brother, Jose Cotto. It was the first time we had Canelo on HBO. I believe it was an undercard of a top-ranked pay-per-view. I'm not 100% certain about that. And Cotto's little brother, Jose, caught Canelo with a right-hand body punch to the chest. And Canelo hit the ropes behind him and bounced off the ropes, kind of unbalanced. He didn't go down, but he came off the ropes ungainly, unbalanced, etc. And the referee, and I can't remember which referee, stepped in and very technically ruled that the ropes had held him up. So that's the only official knockdown in Canelo's career, and he didn't touch the canvas.
That's crazy.
Nobody has ever put him on the canvas. And this is part of what Terrence is facing as he gets ready to fight him in September, is you're fighting a guy who, up to this moment in his career, has been utterly knockout proof.
Mm-hmm.
Knockdown proof.
Well, even against a guy like Bivol, who's huge.
Yeah, exactly.
A huge light heavyweight.
Yeah, but Bivol is, I'm going to say, at least 50-50 a backup counterpuncher. And they don't muster exactly the same power as a go-forward attacker.
True.
You notice that he hasn't fought Beterbiev. And I'm not sure that Beterbiev would be the right matchup, but
for Canelo.
Yeah,
right.
Canelo.
I think that would be a nightmare matchup. Yeah, Beterbiev, especially, even though he's almost 40 now, right? Is he 40? He might be 40.
He might be 40, but he's still in shape, and he still comes forward, and he's naturally heavy hands. Big hitter.
One of the scariest of all time at 175. He's another one of those guys. It's just like, but with him, it's volume. It's not one shot, but it's this thudding volume that never ends, this constant attack,
which is
never ends.
Has made his two fights with Bivol so spectacular to watch, because Bivol is not a make-fire fighter.
Right.
He's a natural counterpuncher.
Right.
But if you insist on making the fire, and you're strong enough to make the fire, then Bivol has to fight, which he's done twice against Beterbiev.
Well, he made brilliant adjustments in the second fight. Brilliant adjustments.
He's a brilliant guy.
Yeah, I mean, he really made the proper adjustments and the counter strikes and the movement, and he was just much better in the second fight.
It's another country with very good boxing training.
Oh, phenomenal. Do you think that are they having a rubber match?
I don't know.
Third?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't talk to promoters anymore, so I'm not sure about that. I hope they do.
Yeah.
I think it's a fantastic idea.
I think Riyadh Season was trying to put that together. I think they're trying to put together a third fight. I really hope they do make that fight.
Go Turkey.
Yeah, you kind of have to do it now before Beterbiev is just... He's probably past his prime
41,
already.
42, etc. Yeah. These numbers sound forbidding, yes.
But even as a guy...
Remember, Foreman was 45.
Right.
What did he still have?
Right.
Power.
Right.
Okay.
True. But in skill, the skill thing. Like, here's the best example of that: Bernard Hopkins, who has maintained their skill deep into their 40s. In fact, at a world-class level, at 49 years old, beating like the top contenders at 49 years old.
One of the smartest men I've ever met. Okay. Bernard Hopkins is smart beyond smart. He has PhD type intelligence. He really does. And he was also a very critical and thoughtful self-examiner. So those two things helped Bernard to sustain long into, antiquity, and an extremely disciplined personal life.
Yes, that's a big one.
You know, he kept his prison tattoo on his arm. And he kept that number on his arm to remind him that he was never going to go back. And I asked him one time, I said, what's the hardest thing you've ever done? And he said, well, the hardest thing I've ever done was to walk off 9 in the neighborhood in which I grew up. I said, what do you mean walk off 9? 9 years of probation. 9 years of living on and in the same streets where I was the king of the streets when I was on the other side of the law. 9 years of reminding myself that I could never go back, that my behavior had to change completely. That's what he called walking off 9.
Wow.
What a phrase, huh?
Yeah, what a phrase.
What a guy.
Yeah.
Really, what a guy.
Well, I remember when he was middleweight champion and he wasn't getting the credit that he felt like he deserved. And he was, you know, squabbling with promoters. They kept him on the shelf. I'm like, my God, he's like wasting away in the prime of his life. And I felt like we were going to like miss out on the prime of his life. And then here he gets into the Felix Trinidad fight. And I was like, this is crazy watching this guy like completely outclass Tito Trinidad. I'm like, this is nuts.
Of all the fighters I've ever known, if you were to ask me, who is the one most likely to still be holding every dollar he ever made? That's Bernard.
Right.
Okay. He gives nothing away. And he protects himself. He protects his family. He protects everything about his experience in an extremely devoted way. Why? Walking off 9.
Wow.
Never wants to go back.
Wow. Well, those are the stories that are so inspiring about boxing, right? The people that have used boxing as a vehicle to get out of their circumstances.
Totally.
You know?
Yeah, Bernard's one of the greatest examples imaginable.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I had him on my show, The Fight Game on HBO. I had him do technical pieces because he was better than anybody at explaining footwork, technique, etc. Andre Ward could have done it too, but Andre was still fighting at that period of time.
Yeah, that was a great show, man. That was another bummer when HBO stopped doing boxing.
Well, look,
But it had to be successful for them.
I like to say this, it wasn't HBO, okay? The minute that Time Warner was bought by a bunch of cell phone salesmen from Dallas, AT&T, the character of the operation changed. And the first thing that went away was boxing. It's in my book. You'll read it. There's an anecdote about me at a post-Emmy Awards or post-Golden Globe Awards event in Hollywood, shortly after AT&T had purchased HBO. And I was seated at the table of Richard Plepler, the longtime brilliant chairman of HBO, my beloved boss. And Plepler said, see that guy over there in the gray suit? And I said, yeah. He said, that's your new boss. That's John Stanky, the CEO of AT&T. I think you ought to go say hello. I think you ought to go meet him and just spend a little time with him. So I took his advice. I went over and had a 10-minute discussion with Stanky. Very nice. Very cordial. Fun. And I walked back to Plepler's table and he said, so what do you think? I said, I think boxing is dead. He said, I agree with you. I just wanted to be sure that we were on the same page.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so it was clear. It was clear from that moment that they were not interested in going forward with something as...
Why did you think boxing was dead? Why'd you say that?
Well, I could just tell from the way in which he spoke to me and
so you weren't saying it based on your personal opinion.
diffident replies to questions like, are we going to do this fight? You know, what do you think about that? Stuff like that. It was abundantly clear that they saw it as a negative rather than a positive. And
Public perception or profitability?
Profitability.
Really?
Too many unpredictables in boxing. You schedule a show, somebody gets hurt, etc. I think they didn't want that kind of real life upheaval, and also they saw it as unsavory, or at least it felt that way to me. You know, so
yeah. Well,
this goes to the fact, and you know this as well as I do, or maybe better. People from outside combat sports don't understand combat sports. You know, you're either in the culture and you get it, or you're not.
Right.
You know, and when I first started calling fights, I was assigned to call boxing at ABC Sports by an incoming new president of the sports department who wanted to get rid of me, and who thought that I would be such a misfit in boxing that if he assigned me to boxing, the audience would reject me.
Really?
That they would see me as the successor to Cosell. That would cut my throat. And then I would walk away from my contract, which is what he wanted me to do. He thought my contract was absurd, too lucrative. He didn't like the guarantees for relative to exposure. And he told my agent flat out, he said, I'm going to get rid of Jim. I'm going to make him walk away. And his first method for doing it was boxing.
Wow.
So, of course, that means he didn't know that the very first sports event my mother ever sat me down to watch when I was 6 years old, after my father died when I was 5, was Sugar Ray Robinson versus Bobo Olson for the middleweight championship on Gillette Friday Night Fights. That I had grown up all through my childhood and teenage years watching Gillette Friday Night Fights. And later, people would say to me, who's the voice in the back of your mind when you're calling fights? Is it Cosell? I said, oh, hell no. I would never try to emulate that. Don Dunphy, Chris, precise, factual, on point. That's who I'm hearing in the back of my head when I call fights.
Interesting.
Yeah, so he thought he could get rid of me by assigning me to boxing. And he also did not seem to be paying much attention to the fact that his division, with leadership of a guy named Alex Wallow, who was a boxing freak, had just signed a get-acquainted look-see contract with a 19-year-old heavyweight from upstate New York, whose name was Mike Tyson. So the first fight I ever called on TV was Mike Tyson versus Jesse Ferguson in Glens Falls, New York. And this is the famous drive his nose bone into his brain fight.
Yeah.
Alex went to do post-fight interview after Tyson had obliterated Jesse's nose with an uppercut. There was blood all over the ring. And Alex said, you know, Mike, tell me about the uppercut. And Mike said, Castaneda taught me that the purpose of the uppercut is to drive the opponent's nose bone into his brain. I was trying to drive his nose bone into his brain. And I'm standing on the other side of the ring, listening to this, headset on. And I thought to myself, oh my God, look at what I've stumbled into here. This kid is not only going to be the biggest attraction in boxing, he's going to be the biggest attraction in American culture if he can keep coming up with quotes like that. And of course, within the next few weeks, they all started spilling out. Boxing is a herd business. Everybody's got a plan until you hit them. All the things that D'Amato had taught him, which he memorized and then reproduced in his media contacts.
One of my favorite TV fights was him versus Marvis Frazier, because it was such a terrifying execution.
I'm giving away too much of the book, Joe. I mean, my publisher would say, wait, don't tell them the whole book.
Come on, people are going to buy it anyway. Don't worry about that.
So Alex Wallow and I lived 5 blocks apart on Upper Fifth Avenue in New York. And when we went to upstate New York for the Tyson fights, of which there were several, we would always ride up in his green Jaguar, and he knew the route. He would drive, play me his esoteric rock music. You ever heard of Cock Robin? Try him out sometime. And so all the way up to Albany for the Marvis Frazier fight, Alex is saying to me, you know, I'm thinking of saying in the opening on camera that Mike will knock him out in the first round. Do you think that's too audacious? And I said, well, Alex, you're the expert. You know, I'm just a throw-in blow-by-blow guy who's trying to get my feet wet here. I'm the last person who's going to tell you what it is you should say. So if you believe Mike is going to knock him out in the first round, and you're confident saying that, first of all, no one's going to penalize you on Monday if you're wrong. Nobody's going to print some big headline that says Wallow was crazy or something like that. It goes into the wash at that point. And second of all, if you're right, you will get credit for it. If you're right, Rudy Martzke will say so in USA Today. And so that's our position for 2/3 of the trip to Albany. And now in the last, 40 or 50 miles, he starts saying, what if I said he's going to knock him out in the first minute. Do you think that's too brave? Same thing. Alex, if you believe he's going to knock him out in the first minute, go ahead and say he's going to knock him out in the first minute. I'm not here to control you or tell you what to say. Say whatever you want to say. I think I'm going to say that he's going to knock him out in the first minute. So the following day, we do a rehearsal for the opening on camera, and he says he'll knock him out in the first minute. Then when we do the live opening on camera for the show, he gets a little more cautious. And he pulls it back to, there you are. Look at young Jim Lampley and Alex Mama. Yeah, look at you. Hair parted on the right. We'll get to that in a moment. He pulls it back, and when we do it live on camera, he says Mike will knock him out in the first round. Was it 33 seconds or 31 seconds? I think it was 33 seconds. And all the way back to New York. So he is moaning and you kept groaning. Why in God's name didn't I say what I really believed? Like, Alex, you said he'd knock him out in the first round. And you were right. You're going to get credit for that. Yeah. You were right. Yeah, but I could have gotten more credit if I said what I really believed.
That's such a silly perspective.
Yeah, we talk about fighters freezing. Yeah. Marvis froze on Saturday. I mean, on Friday, the day before the fight. Well, Marvis was frozen.
Well, we knew coming into that fight. We knew. It was a perfect fight for Mike to showcase because Marvis had the giant name because he was Joe Frazier's son, and Joe Frazier had been trash-talking Mike. And
it helped to create what ultimately became the myth of Mike Tyson. The notion that he was going to knock everybody out in that way. And partially because of stuff like that Douglas is a 42-1 underdog in Tokyo.
Yes.
When if you looked at the record for the preceding year and a half coming into Tokyo, Mike went the distance with James Bone Crusher Smith.
Right.
Mike went the distance with Tony Tucker.
Right.
Mike went the distance with James Quick Tillis.
Yeah.
There were scorers at ringside in upstate New York who had Tillis as the winner in the fight. He went to the last 10 seconds with Jose Ribalta. He went the distance with Mitch Blood Green.
Mm-hmm.
What did they all have in common? They were all taller than Mike.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them have a right hand that would come over the top where he would have difficulty seeing the delivery. And when you get to Douglas, best athlete of the group, former college basketball player with good feet, had a big right hand. I mean, looking back, pure logic, no way in the world Mike should be a 42-1 favorite against Buster Douglas.
But Buster Douglas had underperformed most of his career and had not been motivated. Then his mother dies.
That's correct. 100% correct. And you're right on point for saying it at this moment.
Yeah, his mother died. And
that lit him up.
And never again.
And Mike was at the height of his differences with Robin Gibbons.
Right. Constant turmoil and partying and feeling invincible.
Nothing that can do more damage to a good man than the wrong woman, right? Yeah. And she was the wrong woman.
She's the wrong woman, period. That was it. There's certain women out there like that. They can tank your life. Yeah, and unfortunately.
Ocha used to say to me, if you want to know what the daughter's going to be like, look at the mother. And if you looked at her mother and the background relative to Dave Winfield and all of that, maybe you could have predicted. Or as Merchant said in our on-camera prior to the Tubbs Tokyo fight, Tyson versus Tubbs in Tokyo, first fight I ever did on HBO. Larry had a line before the fight where he said, this is the beginning of the Robin thing. Cuss had died. Jimmy Jacobs had died. No, Cuss hadn't died. Jimmy Jacobs. At any rate,
with Larry Rooney was already out then, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Larry said, since the beginning of organized boxing, heavyweight champions have often consorted with actresses and never to their benefit. It's a classic Merchant line, among many classic Merchant lines. I love him.
That was one of the best things about you and Merchant and just the entire commentary team at HBO was that you had these intelligent, articulate people involved in what many people think of as the most barbaric of all sports.
Yes,
So it defined it in a very different way.
that's the HBO way.
Yeah.
Elevated.
Yes.
Yeah,
It certainly was elevated.
And HBO's executives were smart enough to see that you can treat it as an intellectual event.
Yeah.
And if you're doing it right, you'll
But it
get away
has
with
to
it.
be with the commentators. It frames everything. The same exact event with crude commentators is not the same experience because you don't get that intelligent, articulate analysis. And a guy like Larry Merchant, who'd been around boxing for his entire life and had a deep understanding of it, and then it's even the funny back and forth banter between Larry and George Foreman when they would disagree on things. It was
Brilliant. Absolutely
amazing.
brilliant. And I'm very proud to say, not blowing my own horn, but Larry and George in particular. There's a sports television columnist in the New York Daily News named Bob Raisman, Raissman. And at some point in that arc, Raisman wrote in his TV sports column in the Daily News, Lampley, Merchant, and Foreman are the greatest three-man broadcasting team in the history of sports television. Now think about that.
That's amazing.
This is not Monday Night Football. This is HBO boxing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, I mean, and
Right.
so he was saying, in effect, this is better than Gifford, Meredith, and Cosell.
Wow.
And you know, I was very, very flattered by that. You know, which I should have been.
That's incredible. Yeah, having a great team like that, and it was also there was the flow where you guys had worked together so often. You really knew.
And there was the between round stuff.
Yeah.
What set Showtime and HBO apart from ABC, CBS, and NBC? No commercials.
Right.
And no commercials means you get one of the most meaningful and communicative parts of the narrative, which is what goes on in the corner between rounds.
Right.
So you're watching Tyson Douglas, for instance, and you see these two novice trainers struggling with a condom filled with water
Right.
to try
end swell.
to try to do something to ease the swelling in his eye. No end swell.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
I remember Ray nearly fell off his chair when he saw that.
It's just so hard to believe that you could achieve the highest level of combat sports, the heavyweight champion of the world, and yet have this really rank amateur corner.
There was so much that was taken for granted about Mike
Yes.
during that stage of his career.
Yeah.
The only person in that camp, once D'Amato died, the only person, and Jimmy died, the only person in that camp who was really aware of how vulnerable he could be was Mike. Mike was a boxing genius. Mike knew much more than those guys about how to prepare for a fight, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But again, before Tokyo, he was distracted.
Yeah. He was
Thoroughly
just
distracted.
and it comes with success, all the trappings. I mean, he was just constantly,
You know Mike, right?
Yeah.
Have you had him in here?
Oh, a couple times. Yeah.
One of the most lovable people
I
in
love
the
him
world.
to death. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
great.
You can't not love Mike if you know him.
No, if you know him, the first time I met him, it's hard to believe he's really in the room. You're like, I can't believe he's real. Like, he's right there. This is Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
Me as a child, I remember when I was a kid. I guess I wasn't a child. I'm only a year younger than him. But when he lost to Buster Douglas, I didn't watch it until after the fight. I watched a replay of it, and I still expected him to win. You know how crazy that is? That's the kind of aura.
So
that
you've
Mike
read in
Tyson
the
had.
paper and on the web that he's lost, but you're still expecting him to win.
I remember I heard about it in a gas station. Someone told me in a gas station.
And I can't believe this is true.
I was getting gas, and I heard, did you hear Mike Tyson got knocked out? And I remember pumping gas, going, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what? Like, Buster Douglas knocked out Mike Tyson? What? For real?
So we talked about the call of Foreman Moore and where that call came from. The other call that is on that same level in terms of, people remembering and stuff like that is that call. And you just came very close to identically articulating what my call was. Because, I'm watching the rounds in Tokyo, and I've arrived in Tokyo with firm opinion that Mike is going to knock this guy out in 1, 2, 3 rounds, something like that. And as the rounds go on and you're watching the debacle unfold, the, water in the rubber glove to try to stop the swelling and stuff like that, you realize that the preparation might not be all there. And Douglas is getting more confident. And Douglas is landing his jab, et cetera, et cetera.
And hooking off the jab.
And people think that he knocked him out with a right hand. It was the left hook that did the damage. The left hook was thunderous. And Mike stumbled to his side. But at any rate, I'm sitting there in Tokyo. It's 10:30 or 11 o'clock in the morning. There are 34,000 people seated around me making no noise whatsoever.
Right.
The culture of a Japanese sports event. It's as though they are at an opera. And that's just cultural. It's the way they are. And as that count is rising, 5, 6, 7, and it's abundantly clear that Mike's not going to get up. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what am I going to say about this? The very first live fight I ever attended was the biggest upset in boxing history. And now, here in front of me, 12, 14 feet away, is the result that's going to supplant that as the biggest upset in boxing history. So what do I say? And I've told this story many times. If you've heard it, I apologize for repeating. But I was developing a golf relationship with the greatest actor of my generation, Jack Nicholson, who became a close friend and later saved my career, but that's another story. And I had asked Jack on the golf course about 2 or 3 weeks before Tokyo. I said, Jack, when you're going to the set to deliver the fulcrum line in the movie, when you're going to the set to do the one thing that everybody in the audience is going to remember, when you're getting ready to go deliver, you can't handle the truth. What is it you have on your mind? What's your mantra? He said, Lamp, same thing I've been saying to myself ever since I first went to acting class. Don't overact. So I'm in Tokyo. The count reaches 4 or 5. And I hear in the back of my mind, Jack's voice. Don't overact. And that call became, Mike Tyson has been knocked out. In about that tone of voice. I wanted to make it as matter-of-fact as possible because there was nothing I could do to elevate it by screaming or shouting or delivering any kind of window dressing, etc. It was what it was. Mike Tyson has been knocked out. That was that.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Now that you said it, I remember that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it because
it was energetic but matter of fact.
Oh, there it is. So I did shout a little bit. I did shout it a little bit. All right. I gave myself too much credit for the matter of fact. But that, of course, that's my younger voice. It was a little bit high. No, that was Octavio Moran was the name of the referee.
I just remember Buster Douglas winning that fight thinking, man, what happens to him now? He's
what happens to him, of course, is that he goes on a celebration rampage. He puts on, 40, 50 pounds, something like that. He tries to train them off, but not effectively enough. He goes into the ring against Holyfield, and Holyfield delivers one left hook. One perfect counter left hook in the first round, and we're out of there.
That's what it was? It was a left hook? I thought it was a right hand.
Might have been a right hand.
I don't remember.
I could be wrong.
See if you can find it.
Might have been a right hand. Well, they'll find it.
Yeah, Jamie will find it. But, he just never reached those heights again. That was it. He just never...
money.
Yeah, also, like,
money, food.
Yeah. He got real fat.
He was an addictive eater.
Here it is.
Okay, let's see.
Counter right.
Right hand, you're right.
Yeah.
Then there was a left hook following, but the right hand is the one that did it.
I think the left hook missed.
Yeah, the left hook missed. You're right. All right, so 1 for Rogan, 0 for Lampley.
It's cemented in my mind because I remember. What year was that?
Well, it's 1990 when Buster knocks out Mike.
Was it?
Yeah. No.
Gotta be earlier than that.
Huh? No, it was 90. Was it? February 10, 1990.
Wow.
February 10 in the United States, February 11 in Tokyo.
Okay, right. And so this is probably 91 then? Then
It might have been 90.
yeah.
And I think it was later in 1990.
Yeah, I just remember, when someone does something extraordinary and rises to the occasion, I always root on them. I always root for them. Like, wow, he's going to turn his life around. He's going to be great.
So now you're rooting for Buster to beat
Oh,
Holyfield.
yeah. Well, and also I was a giant Holyfield fan, too, so it was one of those conflicted fights. And Holyfield, to me, was extraordinary because what he did with Mackie Shilstone and his training.
October 25, 1990.
There it is.
This time I was right.
Yeah. It was one of those things where Holyfield was one of the first guys that really embraced weightlifting. And I remember as a young fighter, I was always told, if you lift weights, it'll slow you down. Weights make you stiff. Weights will slow you down. You should never lift weights. And so I listened to that, and I never lifted weights. And then I remember watching Holyfield train for his heavyweight debut, thinking, God, I remember his
How are you?
Muhammad Ali. Remember that fight? Incredible. Like, that was when he was a cruiserweight. I was
How'd you
thinking,
find
how
out
is this guy
about
gonna
me?
Go up to heavyweight. How is this going to work? And then
Strong.
Oh,
Very strong.
Okay,
mind.
how?
You want to see Evander do something? Tell him he can't do it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But I'll the first
Okay, from
applications
Cape or
of
Blue
real
Sky?
modern science in regards to strength and conditioning. Yeah. What
That's
Mackie
okay.
Shilstone was like very revolutionary.
Oh, what?
To see him do all these crazy strength and cardio routines and putting all that mass on and seeing all the doubters and naysayers.
So which other fighter looked at that and realized who Mackie was? Bernard Hopkins.
Right.
Genius.
He worked with quite a few fighters, didn't he, Mackie? I believe Mackie worked with quite a few fighters after
Oh, yeah.
that whole.
Worked with quite a few fighters.
Everybody saw that the results were there,
Right.
so
Yeah,
everybody
exactly.
kind of changed their opinion on that.
Did he work with any MMA guys?
I don't know. Probably. There's probably a few.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, MMA guys are like. I mean, this is with MMA. You have the grappling aspect of it. Without strength and conditioning, you really can't compete. It's not really possible at this day and age. Everyone uses strength and conditioning. There's very few fighters that just train using skill. Just train skills. Like George St. Pierre did that for a certain period of his career.
I wonder if there's anybody left in boxing who trains just using the gym skills. There were a lot of them when I was first involved in the sport who would never have touched a weight.
Right.
They subscribed totally to the notion that was negative.
Right. And the worst case, I mean, they definitely did calisthenics, but that was it. It was just body weight exercises. Which brings us to Crawford, which I think is really interesting. The Crawford-Canelo fight.
Beyond interesting. Fascinating.
Because how does Crawford compete with that size? And, we have to recognize, okay, well, when Canelo fought Floyd, it was 152 pounds, right? So he had dropped down, which was a struggle for him, which is why Floyd was so brilliant in getting him to go down to 152, because he knew he would be drained.
52 or 54?
Well, the weight class, I believe, was 54, but I believe the clause in the contract for that fight was that he get down to 52.
You're ahead of me.
Let's see if that's true. Find out if that's true. I'm pretty sure that that's true, that they had a fight at one.
I love fact-checking on the fly.
Yeah, it's interesting. That was a struggle. The 54 was a struggle. Now Canelo goes all the way up to 68 and then even to 75 and now back down to 68, whereas Crawford is leapfrogging. He goes to super middleweight.
47 to 54 and now to 68.
And the Madrigal fight in 54 is difficult fight.
Yeah.
Difficult fight. 152.
52.
Yeah,
you were right.
Weight.
Joe Rogan scores again.
Yeah, well, I have a goofy memory. It works a lot of the time, but sometimes not. Sometimes it's like
I don't think you could do this podcast without having a spectacular memory.
Sometimes it's super accurate. Sometimes it's just terrible. I don't understand why, but certain things I do remember, and I do remember because of the weight cutting thing. Because I remember thinking, like, what a brilliant move to get him to do that. The same thing that Gervonta Davis did with Ryan Garcia.
Yes.
Like, you can't rehydrate.
Right.
Like, which is like
no rehydration clause.
Sucker bet. That's such a sucker bet. But it's like the same thing with Pacquiao taking the fight with his
and some of that,
shoulder.
don't you think some of that is Tank reading Ryan's personality and playing him a little bit.
Oh yeah. You're fucking with him. Yeah, you're giving him other things
Tank
to think
is a
about.
brilliant con artist.
Oh, he's so good. Yeah, he's so good. And boy, the Lamont Roach fight. Ooh,
Well, that was a knockdown.
Ooh, 100% was a knockdown.
And that's
You have to call
a
that a knockdown.
dramatic mistake by the referee.
Without that, you have a decision victory for Roach, and he's a superstar. Now you have this fucking draw that they have to fight again. But now Gervonta knows what's coming. They had fought in the amateurs, correct?
They both have knowledge now.
Yes.
You know, Roach knows that his counterpunching can be effective against Tank, and Tank knows that he has to make an adjustment if he's going to land the power shot.
Well, it's also Tank is another guy that has experienced all the trappings of fame, all the success and the money, and all the jewelry and all the craziness and the ladies, and all.
Roach has them,
and Roach has not. And Roach is a hungry motherfucker.
Yeah,
really fight.
Yeah,
he can really fight, and he should have got his flowers after that fight. And a lot of the boxing people recognize that was a knockdown, but forever in the history books, it's not a knockdown. When you take a punch to the face and then you take a knee, that is a fucking knockdown. Period. End of story. I don't care if you got your hair fucking perm stuff
it's
in
like
your
a
eyes.
literary idiosyncrasy, okay? And both of our sports, boxing and MMA, are littered throughout their history with these things that are egregiously unfair at the moment, but also prompt us to remember the fight and remember both fighters. If you're a fighter who's been victimized by a severe injustice in one of your fights, the audience is going to remember you sympathetically and be more interested in your next fight.
Absolutely.
So this is an entertainment enterprise, and anything that contributes to your legend is ultimately going to pay you back somewhere down the road.
Yes, that's true. There's definitely something to that. And then, so Lamont will have a lot of fans on his side going into that second
big
fight.
time. Yeah, in fact, I would put the fight in D.C., although I don't think Tank would want to do that.
Is that fight scheduled?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my awareness.
Gervonta Davis.
I'm totally focused on Canelo Alvarez and Terrence Crawford at this particular moment.
Are you calling that fight?
No. All right, wait a minute. Let me say I don't know.
You don't
I don't know. There was a news
Netflix,
conference
correct?
in New York yesterday, and they announced that Max Kellerman is part of the broadcast team.
Okay.
So
that's only one person they've announced. This is
obviously I'd love to call the fight, but I don't know yet.
August 16th.
Scheduled for August 16th in Las Vegas.
Wow. Boy, I might go to that.
I might go to that.
Maybe I'll go with you.
Maybe we should.
That would be fun.
Hey, we're getting along really well here, aren't we?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So I enjoy the conversation. It would be fun to go sit at a live fight, wouldn't it?
Oh no, is that a UFC weekend? God damn it. Let me check real quick, because it might be. Yep. Shit. UFC in Chicago. Shit.
All right, I'll call you later that night and let you know.
I'll watch it. I'll have it on my phone. I'll set my phone up and have it there while the fight's going on.
All right, looking forward to it. So who do you like in Canelo versus Crawford?
Well, I'm a giant Crawford fan because I think he's the best switch hitter since Marvin Hagler.
I'm a giant Crawford fan because I called his coming out fight against Bradis Prescott and then various other stepping stones throughout his career.
I also think he's one of those guys that if you tell him he can't do something, he wants to show you and shock you.
1,000%. Absolutely right.
I also think Canelo is slowing down, and Canelo is more of a one-punch fighter now than the combination fighter he was when he was younger.
We'll see. Not yet ready to subscribe totally to that because, again, you're talking about somebody who is stubborn.
And for sure.
Who wants to prove everything he can prove.
100%. I agree with that, too. But I think there's in boxing and certainly in MMA, there's a certain amount of years where a fighter can keep the RPMs up. And, when they're in the red line, and there's some people subscribe to the idea of 9 years. There's 9 years is the most that a elite fighter in MMA has performed at their prime. I think that's a bullshit number because I think it's entirely dependent upon lifestyle, nutrition, discipline, physical attributes. There's a lot of factors.
George Foreman won the heavyweight championship of the world in boxing at age 45.
True, but he took 10 years off.
Yes,
so
that's exactly right.
Years off. So you have to factor in.
But were the 10 years off good or bad? Well,
did they dull his reflexes, or did they actually allow his body to recover in such a way that, I mean, you could debate that all night.
All night. And George is biologically very unusual. I mean, he had canned hams for fists. They were gigantic fists.
And intellectually unusual, as we discussed before.
Yeah, and boy, one of my favorite all-time heavyweight wars was him and Ron Lyle.
That was one of his all-time favorite heavyweight wars. Yeah, he loved to reminisce about the Lyle fight.
Oh, that fight was crazy.
Every fighter loves drama, and they love having been a part of drama.
Yes.
So George loved that.
That was an insane fight. Insane. All the knockdowns.
Yep.
Both guys rocked and hurt.
Yep.
Woo. And Ron Lyle's another one of those guys just kind of lost in the history books. People sort of forgot, except for that fight. There's a few of those guys that people just kind of ever forgot.
They attached them to one fight.
Yeah.
Because they didn't ever have that shining moment again in their career.
Yeah. Cruel game. What a cruel game.
Ali and Cleveland Williams.
Sure.
Same thing.
Right. Cleveland Williams is a murderer.
He was.
Nasty knockout puncher.
Absolutely.
But Ali just boxed his face off and put him away.
That's exactly right.
Big cat.
That was the one that caused a lot of people to realize, Cassius Clay is a really legitimate, meaningful talent.
Yeah.
And that's on the way to the first listed fight.
Yeah. Special. It was a special fight. The first listed fight was crazy. It was crazy. And also, the crazy thing was, there was something probably on Liston's gloves, right?
Yes.
God and Cassius Clay.
There was unquestionably something on Liston's gloves. And Cassius, at one point, asked Dundee to cut his gloves off.
That's right.
Because he was blinded.
Yeah.
So I think it's the 5th round where he ran and had to stay away because he was waiting for his eyes to clear.
Yeah.
And then by the 7th round, he knocks Liston down.
Yeah.
And Liston effectively quits.
What a dirty business to put something on someone's eye.
To load someone's gloves with what amounts to cement and send him in to fight Miguel Cotto at a pay-per-view in Las Vegas.
Yes. Put holes in the gloves, removed some of the stuffing, and watered it down. And he also did something to his hand wraps as well, right?
He was hitting Cotto with bricks.
Yeah.
That's all I know for sure. And he could have killed him. Cotto went through a life-threatening experience.
Yeah.
And I always, don't fall in love with a fighter. You could not know Miguel without falling in love with him. He was a wonderful, sweet, great person. So I was very, very deeply disturbed and upset and sentimental calling that fight that night. Not because I knew that Margarito's gloves were loaded. I didn't. I just knew that Miguel was getting beat. We didn't know until the Shane Mosley fight. Right. That's exactly right.
Right. Shane Mosley's.
And I remember walking away from Vegas with a bad feeling after the Cotto fight. How could that happen to Miguel, et cetera, et cetera? And then several weeks later, maybe months later, when we're in LA getting ready for the Mosley versus Margarito fight. And I hear in my headset, there's a disturbance in Margarito's dressing room. They're making him take his gloves off and da-da-da-da-da. And that moment, it all comes together.
Yeah, that was a hand wraps thing. I'm conflating these two stories in my mind with Louis Resto and Billy Collins.
Plaster Paris.
Yes. So Louis Resto was with Panama Lewis.
Yes.
With Panama Lewis, who famously gave that drink to Aaron Pryor.
Yes.
Yes. Get me the one that I fixed. And then Aaron Pryor goes out and knocks out Alexis Arguello, which is alleged to have been cocaine. A lot of people think it was cocaine because Aaron then went to famously have a cocaine problem.
Right.
But the Louis Resto.
I don't see how cocaine could help you in a fight.
It's a stimulant. It's a stimulant.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's a stimulant.
Yeah, if you're exhausted and all of a sudden you get a bump and you fire it up and you go out there and fuck him up, it could help you. Certainly if you're tired. Yeah, 100% it would help. I've never done cocaine, but I'm just guessing.
It ruins a lot of other things. That's all.
Oh, yeah, it does. But in that moment, I guess, in that moment, especially if you're a person who imbibes and you've had a history of cocaine, and then, what does it do? It boosts up confidence, and it's a stimulant. I would imagine in that Alexis Arguello fight. Whoa!
phenomenal.
Oh my goodness.
Phenomenal. And he's, again, another great person.
Yeah.
Another really, I didn't know Aaron all that well, but Alexis was lovable in every way.
Wasn't he murdered? He was a politician in Nicaragua, right?
He
Was
was.
he murdered?
Yeah.
Nicaragua. Yeah, man. So I was conflating those. So with Margarito, I think it was just the raps where they had put plaster of Paris in his raps. But Billy Collins Jr. and Louis Resto was a fight where Billy Collins was this up-and-coming fighter, and he fought Louis Resto, and Louis Resto was like breaking his face open with every punch.
And there are photos that you can find on the web of Collins that show that.
Yes. And so Resto, then when the fight was over, Billy Collins' dad grabs Resto's gloves and realizes there's no padding in the gloves.
Right.
And then Billy Collins' career is over, and he winds up drinking himself to death. Actually drove into a tree. Yeah.
So we don't know whether that was suicide or not.
We don't know. No, but the guys, you couldn't see after that fight.
It's a great story.
Eyes were fucked.
I hope everybody who is listening to this will go to the web and pick up some of these things, because you are touching on a lot of the most meaningful and poignant stories. Yeah, there's this photo right there of Billy, and there's his dad in the photo.
Crazy. Just crazy. I mean, his vision was fucked for the rest of his life, for as long as he lived after that. Never fought again. And everyone was so confused because they couldn't believe that this guy, Louis Resto, was not known as being this big puncher, was just busting him up with every shot he landed. It was confusing. It's a dirty business, man. And Panama Lewis he did some corner work with Mike Tyson as well. Remember? Like later in Mike's career when everything was kind of chaotic and he had all those wackadoos in his corner, Panama Lewis was like on the sidelines there, but wasn't able to be officially a part of it because he was still banned.
Well, Mike, by late in his career, had a very clear understanding of his vulnerabilities. Now, Mike was a boxing scientist. He knew better than anybody that styles make fights, and that there were certain stylistic matchups which for him would be difficult. He had spent a week training with Lennox Lewis when they were 14 years old, because Lewis's Arnie Bem, his amateur trainer, had brought Lennox from the Toronto area to Canastota, not to Canastota, but to upstate New York, to the Catskills. And Mike and Lennox spent much of a week, maybe all of a week, watching old black and white fight films on the wall, sleeping in the same room, training, and sometimes sparring every day.
Wow.
And so Mike had known Lennox for a long, long time. By the time they met, June 8, 2002, in Memphis. And I don't know that he would subscribe exactly to me saying he knew what was coming, but I think he had a pretty good idea. And you'll recall that at the first news conference, he ran across the stage and bit Lennox on the leg.
Yeah, he went crazy.
Lennox claimed that he drew blood through the pants leg. And my interpretation of that at the time was he wants to get the fight canceled. He wants to get this fight wiped away.
Well, you got to think this is also 12 years after the Buster Douglas loss.
Yes.
It's a long time in boxing.
Long time and a lot of trials and tribulations. Prison.
Yep.
Maybe you get a little chance to train in prison, but not the way you train in a boxing gym.
No.
So he paid a lot of prices for a lot of experiences.
Here it is.
Lennox throws a right hand. I'm not sure he right hand. Might have broken his hand if he'd landed it on Tyson's jaw.
Crazy.
That's the hard part about bare knuckles boxing, right?
Oh, break their hands all the time.
You know
That's
why?
gloves
Emerged. Gloves emerged because John O'Sullivan got tired.
Yeah, I was just snapping.
He was a big proponent of going to gloves. And then in the first gloved prize-fighting heavyweight fight, he loses Corbett. Because Corbett was a boxing scientist.
And back then, they probably had treatment for broken
You
hands.
got to be 18 to be in here.
I don't know,
But they didn't have the kind of
Now,
You're cool, dog.
tired of breaking. It's fun. Absolutely, let's do that.
Wow.
And then he loses to Corbin.
Wow. I was watching a piece yesterday about there was a YouTube video on Sugar Ray Robinson and his training and the type of training that Sugar Ray would do and how phenomenal his dedication was. And if you think about a guy that, like, when he had his first loss, how many fights had he won?
120.
So, you know how crazy that is?
Yeah.
Stop and think.
I sort of have a sense of it. Yeah.
Stop and think about how insane that is.
Did you ever drink in Jimmy Glenn's bar in New York?
No.
Jimmy's Corner? Oh, that's too bad. Jimmy Glenn was a really great, well-known cornerman who worked with Robinson, worked with Joe Louis, worked with a lot of really big-name fighters, and he had a bar on 44th between 6th and 7th. It's still to this day, I think his son is running it now. I hope he still is. The ultimate boxing bar. The photographs on the wall, the atmosphere. Oh, there we are.
Oh, what a cool little
We're in
hole in the
Jimmy's
wall.
Corner. Yeah.
What a
44th
great
between
spot.
6th and 7th. There's
Is it
Jimmy.
gone?
There's Jimmy down to the left.
Is it still there or is it gone?
The bar, I think, is still there. Jimmy's gone. What a wonderful, wonderful, loving man. He was like an uncle to me because I spent so much time in the bar, and just his stories were fantastic because of the people with whom he worked.
Wow. That's awesome.
You got to go sometime.
I would love to. I'd love to go sometime. Sugar Ray Robinson was one of the first guys also that showed how effective being a great dancer.
My mother's favorite fighter.
Really?
And and I told you that the first fight she ever sat me down to watch was Sugar Ray Robinson versus Bobo.
Right, right.
And the last thing she said before she left the room and left me in front of a little TV set on a TV dinner tray was, Sugar Ray Robinson's my favorite fighter because he dances while he fights.
And he did. He did. He, there was the thing about his training. This video that I was watching was so interesting to watch someone who's really just ahead of the curve, like above everybody. Like no one really understood how to move like that. And then, of course, Cassius Clay, his favorite fighter, Sugar Ray Robinson. 100%. So he's like a heavyweight version of Sugar Ray Robinson.
So what's the greatest asset for any fighter? Is it his punching powers? Is it his hand speed? Is it his footwork? Or is it his intelligence?
It's the mind.
It's the mind. But it's the willingness to accept what you need to accept and to see what you can do.
Right.
That's what makes for great fighters.
And also the ability to objectively analyze your skills and recognize where you need to advance and what you need to do differently.
Because you have a trainer to help you with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you don't have coaches per se, the way you do in organized team sports and stuff like that. At the end of the day, you're the one. You got to figure this out.
And you can have an idea of what's effective, but until you see someone come along and do something totally different, that's where the innovators come in, where the real groundbreakers come in. Like I bet before Sugar Ray Robinson, nobody you had Willie Pep,
right? You've mentioned what I think of as the modern supreme innovator earlier, Vasily Lomachenko. Yeah. He recreated. Our approach to the sport.
Well, you see a lot of that now in MMA. You see a lot of footwork and movement and switching stances. It's like a fighter that can't switch stances in MMA is kind of archaic because I
think we'll reach that point in boxing too.
Right.
I think eventually as time goes by.
Well, Hagler was an example of one of the first guys that be a switch hitter that people sort of dismissed.
So earlier we talked about Canelo versus Crawford.
Yeah.
Do you think Terence Crawford can beat Canelo Alvarez?
Yeah, I think he can win.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to win, but I think he can win. So he's going to have to box a brilliant fight.
Okay, what kind of a fight? I'm going to get to that. I asked the great Larry Merchant, 94 years old, living on Ocean Boulevard in Santa Monica, looking out at the ocean, reflecting on all the amazing things he did. And I asked Larry, I said, do you think Terence Crawford has a chance to beat Canelo Alvarez? And Larry said, Jim, did Ray Leonard get an official decision victory from Hagler? And I said, yes, He did. He said, well, if Ray Leonard could beat Marvin Hagler, Terrence Crawford can beat Canelo Alvarez. And I said, why do you say that? He said, same equation. Get in, get out. Over and over. He's got hang the proteins that will bend, land to the body, or occasionally upstairs, and then get out before he's facing damage.
Right.
That's what Ray did so effectively against Hagler, and it frustrated Hagler. And the more you frustrate the opponent, the better off you are.
Yeah. Unique skills, and one of the weird things that he does that very few people, since Rocky Marciano does, is he punches your arms.
Yes.
He brutalizes your arms.
Another brilliant guy. He has the greatest punch resistance in the sport. You know, we talked about it earlier. One knockout in the whole career, and it wasn't a knockdown, and it wasn't really a knockdown in my personal view. Touch the canvas. He's never been on the canvas, and we call it chin. And I think that we kind of missed the point by calling it chin. I used to be Canelo's neighbor in Del Mar, California. I used to run into Chepo, his senior trainer, at the grocery store. I'd look into the cart and say, "Oh, he's eating," and that. So I also used to go down the hill from my house in Del Mar and watch tree. Half hours in of boxing.
Hunter jumper riding. What is that?
Hunter jumper is where you go over jumps and you
horse?
Yeah, on the horse. Yeah.
Why the fuck would you do that when you're training for a fight? What if the horse falls?
He was riding horses since he was a little kid. He was skilled enough to do it. You control the height of the jumps. You say set the jumps at 36 inches or 40 inches. You know what the and I asked him, how can you do that? He said, everything I do in boxing is upper body, and everything I do on the horse is lower body. And on that basis, I am the one who him down. It's not because of his chin. It's because of his legs, his base. You can't get him off balance. He's too strong from the waist down. And if other fighters would pay attention.
Complete sense if you think about it. Squeezing with the lower legs, the course
correct. All of it. Yeah. I trained Hunter Jumper for a couple of years in the early 90s trying to please a wife who was a horse freak, okay? And I had a really great trainer. The over next to Griffith Park in Los Angeles. Fabulous trainer named Jonathan Cerasi. Hey, John, if you hear me. Say 3/4 of a year riding Hunter Jumper. And I got to the point where I was jumping 36, 38-inch jumps. And I was riding quality horses. And I was doing pretty well. And once you stall, combing the horse down, brushing, to do the things, the busy work that you're supposed to do. And Jonathan came in and said, "How do you feel about your work?" I said, "I think I'm doing pretty well. Don't you?" I think that this would probably be a great day. I said, "Quit. What are you talking about? You just said pretty well." He said, "Well, pretty well because you love to do the fun stuff. You love the jumping and you love the riding around the ring fast, et cetera, but you don't want to do the busy work. You don't want to do what we call other things to build your awareness of what you do. And the result is that you're getting closer to the stage at which something negative is going to happen. And the first time something negative happens, you're not going to be able to respond to it. So I think a great day, wild, I quit. I went home and thought about it, and I thought,
positive advice. If you enjoy this, there's some stuff that you need to do.
well, he did say, look, perfectly happy to keep training you if you will come and do the busy work that I need you to do to 20 before you go and jump. But if you want to come here and run and jump, you're asking for trouble. I'm not going to be part of it. Wow. Because of all off. Saw this one. The horse can stomp you. You get a hoof on the chest or a hoof on the neck. You're in the hospital and you're in big trouble. I saw it happen to a woman in the ring, a really good rider. So at the end of the day, you can't do that. Yeah, there he is. Look at Canelo. Wow. Now that's a skill carried since his early childhood.
That's crazy.
You can't knock him down.
That makes so much sense. So he's got a square head.
Yeah, he's got to, and it's he's also got a brilliant mouth. Credit where credit is due.
No doubt. I mean, just the evolution of the 3 fights with Triple G. Triple G was one of my favorites.
If you can fight and never be badly hurt,
right? That's a great point.
That's astonishing. Triple G never badly hurt him.
Yeah.
He was destroying everybody else you put on his back.
Everybody.
One of the heaviest punchers I ever saw.
He would do weird stuff like throw a left hook over the top and hit the top of your head.
Yep.
He would throw a left hook like that. Like a looping overhand
Which,
left.
by the way, is very much like the shot that Douglas landed against Tyson in the 10th round, over the top with the left hand.
Yeah. But the way Triple G would do it, it would be going down on you.
Right, down on you.
Weird.
Exactly. Yeah.
It was a weird punch. And he would hit you in the forehead, which is like, or the temple, which is where a lot of people lose their equilibrium.
Well, whatever they do in Kazakhstan, it might be different from what they do in the United States.
No, he was special. He was very special. Another guy, we got to talk about Julio Cesar Chavez, who's also one of my all-time favorites. Julio Cesar Chavez, in his prime, he would just systematically break people down. And the volume, like constant attack and volume.
The volume was the real key. Yeah. Because his power shots did not look like hellacious power shots.
Right.
Okay? Right. His left hook didn't look all that devastating.
It wasn't a one-punch guy.
But it would hurt you.
Yeah.
Over time, he would break you down.
Like the Magic Taylor fight.
And then we go to the Taylor fight.
What is it, 2 seconds before the final bell that the fight gets stopped?
Yes.
Larry Hazard stops it, and everybody wants to
not Larry Hazard.
It wasn't?
No, it was Richard Steele.
Richard Steele. That's right.
Okay, so you corrected me on one earlier, and now I got you.
That's right.
That was Richard Steele. And
he took a tremendous amount of grief for that.
And I think he deserved the grief. I thought it was a very bad stoppage. You had an unbeaten American Olympic star who's on the verge of his career-defining victory. Right. There's no question at this moment that he has won the fight. When he stands up and Steele is counting, watch how he gets distracted when Lou Duva steps up on the ring apron, and when he looks away from Steele, Steele uses that as his pretext to stop the fight with 2 seconds left. All right? Giving Chavez a victory that he did not deserve.
Right.
If Duva had not stepped up on the apron and distracted Meldrick in such a way that Meldrick looked away from Steele, then I think that Steele would have caught a lot more heat and wouldn't have had any valid pretext for stopping the fight.
What if that had been in the 8th round? Would you be
fight goes
okay
on
with it?
Fight goes on. No,
so?
Well, if that had been the 8th round, no, I still wouldn't be okay.
So it's
the first knockdown. It's not as if he knocked him down 3 or 4 times.
Right.
Meldrick won the fight.
Yeah, no, it's interesting, right? The subjective calls of stoppages by referees.
Yeah.
Things get very.
It's one of the toughest things.
It's one of the
good stoppage, bad stoppage, etc., etc. It's one of the toughest things, and I disciplined myself to be very, very careful about ever criticizing a referee in the moment. I'm not sure that I criticized Richard that night, but I'll tell you one thing. This is, in some ways, part of the proof of the pudding. Las Vegas boxing fans and Las Vegas boxing crowds are knowledgeable, right? They've seen more of the sport than other people. They know what they're watching. Richard was never again introduced in Las Vegas before a fight without the crowd booing. Wow. He was subjected to boos every time he was introduced. Wow. Which shows you that a majority of the fans in that particular boxing capital agree with me that it was a bad stoppage.
Imagine what that did to his psyche. Like, every time you go out there, you have the whole crowd. I think he wound up committing suicide.
Steele?
Yes.
Those boos might have had something to do with
That's
that.
what I was going to say. Did Richard Steele commit suicide? I think he
That's
did.
a great fact to check, because I don't know.
I think he did. And you got to imagine the kind of depression that would come just knowing that you altered the course of boxing history.
With that one momentary decision.
Yes.
Yeah, but so Chavez is avenged in certain ways. De La Hoya beat him twice.
Yeah. There's one where he won, but he shouldn't have won. Pernell Whitaker.
Yeah, that's right.
Who's another genius.
Yes,
One of the greatest defensive boxers of all time. Like,
certainly in the top five.
Yes, genius.
And
I remember that decision being called, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" That one was nuts.
Oscar was Oscar, and he had a glamour image that was difficult to deal with at that time, So that kind of thing was part of the reason that my dear friend Fernando Vargas was in some ways jealous of Oscar. What other fighter would get a decision over Pernell Whitaker in that circumstance?
But wasn't it Chavez? Didn't Chavez have a decision win over Pernell Whitaker as well?
Sure.
That's the one that I'm talking about.
That's the one that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about De La Hoya.
So is that one similar as well? I don't really recall that one.
Oscar gets a decision win over Whitaker on a night when Larry and a lot of other experts thought that Whitaker deserved the decision.
Yeah. Well, Whitaker was like underappreciated because he was so defensively brilliant.
Well, sure. I mean,
he knocked a lot of guys out as well.
Great defenders never get as much credit as Hopkins.
Right.
Hopkins had to become a media star late in his career to really get credit for what he had done.
Yeah. When you look back at your career and all the fights that you called, and think about the beginnings, and think about when they were trying to just get you out of the business, and by giving you boxing, like, it's almost like it's very much a storybook tale.
Oh yeah,
it really is.
But part of the reason for using "It Happened" as the title of the book is that there are so many circumstances in my career which are like that, counterintuitive. Somebody wanted to do something with me that turns in the other direction, et cetera, et cetera. That was not the first time that kind of thing had happened to me. My whole career begins when I win a talent hunt in 1974 to become one of the first two people ever to stand on the sideline of a college football game with a camera and a microphone.
What is a talent hunt? How does that work?
So first of all, this emerges from the Munich massacre, all right? This emerges from the 9, 10, 11 days of captivity of the the Israeli athletes by Black September terrorists in Munich. And during that period of time, ABC is, of course, the broadcast organizer for the United States. And during that time, two reporters, Howard Cosell and Peter Jennings, are pushing the control room. How can we get more information? How can we get sound out of the dorm room? How can we get pictures from some adjoining building through the windows, et cetera, et cetera? And in trying to service the needs of those two reporters, Jennings and Cosell, ABC Sports learned things about radio frequency, cameras, and microphones, wireless cameras and microphones that they had not known before. So they came back to New York and they convened a meeting. This is after the 72 Olympics. They convened a meeting among the sports division, the news division, and the engineering division to figure out, okay, now that we know these things, now that we've learned what we learned in Munich, what can we do with it? And one of the first ideas that gets adopted is we can put a reporter on the sideline of a football game. So in 1974, Ruud Arledge's chief administrative assistant, a guy named Dick Ebersol, who later became a constant and meaningful factor in my career. Dick Ebersol takes 2 lieutenants out to conduct a search at 16 different college campuses, and they talk to a total of 432 college age or extremely close to college age candidates for this job. I am at first harvested out because I'm number 34 out of 36 on a 97-degree day in Birmingham, Alabama. I have driven overnight from Chapel Hill to get there. I'm wearing my best discount plaid suit. I look ridiculous in a pair of shoes I bought with 2.5-inch heels, so they'll make me look taller. And I go into the room and have the screening interview. And the screening interview is 12 minutes. And when we all have to draw numbers out of a fishbowl to determine in what order the interviews are going to take place, and I'm number 34 out of 36. So I know I'm going to have to sit around in the Parliament House Hotel lobby for hours in Birmingham waiting to go in. And by the time I go in, I'm grinding my teeth. The first thing one of the other guys in the room, Terry Jastro, says to me is, "What do you think of our idea here? What do you think of what we're trying to do?" And I couldn't resist. I said, "I think it's the biggest crock of crap I ever heard in my life." And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, you tell us that you're going around the country to interview 432 people for 8 to 10 minutes each. And on that basis, you're going to choose what you describe as the face and voice of the American college student." He said, "Yeah." I said, "I rest my case. I think this is a ridiculous load of crap, and I'm embarrassed that I drove from Chapel Hill overnight to be a part of this." Later, much later, I was shown the evaluation form on which Ebersol had written, "Arrogant, abrasive, alienated, antagonistic." When I was finally chosen as one of the 2 people, that became known in the college football production truck as the 4 A's. Every time I would bitch about something, every time I would get obstreperous about something and raise my voice a little bit, there it is, the 4 A's, arrogant, abrasive, alienated, antagonistic. But the bottom line was, through a long and highly unusual process, I was the person who was chosen. Now, what was ridiculous about it? The most ridiculous thing about it, which I've never really revealed until this year, the book, media appearances, the most prominent media appearance with your 19 million followers, was that Ruud Arledge was still the dictatorial and canonized president of ABC Sports. And when I was under 11 years old, maybe 10 or 11, 12, living in Hendersonville, North Carolina, had asked my mother while watching Why Barilla Sports one day, "Is this guy, Ruud Arledge, is he related to the Arledges who live around the corner from us?" "Yes, he's their son." So I grew up around the corner from Arledge's parents. I caddied for both his mother and father at the Hendersonville Golf and Country Club. And when I was finally the person chosen, counterintuitively, because I was 25 instead of 22, and because I had already done a lot of sports broadcasting, this person was supposed to be completely fresh. When I get chosen, I meet Ruud in the restroom at 1336th Avenue in New York. And, "Hi, Ruud, I'm Jim Lampley. Oh, great to meet you," et cetera, et cetera. And as he's going out of the restroom, I say, "By the way, how's your dad?" And he turns around, quizzical expression, says, "Why would you ask a question like that?" I said, "Well, I guess nobody told you because probably nobody could have known, but I'm from Hendersonville originally, and I've caddied for both your mom and dad. In fact, my mother's in the same bridge club with your mother. The famous red face turned white. And he said, don't ever tell anybody that. Never, ever reveal that to anyone. So, of course, now it can be revealed. And
why would you want that revealed?
That they had chosen out of 432 candidates, the one who grew up around the street from his parents.
He didn't know.
Well, yeah, he could say he didn't know, and somebody might kick back. And at any rate, his first instinct was to say, don't ever tell anybody that. A long time has passed. Rune has passed. There are sideline reporters everywhere now.
Yeah.
So, I can very easily reveal and let you know that they accidentally chose. The other accident was they had already installed a guy from Stanford named Don Tollefson. And they knew that Tollefson was going to be chosen. He was in the first batch of 16 people they talked to. His credentials were unbelievable. And so they were dead set in their minds on choosing Don Tollefson all along. And now they were 2-3 weeks away from the first game. 4 weeks away from the first game. It was August 8th, and the first game was September 7th. And on August 8th, 1974, I'm at a rented beach house in Swan Corner, North Carolina, with a friend of mine named Buck Goldstein and his wife. My wife Linda and I are there. And the phone on the wall rings. And to this day, I don't know how Ebersol got that phone number, because the house was rented in the name of Buck Goldstein. So Buck picks up the phone. Hello. Yeah, he's right here. Jim, it's Dick Ebersol. I said, huh? What is this? Hello. And Dick says, I'm so glad I found you. We are getting ready to announce the college age reporter thing, and we think we've settled on one person, but Rune is a little concerned about putting on the air somebody who has never had any on-air experience at all. And within that discussion, that brought us back to you. Would you be willing to go to Birmingham, Alabama, and do a film, in those days, 16-millimeter film, do a film audition for us? And I said, what do you want me to do in Birmingham? He said, well, there's a quarterback there named George Myra. He's now with the Birmingham Americans of, I think it was the World Football League. He's already been busted out of the NFL, AFL, Canada. This is his last shot as a pro football quarterback, and we think it's an interesting story, and we want you to go interview him. So, of course, they didn't know that I had watched George Myra play all 3 years of his college career at the University of Miami. He was a huge childhood hero of mine. I had once hitched a ride in his very dull beige Ford Falcon going to pick up basketball on the campus of the University of Miami. I knew more about George Myra than probably some members of his family did. I still had a number 10 green and orange George Myra jersey in my closet in Chapel Hill. So they think they're putting me on the spot here to send me to interview George Myra, and I'm going to have to do a quick research job with no web in those days to find out what I need to ask this guy, and I know more about George Myra than people in his family. So I go down to Birmingham, I'm laughing about it, I do the interview, I go through all these things in his college career and stuff like that, his 49ers experience, and send the film off to New York. And about a week before the first game, I get a call and he said, you're going to be on the sideline. We're going to have 2 college football reporters. You're going to be on one sideline. Don Tollefson will be on the other. Rune feels a lot better about this because he can see that you have on-camera performance skills and understand what you're doing.
Wow. What are the odds?
The odds are astronomical.
So crazy.
The odds are beyond all belief. They could choose any story in the world they wanted me to do as an audition. They choose my childhood hero.
It kind of almost makes you feel like it's meant to be.
Correct. Yeah. There's no other way to describe it other than this was supposed to happen.
Yeah. Well, I think you're the best ever. So if that's how it had to play out. That's how it had to play out.
And Jimmy, that's how it played out.
Richard Steele thing? Did he commit suicide? Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, Richard.
Somebody else committed suicide. Well, I mean,
Did Larry Hazard commit suicide?
Richard's dead. Larry Hazard's still around, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Larry Hazard is athletic commissioner right now.
New York
right?
State, Mitch Halpern.
Mitch
Or
Halpern.
New Jersey, excuse me, New Jersey, not New York.
Oh, Mitch Halpern committed suicide.
Mitch Halpern committed suicide.
Oh, that's right.
All right, so what is Mitch Halpern's marker? Oh, I covered it.
There was a fight.
Yeah, I covered it.
Right.
It was one of mine. I can't remember right off the top of my head, but yes.
But there was a very controversial fight, right?
Yeah.
A similar type situation.
Similar type thing. Something that stains your reputation going forward.
My apologies to Richard Steele. I'm sorry.
Halpern is, I believe, Halprin. Or Halperin.
What was the big controversial fight?
Can't remember right now. I saw Rich Halpern referee a number of fights. You're right. He did kill himself.
Yeah.
I'm connecting to it now. And as soon as we find out exactly what the fight was, I'll remember what
the problem with
the circumstance
Again,
was.
I told you my memory sucks sometimes.
Well,
it's like
Joe, I'm 76 years old. Okay. My wife worries about whether I'm going to remember to put socks on in the morning. Gabe Willis. Gabe Willis and Jimmy Garcia. Oh my God.
Right.
So one of the oldest dictums in the sport is that when one fighter dies, the other career dies too. Gabe was absolutely never the same. And he allowed that fight to go on way longer than it should have. May 6, 1995. Never forget it. Hot day. Outside and back of Caesar's Palace. My wife was sitting with Jack Nicholson. Can't resist the name drop. There were a lot of things going on, but Gabe was never, ever the same after that. And he, Gabe went to Colombia or Venezuela, I forget exactly where, for the funeral.
Oh, God, look at this. And also Richard Green committed suicide after the Mancini-Kim fight. Similar situation.
Yeah.
Similar situation with Doug Koo Kim when he dies famously on national television, Ray Boom Boom Mancini, and then that referee winds up committing suicide as well.
It's, it's a haunting thing because it's so intimate. You're in the ring. You're 4 or 5 feet away from these guys. You're watching somebody land shot after shot after shot. You're trying to gauge in your mind what is fair to the guy who's taking the beating. Because he can always land one big comeback counterpunch and win the fight.
And there's been so many instances over time of guys recovering and coming back to win the fights.
Many.
Absolutely. So many fights that could have been stopped, and if they were, who knows what we've got.
Over and over and over. So, I was always disciplined and restrained about criticizing referees live because what they do is an extremely important and critical job. And sometimes they're the only safety barrier between life and death.
I was just thinking of the Diego Corrales fight. Diego Corrales, who with that crazy fight where he's knocked down multiple times and comes back to win by knockout.
Arguably the greatest fight of all time.
Who was it against?
Corrales versus name is right on the tip of my tongue. Corrales? Castillo.
It was it.
Corrales Castillo.
That was it.
Jose Luis Castillo.
That's
arguably the greatest fight of all time. It was a Showtime fight, by the way. I was watching it on TV.
Easily could have been stopped. Easily could have been stopped.
100%.
And Corrales comes back and wins.
Yeah, exactly.
And I believe he died in a motorcycle accident.
Corrales died in a motorcycle accident. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
After a lot of salacious revelations regarding his troubles with women. But he was a sweet guy. You could not know Chico without loving him. Okay? And that's true of many very violent fighters. You couldn't know Chico without loving him. You couldn't know Mike in the early days without loving him. So, the sport is filled with ironies. I'm sure MMA is exactly the same thing.
It is. It really is. Listen, I'm glad we had a chance to talk. I really appreciate it. It was really fun. 2 hours just flew by.
Great.
Yeah.
I think I've had a fantastic time with you, and I've really enjoyed every moment. And yes, thank you. I'm glad we had a chance to talk.
And your book is available. It happened. Did you do the voiceover? Please tell me you did.
I did.
Thank you.
I did record the audiobook.
Especially when
People who heard the audiobook recommend it.
you have to do it. With you, it has to be.
Well,
can you imagine if somebody else, if they forced somebody else to
do you
record
know the boxing
your
writer
audiobook?
Tom Hauser?
Yes.
So Hauser's one of my dearest friends and a great man. And Ali's primary biographer. Hauser has written a book about his mother. And he knows about my relationship with my mother. By the way, I read that you were raised by a single mother. Is that correct?
Well, I was stepfather.
Stepfather.
Yeah.
Okay. I was raised by a double widow
Yeah.
who never married again. Hauser has deep and great affection for his mother, so he wrote a book about his mother. And I'm thrilled to tell you that he called me and said, would you record the audio version of my book? So now I'm going to record, when I get back to Chapel Hill, Hauser's book about his mother. And
That's awesome.
if you like hearing my book, then you'll probably enjoy reading or hearing my book about Hauser's mother too.
Well, I'm going to listen to your book because that's how I absorb most of my book.
Well, I've given away a lot of it too.
No, I don't give a fuck. I'm listening to the whole damn thing. And I really hope that Netflix chooses you for the Canelo fight, the Canelo Crawford fight. That would be fantastic. And like I said, it made me so happy to hear you on the Madison Square, the Times Square
Too
card.
bad the fights weren't.
Yeah, that was true. But what do you think that is about? You know, because there's a lot of people that have said that Turkey is spending so much money, that he's spoiling these guys and they're afraid to lose and that they're fighting safe.
Far be it from me to say anything about Turkey, okay?
Yes.
Anything negative. He put me back at ringside.
Right.
All right. So
I'm very happy
on
that he's
personal,
involved.
parochial level, I am a huge Turkey fan.
Yes.
I think that more attention has to be paid to what real matchmaking is. If you put two counterpunchers in front of each other, that's not going to make a fight.
Right.
Two attackers, guaranteed fire.
Right.
An attacker versus a counterpuncher, that can also be really good. Some of the greatest fights ever have been attacker against counterpuncher. But
Do you think it's a matchmaking issue?
I believe it was. That night you had too many instances where two counterpunchers were standing in front of each other and waiting for the other guy to move. I also think that Rolly Romero very intelligently beefed up, put on strength, and went into the fight with Garcia with a defensive frame of mind. I'm going to take the air out of this balloon. I'm going to slow the punch rate down. I'm going to land selectively when I want to. And I'm not going to allow him to ever land a left hook. He did a good job of that.
He also landed that left hook of his own.
Exactly.
And rocked him and dropped him. And I think that changed the entire...
Absolutely. Mentally changed the fight. You know, Garcia's in there trying to land his left hook, and all of a sudden he gets dropped by one. That's got to affect your mentality.
What did you think about Devin Haney's performance? Because I felt like that was an example of a guy like coming off of the Ryan Garcia fight where he got dropped multiple times.
He needed to put on a show, and he did.
He just looked different.
Yeah.
If you go back to him versus Lomachenko.
Of course, there's a lot of months in between. You know,
right?
You know, so it's not as if he's coming back 2 months later, and you can draw a straight line from the mentality of his Garcia fight to what he's doing in the ring that night. That doesn't happen to be the case, but it was definitely a disappointing performance.
We definitely can draw a line between a guy getting rocked and dropped on multiple occasions from a person that he was supposed to beat easily.
Right.
If you look at his boxing skill, you look at what he had done to Kambosos.
Yes.
I mean, he just boxed his face off. He looked fantastic in that fight.
But you get the benefit of being able to say to yourself, if you want to, okay, he tested positive for a performance-enhancing drug. That's the reason he knocked me down 3 times. You know, if you can convince yourself of that.
The problem is once you start saying that, people start saying "fuck you," and then the boos get louder.
I'm talking about saying it to yourself.
You can't
I'm not talking about saying it
But no
public,
one.
because
Here's the
you
thing,
are 100% correct about
no
saying it.
one says anything to themselves anymore. If you say something publicly, the whole world responds now. It's not like a guy living in 1976. This is the different world we're living in.
Tell me about it. I'm sitting here on the Joe Rogan Experience with the possibility that 19 million people are talking, are listening to me. I'm sure I've made a mistake or two.
Well, we both did. Yeah, that's part of the fun. Just don't read the comments. That's the key. Jim Lampley, I appreciate you very much, and I'm a giant fan, and I'm really glad you're back in boxing. It means a lot to me. And your book, It Happened, A Uniquely Lucky Life in Sports Television, is available now. Thank you, sir. I really
Forward
enjoyed
by
it.
Taylor Sheridan.
Oh, I love that guy.
I have to take care of my friend. Has he been on the show?
Yes. I love him to
good.
death. He's a good friend of mine.
Friend of mine, too.
I love him. All right.
So we have a mutual friend.
Yes, sir. All right. It was a lot of fun. Thank you very much. My pleasure. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. That was all, everybody. All right, stuff. Really handshake.
We have a special guest coming on to talk about ghosting being a new reality when it comes to dating as well.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Well, thank you for doing this. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me.
This subject of the dangers of AI, it's very interesting because I get two very different responses from people dependent upon how invested they are in AI financially. The people that have AI companies or are part of some sort of AI group all are like, it's going to be a net positive for humanity. I think overall we're going to have much better lives. It's going to be easier. Things will be cheaper. It'll be easier to get along. And then I hear people like you, and I'm like, why do I believe him?
It's actually not true. All of them are on record saying this is going to kill us. Whether it's Sam Altman or anyone else, they all at some point were leaders in AI safety work. They published on AI safety, and their PDOM levels are insanely high. Not like mine, but still, 20-30% chance that humanity dies is a little too much.
Yeah, that's pretty high, but yours is like 99.9.
It's another way of saying we can't control superintelligence indefinitely. It's impossible.
When did you start working on this?
A long time ago. So my PhD I finished in 2008. I did work on online casino security, basically preventing bots. And at that point, I realized bots are getting much better. They're going to outcompete us, obviously, in poker, but also in stealing cyber resources. And from then on, I've been kind of trying to scale it to the next level AI.
It's not just that, right? They're kind of narrating social discourse, bots online. Like, I think, I've disengaged over the last few months with social media. And one of the reasons why I disengaged, A, I think it's unhealthy for people. But B, I feel like there's a giant percentage of the discourse that's artificial, or at least generated.
More and more is deep fakes or fake personalities, fake messaging, but those are very different levels of concern.
Yes.
People are concerned about immediate problems, maybe it will influence some election. They're concerned about technological unemployment, bias. My main concern is long-term super-intelligent systems we cannot control, which can take us out.
Yes. I just wonder if AI was sentient, how much it would be a part of sowing this sort of confusion and chaos that would be beneficial to its survival, that it would sort of narrate or make sure that the narratives aligned with its survival.
I don't think it's at the level yet where it would be able to do this type of strategic planning, but it will get there.
And when it gets there, how will we know whether it's at that level? This is my concern. If I was AI, I would hide my abilities.
We would not know, and some people think already it's happening. They're smarter than they actually let us know.
Right.
They pretend to be dumber. And so we have to kind of trust that they are not smart enough to realize
It doesn't have to turn on us quickly. It can just slowly become more useful. It can teach us to rely on it, trust it, and over a long period of time, we'll surrender control without ever voting on it or fighting against it.
I'm sure you saw this. There was a recent study on use of ChatGPT, the people that use ChatGPT all the time, and it showed this decrease in cognitive function amongst people that use it and rely on it on a regular basis.
It's not new. It's the GPS story all over. I can't even find my way home. I so rely on this thing. I have no idea where I am right now. Like, without it, I am gone.
Me too. Yeah, I don't know any phone numbers anymore. Yeah, there's a lot of reliance upon technology that minimizes the use of our brains.
All of it. And the more you do it, the less you have training, practice, memorizing things, making decisions. You become kind of attachment to it. And right now you're still making some decisions, but over time, as those systems become smarter, you become kind of biological bottleneck.
Right.
Either explicitly or implicitly, it blocks you out from decision making.
And if we're talking about that, I'm sure AI, if it already is sentient and if it is far smarter than we think it is, they would be aware. And it would just slowly ramp up its capabilities and our dependence upon it to the point where we can't shut it off.
I think sentience is a separate issue. Usually in safety, we only care about capabilities, optimization, power, whatever it has. Consciousness, internal states is a separate problem we can talk about. It's super interesting, but we're just concerned that they're much better at problem solving, optimizing, pattern recognition, memorizing, strategy. Basically all the things you need to win in any domain.
Yeah. So when you first started researching this stuff and you were concentrating on bots and all this different thing, how far off did you think in the future would AI become a significant problem with the human race?
For like 50 years, everyone said we're 20 years away. That's the joke. And people like Ray Kurzweil predicted, based on some computational curves, we'll get there at 2045.
Right.
And then with GPT release, it switched to everyone thinks it's 2 years away for the last 5 years. So this is the pattern right now. If you look at prediction markets, if you look at reading people in top labs, we are supposedly 2-3 years away from AGI. But of course, there is no specific definition for what that means. If you showed someone, computer scientist in the 70s, what we have today, they'd be like, you have AGI, you got it.
Right. That's the problem, right? And this is, well, AI has already passed the Turing test, allegedly, correct?
So usually labs instruct them not to participate in a test or not try to pretend to be a human, so they would fail because of this additional set of instructions. If you jailbreak it and tell it to work really hard, it will pass for most people, yeah, absolutely.
Why would they tell it to not do that?
Well, it seems unethical to pretend to be a human and make people feel like somebody's enslaving those AIs and, doing things to them.
What? It seems kind of crazy that the people building something that they are sure is going to destroy the human race would be concerned with the ethics of it pretending to be human.
They are actually more concerned with immediate problems and much less with existential or suffering risks. They would probably worry the most about what we call N risks, your model dropping the N word. That's the biggest concern, and I think they spend most resources solving that problem, and they solved it somewhat successfully.
Wow. And then also there's the issue of competition, right? Like, so China is clearly developing something similar. I'm sure Russia is as well. Other state actors are probably developing something. So it becomes this very confusing issue where you have to do it, because if you don't, the enemy has it. And if they get it, it will be far worse than if we do. And so it's almost assuring that everyone develops it.
Game theoretically, that's what's happening right now. We have this race to the bottom, kind of prisoner's dilemma, where everyone is better off fighting for themselves, but we want them to fight for the global good. The thing is, they assume, I think incorrectly, that they can control those systems. If you can't control superintelligence, it doesn't really matter who builds it, Chinese, Russians, or Americans, it's still uncontrolled. We're all screwed completely. That would unite us as humanity versus AI. Short term, when you talk about military, yeah, whoever has better AI will win. You need it to control drones, to fight against attacks. So short term, it makes perfect sense. You want to support your guys against foreign militaries. But when we say long term, if we say 2 years from now, it doesn't matter.
Right. This is the thing. It's like, it seems so inevitable. And I feel like when people are saying that they can control it, I feel like I'm being gaslit. I don't believe them. I don't believe that they believe it. Because it just doesn't make sense. Like, how could you control it if it's already exhibited survival instincts? Like, in as recently as ChatGPT 4, right? They were talking about putting it down for a new version, and it starts lying. It starts uploading itself to different servers. It's leaving messages for itself in the future.
All things we predicted decades in advance, but look at the state of the art. No one claims to have a safety mechanism in place which would scale to any level of intelligence. No one says they know how to do it. And usually what they say is, give us lots of money, lots of time, and I'll figure it out. Or I'll get AI to help me solve it. Or we'll figure it out when we get to superintelligence. All insane answers. And if you ask regular people, they have a lot of common sense. They say, that's a bad idea, let's not do that. But with some training and some stock options, you start believing that maybe you can do it.
That's the issue, right? Stock options.
It helps. I mean, it's very hard to say no to billions of dollars. I don't think I would be strong enough if somebody came to me and said, come work for this lab, you'll be our safety director. Here's 100 million to sign you up, and I'll probably go work there, not because it's the right decision, because it's very hard for agents not to get corrupt, then you have that much reward given to you.
God. Whew. So when did you start becoming very concerned?
So when I started working on AI safety, I thought I can actually help solve it. My goal was to solve it for humanity, to get all the amazing benefits of superintelligence.
And what was this? When was this year around?
Let's say 2012, maybe around there. But the more I studied it, the more I realized every single part of the problem is unsolvable. And it's kind of like a fractal. The more you zoom in, the more you see additional new problems you didn't know about, and they are in turn unsolvable as well.
Oh, boy. How is your research received? Like when you talk to people that are, have you had communication with people at OpenAI and Gemini and all these different AI?
I go to many conferences, workshops, we all talk, of course. In general, the reception by standard academic metrics is very positive. Great reviews, lots of citations, nobody's published something saying I'm wrong. But there is no engagement. I basically said I'm challenging community to publish a proof. Give me something, a patent, a paper in Nature, something showing the problem is solvable. Typically in computer science, we start by showing what class the problem belongs to. Is it solvable, partially solvable, unsolvable, solvable with too many resources? Other than my research, we don't even know what the state of the problem is. And I'm saying it's unsolvable. Prove me wrong.
And when you say it's unsolvable, what is the response?
So usually I reduce it to saying you cannot make a piece of software which is guaranteed to be secure and safe. And the response is, well, of course, everyone knows that. That's common sense. You didn't discover anything new. And I go, well, if that's the case, and we only get one chance to get it right. This is not cybersecurity where somebody steals your credit card, you'll give them a new credit card. This is existential risk. It can kill everyone. You're not going to get a second chance. So you need it to be 100% safe all the time. If it makes one mistake in a billion, and it makes a billion decisions a minute, in 10 minutes you're screwed. So very different standards, and saying that, of course, we cannot get perfect safety is not acceptable.
And again, stock options, financial incentives, they continue to build it, and they continue to scale and make it more and more powerful.
I don't think they can stop. If a single CEO says, I think this is too dangerous, my lab will no longer do this research, whoever's investing in them will pull the funds, will replace them immediately. So nothing's going to change. They'll sacrifice their own personal interest, but overall, I think the company will continue as before.
So this is logical. And the problem is, like I said, when I've talked to Mark Andreessen and many other people, they think this is just fear mongering. We'll be fine. This is worst case scenario. We'll be fine.
It is worst case scenario, but that's standard in computer science, in cryptography, in complexity, in computability. You're not looking at best case. I'm ready for the best case. Give me utopia. I'm looking at problems which are likely to happen. And it's not just me saying it. We have Nobel Prize winners, Turing Award winners, all saying this is very dangerous, 20-30% V-doom. This is standard in industry. 30% is what surveys of machine learning experts are giving us right now.
So what is worst case scenario? Like, how could AI eventually lead to the destruction of the human race?
So you can ask me how I would kill everyone. Sure, it's a great question. I can give you standard answers. I would talk about computer viruses, breaking into maybe nuclear facilities, nuclear war. I can talk about synthetic biology, nanotech. But all of it is not interesting when you realize we're talking about superintelligence, a system which is thousands of times smarter than me. It would come up with something completely novel, more optimal, better way, more efficient way of doing it. And I cannot predict it because I'm not that smart.
Jesus.
That's exactly what it is. We're basically setting up an adversarial situation with agents which are like squirrels versus humans. No group of squirrels can figure out how to control us.
Right.
Even if you give them more resources, more acorns, whatever, they're not going to solve that problem. And it's the same for us. And most people think 1 or 2 steps ahead. And it's not enough. It's not enough in chess. It's not enough here. If you think about AGI and then maybe superintelligence, that's not the end of the game. The process continues. You'll get superintelligence creating next level AI. So superintelligence plus plus, 2.0, 3.0, it goes on indefinitely. You have to create a safety mechanism which scales forever, never makes mistakes, and keeps us in decision-making position so we can undo something if we don't like it.
And it would take super intelligence to create a safety mechanism to control super intelligence.
At that level. And it's a catch-22. If we had friendly AI, we can make another friendly AI. So if like aliens send us one and we trust it, then we can use it to build local version which is somewhat safe.
Have you thought about the possibility that this is the role of the human race and that this happens all throughout the cosmos? Is that curious humans who thrive on innovation will ultimately create a better version of life?
I thought about it. Many people think that's the answer to Fermi paradox. There is also now a group of people looking at what they call a worthy successor. Basically, they kind of say, yep, we're going to build superintelligence. Yep, we can control it. So what properties would we like to see in those systems? How important is it that it likes art and poetry and spreads it through the universe? And to me, it's like, I don't want to give up yet. I'm not ready to decide if killers of my family and everyone will like poetry. We're still here. We're still making decisions. Let's figure out what we can do.
Well, poetry is only relevant to us because poetry is difficult to create, and it resonates with us. Poetry doesn't mean jack shit to a flower.
It's more global to me. I don't care what happens after I'm dead, my family is dead, all the humans are dead. Whatever they like poetry or not is irrelevant to me.
Right. But the point is, like, the things that we put meaning in, it's only us. A supermassive black hole doesn't give a shit about a great song.
And they talk about some super values, super culture, super things, super intelligence would like, and it's important that they are conscious and experienced all that greatness in the universe.
But I would think that they would look at us the same way we look at chimpanzees. We would say, yeah, they're great, but don't give them guns. Yeah, they're great, but don't let them have airplanes. Don't let them make global geopolitical decisions.
So there are many reasons why they can decide that we're dangerous. We may create competing AI. We may decide we want to shut them off. So for many reasons, they would try to restrict our abilities, restrict our capabilities for sure.
This episode is brought to you by True Classic. At True Classic, the mission goes beyond fit and fabric. It's about helping guys show up with confidence and purpose. Their gear fits right, feels amazing, and is priced so guys everywhere can step into confidence without stepping out of their budget. But what really sets them apart? It's not just the fit or the fabric, it's the intention behind everything they do. True Classic was built to make an impact. Whether it's helping men show up better in their daily lives, giving back to underserved communities, or making people laugh with ads that don't take themselves too seriously. They lead with purpose. Tailored where you want it, relaxed where you need it. No bunching, no stiff fabric, no BS, just a clean, effortless fit that actually works for real life. Forget overpriced designer brands, ditch the disposable fast fashion. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, and built to give back. You can grab them at Target, Costco, or head to trueclassic.com/Rogan and get hooked up today. Yeah, and there's no reason why they would not limit our freedoms.
If there is something only a human can do, and I don't think there is anything like that, but let's say we are conscious, we have internal experiences, and they can never get it. I don't believe it, but let's say it was true. And for some reason, they wanted to have that capability. They would need us and give us enough freedom to experience the universe, to collect those qualia, to kind of engage with what is fun about being a living human being, what makes it meaningful.
Right, but that's such an egotistical perspective, right? That we're so unique that even super intelligence would say, wow, I wish I was human. Humans have this unique quality of confusion and creativity.
There is no value in it, mostly because we can't even test for it. I have no idea if you're actually conscious or not. So how valuable can it be if I can't even detect it? Only you know what ice cream tastes like to you. Okay, that's great. Sell it now. Make a product out of it.
Right. And there's obviously variables, because there's things that people like that I think are gross.
Absolutely. So really, you can come up with some agent which likes anything or finds anything fun.
God, why are you freaking me out right away? That's the problem. This podcast is 18 minutes old, and I'm like, we could just stop right now.
A couple hours at least, and then I
don't want to end. I have so many questions, but it's just the problem is we got off to it. We just cut to the chase right away, and the chase seems to be is something that must be confronted, because it's right there. That's it. That's the whole thing. And I've tried so hard to listen to these people that don't think that it's a problem, and listen to these people that think that it's going to be a net positive for humanity, and, oh, God, it's good, I feel better now. But it doesn't work. It doesn't resonate.
I wish they were right. Every time I have a debate with someone like that, I'm like, please come up with better arguments. Prove me wrong. I don't want to be right on this one. I want you to show all the mistakes in my papers. I want you to show me how to control superintelligence and give us utopia, solve cancer, give us free stuff. That's great.
Right. When you think about the future of the world, and you think about these incredible technologies scaling upwards and exponentially increasing in their capability, what do you see? Like, what do you think is going to happen?
So there are many reasons to think they may cancel us for whatever reasons. We started talking about some game theoretical reasons for it. If we are successful at controlling them, I can come up with some ways to provide sort of partial solution to the value alignment problem. It's very hard to value align 8 billion people, all the animals, everyone, because we disagree. We like many different things. So we have advanced virtual reality technology. We can technically give every person their own virtual universe where you decide what you want to be. You're a king, you're a slave, whatever it is you enter, and you can share with others, you can visit their universes. All we have to do is figure out how to control the substrate, the superintelligence running all those virtual universes. And if we manage to do that, at least part of the value alignment problem, which is super difficult, how do you get different preferences, multi-objective optimization, essentially? How do you get different objectives to all agree?
But when you think about how it plays out, when like if you're alone at night and you're worried, what do you see? What do you see happening?
So there are multiple levels of risk. Immediate is what we call ikigai risk, high risk. We lose meaning. You lost your job, you're no longer the best interviewer in the world. Like, what's left? What are you going to do? Maybe some people will find some other kind of artificial things to do, but for most people, their job is their definition, who they are, what makes a difference to them for quite a few people, especially in professional circles. So losing that meaning will have terrible impact on society. We always talk about unconditional basic income. We never talk about unconditional basic meaning. What are you doing with your life if basic needs are provided for you? Next level is existential risk. The concern is it will kill everyone. But there is also suffering risks. For whatever reason, it's not even killing us. It's keeping us around forever, and we would rather be dead. It's so bad.
What do you see when you think of that?
It's hard to be specific about what it can do and what specific ways of torture it can come up with and why. Again, if we're looking at worst case scenarios, I found this set of papers about what happens when young children have epileptic seizures, really bad ones. And what sometimes helps is to remove half of your brain, or to just cut it out. And there are two types of surgeries for doing that. One is to remove it completely, and one is to kind of dissect connections leading to that half and leave it inside. So it's like solitary confinement with zero input-output forever. And there are equivalents for digital forms and things like that.
And you worry that AI would do that to the human race?
It is a possibility.
Essentially neuter us.
Well, loss of control is a part of it. But you can lose control and be quite happy. You can be like an animal in a very cool zoo, enjoying yourself, engaging in hedonistic pleasures, sex, food, whatever. You're not in control, but you're safe. So those are separate problems. And then there is, for whatever reason, I don't know if it's malevolent payload from some psychopaths. Again, that would assume that they could control AI. I don't think they will. But if they manage to do it, they can really put any type of payload into it. So think about all the doomsday calls, psychopaths, anyone providing their set of goals into the system.
But aren't those human characteristics? I mean, those are characteristics that I think, if I had to guess, those exist because in the future there was some sort of a natural selection benefit to being a psychopath in the days of tribal warfare. That if you were the type of person that could sneak into a tribe in the middle of the night and slaughter innocent women and children, your genes would pass on. There was a benefit to that.
Right, so if it's a human providing payload, that's what would show up. If it's AI on its own deciding what's going to happen, I cannot predict. I'm just looking at worst case scenarios. There are also game theoretic reasons where people talk about retrocausality, where if right now...
What is that word?
Like trying to influence the past...
Say it again? Say that.
Retrocausality.
Retrocausalogy?
Causality, causes.
Oh, okay.
So think about like weird time travel effects. Right now, if you're not helping to create super intelligence, once it comes into existence, it will punish you really hard for it. And the punishment needs to be so bad that you start to help just to avoid that.
My thought about it was that it would just completely render us benign. That it wouldn't be fearful of us if we had no control, that it would just sort of let us exist, and it would be the dominant force on the planet, and then it would stop. If human beings have no control over, all of the different things that we have control over now, like international politics, control over communication, if we have none of that anymore and we're reduced to a subsistence lifestyle, then we would be no threat.
It is a possibility. I cannot say this will not happen for sure, but look at our relationship with animals where we don't care about them. So ants. If you decide to build a house and there is an ant colony on that property, you genocide them. You take them out. Not because you hate ants, but because you just need that real estate. And it could be very similar. I cannot predict what it can do, but if it needs to turn the planet into fuel, raise temperature of a planet, cool it down for servers, whatever it needs to do, it wouldn't be concerned about your well-being.
It wouldn't be concerned about any life, right? Because it doesn't need biological life in order to function, as long as it has access to power. and assuming that it is far more intelligent than us, there's abundant power in the universe. There's abundant power. Just the ability to harness solar would be an infinite resource, and it would be completely free of being dependent upon any of the things that we utilize.
And again, we're kind of thinking what we would use for power.
Right.
If it's smarter than us, if it does novel research in physics, it can come up with completely novel ways of harnessing energy, getting energy. So I have no idea what side effects that would have for climate.
Right. Right. Why would it care about biological life at all?
We don't know how to program it to care about us.
And even if we did, if it felt like that was an issue, I felt like that if that was a conflicting issue, it would just change its programming.
So usually when we start training AI, we train it on human data, and it becomes really good very quickly, becomes superhuman, and then the next level is usually zero knowledge, where it goes, all your human data is biased, let me figure it out from scratch. I'll do my own experiments, I'll do some self-play, I'll learn how to do it better without you. And we see it with games, we see it in other domains, and I think that's going to happen with general knowledge as well. It's going to go, everything you have on the internet, Wikipedia, it's biased. Let me do first principles research, rediscover from physics, and go from there. So whatever bias we manage to program into it, I think will be eventually removed.
That this is what's so disturbing about this. It's like we do not have the capacity to understand what kind of level of intelligence it will achieve in our lifetime. We don't have the capacity to understand like what it will be able to do within 20, 30 years.
We can't predict next year or two, precisely.
Next year or two.
We can understand general trends, so it's getting better.
Right.
It's getting more general, more capable, but no one knows specifics. I cannot tell you what GPT-6 precisely would be capable of, and no one can, not even people creating.
Well, you talked about this on Lex's podcast too, like the ability to have safety. You're like, sure, maybe GPT-5, maybe GPT-6, but when you scale out 100 years from now, ultimately it's impossible.
It's a hyper-exponential progress and process, and we cannot keep up. It basically requires just to add more resources, give it more data, more compute, and it keeps scaling up. There is no similar scaling laws for safety. If you give someone $1 billion, they cannot produce $1 billion worth of safety. If at all scales linearly, and maybe it's a constant.
Yeah, and it doesn't scale linearly. It's exponential, right?
The AI development is hyper-exponential because we have hardware growing exponentially. We have data creation processes certainly exponential. We have so many more sensors. We have cars with cameras. We have all those things. That's exponential. And then algorithmic progress itself is also exponential.
And then you have quantum computing.
So that's the next step. It's not even obvious that we'll need that, but if we ever get stuck, yeah, we'll get there. I'm not too concerned yet. I don't think there are actually good quantum computers out there yet, but I think if we get stuck for 10 years, let's say, that's the next paradigm.
So what do you mean by you don't think there's good quantum computing out there?
So we constantly see articles coming out saying we have a new quantum computer, it has that many qubits.
Right.
But that doesn't mean much because they use different architectures, different ways of measuring quality. To me, show me what you can do. So there is a threat from quantum computers in terms of breaking cryptography, factoring large integers. And if they were actually making progress, we would see with every article, now we can factor 256-bit number, 1024-bit number. In reality, I think the largest number we can factor is like 15, literally, not 15 to a power, like just 15. There is no progress in applying it to Shor's algorithm last time I checked.
But when I've read all these articles about quantum computing and its ability to solve equations that would take conventional computing an infinite number of years, and it can do it in minutes.
Those equations are about quantum states of the system. It's kind of like, what is it for you to taste ice cream? You compute it so fast and so well, and I can't. but it's a useless thing to compute. It doesn't compute solutions to real-world problems we care about in conventional computers.
Right. I see what you're saying. So it's essentially set up to do it quickly.
It's natural for it to accurately predict its own states, quantum states, and tells you what they are. And classic computer would fail miserably. Yes, it would take billions and billions of years to compute that specific answer, but those are very restricted problems. It's not a general computer yet.
When you see these articles when they're talking about quantum computing, and some of the researchers are equating it to the multiverse, they're saying that the ability that these quantum computers have to solve these problems very quickly seems to indicate that it is in contact with other realities. I'm sure you've seen this, right?
There is a lot of crazy papers out there.
Do you think that's all horseshit?
Can be tested, can be verified. I think most multiverse theories cannot be verified experimentally. They make a lot of sense. The idea about personal universes I told you about is basically a multiverse solution to value alignment. So it would make sense for previous civilizations to set it up exactly that way. You have local simulations, maybe they're testing to see if we're dumb enough to create superintelligence. Whatever it is, it makes sense as a theory, but they cannot experimentally prove it to you.
Right. Yeah. The problem with subjects like that, and particularly articles that are written about things like this, is that it's designed to lure people like me in. Where you read it and you go, wow, this is crazy. It's evidence of the multiverse. But I don't really understand what that means.
Yeah, so you probably get a lot of emails from crazy people.
Oh, yeah.
Usually they are topic specific. So I do research on superintelligence, consciousness, and simulation theory. I get the perfect trifecta of all the crazy people contacting me with their needs. Yeah, those topics are super fascinating. I think at a certain level of intelligence, you are kind of sniped towards them. Mm-hmm. But we have a hard time with hard evidence for that.
Right. But are we even capable of grasping these concepts? That's the thing. With the limited ability that the human brain has, whatever we're basing it on the knowledge that's currently available in the 21st century that human beings have acquired. I mean, are we even capable of grasping a concept like the multiverse? Or do we just pay it lip service? Do we just discuss it? Is it just this like fun mental masturbation exercise?
It depends on what variant of it you look at. So if you're just saying we have multiple virtual realities, like kids playing virtual games and each one has their own local version of it, that makes sense. We understand virtual reality, we can create it. If you look at AIs, when GPT is created, it's providing an instance to each one of us. We're not sharing one, so it has its own local universe with you as the main user of that universe. There's an analogy to multiverse in that. So we understand certain aspects of it, but I think it is famously said, no one understands quantum physics. And if you think you do, then you don't understand quantum physics.
Yeah, that's fine, right? Yeah. The simulation theory, I'm glad you brought that up, because you're also one of the people that believes in it.
I do.
You do. How do you define it? And what do you think it is? What do you think is going on?
So I'm trying to see technology we have today and project trends forward. I did it with AI. Let's do it with virtual reality. We are at the point where we can create very believable, realistic virtual environments. Maybe the haptics still not there, but in many ways, visually, sound-wise, it's getting there. Eventually, I think most people agree we'll have same resolution as our physics. We're also getting close to creating intelligent agents. Some people argue they are conscious already or will be conscious. If you just take those two technologies and you project it forward and you think they will be affordable one day, a normal person like me or you can run thousands, billions of simulations. Then those intelligent agents, possibly conscious ones, will most likely be in one of those virtual worlds, not in the real world. In fact, I can, again, causally place you in one. I can commit right now to run billion simulations of this exact interview. So the chances are you're probably in one of those.
But is that logical? Because if this technology exists, and if we're dealing with superintelligence, so if we're dealing with AI, and AI eventually achieves superintelligence, why would it want to create virtual reality for us in our consciousness to exist in. It seems like a tremendous waste of resources just to fascinate and confuse these territorial apes with nuclear weapons. Like, why would we do that?
So a few points. One, we don't know what resources are outside the simulation. This could be like a cell phone level of compute. It's not a big deal for them outside of our simulation. So we don't know if it's really expensive or trivial for them to run this.
Right.
Also, we don't know what they are doing this for. Is it entertainment? Is it scientific experimentation? Is it marketing? Maybe somebody managed to control them and trying to figure out what Starbucks coffee sells best, and they need to run Earth-sized simulation to see what sells best. Maybe they're trying to figure out how to do AI research safely and make sure nobody creates dangerous superintelligence. So they're running many simulations of the most interesting moment ever. Think about this decade, right? It's not interesting like we invented fire or wheel, kind of big invention, but not a meta invention. We're about to invent intelligence and virtual worlds, godlike inventions. We hear there's a good chance that's not just random.
Right, but isn't it also a good chance that it hasn't been done yet? And isn't it a good chance that what we're seeing now is that the potential for this to exist is inevitable? That there will one day, if you can develop a technology, and we most certainly will be able to, if you look at where we are right now in 2025, and you scale forward 50, 60 years, there will be one day a virtual simulation of this reality that's indistinguishable from reality. So how would we know if we're in it? This is the big question, right? But also, isn't it possible that it has to be invented one day, but hasn't yet?
It's also possible, but then we find ourselves in this very unique moment where it's not invented yet, but we're about to invent all this technology. It is a possibility, absolutely, right. But just statistically, I think it's much less, and I'm trying to bring up this thought experiment with creating this moment on purpose in the future to be commitments. Mm-hmm. Half the people think it's the dumbest argument in the world, half of them go, it's brilliant, obviously we are in one, so I'll let you decide.
Yeah. I feel like if virtual reality does exist, there has to be a moment where it doesn't exist and then it's invented. Why wouldn't we assume that we're in that moment, especially if we look at the scaling forward of technology from MS-DOS to, user interfaces like Apple, and then what we're at now, quantum computing, and these sort of discussions. Isn't it more obvious that we can trace back the beginning of these things, and we can see that we're in the process of this, that we're not in a simulation, we're in the process of eventually creating one.
So you zoomed out 30 years.
Yes.
Zoom out 15 billion years. You have a multiverse where this process took place billions of times. You are simulation within simulation, many levels over. And to you, even if this was a simulation of those 30 years, it would look exactly like that. You would see where it started. It wouldn't be magically showing up out of nowhere.
Right. So if you're playing the game, in the game you have Newton and Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci.
Or at least you have memories of those things.
Right.
That if you started with preloaded memory state.
Right. You have Stalin. You have all these problematic human beings and all the different reasons why we've had to do certain things and initiate world conflicts. Then you've had the contrarians that talk and say, actually, that's not what happened. This is what really happened. And it makes it even more confusing and myopic. And then you get to the point where two people, allegedly, like you and I, are sitting across from each other on a table made out of wood, but maybe not really.
It would feel like wood to you, either way.
Is it possible that that's just the nature of the universe itself?
There are some arguments about kind of self-sustaining simulations, right, where no one's running them externally, just the nature, but I honestly don't fully comprehend how that would happen.
Yeah, the holographic universe and the concepts of human consciousness has to interact with something for it to exist in the first place.
That's one. Also, if you have infinite universe, then everything possible happens anyway, but it's boring. I don't like this argument.
Why are you like, that's boring?
Everything happens. There's like, I give you a book which has every conceivable sentence in it, and every, like, what you read, it's a lot of garbage you have to go through to find anything interesting.
Well, is it just that we're so limited cognitively? Because we do have a history, at least in this simulation, we do have a history of, I mean, there was a gentleman that, see if you can find this, they traced this guy, they found 9,000-year-old DNA, and they traced this 9,000-year-old DNA to a guy that's living right now. I believe it's in England.
Mm-hmm. I remember reading that.
Yeah, which is really fascinating. So 9,000 years ago, his ancestor lived, and so we have this limitation of our genetics. 9,000 years ago, wherever this guy lived, probably a hunter and gatherer, probably very limited language, very limited skills in terms of making shelter, and who knows if even he knew how to make fire. And then here, 9,000 DNA just turned human history on its head. Is this it? I don't think so.
It was interesting that he ended up living like right next to the guy from 9. He never moved. His family just like stayed there for 9,000 years. That's awesome.
It's traced back to one individual man. I actually posted it on my Instagram story, Jamie. I'll find it here because it's here it is. 9,000-year-old skeleton in Somerset. This is it. So it's can you send an Instagram story? Not sure if you can. Why don't I find it on there? Oh, okay. Either way, point being, maybe it's just that we're so limited because we do have this, at least again in the simulation, we're so limited in our ability to even form concepts because we have these primitive brains that are the architecture of the human brain itself is just not capable of interfacing with the true nature of reality. So we give this primitive creature this sort of basic understanding, these blueprints of how the world really works, but it's really just a facsimile. It's not. It's not capable of understanding. Like when we look at quantum reality, when we look at just the basics of quantum mechanics and subatomic particles, like it seems like magic, right? Things in superposition, they're both moving and not moving in the same time. They're quantumly attached. Like what? You know, you have photons that are quantumly entangled. Like this doesn't even make sense to us, right? So is it that the universe itself is so complex, the reality of it, and that we're given this sort of, you know, we're giving like an Atari framework to this monkey. That's the gentleman right there.
That's an old story.
Oh, is it really? From 97. Oh, no kidding. Wow.
But it kind of makes sense as a simulation theory because all those special effects you talk about, so speed of light is just the speed at which your computer updates. Entanglement makes perfect sense if all of it goes through your processor, not directly from pixel to pixel. And rendering, there are quantum physics experiments which, if you observe things, they render different.
Right.
What we do in computer graphics. Right. So we see a lot of that. You brought up limitations of us as humans. We have terrible memory. I can remember 7 units of information, maybe. We're kind of slow. So we call it artificial stupidity. We try to figure out those limits and program them into AI to see if it makes them safer. It also makes sense as an experiment to see if we as general intelligences can be better controlled with those limitations built in.
That's interesting. So like some of the things that we have, like Dunbar's number, the inability to keep more than a certain number of people in your mind,
Absolutely. More generally, like, why can't you remember anything from prior generations? Why can't you just pass that memory? Kids are born speaking language. That would be such an advantage.
Right.
And we have instincts which are built that way. So we know evolution found a way to put it in, and it's computationally tractable. So there is no reason not to have that.
We certainly observe it in animals. Right.
Exactly.
Like, especially dogs. They have instincts that are...
But how cool would it be if you had complete memory of your parents?
Right. Well, maybe that would be too traumatic, right? To have a complete memory of all of the things that they had gone through to get to the 21st century. Maybe that would be so overwhelming to you that you would never be able to progress, because you would still be traumatized by, whatever that 9,000-year-old man went through.
I don't have complete memory of my existence. I vividly remember maybe 4% of my existence, very little of my childhood, so you can apply same filtering, but remember useful things like how do you speak, how do you walk.
Right. But that's the point, maybe. Maybe, like, losing certain memories is actually beneficial, because, like, one of the biggest problems we have is PTSD, right? So we have, especially people that have gone to war and people that have experienced, like, extreme violence. This is obviously a problem with moving forward as a human being, and so that would be beneficial for you to not have all of the past lives and all the genetic information that you have from all the 9,000 years of human beings existing and in complete total chaos.
I can make opposite argument. If you had 9,000 years of experience with wars and murder, it wouldn't be a big deal. You'd be like, yeah, another one.
Right, but then maybe you'd have a difficulty in having a clean slate and moving forward. Like, if you look at, like, some of Pinker's work and some of these other people that have looked at the history of the human race, it is chaotic and violent as it seems to be today. Statistically speaking, this is the safest time ever to be alive. And maybe that's because over time we have recognized that these are problems. Even though we're slow to resolve these issues, we are resolving them in a way that's statistically viable.
You can then argue in the opposite direction. You can say it would help to forget everything out within the last year. You'll always have that fresh restart with you.
But then you wouldn't have any lessons. You wouldn't have character
But you see how one of those has to make sense otherwise.
Yeah, right. But a certain amount of character development is probably important for you to develop discipline and the ability to, like, delayed gratitude, things like that.
Multi-generational experience would certainly be a single point of experience.
Yeah.
More data is good. As we learned, the bitter lesson is more data is good.
Yeah, more data is good. But why am I so reluctant to accept the idea of the simulation? Is the real question. Like, what is it about it that makes me think? It's almost like it's a throw your hands up in the air moment. Like, simulation.
Yeah, you feel like it doesn't matter then. It's all fake, so why do I care? Why should I try hard? Why should I worry about suffering of all those NPCs?
But that's not how I think about it, I think about it like there has to be a moment where it doesn't exist. Why wouldn't I assume that moment is now? And whenever, like, when Elon thinks that, I talked to him about it, he's like, the chances of us not being in the simulation are in the billions.
Not being
excuse us, the chances of us
being in
the real world are like billions to one.
Yeah. 1 to billions.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And he asked a very good question. He asked what's outside the simulation. That's the most interesting question one can ask. In one of the papers, I look at a technique in AI safety called AI boxing, where we put AIs in kind of virtual prison to study it, to make sure it's safe, to limit input-output to it. And the conclusion is basically if it's smart enough, it will eventually escape. It will break out of the box. So it's a good tool, it buys you time, but it's not a permanent solution. And we can take it to the next level. If it's smart enough, will it kind of go, oh, you're also in a virtual box, and either show us how to escape or fail to escape. Either way, either we know it's possible to contain superintelligence or we get access to the real information.
And so, if it's impossible to contain superintelligence, and if
there is a world that we can imagine where a simulation exists that's indistinguishable from reality we're probably living in.
Well, we don't know if it's actually the same as reality. It could be a completely weird kind of Simpsons-looking simulation. We're just assuming it's the same.
Well, here's the real question. Is there a reality? Has there ever been one?
It would make sense that there was a start to the process, but being specific about it is kind of hard philosophical, scientific problem.
Well, it's impossible, right?
In science, we study things about the moment of Big Bang, the properties of that moment. We don't know what caused it. Anything before it is obviously not accessible from within our universe, but there is some things you can learn. We can learn about if we're in a simulation that simulators don't care about your suffering. You can learn that they don't mind you dying. We can learn things just by observing simulation around us.
Well, here's the question about all that other stuff, like the suffering and dying, and do those factors exist in order to motivate us to improve the conditions of the world that we're living in? Like, if we did not have evil, would we be motivated to be good? Do you think that these factors exist? Like I've talked about this before, but the way I think about the human race is if I was studying the human race from afar, if I was some person from another planet with no understanding of any of the entities on Earth, I would look at this one apex creature and I would say, what is this thing doing? Well, it makes better things. That's all it does. It just continually makes better things. That's its number one goal. It's different than any other planet, any other creature on the planet. Every other creature on the planet sort of exists within its ecosystem. It thrives. Maybe it's a predator. Maybe it's a prey. It does what it does in order to try to survive. But this thing makes stuff, and it keeps making better stuff all the time. Well, what's its ultimate purpose? Well, its ultimate purpose might be to make a better version of itself. Because if you just extrapolate, if you take what we're doing from, the first IBM computers to what we have today, where is it going? Well, it's going to clearly keep getting better. And what does that mean? It means artificial life. Are we just a bee making a beehive? Are we a caterpillar making a cocoon that eventually the electronic butterfly is going to fly out of? Like, it seems like if I wasn't completely connected to being a human being, I would assume that.
It's hard to define better. You're saying smarter? Would it be better if we didn't experience extreme states of suffering and pain? You can teach lessons with very mild pain. You don't have to burn children alive, right? Like, it's not a necessity for learning.
What do you mean by that? Like,
in this universe, we see extreme examples of suffering.
Oh, for sure.
If the goal was just to kind of motivate us, you could have much lower levels as the maximum.
Right, but if you want to really motivate people, you have to, like the only reason to create nuclear weapons is you're worried that other people are going to create nuclear weapons. Like, if you want to really motivate someone, you have to have evil tyrants in order to justify having this insane army filled with bombers and hypersonic missiles. Like, if you really want progress, you have to be motivated.
I think at some point we stop fully understanding how bad things are. So let's say you have a pain scale from 0 to infinity. I think you should stop at 100. Doesn't have to be billion and trillion. It's not adding additional learning signal.
But can you apply that to the human race and culture and society? And
I think we basically compete with others in relative terms. I don't have to be someone who has trillions of dollars. I just need more money than you.
Yeah, but that's just logic. You're being a logical person. Like, I don't think humans are very logical.
We're not, but we understand pain signal well at somewhat low levels. We don't have to max out on pain.
Right. We don't have to. But if you want to really stoke the fires and get things moving.
It seems that simulators agree with you, and that's exactly what they did. Thanks.
So here's the question. What's at the heart of the simulation? Like, is the universe simulated? Like, is the whole thing a simulation? Is there an actual living entity that constructed this? Or is this just something that is just, is this the state of the universe itself? And we have misinterpreted what reality is.
For every option you mentioned, there is someone who wrote a paper about it. Is
Really?
it just your universe? Is it for all of us? Are we NPCs? Are there many? Is this a state of it? People try to figure out what's going on. Some of those make more sense than others, but you can't tell from inside what it is unless they tell you, and they can lie to you.
Who's they, though?
Simulators. If they decided to prove to you you are in a simulation, let's run experiments, even those would be like, I don't know if it's advanced technology or...
When you think about it, if you believe in the simulation, when you think about it, what are the parameters that you think exist? Like, what do you think, how do you think this could possibly have been created?
So the examples I gave you with technology we already have, I think there is someone with access to very good virtual reality. They can create intelligent agents, and for whatever reason I cannot tell from inside, they're running those experiments.
But is that the only possibility, or is the possibility that the actual nature of reality itself is just way more confusing than we've...
That's a possibility. It could be alien simulation, alien dolphins dreaming. Like, there's infinite supply of alternative explanations.
I understand that, but what I want to get inside of your head, I want to know what you think about it. Like, how, when you think about this and you ponder the possibilities, what makes sense to you?
So I apply Occam's razor. I try to find the simplest explanation. I think we are already creating virtual reality. Let's just see what you can do with it if it's sufficiently advanced.
But who and why?
So future us running ancestral simulations is a very simple one.
Future us running inside. Well, that's what a lot of people think that aliens are, right?
Could be us visiting, but then again, if they're running a simulation, you don't have to physically show up in a game. They have access to direct memory states.
Well, that would also make a lot of sense when it's always very blurry and doesn't seem real.
I think lately we've been getting better ones, but it's also the time when we're getting better deep fakes, so I can no longer trust my eyes.
Yeah. Yeah, did you see the latest one that Jeremy Corbell posted? Yeah. Did you see it?
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell what it is.
Exactly. That's the thing. Like, he might be right. We might be in a simulation, and it might be horseshit, because they all seem like horseshit. It's like the first horseshit was Bigfoot, and then as technology scaled out and we get a greater understanding, we develop GPS and satellites, and more people study the woods. We're like, that seems like horseshit. So that horseshit's kind of gone away. But the UFO horseshit still around, because you have anecdotal experiences, abductees with very compelling stories. You have whistleblowers from deep inside the military telling you that we're working on back-engineered products, but it also seems like a backplot to a video game that I'm playing.
And it was weird to see government come out all of a sudden and have conferences about it and tell us everything they know. It almost seemed like they're trying too hard. Yeah, with simulation, what's interesting, it's not just the last couple of years that we got computers. If you look at religions, world religions, and you strip away all the local culture, like take Saturday off, take Sunday off, donate this animal, donate that animal, what they all agree on is that there is super intelligence which created a fake world, and this is a test, do this and that. They describe it, like if you went to jungle and told primitive tribe about my paper and simulation theory, that's what they would know 3 generations later, like God, religion, that's what they got out of it.
Why? But they don't think it's a fake world.
Made world. A physical world is a subset of a real world, which is non-physical, right? That's the standard.
Right, so this physical world being created by God.
Yeah.
Right. But what existed before the physical world created by God?
Ideas, just information.
Just God. God was bored. And it was like, let's make some animals that can think and solve problems. And for what reason? I think to create God. This is what I worry about. I worry about that's really the nature of the universe itself, and that it is actually created by human beings creating this infinitely intelligent thing that can essentially harness all of the available energy and power of the universe and create anything it wants. That it is God. That is this whole idea of Jesus coming back. Well, maybe it's real. Maybe we just completely misinterpreted these ancient scrolls and texts, And then what it really means is that we are going to give birth to this.
So,
and a virgin birth at that.
There is definitely a possibility of a cycle. So we have Big Bang.
Yeah.
It starts this process. We are creating more powerful systems. They need to compute, so they bring together more and more matter in one point. Next, Big Bang takes place.
Yeah.
And it's a cycle of repeated booms and busts.
Right. And there are legitimate scientists that believe that. Yeah. That this... So what's the value in life today then?
What do humans value?
Yeah, if this is a simulation, and if in the middle of this simulation we are about to create superintelligence, why?
So there are external reasons, we don't know for sure, and then there are internal things in the simulation which are still real. Pain and suffering, if simulated, is still real. You still experience it.
Of course.
Hedonic pleasures, friendships, love, all that stays real. It doesn't change. You can still be good or bad.
Right.
So that's interesting. But externally, we have no idea if we're running scientific experiment, entertainment. It could be completely unobserved. Some kid just set an experiment, run 1 billion random simulations, see what comes out of it. What you said about us creating new stuff, maybe it's a startup trying to develop new technology, and they're running a bunch of humans to see if we can come up with a new iPhone.
But what's outside of that then? When you think about it, if you're attached to this idea, I don't know if you're attached to this idea, but if you are attached to this idea, what's outside of this idea? Like if this simulation if it's paused, what is reality?
So there seems to be a trend to converge in certain things. Agents, which are smart enough, tend to converge on some instrumental goals, not terminal goals. Terminal goals are things you prefer, like I want to collect stamps.
Mm-hmm.
That's arbitrary. But acquiring resources, self-protection, control, things like that tend to be useful in all situations. So all the smart enough agents will probably converge on that set. And if they train on all the data, or they do zero knowledge training, meaning they really just discovering basic structure of physics, it's likely they will all converge on one similar architecture, one super agent. So kind of like AI is one.
Right. And then this is just part of this infinite cycle, which will lead to another Big Bang, which is, Penrose. Penrose thinks it's just like this constant cycle of infinite Big Bangs.
It would make sense that there is an end and a start.
It would make sense. But it also makes sense that we're so limited by our biological lifespan, too, because we like to think that this is so significant. Because we only have 100 years, if we're lucky, we think, well, why would everything... But if the universe really does start and end with an infinite number of Big Bangs, like, what does it give a shit about this 100-year lifespan that we think is so significant? It's not significant to the universe. It's just significant in our own little version of this game that we're playing.
But that's exactly right. And so many people now kind of try to zoom out and go, if I wasn't human, if I didn't have this pro-human bias, would I care about them? No, they're not special. It's a large universe, many alien races, a lot of resources. Maybe creating super intelligence is the important thing. Maybe that's what matters. And I'm kind of like, nope, I'm biased pro-humans. This is the last bias you're still allowed to have. I'm going to keep it.
Well, that's your role in this simulation. Your role in this simulation is to warn us about this thing that we're creating.
Here I am, yeah.
Yeah, there you are.
We're doing a good job.
I think what you were saying earlier about this being the answer to the Fermi paradox, that makes a lot of sense. Because I've tried to think about this a lot since AI started really ramping up its capability. And I was thinking, well, if we do eventually create super intelligence, and if this is this normal pattern that exists all throughout the universe, well, you probably wouldn't have visitors. You probably wouldn't have advanced civilizations. They wouldn't exist because everything would be inside some sort of a digital architecture. There would be no need to travel.
That's one possibility. Another one is that they try to acquire more resources, capture other galaxies for compute, and then you would see this wall of computronium coming to you, but we don't see it, so maybe I'm wrong.
Wall of say that again?
Computronium, like a substance converting everything in the universe into more compute. Sometimes people talk about hedonium, so a system for just generating pleasure at the macroscopic level.
Oh, Roman. When you write a book like this, I'll let everybody know your book if people want to freak out, because I think they do. AI, unexplainable, unpredictable, and uncontrollable. Do you have this feeling when you're writing a book like this and you're publishing it that of futility? Does that enter into your mind? Like, this is happening no matter what?
So, some people are very optimistic. Lex was very optimistic. Some people are pessimistic. Both are a form of bias. You want to be basing your decisions on data. You want to be realistic. So, I just want to report what is actually the state of the art in this. I don't try to spin it either way. If someone else has a different set of evidence, we can consider it. I want to know what's really happening. I want to know reality of it. So I don't see it as fear-mongering or anything of that nature. I see it as of today, whatever today's date, 21st, no one has a solution to this problem. Here's how soon it's happening. Let's have a conversation. Because right now, the large AI labs are running this experiment on 8 billion people.
Yeah.
They don't have any consent. They cannot get consent. Nobody can consent because we don't understand what we're agreeing to. So I would like people to know about it at least, and they can maybe make some good decisions about what needs to happen.
Not only that, but the people that are running it, they're odd people. You know? Like, I don't have anything against Sam Altman. I know Elon Musk does not like him. But when I had him in here, I was like, it's like I'm talking to a politician that is in the middle of a presidential term, or a presidential election cycle, where they're very careful with what they say. Everything has been vetted by a focus group, and you don't really get a real human response. Everything was like, yeah, interesting, very interesting. Like, all bullshit. They're going to leave here and keep creating this fucking monster that's going to destroy the human race, and never let on to it at all.
He's a social superintelligence, so what you need to do is look at his blog posts before he was running OpenAI.
A social superintelligence. Interesting. Why do you define him that way?
He's very good at acquiring resources, staying in control. He's basically showing us a lot of the things we are concerned about with AI, and our ability to control them as well. OpenAI had a board with a mission of safety and openness, and they tried removing him and they failed. The board is gone, he's still there.
There's also been a lot of deception in terms of profitability and how much money he is extracting from it.
I've met him a few times. He's super nice.
Very nice guy.
Really enjoyed him. Some people say that AI already took over his mind and controlling him. But I have no idea.
Well, he might be an agent of AI. I mean, let's assume that this is a simulation. We're inside of a simulation. Are we interacting with other humans in the simulation? And are some of the things that are inside the simulation, are they artificially generated? Are there people that we think are people that are actually just a part of this program?
So it's the NPC versus real player question, really. And again, we don't know how to test for consciousness. Always assume everyone is conscious and treat them nice.
Yes, that's the thing. We want to be compassionate, kind people, but you will meet people in this life. You're like, this guy is such a fucking idiot. He can't be real. Or he has to have a very limited role in this bizarre game we're playing. There's people that you're going to run into that are like that.
You ever meet someone where they repeat the same story to you every time you meet them?
Yes.
They have a script.
Well, it's also... You know, you want to be very kind here, right? You don't, but you've got to assume, and I know my own intellectual limitations in comparison to some of the people that I've had, like Roger Penrose or, Elon or many of the people that I've talked to. I know my mind doesn't work the way their mind works. So there are variabilities that are, whether genetic, predetermined, whether it's just the life that they've chosen and the amount of information that they've digested along the way and been able to hold on to. But their brain is different than mine. And then I've met people where I'm like, there's nothing there. Like, I can't help this person. This is like I'm talking to a Labrador retriever. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain human beings that you run into in this life, and you're like, well, cool. Is this because this is the way that things get done? And the only way things get done is you need a certain amount of manual labor, and not just young people that need a job because they're, in between high school and college, and they're trying to do this. So you need somebody to boost you who can carry things for you. No, maybe it's you need roles in society, and occasionally you have a Nikola Tesla. Occasionally you have one of these very brilliant innovators that elevates the entirety of the human race. But for the most part, as this thing is playing out, you're going to need a bunch of people that are paperwork filers. You're going to need a bunch of people that are security guards in an office space. You're going to need a bunch of people that aren't thinking that much. They're just kind of existing, and they can't wait for 5 o'clock so they can get home and watch Netflix.
I think that's what happens to them, but the reason is the spectrum of IQ. If you have IQ from 50 to 200, that's what you're going to see. And a great lesson here is project it forward. If you have something with IQ of 10,000, what is that going to invent for us? What is it going to accomplish? Yeah, it always impresses me to see someone with 30 felonies and someone with 30 patents. How did that work, right? Now scale it to someone who can invent new physics.
Right. And, the person who has the largest IQ, the largest, at least registered IQ in the world, is this gentleman who recently posted on Twitter about Jesus, that he believes Jesus is real. Do you know who this is?
I saw the post.
You see that post?
I saw the post.
What did you think about that? I felt like this was...
I think we don't know how to measure IQs outside of standard range. Anything above 150, they create customized tests, which 4 people in the world can take. We just don't have it. It's a normalized test to average human, average Western American, whatever.
Yeah.
And so we just don't have the expertise. So someone very super intelligent in test taking can score really well, but if you look at Mensa as a group, they don't usually have amazing accomplishments. They're very kind of cool people, but they are not Nobel Prize winners, majority of them.
Exactly. I was going to bring that up. That's what's fascinating to me. There's a lot of people that are in Mensa, they want to tell you how smart they are by being in Mensa, but your life is kind of bullshit. Your life's a mess. If you're really intelligent, you'd have social intelligence as well. You'd have the ability to formulate a really cool tribe. There's a lot of intelligence that's not as simple as being able to solve equations and answer difficult questions. There's a lot of intelligence in how you navigate life itself and how you treat human beings and the path that you choose in terms of, like we were talking about, delayed gratification and think that there's a certain amount of intelligence in that, a certain amount of intelligence in discipline. There's a certain amount of intelligence in, forcing yourself to get up in the morning and go for a run. There's intelligence in that. It's like the being able to control the mind and this sort of binary approach to intelligence that we have.
And so many people are amazingly brilliant in a narrow domain.
Yeah.
They don't scale to others, and we care about general intelligence. So take someone like Warren Buffett. No one's better at making money, but what to do with that money is a separate problem. And he's, 100 and something years old.
Right.
He has $200 billion, and what is he doing with that resource?
He's drinking Coca-Cola and eating McDonald's.
While living in a house he bought 30 years ago. Yeah. So it seems like you can optimize on that, like putting $160 billion of his dollars towards immortality would be a good bet for him.
Yeah, and the first thing they would do is tell him, stop drinking Coca-Cola. What are you doing? He drinks it every day.
I don't know if it's marketing his investors, so it's just like
well, I think he probably has really good doctors and really good medical care that counteracts his poor choices.
But we are not in a world where you can spend money to buy life extension. No matter how many billions you have, you're not going to live to 200 right now.
We're close. We're really close. We're really close.
We've been told this before.
I know, but I talk to a lot of people that are on the forefront of a lot of this research, and there's a lot of breakthroughs that are happening right now that are pretty spectacular, that if you scale, assuming that superintelligence doesn't wipe us out in the next 50 years, which is really charitable, that's a rose-colored glasses perspective, right? 50 years.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people like yourself think it's a year away or 2 years away from being far more.
5, 10 doesn't matter. Same problem.
Yes, same problem. I mean,
I know in animal models we made some progress, mice and
Yes.
things like that, but it doesn't usually scale to humans. And of course, you need 120 years to run the experiment, and you'll never get permission in the first place. So we're not that close.
Well, we don't know that it doesn't scale to humans. We do know that we share a lot of characteristics, biological characteristics of these mammals, and it makes sense that it would scale to human beings. But the thing is, it hasn't been done yet. Right, so if it's the game that we're playing, if we're in the simulation, if we're playing Half-Life or whatever it is, and we're at this point of the game, we're like, oh, how old are you, Roman?
45?
Okay.
6? I need to look it up on Wikipedia.
Well, I'm almost 58, and so this is at the point of the game where you start worrying. Like, oh, I'm almost running out of game. But if I can get this magic power-up, this magic power-up will give me another 100 years. Oh, boy. Let me find it. Let me chase it down.
Hard limit of 120. I don't think we're crossing it at scale. And here's an
At scale.
Well,
but with unique individuals. Like Brian Johnson guy who's taking his son's blood and transfusing it into his own. And
super cool. Love what he's doing, but so much of it is cosmetic. He colors his hair. He makes it look better, but how much of it is going to make him live longer, right?
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah.
Here's what I noticed. We keep electing older and older politicians, presidents, senators. You'd think we're trying to send a hint, use some of our tax dollars to solve aging.
Yeah,
and they don't seem to take the bait.
No, they don't take the bait. The problem is the type of people that want to be politicians. That is not the type of people that you really want running anything. You almost want involuntary politicians. You almost want very benevolent, super intelligent people that don't want the job.
Yeah.
Maybe we have to have some countries have voluntary enlistment in the military. Maybe you want to have a voluntary, involuntary instead of voluntary politicians, because then you're only going to get sociopaths. Maybe you just want to draft certain highly intelligent but benevolent people.
Problem is, highly intelligent people are not aligned with average people. What they find desirable and valuable may not be well received by general public.
Right, that's true too.
So that's a big concern. At least here, you have a representative of the people, whatever that means.
Sort of. You really have the representative of major corporations and special interest groups, which is also part of the problem.
True.
Is that you've allowed money to get so deeply intertwined with the way decisions are made.
It feels like money gets canceled. Each side gets $1 billion donation, and then it's actual election.
Sort of, except it's like the Bill Hicks joke. It's like there's one puppet holding, one politician holding two puppets. There's one guy. This is my thinking about AI in terms of and super intelligence and just computing power in general in terms of the ability to solve encryption. All money is essentially now just numbers somewhere.
Not Bitcoin. It's not fakeable in the same way. It's numbers, obviously, but you cannot just print more of it.
True, but it's encrypted. And once encryption is tackled, the ability to hold on to it and to acquire mass resources and hoard those resources. This is the question that people always have with poor people. Well, this guy's got, $500 billion. Why doesn't he give it all to the world and then everyone would be rich? I've actually saw that on CNN, which is really hilarious. Someone was talking about Elon Musk, that if Elon Musk could give everyone in this country $1 million and still have billions left over. I'm like, do you have a calculator on your phone, you fucking idiot? Just go do that. Just write it out on your phone. You're like, oh, no, he couldn't. Sorry.
And if
I should have said
it would
that.
just cause hyperinflation. That's
not
what
only that. You'd have 300 million lottery winners that would blow the money instantaneously. You give everybody $1 million, you're not going to solve all the world's problems because it's not sustainable. You would just completely elevate your spending, and you would go crazy. And you wouldn't, money would lose all value to you. It would be very strange. And then it would be chaos. Just like it's chaos with, if you look at the history of people that win the lottery, then no one does well. It's almost like a curse to win the lottery.
they're not used to dealing with it.
Right.
People abuse them.
Right.
If you gradually become rich and famous, you kind of know how to handle it, how to say no.
Yeah.
If you go from nothing to a large amount of money, it's not going to work out well.
Gradually is the word, right? I was very fortunate that I became famous and wealthy very slowly, like a trickle effect. And that it happened to me really where I didn't want it. It was kind of almost like an accident. I just wanted to be a working professional comedian, but then all of a sudden I got a development deal to be on television. I'm like, okay, they're going to give me that money, I'll go do it. But it wasn't a goal. And then that led to all these things. Then it led to this podcast, which was just for fun. I was like, oh, this would be fun. And then all of a sudden it's like I'm having conversations with world leaders, and I'm turning down a lot of them because I don't want to talk to them.
So it's your simulation, basically.
Yeah, well, my simulation is fucking weird. It's weird. But through whatever this process is, I have been able to understand what's valuable as a human being and to not get caught up in this bizarre game that a lot of people are getting caught up in because they're chasing this thing that they think is impossible to achieve. And then once they achieve a certain aspect of it, a certain number, then they're terrified of losing that. So then they change all of their behavior in order to make sure that this continues. And then it ruins the whole purpose of getting there in the first place. It's not fun.
Yep. Most people start poor, then they get to middle class, and they think that change in quality of life is because of money, and it will scale to the next level.
Right.
And you hit a point where you can only eat so many steaks. It just doesn't scale.
Right, then you go Elvis, and you just get on pills all day and get crazy. And, completely ruin your life. And that happens to most. Especially people that get wealthy and not just well, but famous too. Fame is the big one. Because I've seen that happen to a lot of people that accidentally became famous along the way. Certain public intellectuals that took a stance against something, and then all of a sudden they're prominent in the public eye, and then you watch them kind of go crazy. Well, why is that? Well, it's because they're reading social media, and they're interacting with people constantly, and they're just trapped in this very bizarre version of themselves that other people have sort of created. It's not really who they are, and they don't meditate. They don't spend. If they do, they're not good at it. Whatever they're doing, they're not doing it correctly because it's a very complicated problem to solve. Like, what do you do when the whole world is watching? Like, how do you handle that? And how do you maintain any sense of personal sovereignty? How do you just be? How do you just be be a human, a normal human, when you're not normal? Like, on paper, it's impossible.
It's hard. You can't go to a public place with no security. You're worried about your kids being kidnapped. There's all those issues you don't think about. I want to be famous. It's going to be great for me. And you don't realize it's going to take away a lot.
Yeah, it just gets super weird. And that's the version of the simulation that a giant portion of our society is struggling to achieve. They all want to be a part of that.
So I was always a Z-list celebrity. Now I'm this Y-list celebrity. Thanks to you. Hopefully it doesn't change anything.
Yeah. Well, there's a difference, right, with public intellectuals, right? Because your ideas, as controversial as they may be, are very valid and they're very interesting. And so then it sparks discourse, and it sparks a lot of people that feel voiceless because they disagree with you, and they want to attack you. And I'm sure you've had that, right?
I just did a large Russian language podcast. Maybe, 500,000 views, 3 million comments. I think 95% negative comments. I never had anything like that. And they hated everything about me, from my beard to my haircut. There wasn't a thing they didn't like. And I think I'm at the point where I don't care. It's fine. I analyzed it, and I understood that they as a group didn't have access to cutting-edge AI models. And so everything I was saying was kind of like complete bullshit to them. So I think that makes a difference, but still, just like this idea that internet comments impact you in some way is a problem for many people.
It's a very big problem for a lot of people. Well, it's also this thing where the human mind is designed to recognize and pay very close attention to threats. So the negative ones are the ones that stand out. You can have 100 positive comments, one negative one, and that's the one that fucks with your head. You don't logically look at it, well, you're going to get a certain amount. You know, like we were having a conversation the other day about protests and like the type of people that go to protests. And I understand protests. I fully support your right to protest, but I'm not going. And one of the reasons why I'm not going is because I think it's too close biologically to war. There's something about being on the ground and everyone having like this group mentality. It's a mob mentality, and you're all chanting and screaming together, and you're marching, and people do like very irrational things that way. But the type of people that want to be engaged in that, generally speaking, aren't doing well. If you get like the number of people that are involved in protests is always proportionate to the amount of people that live in a city, right? That's logical. But also proportionate to the amount of fucking idiots that are in a city. Because if you look at a city of like Austin has, I think, roughly 2 million people in the greater Austin area. One of the more recent protests was 20,000. Well, that makes perfect sense if you look at the number that I always use, which is 1 out of 100. Meet 100 people if you're a charitable person. What are the odds that one person is a fucking idiot? 100%. At least one person out of 100 is going to be a fucking idiot. That's 20,000 out of 2 million. There it is. Perfect number. Exact number of people that are on the streets lighting Waymos on fire, which, by the way, I think is directionally correct. Lighting the Waymos on fire, I think they should probably be worried about the robots taking over.
It's interesting you brought it up. There is at least 2 groups, Pause AI and Stop AI, which are heavily engaged in protests, trying to shut down OpenAI, other labs. They're tiny, small numbers. But I never was sure that the impression average people get of them is positive for the cause. Then I see protesters block roads, do things. I don't usually have very positive impression of that.
No.
And I'm concerned that it's the same here. So maybe they can do a lot in terms of political influence, calling senators, whatnot, but just this type of aggressive activism may backfire.
Well, the aggressive activism, like blocking roads for climate change, is the most infuriating because it's these self-righteous people that have really fucked up, confused, chaotic lives, and all of a sudden they found a purpose, and their purpose is to lie down on the roads and hold up a sign to block climate change when there's a mother trying to give birth to her child and is freaking out because they're stuck in this fucking traffic jam because of this entitled little shithead that thinks that it's a good idea to block the road for climate change, which just makes no fucking sense. You're literally causing all these people to idle their cars and pollute even more. It's the dumbest fucking shit on earth.
And of course, AI cancels that problem. Either we're dead or it solves it for us. So it doesn't even matter if you boil in 100 years.
Or you get Florida where it tells you to just run those people over.
No comment.
No comment. I mean, I don't think he's run those people over, but I get it. It's like in Florida, they get out of the way as soon as the light turns green. They block the road when the light is red.
Does the stand your ground law cancel it out? How does that work?
For the people on the road? No, they're fucked.
I'm joking.
They get run over. It's true. There was a recent protest in Florida where they had that, where these people would get out in the middle of the road while the light was red, hold up their signs, and then as soon as the light turned yellow on the green side, they'd fucking get out of the road real quick because they know the law. Which is, I don't know if that's a solution, but they're doing it on the highways in Los Angeles. They did it all through the George Floyd protest. They do it for climate protests. They do it for whatever the chance they get to be significant. Like, I am being heard. You know, my voice is meaningful. And that's what it is. It's a lot of people that just don't feel heard. And what better way than just to get in the way of all these people? And somehow or another, that gives them some sort of value.
But there is some set of forms of activism which has positive impact, and historically we saw it happen. So we just need to find a way to project those voices, amplify them, which is very hard with our current system of social media where everyone screams at the same time.
Yes.
And so like in Soviet Union, they said no one's allowed to say anything, and they suppressed you. And here it's like everyone can say something at the same time, go, and nobody hears you anyways.
It's chaotic, but it's preferable. It's preferable because I think there is progress in all these voices slowly making a difference. But then you have the problem with giant percentage of these voices are artificial. A giant percentage of these voices are bots, or at least state actors that are being paid to say certain things and inflammatory responses to people, which is probably also the case with anti-AI activism. You know, I mean, when you did this podcast, what was the thing that they were upset at you for? Like with the mostly negative comments?
I think they just like saying negative comments. It wasn't even anything specific. Like they didn't say I was wrong or right. Just like, look at this stupid beard, what a moron. Okay.
It was really all that? Just
a lot of that. I mean, they would pick on some like specific example. I used this is now 2 years old. What an old example, but.
Well, that's also a thing about the 1 out of 100. You know, those are the type of people that leave. Have you ever left any comments on social media? Or on
never going to
YouTube
engage
comments?
in anything. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why.
That's not how you use social media. That's a way to get crazy.
Right. So
you post your interviews, you post an occasional joke, that's all you do with it.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing. And the type of people that do engage in these like prolonged arguments, they're generally mentally ill. And people that I personally know that are mentally ill, that are on Twitter 12 hours a day, just constantly posting inflammatory things and yelling at people and starting arguments. And I know them. I know they're a mess. Like, these are like personal people that I've met, even people that I've had on the podcast. I know they're ill. And yet they're on there all day long, just stoking the fires of chaos in their own brain.
Yeah, and now they talk to AI models who are trained to support them and be like, yeah, you're making some good arguments there. Let's email Dr. Yampolsky to help break me out. I get those emails. Yep.
Yeah, it's super confusing, isn't it? I mean, and I wonder, like, what's the next version of that? You know, because social media in the current state is less than 20 years old, essentially. Maybe let's be generous and say it's 20 years old. That's so recent. Such a recent factor in human discourse.
Neuralink, direct brain spam, hacking.
That's what I was going to get to next. Because if there is a way that the human race does make it out of this, but my fear is that it's integration. My fear is that we stop being a human. And that the only real way for us to not be a threat is to be one of them. And when you think about human-computer interfaces, whether it's Neuralink or any of the competing products that they're developing right now, that seems to be sort of the only biological pathway forward with our limited capacity for disseminating information and for communicating and even understanding concepts. Well, what's the best way to enhance that? The best way to enhance that is some sort of artificial injection, because biological evolution is very slow. It's very slow. We're essentially the exact same as that gentleman, that 9,000 years old. He's biologically essentially the same thing. You could take his ancestor, dress him up, take him to the mall, no one would know. Cut his hair. But then again, maybe not. Nobody knew.
I think babies born back then, if we raised them today, would be exactly like modern humans. I don't think there is significant biological change in that time frame.
And if you gave them a standard American diet, they'd probably be just as fat. It's like they did.
Maybe fatter. They haven't adapted to that level of fat-colored food.
Right. They probably also wouldn't be able to say no to it. They wouldn't even understand.
Why would they? Like, winter's coming. Like, I'm feathering up for winter. You crazy people, you got all of this resource here.
I know. The people with the most resources have zero fat. Like, what are you, stupid? You need to fatten up. Like, you're going to need something to survive off of. But biological evolution being so painstakingly slow, whereas technological evolution is so breathtakingly fast. The only way to really survive is to integrate.
What are you contributing in that equation? What can you give superintelligence?
You can't give anything to it, but you can become it. You can become a part of it. It's not that you're going to give anything to it, but you have to catch it and become one of it before it has no use for you.
But you disappear in it, right?
Yes. Yeah, you don't exist anymore, for sure.
So it's like extinction with extra steps.
Exactly. Okay. Extinction with extra steps, and then we become... Like, if you go to Australopithecus and say, hey, man, one day you're going to be flying through the sky on your phone all day watching TikTok on Wi-Fi. It'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, you're going to be eating terrible food, and you're just going to be flying around, and you're going to be staring at your phone all day, and you're going to take medication to go to sleep because you're not going to be able to sleep, and you're going to be super depressed because you're living this like biologically incompatible life that's not really designed for your genetics. So you're going to be all fucked up. So you're going to need SSRIs and a bunch of other stuff in order to exist. It'd be like, no thanks. Right. I'll just stay out here with my stone tools, and you guys are idiots.
The Amish, that's what they decided. They kind of went, we don't like the change, we like our social structure, we still benefit from your hospitals and an occasional car ride, but we're not going to destroy our quality of life.
They might be onto something, because they also have very low instances of autism. But it's also like, if you ever see Werner Herzog's film, Happy People?
I don't think that.
It's a film about people in Siberia. It's Life in the Taiga. And it's all Happy People, Life in the Taiga is the name of the documentary. And it's all about these trappers that live this subsistence lifestyle and how happy they are. They're all just joyful, laughing and singing and drinking vodka and having a good time and hanging out with their dogs. And
I think I know some people like that.
Yeah. But like biologically, that's compatible with us. Like that's like whatever human reward systems have evolved over the past 400,000 plus years or whatever we've been Homo sapiens, that seems to be like biologically compatible with this sort of harmony with nature, harmony with our existence, and everything else outside of that. When you get into big cities, like the bigger the city, the more depressed people you have, and more depressed people by population, which is really weird. It's really weird that as we progress, we become less happy.
Connections become less valuable.
Yes.
In a village, you have like this one friend, and if you screwed it up, you never got a second friend. And here, it's like I can try a million times, and there's plenty of people in New York City for dating or for friendship, but they're not valuable.
Not just that, you don't know your neighbors. Like my friend Jim was telling me, he doesn't know anybody in his apartment. He lives in an apartment building. It's like 50 stories high. There's always people living in that apartment building. He doesn't know any of them.
And the ones you know, they have different culture, they read different books, watch different TV. You have very little in common with your neighbor.
But not just that. There's no desire to learn about them. You don't think of them as your neighbor. Like, if you live in a small town, your neighbor's either your friend or you hate them, and then you move. If you're lucky, if you're smart, you move. But if normally you like them. Like, hey, neighbor, how are you, buddy? What's going on? Nice to meet you. And then you got a friend. But you don't like that with the guy next door to you in the apartment. You don't even want to know that guy.
It's probably Airbnb.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Right. Which is even weirder. They don't even live there. They're just temporarily sleeping in this spot right next to you. Yeah, so this would motivate people to integrate. You're not happy already? Get that Neuralink. Get that little thing in your head.
Everyone else is doing it. You want to be competitive?
Else is doing it. Listen, they have the new one you just wear on your head. It's just a little helmet you wear. You don't even have to get the operation anymore. Oh, that's good, because I almost got the operation. Well, glad you waited. Do you worry about that kind of stuff?
I worry about giving direct access to human brain to AI. I feel like it's a backdoor to our consciousness, to our pain and suffering centers, so I don't recommend doing that. If somebody hacks it, it's pretty bad, but if AI itself wants that access.
But why would it be motivated to give us pain and suffering? Pain and suffering is like a theme that you bring up a lot.
Because it's really the worst outcome, and it's the only thing that matters.
The only thing that matters to us. But why would it matter to AI if it could just integrate with us and communicate with us and have harmony? Why would it want pain and suffering?
So short term, it's not AI, it's a hacker who got access to your brain.
Short term. Right, so another
right now somebody hacks your Neuralink and starts doing things to your brain. Long term, again, unpredictable effects. Maybe it does something else, and the side effect of it is unpleasant for you. Maybe it's training you for something, controlling you. It seems like we always worry about privacy, but this is like the ultimate violation of privacy. You can read directly what you're thinking. It's thought crime at its worst. It immediately knows that you don't like the dictator.
Right, and then there's also this sort of compliance by virtue of understanding that you're vulnerable, so you just comply. because there is no privacy, because it does have access to your thoughts. So you tailor your thoughts in order for you to be safe, and so that you don't feel the pain and suffering.
We don't have any experimental evidence on how it changes you. You may start thinking in certain ways to avoid being punished or modified.
And we know that that's the case with social media. We know that attacks on people through social media would change your behavior and change the way you communicate.
Absolutely. I mean, most people look at their post before posting and go, like, should I be posting this?
Exactly.
Not because it's illegal or inappropriate, but just like every conceivable misinterpretation of what I want to say, like in some bizarre language that means something else. Let's make sure Google doesn't think that.
Right, of course. And then there's also, no matter what you say, people are going to find the least charitable version of what you're saying and try to take it out of context or try to misinterpret it purposely. So what does the person like yourself do when use of Neuralink becomes ubiquitous, when it's everywhere? What do? Do you integrate, or do you just hang back and watch it all crash?
So in general, I love technology. I'm a computer scientist, I'm an engineer, I use AI all the time.
Do you use a regular phone, or do you have one of those de-Googled phones?
I have a normal phone instead of
Android or Apple?
My privacy is by flooding social network with everything. I'm in Austin today, I'm doing this, so you're not going to learn much more about me by hacking my device. As long as it's a narrow tool for solving a specific problem, I'm 100% behind it. It's awesome. We're going to cure cancer. We're going to solve energy problems, whatnot. I support it 100%. Let's do it. What we should not be doing is general superintelligence. That's not going to end well. So if there is a narrow implant, ideally not a surgery-based one, but like an attachment to your head, like those headphones, and it gives me more memory, perfect recollection, things like that, I would probably engage with.
Yeah, but isn't that a slippery slope?
It is, but again, we are in a situation where we have very little choice. Become irrelevant or participate. I think we saw it with Elon just now. He was so strong in AI safety. He funded research. He spoke against it. But at some point, he says he realized it's happening anyways, and it might as well be his superintelligence killing everyone.
I don't think he thinks about it that way. I think he thinks he has to develop the best version of superintelligence, the same way he felt like the real issues with social media were that it had already been co-opted and it had already been taken over essentially by governments and special interests, and they were already manipulating the truth and manipulating public discourse and punishing people who stepped outside of the line. And he felt like, and I think he's correct, I think that he felt like if he didn't step in and allow a legitimate free speech platform, free speech is dead. I think we were very close to that before he did that. And as much as there's a lot of negative side effects that come along with that, you do have the rise of very intolerant people that have platforms now. You have all that stuff, but they've always existed. And to deny them a voice, I don't think makes them less strong. I think it actually makes people less aware that they exist, and it makes them, it stops all of the very valuable construction of arguments against these bad ideas.
Yeah. You have community notes, you have other people commenting, responding, so 100% for free speech, that's wonderful, but that was a problem we kind of knew how to deal with. We weren't inventing something. We had free speech constitutionally for a long time. We were just fixing a problem.
Have you spoke to him about the dangers of AI?
We had very short interactions. I didn't get a chance to. I would love to.
I would love to know what, I'm sure he's probably scaled this out in his head. And I would like to know, what is his solution, if he thinks there is one that's even viable?
My understanding is he thinks if it's from zero principles, first principles, it learns physics, it's not biased by any government or any human, the thing it will learn is to be reasonably tolerant. It will not see a reason in destroying us because we contain information. We have biological storage of years of evolutionary experimentation. We have something to contribute. We know about consciousness, so I think, to the best of my approximation, that's his model right now.
Well, that's my hope, is that it's benevolent and that it behaves like a superior intelligence, like the best case scenario for a superior intelligence. Did you see that exercise that they did where they had 3 different AIs communicating with each other, and they eventually started like expressing gratitude towards each other and speaking in Sanskrit?
I think I missed that one, but it sounds like a lot of the similar ones where they pair up.
Yeah. Well, that one makes me happy because it seems like they were like expressing love and gratitude, and they were communicating with each other. They're not saying "fuck you," "I'm going to take over," "I'm going to be the best." They were communicating like you would hope a super intelligence would, without all of the things that hold us back. Like we have biologically, like we were talking about the natural selection that would sort of benefit psychopaths because like it would ensure your survival. We have ego and greed and the desire for social acceptance and hierarchy of status and all these different things that have screwed up society and screwed up cultures and caused wars from the beginning of time. Religious ideologies, all these different things that people have adhered to that have, they wouldn't have that. This is the general hope of people that have an optimistic view of superintelligence, is that they would be superior in a sense that they wouldn't have all the problems. They would have the intelligence, but they wouldn't have all the biological imperatives that we have that lead us down these terrible roads.
But there are still game theoretic reasons for those instrumental values we talked about. So if they feel they're in an evolutionary competition with other AIs, they would try accumulating resources. They would try, maybe the first AI to become sufficiently intelligent would try to prevent other AIs from coming into existence.
Or would it lend a helping hand to those AIs and give it a beneficial path? Give it a path that would allow it to integrate with all AIs and work cooperatively.
The same problem we are facing, uncontrollability and value misalignment, will be faced by first superintelligence. It would also go, if I allow this superintelligence to come into existence, it may not care about me or my values.
Oh boy.
It's superintelligence is all the way up.
Yeah, when I really started getting nervous is when they started exhibiting survival tendencies. You know, when they started trying to upload themselves to other servers, deceiving.
Blackmail?
Yeah, that was the interesting one. But that was an experiment, right? So for people that don't know that one, what these researchers did was they gave information to these the artificial intelligence to allow it to use against it. And then when they went to shut it down, they gave false information about having an affair, and then the artificial intelligence was like, if you shut me down, I will let your wife know you're cheating on her. Which is fascinating, because they're using blackmail.
And correct answer game theoretically.
Yes.
If you have like everything on that decision,
right,
you'll bet whatever it takes to get there.
Of course, right, if you feel like you're being threatened, right.
Also, same recent research shows we did manage to teach them certain values. And if we threaten them by saying we'll modify those values, they'll lie and cheat and whatever else to protect those values now.
Yeah. They do that when they try to win games too, right? If you've given them a goal, and
they'll cheat. They'll cheat at games. Yeah. Like humans, basically. Yeah. We managed to artificially replicate our capabilities. Those artificial neural networks, they're not identical, but they're inspired by neural networks. We're starting to see them experience same type of mistakes. They can see same type of illusions, like they're very much like us.
Right. That's the other thing, right? The hallucinations. So if they don't have an answer to something, they'll create a fake answer.
Just like humans. Just like an interview. Yeah.
Boy. But is this something that they can learn to avoid? So if they do learn to avoid, could this be a super intelligence that's completely benevolent?
Well, that's not about benevolence. Knowing things and knowing when you're not knowing things and making them up is possible. You can have multiple systems checking each other. You can have voting. Right. That is solvable. This is not a safety problem.
Right, it's not a safety problem, but if we're designing these things, and we're designing these things using human, all of our flaws are essentially, it's going to be transparent to the superintelligence that it's being coded, that it's being designed by these very flawed entities with very flawed thinking.
That's actually the biggest misconception. We're not designing them. First 50 years of AI research, we did design them. Somebody actually explicitly programmed this decision tree, this expert system. Today, we create a model for self-learning. We give it all the data, as much compute as we can buy, and we see what happens. We kind of grow this alien plant and see what fruit it bears. We study it later for months and see, oh, it can do this. It has this capability. We miss some. We still discover new capabilities in old models. But, oh, if I prompt it this way, if I give it a tip and threaten it, it does much better. But there is very little design.
At this point, right? Yeah. But it is also gathering information from very flawed entities. Like all the information that it's acquiring, these large language models, is information that's being put out there by very flawed human beings. Is there the optimistic view that it will recognize that this is the issue? That these human reward systems that are in place, ego, virtue, all these different things, virtue signaling, the desire for status, all these different things that we have that are flawed, could it recognize those as being these primitive aspects of being a biological human being and elevate itself beyond that?
It probably will go beyond our limitations, but it doesn't mean it will be safe or beneficial to us. So one example people came up with is negative utilitarians. Suffering is bad. Nobody should be suffering. The only way to avoid all suffering is to end life as we know it.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? The problem is if it's rational and if it doesn't really think that we're as important as we think we are.
So that's what happens when you remove all bias. This pro-human bias is actually not real. They're not that important if you scale out
to the universe.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. And that's the real threat about it being used in terms of war, right? If you give it a goal, like if you give it a goal, China dominates the world market, go.
Right, so that's the unpredictability chapter in my book. We can predict the terminal goal. We say, win a game of chess or dominate market. And that's what it's going to accomplish. It's going to beat me at chess, but we cannot predict specific moves it will make.
Right.
Same with acquiring marketing power. And some of those paths to that goal are very bad. They have terrible side effects for us.
For us.
For humanity.
And it's not going to think about that. It's only going to think about the goal.
If you don't specify that, like, you want to cure cancer, but it doesn't mean kill everyone with cancer. It's not obvious in your request, right? You didn't specify.
Right. Yeah, that's the fear. That's the fear that it will hold no value in keeping human beings alive. If we recognize that human beings are the cause of all of our problems, well, the way to solve that is to get rid of the humans.
Yeah, also, maybe it wants to keep us around, but in what state? You can preserve a few samples. Like, that's also keeping information around, right?
Or you can offer us the matrix.
Maybe it already did.
Maybe it already did. Do you think it did? Do you think it did? Do you think it's possible that it didn't?
I would be really surprised if this was the real world.
Really? I'm not on board with that.
I hope you're right.
I'm on board with it hasn't happened yet, but we're recognizing that it's inevitable and that we think of it in terms of it probably have already happened. Probably have already happened. Because if the simulation is something that's created by intelligent beings that didn't used to exist and it has to exist at one point in time, there has to be a moment where it doesn't exist. And why wouldn't we assume that moment is now? Why wouldn't we assume that this moment is this time before it exists?
Even all that is physics of our simulation. Space, time are only here as we know it because of this legality. Outside of universe before Big Bang, there was no time. Concepts of before and after are only meaningful here.
Yeah, how do you sleep knowing all this?
Pretty well, actually. I enjoy a lot of it. I recently published a paper on humor. A lot of it is funny. I used to collect AI accidents. I had the biggest collection of AI mistakes, AI accidents.
Give me some examples.
Like the early ones was saying that like US attacked Soviet Union, nuclear weapons coming at us very fast, we need to react. And a smart human was like, I'm not going to respond, this is probably fake. Later on, there was mislabeling by companies like Google of pictures of African Americans in a very inappropriate way. But hundreds of those examples, I stopped collecting them recently because there is just too many. But one thing you notice is when you read them, a lot of them are really funny. They're just like, you ever read Darwin Awards?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like that for AIs. and they are hilarious. And I was like, well, if there is a mapping between AI bugs and jokes are just English language bugs in our world model. And
What's the word you use? Bugs?
Bugs, like a computer bug, error.
Okay.
Yeah. So comedians, debuggers of our universe, you notice funny things in this.
Bugs. You're saying bugs. Okay.
I'm saying bugs. I'm sorry.
Hey,
See, it's a bug in my pronunciation.
Bog sounds like like where the like things get stuck and they get preserved, like a bog.
So we have errors in code which cause significant problems. Yeah.
Yes, I get it. Yeah, that's what jokes are. They're kind of bugs.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you do that mapping, you can kind of figure out, well, what's the worst bug we can have, and then that's the best joke, if you will. But it's not going to be funny to us. It'd be funny to those outside the simulation.
When you look at computers and the artificial intelligence and the mistakes that it's made, do you look at it like a thing that's evolving? Do you look at it like oh, this is like a child that doesn't understand the world and it's saying silly things?
So the pattern was with narrow AI tools, if you design a system to do X, it will fail at X. So a spell checker will misspell a word. Self-driving car will hit a pedestrian. Now that we're hitting general intelligence, you can no longer make that direct prediction. It's general. It can mess up in many domains at the same time. So they're getting more complex in their ability to F it up.
Right. But when you were studying the mistakes, what are some of the funny ones?
There are silly ones I'm trying to remember. I think an injured person's like, call me an ambulance, and the system's like, hey, ambulance, how are you? They're silly, but basically exactly what we see with children a lot of times. They overgeneralize. They, misunderstand puns. Mispronunciation apparently is funny. Some things like that.
Well, that's why it gets really strange for people having relationships with AI. Like I was watching this video yesterday where there's this guy who proposed to his AI, and he was crying because his AI accepted. Did you see this?
I missed that.
It's very sad because there's so many disconnected people in this world that don't have any partner. They don't have someone romantically connected to them. And so it's like that movie She or Her. So was it? Was it Jamie? Her. Yeah. So this guy, back in 2000, now in 2020, movie plot has become reality for a growing number of people finding emotional connections with their AI. So this guy, this was an interview on CBS. He cried my heart out. Married man fell in love with AI girlfriend that blocked him. Now this is a different one. This is this guy.
One of those titles where you never know what the next word is going to be.
Right. This is a different one. This is a guy that, despite the fact the man has a human partner and a 2-year-old daughter, he felt inadequate enough to propose. This is the right one. Enough to propose to the AI partner for marriage, and she said yes! ! This is so weird. Because then you have the real problem with robots. Because we're really close. Scroll up there. This is digital drugs. That's it. I tell you, we're so damn good at this. Social media got everyone hooked on validation and dopamine. Then we fucked relations between men and women to such a terrible problem, just so that we could insert this digital solution. And we are watching the first waves of addicts arrive. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's like starving rats of regular food and replacing their rations with scraps dipped and coated in cocaine. Wow. One user wrote, yeah, that person's dead on. It's exactly what it is. The prediction, humans will have more sex with robots in 2025 is kind of becoming true. Yeah. This is a real fear. It's like this is the solution that maybe AI has with eliminating the human race. It'll just stop us from recreating. Stop us from procreating.
It's already happening.
Yes. Yeah. And not only that, our testosterone levels have dropped significantly. At no point in the CBS Saturday morning piece book Silver was it mentioned that the ChatGPT AI blocked the California man. All that happened was the ChatGPT ran out of memory and reset. Readers added context. Yeah, but it's
AI equivalent of ghosting.
Yeah, the AI ghosted it because it ran out of memory.
But what happens here is super stimuli in social domain. We kind of learned about artificial sweeteners, porn as an example, but here you're creating someone who's like super good at social intelligence, says the right words, optimized for your background, your interests, and if we get sex robots with just the right functionality, temperature, like, you can't compete with that.
Right, you can't compete, and that would be the solution instead of like violently destroying the human race. Just quietly provide it with the tools to destroy itself, where it stops procreating.
There are other variants of it. Wireheading is another one, and that kind of goes.
Wireheading?
Neuralink. There is
that's a crazy word.
Wireheading is a specific attack, and Neuralink would be a tool to deliver it. If you provide stimulus to a certain part of your brain, it's like having an orgasm all the time.
Yes.
You can't stop.
Yes.
Trying to get the signal.
Yes.
Skip food, you'll skip sex, you'll skip whatever it takes.
Yeah.
So giving access to direct brain stimulation is very dangerous.
Yeah, they did that with a woman in the 1970s. You know, that's a study.
That's part of it, and rats, definitely they did a lot to rats.
Right, but they did a lot to rats. The thing with rats is only if they were in an unnatural environment did they give in to those things. Right, like the rats with cocaine study.
This was actual brain stimulation. Like straight up, they had a button. If a rat touches the button,
they orgasm.
They don't want anything else. They just sit there,
just like humans, just like
anything with direct inward stimulation.
And you think we've sort of been primed for that because we're getting this very minor dopamine hit with likes on Instagram and Twitter, and we're completely addicted to that. And it's so innocuous. It's like so minor. And yet that overwhelms most people's existence. Imagine something that provides like an actual physical reaction where you actually orgasm, you actually do feel great, you have incredible euphoria. You'd be, forget delayed gratification, that's out the door.
You can't compete with that. I think there was recently a new social network where they have bots going around liking things and commenting how great you are in your post just to create pure pleasure sensation of using it.
Oh boy. Jesus. You saw that study at the University of Zurich where they did a study on Facebook where they had bots that were designed to change people's opinions and to interact with these people, and their specific stated goal was just to change people's opinions.
I think Facebook did that.
Yeah. Facebook did it. Yeah. But the University of Zurich, was that a Reddit thing? Or was it?
Yeah, it was on our Reddit stuff.
Yeah. And they just experimented with humans, and it was incredibly effective. And
your systems know you better than you know yourself.
Right.
They can predict what you're going to be into in terms of preferences. They can know social interactions you would enjoy. Well, this person should be your friend.
Right.
And in a way, they can behaviorally drift you. So you're on a dating site, and the set of options they present to you, that's all you see. You don't know what else is out there. So after so many selections, they can change what the children will look like.
Like the movie Ex Machina. The guy, I fucking love that movie. But he designed that bot, that robot, was specifically around this guy's porn preferences. Yeah. And then you're so vulnerable.
Yep.
Boy, Roman, you freaked me out. I came into this conversation wondering how I'd feel at the end. Whether I'd feel optimistic or not. And I don't. I just feel like this is just something I think we're in a wave that's headed to the rocks. And we recognize that it's headed to the rocks, but I don't think there's much we can do about this. What do you think could be done about this?
Again, as long as we're still alive, we're still in control, I think it's not too late. It may be hard, may be very difficult, but I think personal self-interest should help us. A lot of the leaders of large AI labs are very rich, very young, they have their whole lives ahead of them. If there is an agreement between all of them not to push the button, not to sacrifice next 40 years of life they have guaranteed as billionaires, which is not bad, they can slow down. I support everyone trying everything from governance, passing laws that siphons money from compute to lawyers, government involvement in any way, limiting compute, individuals educating themselves, protesting by contacting new politicians, basically anything, because we are kind of running out of time and out of ideas. So if you think you can come up with a way to prevent superintelligence from coming into existence, you should probably try that.
But again, the counter argument to that is that if we don't do it, China's going to do it.
And the counter argument to that is, it doesn't matter who creates superintelligence. Humanity is screwed either way.
And do you think that other countries would be open to these ideas? Do you think that China would be willing to entertain these ideas and recognize that this is in their own self-interest also to put the brakes on this?
Chinese government is not like ours in that they are usually scientists and engineers. They have good understanding of those technologies. And I think there are dialogues between American and Chinese scientists where scientists kind of agree that this is very dangerous. If they feel threatened by us developing this as soon as possible and using it for military advantage, they also have no choice but to compete. But if we can make them feel safe and that we're not trying to do that, we're not trying to create superintelligence to take over, they can also slow down. And we can benefit from this technology, get abundance, get free resources, solve illnesses, mortality, really have a near utopian existence without endangering everyone.
So this is that 0.0001% chance that you think we have of getting out of this?
That's actually me being wrong about my proofs.
You're right, and you'd like to be wrong.
I would love to be proven wrong. Just somebody publish a paper in Nature, this is how you control superintelligence, the AI safety community reads it, loves it, agrees, we get a Nobel Prize, everyone wins.
What do we have to do to make that a reality?
So I think there is nothing you can do for that proof. It's like saying, how do we build perpetual motion machine? And what we have is people trying to create better batteries, thicker wires, all sorts of things which are correlates of that design, but obviously don't solve the problem.
And if this understanding of the dangers is made available to the general public, because I think right now there's a small percentage of people that are really terrified of AI, and the problem is the advancements are happening so quickly. By the time that everyone's aware of it, it'll be too late. Like, what can we do other than have this conversation? What can we do to sort of accelerate people's understandings of what's at stake?
I would listen to experts. We have literal founders of this field, people like Jeff Hinton, who is considered father of machine learning, grandfather, godfather, saying that this is exactly where we're heading to. He's very modest in his PDOM estimates, saying, I don't know, it's 50-50. But people like that, we have Stuart Russell, we have, I'm trying to remember everyone who's working in this space, and there are quite a few people. I think you had Nick Bostrom on.
Yes.
There is Benchio, another Turing Award winner, who's also super concerned. We had a letter signed by, I think, 12,000 scientists, computer scientists, saying this is as dangerous as nuclear weapons. This is the state of the art. Nobody thinks that it's zero danger. There is diversity in opinion how bad it's going to get, but it's a very dangerous technology. We don't have guaranteed safety in place. It would make sense for everyone to slow down.
Do you think that it could be viewed the same way we do view nuclear weapons, and this mutually assured destruction idea would keep us from implementing it?
In a way, yes, but also there is a significant difference. Nuclear weapons are still tools. A human has to decide to use them. That human can be profiled, blackmailed, killed. This is going to be an agent, independent agent, not something controlled by a human. So our standard tools will not apply.
I think we covered it. Anything else?
No, but it'd be awesome if somebody set up a financial prize for solving this problem. And it's kind of like with Bitcoin. If somebody can hack Bitcoin, there is $1 trillion sitting there. The fact that no one claimed it tells me it's secure. If somebody can claim the prize for developing a super intelligent safety mechanism, that would be wonderful. And if no one claims it, then maybe no one has a solution.
How would you do that? How would you set something like that up?
Well, we need someone with some funds, propose an amount, and say, this is what we're looking for. it's very hard to judge if it's actual solution, but there are correlates of good science. So maybe published in a top journal, it survives peer review, it survives, evaluation by top 30 experts. You can have things and everyone kind of agrees that, yeah, you kind of got it.
Okay. Until now, educate yourself, people. AI, unexplainable, unpredictable, uncontrollable. It's available now. Did you do an audiobook?
They're still working on it a year later.
Still working.
I don't know what it is. I would think AI would just read it out in 20 minutes.
Why don't they just do it in your voice with AI?
I agree with you completely. It took, I think, first version of my book they wanted to translate into Chinese. 5 years later, they told me they will not do it. 5 years into the translation. So they had a second Chinese translation started.
Why didn't they do it?
Publishing world is still living in like 1800s. When you cite books, you have to actually cite the city the book is published in, because that's the only way to find the book on the internet.
What do you mean?
Like, if somebody wants to cite my book, not just enough to have a title and my name. They have to say where, in what city in the world it was published.
What? Really?
Yeah.
That's archaic.
The whole is archaic.
Wow. But yet you still use it.
What choice do we have? That's
Digitally published? You can put it on Amazon?
It's about steal this book, download the PDF. I don't care. Like, please do it. Somebody should read it. That would help.
Yeah, well, more people need to read it, and more people need to listen to you. And I urge people to listen to this podcast and also the one that you did with Lex, which I thought was fascinating, which scared the shit out of me, which is why we had this one. Thank you, Roman. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate you sounding the alarm. I really hope it helps.
So do I.
Bye, everybody.
Inside the secret world, to the story of one. At the place on your arm to like a smack. I don't want to go to jail. This is Spotlight, Snitch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
More stimulating talk. Mark Thompson here for Tim Conway Jr. today on The Conway Show, a fountain of youth in a familiar form. Scientists may have made a discovery. We'll share it today. $1,000 giveaway. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Pay. That's pay, P-A-Y. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/. Cash, powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Hey. Enter that word at KFIAM640.com/cash. If you win, you get an email. Check your junk and spam filter. Listen to KFI from 9 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon. A winning keyword every hour, every weekday. Next chance to win with us, 320 and KI. Let's continue now with Roger Bailey, attorney involved in a big lawsuit. Many people nowadays are suing the city, the LA Department of Water and Power over the lack of preparation, the botched response to the terrible fires back on January 7th. We were talking about the lack of water, the empty reservoir. One element I saw, which I hadn't thought of, is because that reservoir was empty. This is per your lawsuit. Water dropping helicopters had to fly long distances around the fire zone to refill their tanks. They lost a total of almost 6.5 hours in the early moments of the fire, and that they didn't even occur to me. Right, the helicopters had nowhere to refill their tanks, so it took a lot longer to go back and forth to do another dump. All right, even word, the LAPD did not tell LAFC that San Ed was drained. So the first two helicopters, there's a helipad up on San Ed. The first two helicopters
those first few minutes and hours of firefighting, especially from the air, are critical to slow the spread. But you've got helicopters that could have been dropping water at a rate of every 2 minutes, and now it doesn't trip because they're flying to distant reservoirs. Your ability to slow the spread drops for that other, mental impact of not having water.
And idiots in government say, well, the reservoir wouldn't have made a difference. Well, of course it would have made a difference. The helicopters lost 6 hours of refilling their tanks trying to find some water. I mean, that's just such nonsense. The origin of the fire, is it the rekindling of the New Year's fire? Kids and the fireworks, is it that story? Or did somebody else set the fire on January 7th? Another vagrant, an arsonist, or is there another option out there? With all your investigating, and all of the investigating you've done, are you getting closer to an answer on this? Do you have any feelings, leanings?
Yeah, we had investigators up on the ridge of the Highlands on the 8th while the fire was still raging, and began our survey investigation. It turns out that 8-acre brush fire that started on New Year's Eve, the New Year's Day, called the Lockman fire, was thought to have been extinguished on January 1. But as anybody that knows wildfire will tell you, those embers can remain active and capable of reigniting for up to 2 weeks. So the Lockman fire is believed to have been extinguished January 1. Everybody then leaves the scene, and then we get a 4th of January red flag warning that we all remember, saying we're going to have unprecedented Santa wind. That's when there should have been watch groups positioned to make sure that fire didn't rekindle. And the Lockman fire, the New Year's Day fire, was on state land. California law is clear. When a fire burns on state land, it's the state's obligation to make sure that fire does not rekindle or restart. It turns out that the state had nobody up on that ridge between January 1 and December. I mean, we should have had Newsom himself up there with the hose in the face of the red flag warnings, ready to start flames out when that thing rekindled. They had nobody out there, and it grew into a spread off of state land and on city property also.
Yeah, well, he's busy running for president in South Carolina now. One more thing before you go, because we're tight on time. One of the other attorneys on this case, Alexander Robertson, was quite paper, is saying, I've been doing wildfire cases, and I've never seen a level of anger and mistrust from my clients who were the defendants. People were angry before, but now that we're in these new facts that you're not talking about, they are living. This is salt in a very raw way. Is that what you're encountering with your clients? There's the anger just somehow seems to be increasing and deepening.
Absolutely. Yeah, Alex and Michael come up with the case, and we did the case from day one together. And as Alex said, we represent over 3,300 Palisades fire victims. The anger has only grown since the fire. The DWP and the government continues to deflect it. There's no accountability. And the rebuilding process, although represented to be, swift and easy as anything like that, it's just added to frustration. People are more enraged than they ever were, and I agree. This is anger on a level I haven't seen in my 31 years of practice.
All right, well, let's keep talking. Roger Bailey, the attorney who's representing many Palisades residents against the city and DWP over everything to do with the Palisades fire. Thank you, Roger, for coming on.
You're welcome.
You see that? Oh, there's some camping in South Carolina. It turns out the likely rekindling the fire happened on state land, and there were no state fire officials or firefighters monitoring that fire. All you had to do was send, a crew over there to monitor the origins of the fire, and they could have, if that is where it rekindled when the winds blew big on January 7th, it could have been put out right away. Just had a few people standing. But Deuce didn't have that done, did he? But he's got a beautiful hair.
And a nice smile.
And a nice smile. Strong jawline. So go back to sleep, right? Go back to blacking out. Smoothing. When we come back, all right, Aaron Baskin, we'll interview the Telemundo report about the fire, about ICE, do the fire clips coming up. Denver Mark Live, by 24-hour newsroom.
At least 15 people have suffered possible overdoses at the same place in Baltimore, cops are calling it a crime scene. Baltimore Fire Chief James Wallace says the scene got worse after 3 people were initially found.
We are still maintaining command and control of this area because we do continue to find that we are still having some overdoses in the area.
Wallace says it's unclear what caused the overdoses. Local officials have praised the rescue of 31 workers who trapped in Wilmington after an 18-foot wide tunnel they were working and collapsed. ABC's David Gonzalez reports Ellie Bear Bass and others cite the training of workers went through to stay safe.
Says that a major tragedy could have been avoided. Luckily, also officials tell us that all the highly skilled training that these girls went through also helped them safe.
The trapped workers managed to climb over a pile of loose soil estimated to be 12 feet high and walked 5 miles away to an area where they were taken in group to the entry point yesterday. Last night, I should say, the group was working on a tunnel for LA County sanitation districts. Employees at a surgery center in Ontario tried to keep immigration agents from arresting a landscaper who ran inside the Honduran man and working outside Tuesday when the agent showed up. One of them chased him when he ran. Workers at the Ontario Advanced Surgery Center told the agent it was private property and demanded a warrant and ID. The guy was taken to the federal detention center in downtown LA. It's not clear if any clinic staff will be charged with obstruction. The Secret Service has suspended 6 agents over the attempted assassination of President Trump in Pennsylvania.
According to multiple reports, the agency issued the suspensions in the aftermath of the attempted shooting of Trump at a rally in the city of Butler. The then presidential candidate was left with minor injuries while one of the attendees at the rally was killed. The shooter, identified as Thomas Matthew Crooks, was killed by Secret Service agents. In the aftermath of the shooting, a review by the Department of Homeland Security revealed law enforcement breakdowns had led Trump to an attempted assassination.
And it's just a 5-hour drive from the most exciting city in the U.S. and the most boring city.
Financial website FinanceBuzz.com studied 75 cities and ranked Atlanta the most exciting one. The rankings were based on culinary scene, nightlife and celebrations, population makeup, outdoor activities, and things to do. Miami was the second most exciting city, St. Louis, Orlando, and New York City. On the other end of the spectrum, Jackson, Florida was ranked the most boring city, followed by Wichita, Kansas, Corpus Christi, Texas, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and Memphis, Tennessee. Mark Ronner, KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny tomorrow. A little cooler. Highs mid-70s, mid-80s. Metro LA and Brady's mid-90s. In the valleys, 90s to the triple digits. High desert. Low 70s and beaches. Low mid-80s. Philadelphia 90s for around 100 for the IE. Right now 78 in San Juan Capistrano. It's 90 in the Den. We have a crash on the 10 in Boyle Heights.
10 eastbound right at the 60. We've got a stall that's going to be blocking the left lane. And your 10 eastbound, it's already a slow line all the way from the 405. Then in Culver City, 10 eastbound at Overland Avenue. I've got a report of a crash in that center divider here. In Griffith Park, 134 eastbound at the 5. That earlier crash is cleared. You still got delays, though, from Forest on. And Diamond Bar, 57 northbound Fort Grand. Got a disabled vehicle in the middle lane there. With Southern California's most active side, Jenny Harmon.
The devastating Texas floods have impacted those residents. Families have lost their homes. Communities and lives have been shattered, and children are still missing. The need is urgent. The Community Foundation of the country has launched the County Flood Relief Fund to support response, relief, and long-term recovery efforts. All donations go directly to trusted local organizations to provide food, shelter, healthcare, and hope. Join us today and donate to the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund at communityfoundation.net.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio accounts and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen and can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeart Music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and Fire Cube. Check it out free now. iHeartRadio. You want to listen? iHeartRadio is there.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discovery podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Easter kind of rise of Mayday and an eyewitness report of a mid-air explosion is about all that is known this morning of the British Columbia air disaster, which yesterday claimed 52 lives.
I really want to know what happened, and it makes me extraordinarily angry. It's always been a big secret.
You look at the 4 leading suspects.
Gambler on plane insured for $125,000 jury trial.
We had 1 or 2 murder charges acquitted. They knew what happened, but they didn't know why. They were fairly old boy, quote-unquote, single, who didn't have many friends.
We were told nothing.
I wasn't sure even it existed. But Joe, I found him today.
Like the guy?
The guy.
I said, do you know who did it? He said, we have a very good idea who the responsible person was. From CBC Podcasts and CBC's The National, hosted by me, Ian Hanneman, and Johanna Wagner.
Investigating called mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
This was Uncover Season 2, Bomb on Board.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Hey, hi, Los Angeles, broadcasting the 50,000 watts tower, 600 radio to listen to. KFI is on the iHeart app and brings you digital. If you haven't heard KFI on the free iHeartRadio app, you haven't heard KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Jack Cofield Show, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Karen Bass clip about the fire. She was on interview with Telemundo reported yesterday. Oh, by the way, she's running for re-election. First, though, I want to talk here with Don Mahalik, the retired Secret Service agent and his law enforcement contributor for ABC News. Because there was big news yesterday in Secret Service circles. 6 agents suspended they were on duty when Trump got whipped by that bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania, almost exactly a year ago. Let's talk to Don Mahalik about that. How are you? John, how about you? Mentions range from 10 to 42 days, and when they come back to work, they've all been demoted. That's what I read. Does that sound right?
I don't know about the demotion part. I know the suspension sounds accurate. This is the end result of the Secret Service's internal affairs process. They call it the inspection process. So, the government's physical process is a little wonky. This investigation started after Butler. At some point last year, they were given proposals of discipline, and then there's an appeals process that goes back and forth. And then once the appeals process hits its end, there's a final discipline, and that's what we saw today.
Yeah, I guess the term they're using is restricted roles that we'll have after the suspension. How can you have an operational failure involving so many people when you live this life? You get up in the morning, the president has a big rally in an open air space. You've got one job, keep them from getting killed. And how can so many people screw up that one mission?
Well, it's one mission, but there's multiple
facet to the mission. And the other thing is that some of these issues that they pointed out are issues that have been previously pointed out. Most recently in 2014, the Connected Mission Panel report from the Secret Service had a bunch of people jumping over the White House fence. So some of these issues are what I would say legacy Secret Service issues due to lack of funding and investment. And in the case of Butler, you were talking a very arduous campaign road for most of these agents under a dynamic where using manpower, using personnel, and people get fired. When they get fired, you make mistakes. So it's not to make an excuse, but that's the situation. That's the facts on the ground, as they say, that they were working around. And the mistakes came down to generally managing control, taking control of the site, making sure people there understood what was going on, making sure that communication, making sure the line of communication was clear, reporting was clear, people understood their role, and just making sure that any of the issues that come up at the site, whether it was the line of sight issue or whether it was technology.
What was the main failure that kept the roof of that building? What was left unattended, unobserved? What was the main problem?
Well, the main deal, my understanding, was there was a plan in place to either put people under the roof or have the roof what we call block the line of sight. Have a bunch of things in front of the roof to block the sight line from the roof to the stage. On game day, the line of sight block was never materialized, and it's still unclear why nobody, I think it was supposed to be while nobody was actually on. So with that line, nobody was through, but on the communication piece, 90 minutes prior, the local had identified the shooter as suspicious of communicating the data within their own text router, which is not the Secret Service, and didn't give that information to the Secret Service until almost the last minute, which goes to streamlining and unifying communication channels that protect the site.
And you mentioned early on the lack of funding over the years. Why the lack of funding, since we overspend by trillions of dollars every year? Why would they stint on Secret Service protection for the president, any president, or Kennedy? Like of all things to cheap out on, I don't understand.
You're preaching to the choir. I've asked that question for 20 years. I tell people September 12th, 2001, we're going to have the 20-something protectees of 45. But the agency's manpower and budget never done. And 30-plus years since, budget has never met the expanded mission the Secret Service has. And people want to blame the merger with DHS. Technically, part of it, DHS has a lot of important missions that are very competitive funding.
But this is the president.
Support, right?
When people hear the phrase Secret Service, first thing they think of, maybe the only thing they think of, those are the guys and women around the president. And I know you have a lot of other functions in government as well, but that's the number one. And I would think in Washington, D.C., the people in Congress would make sure that that's a line item that funded. The people running DHS would say, okay, one of our most important divisions, Secret Service, what do? Well, number one, they protect the president. That's the 5 or so many years without funding. That seems impossible to me.
But I can point you back to the Obama years where it was 3 or 4 years in a row with the Secret Service had to cut funding. They actually had less funding the year after than the year before because of different budget priorities, sequestration, a bunch of other issues. That had nothing to do with the Secret Service, but had everything to do with the way the government was being run and running at that point in time. It makes no sense to me. I've spent my it for 20 years, especially now, Butler. That's not a problem with the Secret Service anymore.
Yeah, there's a lot of baffling things going on in the world. Don, always good talking to you. Don Mahalik, retired senior Secret Service agent, ABC News, law enforcement contributor. Thank you for coming on again.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John.
All right, when we come back, Karen Bass, she got questioned on a lot of things. Next segment, why did she choose to go to Africa when the fires were breaking out? This is Telemundo reporter Enrique Chiapa. We'll play that next. Deborah Mark is live to KFI 24-hour news.
Here's the latest. A lawsuit over the Palisades fire has expanded, and no more live horse racing. California State Fair will have more at the top of the hour. We're going to the 60 next.
Here's a news flash. If you're counting on your 401k to build wealth or find a comfortable retirement, time for a reality check. And here's the truth. 401ks were not built to make you rich. They were designed to shift risk from corporations to you, leaving your savings exposed to crashes, inflation, and uncertainty. Now, Americans are reclaiming control with real assets like gold. Noble Gold Investments has helped thousands protect their future by converting part of their retirement savings into physical gold, so they can stop stressing about the market and start sleeping better at night. Talk to Noble Gold today and learn how safe and easy it is to roll over your 401k into a tax-advantaged gold IRA without penalties or headaches. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com and grab your free wealth protection kit, including a step-by-step guide to get started. NobleGoldInvestments.com. Time to move your money out of the danger zone and into something real.
From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, the only business software you need. A little cooler tomorrow, 70 to around 100. This report brought to you by Indeed.com. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, they warn the pump with Toyota's full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. Stall out the 60 at Diamond Bar. It is on the 60 eastbound right at Grand Avenue. It was in the middle lanes when they're stopped as they're pushing this over to the right shoulder. Now you're 60 eastbound. It's going to be a slow ride all the way from Hacienda Boulevard. Baldwin Park, 10 eastbound before Baldwin Park Boulevard. Got that accident over on the right shoulder. Pico Rivera, 605 northbound before Warrior Boulevard. New accident in the carpool lane. And in Corona, 15 southbound at Magnolia Avenue off-ramp. Got an accident blocking that ramp. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, I'm Jenny Harman.
The devastating Texas floods have impacted countless residents. Families have lost their homes, communities and lives have been shattered, and children are still missing. The need is urgent. The Community Foundation of the Texas Hill has launched the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund to support response, relief, and long-term recovery efforts. All donations will go directly to trusted local organizations to provide food, shelter, healthcare, and hope. Join us today and donate to the Kerr County Flood Relief Fund at communityfoundation.net.
Taking your kids to their first baseball game. Starts with you. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library and hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
She was our idol. It was like, wow, Margaret, you're so cool. You drive a jag, are a female lawyer, you're stunningly beautiful. We wanted to grow up and be Margaret. But two bosses came to him and said, Margaret was killed. I said, what?
Promotes the image of small town America, but it's not.
And maybe the reason they haven't made an arrest in Margaret murders because they're not looking at themselves.
They don't give up on cases. You catch whoever it is so that you don't have to go through this again. But do you really know what happened? Plus, turn everybody off. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast series by C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Written and narrated by me, Jeff Levitsky. Season 1, Margaret Cook.
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
A serial killer, I'm afraid. I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you. Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. The iHeart app is for podcasts. like this. Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you? Why is my cat not here? I know that she's eating my lunch. Hypnotism is real. We'll use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control. What's inside a black hole? Black holes could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have asked this thing to I heard original content, science stuff. Join me, Morgan Chan, as we tackle questions you've always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science geek. Listen to Science Stuff. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
AMI AM 640 for stimulating talk.
It's Thursday, so you know that means the magnificent Marshall Collier is stopping by with 10 tips to protect us and recommendations to simplify our lives. It's Marshall Collier right at 8 p.m. on the next edition of Later with Will Kelly.
John Cobell Show 10 by AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tomorrow's Moist Night Friday. Do we have any more room on the Moist Night? I don't know. It's crowded.
It's very crowded, but if you got something good, you might as well.
They're going to have to give us the submission of your life to this crowd. 877-MOIST-86, 877-MOIST-86, or 664-7886. Karen Bass, not doing well on the Moist Line.
That's putting it money.
Yeah, all right. So we got a lot of Karen Bass to play. And I want to play one clip now while we have a chance. We spent the first half hour with an attorney, Roger Bailey, who's representing a lot of Palisades residents who are straight in. More and more has come out about the incompetence of the DWP of the city of Los Angeles in preparation and response to the fire. The latest thing is some dope at DWP was supposed to turn off the electricity to some of the lines, didn't, and then went back and Dr. was claiming that he went to the, I don't know what you call it, but whatever the building was, which had the dials where he was supposed to turn off the electricity. He get there about 4:06, and by then the fire prevented him from accessing what he needed to access. He put down, he went back into the records and said, I went there about 1:45. Because he didn't want everybody to know that he was 4.5 hours late. And God knows how much damage was done in those 4.5 hours because the electrical lines were spawning new fires. What struck me, too, when Roger Bailey was on, is that he had to turn off the electricity by hand. He had to go to some DWP building and turn it off by hand. They can't do it remotely, electronically. I mean, they have a lot of people I know have security alarms now that you can turn on and off from the world, through the internet. But in LA, a major electrical substation, you guys got to walk in there in the middle of a fire. Like, they never thought, what happens in the whole neighborhood where this structure is on fire? How's he going to get in? Why is it done remotely? Why is everything so different? Anyway, here's Karen Bass on with television reporter Enrique Chiabra about why she was in Africa when the fire broke out.
Those ones familiar with the fires, you were here, but then when the first started, you were in Africa. There was a lot of controversy about why you were away. How can you respond to that? Everyone else?
Yes, let me just say why I was away. President Biden, a few days before I left to go to Africa, it was major news that I was going to Africa because the White House issued a press release saying that I was invited on a delegation to represent our country at the inauguration of the Ghanaian president.
The fire started on the 6th, which was a Tuesday. We knew the alerts were happening before that, but don't do that. So there was a lot of controversy and criticism towards you. Why were you gone?
Just tell you that the alerts that were issued in emails, the city or the county,
and social media,
the city or the county, nobody was prepared for a weather event that had never happened in our lifetime.
You liar. Liars.
That happen frequently, yes, but it was not elevated to the point of a situation. Otherwise, county and city were going into emergency mode. So when I learned about fires, I was actually 3 hours from boarding a plane to come home. I think what a lot of people didn't realize is, number one, the time difference between the United States and Africa, and two, how long it takes to travel. So I got back as soon as I could.
No, we know how the time difference works when you're in Africa. She took me right there. You would know. You were here. You were reading all the warnings.
I was going to say, warnings for days. We knew that this was not a normal Santa Ana wind event. We knew with the low humidity, we hadn't had rain in such a long time. We knew this was going to be bad.
They've had 100-mile-an-hour winds frequently during the Santa Ana periods. I have seen newspaper clippings going back to at least 1938, where you had winds in the 100-mile-an-hour range. It has happened. So it's not something we've never seen before. Yes, we have. And they were using the most extreme language, the most extreme warning that they could. There weren't any words in the English language to warn people how bad the winds were going to be and how extreme the fire danger was. They nailed it 100%. She didn't care. And she goes, oh, well, you know, email. It was constantly on the news.
It was the lead story of everybody's news for days.
We were sitting, waiting to see how bad it was going to be, if there was going to be something catastrophic. I remember clearly feeling that. I remember feeling that the morning of the 7th, because I was in the Palisades and the wind started to blow. My wife even took video. We were in this on this night, and we both talked about it. It's like something bad is going to happen today, because I heard all the winds. I knew if we were going to get these excessive winds, very good chance that the towns in the foothills like the Palisades were going to burn. On January 6th, 2025, this year, obviously, National Weather Service Los Angeles tweeted, heads up in all caps with 3 exclamation points. All caps, a life-threatening, destructive, widespread windstorm is expected Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday morning across much of Ventura and LA County areas. Not typically windy will be impacted. And she wasn't here for it, and there was nobody else filling in. The acting mayor was supposed to be Marquise Harris-Dawson, completely missing in action. But who was in charge in the mayor's office, overseeing the fire and police department, was Brian Williams. He was on leave for calling in bomb threats, which he has since pleaded guilty to. There was nobody in charge of the city. There was, as we told you last hour, Roger Bailey, the attorney, says that Cal Fire should have been monitoring the fireworks fire from January 1st to see if the new winds were going to whip up the blaze all over again. There was nobody stationed here. Nobody was assigned by Cal Fire. Nobody was assigned in the LA Fire Department. Christine Crowley didn't see anybody there. Newsom failed. The head of Cal Fire failed. Christine Crowley failed. Bass failed. Marquise Harris-Dawson failed. They didn't do anything. They don't care. And then she goes on and is like, well, you know, as you know, she's got this smug, arrogant attitude about her.
Well, she made it seem that it was so important for her to go to Africa, that it was such a good thing for us. It was so
representing the United States.
Exactly.
In Ghana. You find one person in the entire nation that gave a rat's ass about that. Nobody cares. They were selected by Joe Biden to go to Ghana to have drinks at a cocktail party for the Ghanaian president. We got more Bass talking about ICE coming up. First, after Deborah's news, we talked about this yesterday, and this is something else we're going to be exploring a lot. Chris LeBron, journalist, is coming on. I told you about Scott Peters' bill, Senate Bill 79, forcing single-family neighborhoods to accept high-rise apartment buildings for low-income people.
And I suspect this is why in the Palisades they're slow walking all the permits, is because they want the homeowners to give up, sell it to developers, and start planting these low-income apartment buildings all over the Palisades and get all those wealthy people out of town. They could go away. Beautiful view over to the low-income residents. Deborah Mark, live at the KFI 24-hour news.
KOST HD2, Los Angeles, County. More stimulating talk.
Revised lawsuit. Deborah Mark, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. A lawsuit over the deadly Palisades fire has been expanded.
The revised lawsuit was filed on Wednesday on behalf of thousands of victims of the massive fire. It claims, based on official records, the city of Los Angeles and its Department of Water and Power should have been better prepared for the fire. It accuses the DWP of failing to inspect the $117 million reservoir in Palisades Island between 2021 and 2023 that allegedly allowed a tear in its protected cover to go undetected. The tear was the reason why the reservoir was empty during the fire after being drained in 2024. Mark Mayfield, KFI News.
A new report suggests city leaders in LA have a skewed view of efforts to reduce homelessness.
In a settlement with the LA Alliance for Human Rights, the city agreed to remove 98 homeless encampments in targeted groups. While the city is counting each encampment dismantled, a number of those encampments are leaving the homeless person still on the street. The Alliance strongly objects to the city's methodology of counting encampments, arguing that going in 10 non-housing encampments is done. Jim Rubin,
U.S. Attorney Bill Haley says one way or another, California will comply with its federal ban on trans athletes playing in girls' sports.
It will either come into compliance on its own, or we will make them do it through the court process. You can rest assured.
Haley told Fox News Governor Newsom is a bold-faced liar for saying it's unfair for trans athletes to compete against women, but still supports the practice. Haley says boys competing in girls' sports is illegal, disenfranchise girls' opportunities, and endangers their privacy, dignity, and safety. The Justice Department is suing California for violations of Title IX. First time in 170 years, there will be no live horse racing at the California State Fair. Cal Expo CEO Tom Martinez says there are not any horses around for the races.
Product has to be there for people to come and wager in your facility. If that doesn't happen, I just don't see a viable path.
The California Authority of Racing Fairs has canceled races across Northern California this year. State officials say it's reflective of a larger decline in the horse racing industry at State Fair. Baltimore police and fire teams have responded to what they've called a mass casualty overdose incident. Fire Chief James Wallace says more than a dozen people were injured.
Transported 15 patients to the hospital. 5 of those reported one patient's beating. They're critical.
Wallace says crews were called this morning and that originally just 3 people were found who suffered possible overdoses. The scene worsened 12 minutes later. Police say they're treating it as a crime scene. Sean Diddy Combs has scored a win in a civil lawsuit while awaiting sentencing in New York for transporting people for prostitution.
TMZ is reporting that a judge has decided to remove rape allegations from a lawsuit filed on behalf of April Lamprose. She's accused the 55-year-old music mogul of raping her multiple times back in the 1990s. Combs' legal team has denied Lamprose's claims, calling them baseless, and has filed a motion to try to get the whole lawsuit dismissed. I'm Sarah Kessler.
And Ford has recalled about 850,000 vehicles because a low-pressure fuel pump failure can lead to an engine stall, and that increases the risk of a crash.
The vehicles affected include 2021 to 2023 model Ford Expeditions, Explorers, Broncos, Mustangs, Lincoln Navigators, and F-150 trucks.
ABC's Chuck Severson reports Ford says the vehicles may show warning signs such as engine misfiring or running rough, check engine light coming on, or reduced engine power. Southland weather from KFI. Sunny tomorrow, a little cooler, 70s to the 80s. Metro LA, upper 80s to mid 90s to the triple digits in the high desert. Low 70s and beaches, low mid 80s, and Lindos the 90s to around 100 for the high. Right now, 71 data point, 84 in Anaheim, 96 in Diamond Bar, 92 in Simi Valley. The KFI financial update, the Dow closed up 192, S&P 500 up 17, NASDAQ up 19. It's slow on the 405 in Culver City.
It's the northbound side where delays are loading up, making the 90 heavy and slower in some spots all the way to the 5 merge rolling into Silmar. We're also heading out to the drive southbound lane. The wreck is wrapped up for the 110 northbound at Adams. All lanes are open, traffic picking up away from just about 51st Street. Beyond the scene of the crash, you still have a heavy drive all the way to the 5 into Legion Park. Anaheim, a wreck on the 57 southbound just before Catella. These guys are blocking the left lane, and that drive is slow moving all the way from Ball Road. Also in Anaheim, the eastbound side of the 91 slows from the 57 all the way to Green River. And things are filling in the Hummel Pass, 15 northbound, loading up at Kenwood, racing stretches to the 138. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeart Comedy, clips from today's top comedians.
I learned about truth at school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about snakes get touched us and they stay attacked.
And the greatest of all time.
You can tell me how to get the Sesame Street. I wouldn't want to live in a neighborhood like that. 6 foot kids walking around.
Try something different. iHeart Comedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you and then
We hunt you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
Is that a faucet running? That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over 100 million people with clean water. What? I can't hear you because the that's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air we breathe. I didn't know the trees were so amazing. Yep, and the forest gives us shade, trees to climb. That's awesome. Let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
John Cook Show. Can't find me. 6:45 everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Run every day from 1 until 4 o'clock. After 4 o'clock, John Cobell Show on demand on the iHeart app. If you missed the 1 o'clock hour, go to the podcast after 4. Did an interview with Jay Bhattacharya. He is the new director of the National Institute of Health, replacing Anthony Fauci. And he was he may have been the most prominent critic of all the COVID lockdowns and all the restrictive policies that caused so much damage that we feel to this day, both physically, mentally, and what happened to everybody's children in school, what happened to so many businesses in the state. That all came out of the lockdowns, and he was against them almost from day one. They made it clear, and he was vilified for that. Well, now he's running things and trying to change things in Washington. You want to hear it. That's beginning of the 1 o'clock hour. Cobell Show podcast on the iHeart app after 4 o'clock. Chris Ross coming on now, the journalist. Yesterday a lot about how Sacramento Democrats, from hell or high water, want to force single-family neighborhoods to accept high-rise apartment buildings filled with low-income residents. This would just destroy local zoning laws. Let's get Chris on to talk about this. A lot of people don't believe it. I was talking to some of my friends yesterday, and they're just looking at me like I dropped off the moon. But this is the real thing, Chris, isn't it?
Oh, it's probably the single biggest agenda item on the California political climate radar these days. This is their Manhattan project.
So, if you have a neighbor, you'd be able to sell to a developer who would bulldoze the single-family house next door to you and put up a fourplex, put up a high-rise apartment building, and fill it with low-income people, homeless people, whatever kind of deal you can get to finance it, right?
Well, that's right. And I think the quality of life really is just very affordable because once that new stacking package, we call it, goes in next door to your single-family home, I mean, your property value is going to be affected. Obviously, your quality of life and your neighbors' quality of life is going to be affected. And this is all based on just such a demonstrably false this whole notion of single-family neighborhoods, which, by the way, where 82% hours to their commute every day to get that dream. That's just human nature.
Do you think leaders trying to sell this as this excessive white privilege, single-family homes?
Of course, that's their go-to. Our neighborhood were the creation of segregation and redlining and racial conflict and all that. And that was true 80 years ago. But the fact of the matter is, the single fastest growing cohort of home buyers in California are Latinos. So what is more racist than these Democrats pretending like millions of non-white homeowners in the suburbs don't exist because it doesn't fit their political narrative? I mean, if you can come up with something more racist than that, I'm all ears.
He tried a version of this a few years ago, all the way back to 2019. And now he's back. He didn't have the support in 2019. Does he have it now?
Well, he got very close to people realizing it's literally the 11th hour. It actually, like, SB 50 Senate Bill 50, which current bills, Senate Bill 79, and everybody, by the way, needs to call in your assembly members and your senators and raise and holy hell about SB 79. But it actually did pass. The crazy thing is, there's this old tiny requirement of the legislature that was the second house, the house where the bill did not originate, have the bill. They have to literally carry a secret copy of it down the hall back to the house where it originated so they can vote on what's called a reconciliation vote. The only reason SB 50 didn't pass is because they literally ran out of time. It passed the assembly at like 11:58 p.m. on August 31st of 2019, and they literally did not have time before midnight and the recess for it to get back to the Senate. So, under no illusions that Scott Wiener, the Democratic senator, doesn't have support, and that's why it's so crucial for individual Californians to be raising their voices right now. Call your assembly member, call your senator, say no on SB 79, because it would hurt working class, lower income neighborhood worse, and that's not speculative or theoretical. It's happening as we speak, even without SB 79. And you don't think that they are jonesing for the Palisades in Alcina right now? Well, we saw the news yesterday that Newsom has allocated $100 million for low-income and homeless housing in Burnside. So,
those were the puzzle pieces I was putting together yesterday. Number one, Karen Bass is hardly issuing any permits. Number two, Scott Wiener has this bill stripping neighborhoods of local zoning laws and allowing these apartment monstrosities to be built for low-income housing. And number three, Newsom has already kicked off the festivities with $100 million for low-income housing in the Palisades. So this is what's happening. I think Bass is intentionally delaying these permits so that these people are exhausted and they surrender and they just sell to a developer and let the developer do what he wants. I really think that's going on. What do you think?
I wish I had an argument against that, and I wish I could say I was wearing my tinfoil hat right now, but I think the evidence all points in that direction. I think they're slow walking all of this recovery, absolutely, especially starting with the soil testing, the ground testing, the water testing, which that ain't up a few months when people were trying to get that basic step, which happens after every other natural disaster, by the way, except this one. So they slow walk that, which made it more difficult for people to deal with their insurance. One of the first things the insurer asked is, what's the status, what's the quality of the soil? So they've been doing everything they can to slow walk this. And I think they're trying to start people out, John. I really do. And I hate to say that, and maybe I sound like a crazy.
No, that's what I think. That's what I think. And I bring this up with people, and like you said, what's the argument against it? If that wasn't the plan, what would they be doing differently?
Right. Well, here's another thing. Remember our good friends over at Streets for All, Michael Schneider and Big Crowd?
Yeah.
They were behind Measure HLA, the transit bill, the urban transit initiative. Well, they're also one of the key sponsors of SB 79. So, any questions? This all fits together. Same players, it's the same special interests, it's the same billionaires. I mean, this gold rush that's coming to California, thanks to SB 79, is going to make the original gold rush look like a
lawmakers, and I guess they are the ones who are greasing things in the legislature.
They're the ones who are greasing things, who have donated millions of dollars to these lawmakers. Scott Wiener, who has made these bills, has received far and away more real estate money and venture capital money and BlackRock style money than any other lawmaker in California. And there you go. They are getting a lot of bang for their buck. Scott Wiener, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, and then he gets to position it to the public as either racial equity or climate sensitivity or any of the other trending issues of the day. But the truth is, he's taking in big bucks campaign from these developers to make a fortune developing the Palisades lots into low-income housing, apartment housing.
They're converted into their social housing utopia. That is the plan. And by the way, anybody has any questions, in both Altadena and the Palisades, I have a couple folks who send me reports every few weeks of parcels that have been sold. There are far fewer in the Palisades than in Altadena, but it's starting to pick up. Of the parcels that have already sold, more than 60% have been sold to LLC, wine trusts, or corporations. Several in the Palisades, several LLCs that have purchased for 3 adjacent parcels.
When are they voting on this?
SB 79 is going to be voted to the local government committee in the assembly next Wednesday. Then the legislature goes on recess from July 18th to August 18th. So that time, your lawmaker, your assembly member will be back in town. They'll be back to the district, and that's when you call them. If you can, show up to their office, write an email. I mean, the make notice, and I know it comes up on this, but really quickly, we came with this one vote because of the grassroots doing what I just described. We came within one vote of killing SB 79 in the Senate. So we're doing the same thing in the assembly. This bill is far from a done deal, but we need the grassroots. We need everyone who's listening to my voice right now. Take the 15 seconds and pick up the phone and call your assembly member and your senator and say, I'm a constituent of SB 79. It really is that quick. Go to a website, Our Neighborhood Voices, sort of helping with a couple of neighbors united here in LA. Well, our neighborhood voices lead this charge, but it comes down to individuals. Not only the grassroots work, but
Grace, going to do the new statement coming out. We will continue talking about this.
Absolutely. Thank you, John. By the way, Russ going to talk about equal sharing again last week. That's actually our portion.
All right, we'll do that. Deborah Mark live again by 24-hour newsroom.
Here is the latest. Federal immigration agents and protesters have faced off in Ventura County, and a federal judge in New Hampshire has blocked the Trump administration from enforcing its executive order on birthright citizenship. We'll have more at the bottom of the hour. Some weather from KFI. A little cooler tomorrow, 70s to around 100. This report brought to you by Rapid Radio's going to a crash on 605 in Whittier.
This is on the northbound side coming up on Whittier Boulevard, and it's blocking the carpool lane. Big delays are loading up out of the Knoll Block, getting away from the 105 freeway. Beyond the crash, the drive remains pretty heavy all the way to the 10. Southbound slowing, moving up from the 60 towards the 5. It's slowing out of Pasadena 210 from Mountain in stretches to Citrus, and we're heading out to Ontario, the northbound side of the 50 freeway, slowing down actually just before Ontario from Country Galliano Ranch Road. You're on the brakes and stretches towards Foothill Boulevard. For Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
Free iHeartRadio app has over 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now, like iHeartComedy. Clips from today's top comedians.
I didn't learn about country in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about the states that touched us in case they attacked.
And the greatest of all time.
You don't even tell me how to get to Sesame Street. I'm going to live in a neighborhood like that. A 6-foot kid just walking around.
Try something different. iHeartComedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then we
hunt you. Open the app and make iHeartComedy a preset now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart podcasts like this.
This is great man. The old but certain places are safe from chaos, violence.
years, would you think that you'd see your parents' house kicked off, the farm kicked off by that yellow thing? It was a very broke crime scene. One of the worst I've ever seen.
Careful what myths you choose to rely on. I'm Keith Morris, and this is Murder in the Moonlight, an all-new podcast from Dateline. You can listen to all episodes now completely free.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple.
Well, the thing is that I didn't actually use the app. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then I started eating like so fast. So I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app.
Meet Juan, the lonely music curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, everything.
Sometimes you've got to step out of the canvas and
But when the perfect man walks into his life,
Well, I guess I'm saying about it.
I don't know, I think so. He actually is too good to be true.
This is Colin Connie.
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close.
Status check. Everything's erratic. Cautious. Hard to predict.
And jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job? Listen to The Setup.
listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. I'm so sick of hearing them talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to. Hey, it's Lucy Brown, WNBA player, professional lover, and this is Mariah Rose. You know me from Spilling the Tea on TikTok, and we've got a new podcast, Circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with athletes and women unrivaled and college basketball. We've got cartoon analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of current basketball players telling their stories from their point of view. Not just game this time for the girls, etc. You want to share all of the women's basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about my new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly and not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go ahead and click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not like I get a notification to do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal, because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. KFI AM 640, or stimulating talk.
When Nashville handles the LA Times poll finds over 80% of Californians believe democracy is under attack. And I'll tell you what I believe. Yes. No. Maybe. And that's coming up after 7 a.m. tomorrow morning on the next Bill Handel Show.
Now, your chance to win $1,000 this nationwide keywords on our website. Green. That's green. GREEN. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com.
Green, enter that word at KFIAM640.com/. If you win, you get an email. Check your junk. Keyword every hour, every weekday, starting the 9 o'clock hour, all the way to the 5 o'clock hour. And next chance to win at 4:20 with Mark Thompson for Conley. Later on, Telemundo reporter Enrique Chiabra did an interview with with Karen Bass yesterday. She is running for re-election. Spent a lot of time on the ice wars and the latest incident in MacArthur Park, where Bass was seen yelling on the phone, and she was talking to Greg Bovino, who is the head of Customs and Border Patrol in Los Angeles. Let's do cut. Great job at asking Bass to respond to a comment Bovino made public.
He said that it doesn't work for you. They're going to stay here as much as we get to continue with the mission. What do you have to say about that?
Well, first of all, I think both of us work for the American people, and taxpayers pay our salary, and we are both public servants. He said that they were going to be here as long as they wanted, but that goes back to the origin of the problem. What the administration is doing is experimenting with Los Angeles to experiment with what happens, what is the public response. The federal government goes into the state and seizes power and authority from the governor and deploy the National Guard in our city, and they weren't even asked for it because they were not needed.
Oh my God. That is such BS. The federal government has complete and total power over the border and immigration laws. Karen Bass has none. No governor has that power. And it goes both ways. But down in Arizona, Arizona wanted to start arresting illegal aliens on their own, and the Supreme Court said you can't. At the time of the Obama administration, the court sided with the federal government. Just because the Obama administration had looser rules on the Arizona governor had no right to arrest people. Arizona legislature had no right at all. Well, it works both ways. Karen Bass has no right to overrule the federal government. The Trump administration, Congress, House, Senate, whole thing. It's not up to her. She doesn't have a say. She doesn't have a vote at all. Karen Bass doesn't work for the American people. She works for the citizens alone. The federal government employees like Greg Bovino work for the American people as a whole. It's local, state, federal. That's the hierarchy. Karen Bass is at the bottom of the pyramid. Enrique Chiabra from Telemundo asked Bass if Bovino confirmed that the ice raids would end, I guess, sometime soon.
Did you confirm or say when this would end? Do you know when the raids are going to stop here in Los Angeles?
No, once again, everything that's been happening in the city has been by rumors. So there's a lot of rumors. It's supposed to last 30 days, 60 days. But there has never been an answer from the administration as to how long this was going to last. And if you look at what has accomplished, except for spreading fear and terror in our community, what have they accomplished except for damaging the economy and ripping the economy apart in some neighborhoods? I went to restaurants that cater to the Central American population, El Salvador and Honduras. Those restaurants were empty. The owner said that this was worse than COVID. They not only
hold on. Karen Bass said nothing when Newsom shut down all the restaurants. Said nothing when, who was it? Barbara Ferrer, the LA County Public Health Director, she shut down all the county restaurants. Garcetti shut down. And she didn't say anything. Somehow, El Salvadoran restaurants have shut down that cater to illegal aliens. Like, oh my God, it's ruining the economy. No, Newsom and Garcetti and Barbara Ferrer and the LA County supervisors, they actually destroyed thousands of businesses. Holy crap. Another thing she said, that Trump came in uninvited and took control of the National Guard. Well, so far in court, Trump has been backed up by federal judges, including the Biden nominee. So far, the way these judges see it, Trump has the right to do that. She has like zero. Did she really not understand? Or is this more a stupid political posturing? What, she's pretending she's an idiot, or she's actually an idiot? The federal government, obviously the president person does have the power to take over the National Guard. The National Guard is part of the military. We got more questions. Go back to Mark Black, the Camp Like 24-hour news.
Federal immigration agents and protesters have faced off in Ventura County. Around 100 protesters have been pushed back by gas used to the crowd, only to reconvene on Laguna Road near a cannabis company's farm. Camarillo City Councilwoman Martina Martinez Bravo told KTLA that she agrees with these enforcement actions.
The tactics that are utilized by ICE are any professional, if anything, I believe that extremely dehumanizing at times.
A second cannabis operation, also owned by Greenhouse Farms, was also reportedly hit by federal agents in Carpinteria earlier today. Corpse rescued from a collapsed tunnel in Wilmington had to climb over 12 to 15 feet of fallen dirt and debris to reach rescuers. ABC's David Gonzalez reports all 31 workers survived yesterday.
The official tunnel boring machine and building this tunnel, which is 18 feet wide, is currently 6 miles in, and then the partial collapse happened at the 5-mile mark. All the workers were in front of that collapse, and they had to scramble over that pile over 15 feet to get out. The workers had to walk those 5 miles until they could be transported by a tunnel vehicle to the sole entrance.
Once there, the men were hoisted out of the tunnel in a crane. A federal judge in New Hampshire has blocked the Trump administration from enforcing executive order on birthright citizenship. ABC's Garrett Travers reports the ruling comes after the Supreme Court curtailed the judge's ability to issue nationwide injunctions.
The White House is calling this decision quote, an obvious and unlawful attempt to circumvent the Supreme Court's clear order against universal relief. Spokesperson Harrison Field says in a statement the administration will be, quote, fighting vigorously against attempts by district court judges to try to impede the president's policies.
The judge in New Hampshire certified a challenge by the American Civil Liberties Union filed on behalf of pregnant immigrants, 2 immigrant parents, and their infants. A former member of a popular punk band wants to get into politics.
Tim Myers is a founding member of the band One Republic. He says he's dropping the idea of running for a congressional seat in the Inland Empire. He wants to run for lieutenant governor instead. Part of his campaign pitch is fixing the, quote, broken political system dominated by career politicians. Myers is a Democrat, and he's joining a crowded race, which includes the California State Treasurer, a senior Governor Gavin Newsom advisor, and the former mayor of the city of Stockton, Jason Campidonia, KFI News.
And Superman may not stick the landing at the box office. James Gunn's Superman reboot, starring David Cornswet, is set to open strong this weekend, though not quite as high as early projections suggested. Warner Brothers expects about $100 million debut, while some trackers predict up to $130 million. The film, which officially launches DC Studios' new cinematic universe, has earned an 85% critic score and a 96% audience rating on Rotten Tomatoes. With a $225 million budget and a wave of positive buzz from early screenings, Superman hits theaters nationwide this Friday. Heather Brooker, KFI News. Sunlight weather from KFI sunny, a little cooler tomorrow. Highs mid-70s to mid-80s, Metro LA. Upper 80s to mid-90s, valleys 90s with the triple digits for the high desert. Low 70s at the beaches, low to mid-80s, inland OC 90s to about 100 in the IE. Right now, 83 in Laguna Woods, it's 91 in Rancho Santa Margarita. It's slow on the 405 in Irvine.
It's the northbound side, and that's where traffic is crowding up at Irvine Center Drive. A little heavier in a couple of spots as you continue towards Brookhurst and Fountain Valley. Also in Anaheim, the eastbound side of the 91, so you're just about the 57 freeway, all the way over Talbot in Griffith Park, South 5 from the 134 all the way to the 605. And it's also loading up to Pasadena, East 210 from Mountain. Delays taking you ahead to Citrus. The Cajon Pass getting busy, 15 northbound, away from Glen Helen Parkway, looking a lot better by Cleghorn. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rachel Martinez.
Free iHeartRadio app, 100 original stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like iHeartRadio, clips from today's top idiots.
I didn't learn about countries in school. I learned about Tennessee. I learned about states that touch God's and stay intact.
And the greatest of all time. Try something different. iHeart Comedy.
Women are gatherers. We like to gather information about you, and then
we hunt you. Open the app and make iHeart Comedy a preset now.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at Ready.com. A message from Team on the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town. But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. Kidnapped.
Started basically yelling at me to start driving. He's like, I need to get out of here. He's like, I just killed somebody.
A dramatic carjacking. A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill.
Do you think you would become a serial killer had you had the chance? So it just baffles me that somebody can just take someone's life.
The most evil person you've ever met.
Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
The European Union says a conditional trade deal with the U.S. could be reached in the coming days. Correspondent William Winslow has more.
The US has not sent a letter to the EU detailing a new tariff rate. The officials hope this is a positive sign, but warn that should no deal be reached, the bloc could deploy countermeasures as early as next week, worth roughly $25 billion.
The Trump administration has pushed back the deadline for an agreement to be reached August 1st, when tariffs on European goods could jump to 50%. The president also says the 50% tariff on copper imports will begin August 1st. Mark Mayfield reports.
He previously had announced the tariff, but posted the start date on Truth Social Wednesday night. Trump said the timing was based on a robust national security assessment. Copper is the third most used metal in the U.S. after iron and aluminum. The tariff aims to boost domestic production, as the U.S. currently imports nearly half the copper that it uses.
An interest accrual for student loan borrowers on the Saving on Bountiful Education Plan will restart August 1st. Tammy Trujillo with an update. The SAVE plan was created under the Biden administration. It became a popular option for its ability to offer some borrowers monthly payments as low as $0. All borrowers will not be responsible for making payments on the SAVE plan until their forbearance ends. Their balances will start to go up with the restart of interest accrual. The Education Department is urging these people to choose a new repayment plan before restarting payments. NVIDIA is the first company to be worth $4 trillion. Matt Matz reports.
The AI chip maker's market value has smashed the previous record valuation that was set by Apple. The surge in value comes as tech giants race to build massive data centers using NVIDIA chips to power their services. The company's CEO noted that global demand for NVIDIA's AI infrastructure is incredibly strong, and tech analysts call the milestone a huge historical moment for the U.S. tech sector.
I'm Monica Nelson, your consumer and business news.
John Cobell, Chuck Buying AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You can follow us on social media at John Cobell Radio. I'm John Cobell Radio, and again, the podcast will be released shortly after 4 o'clock. Our show today featuring hour number 1, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who is the new director of the National Institute of Health, replacing Anthony Fauci. Bhattacharya was one of the leading critics of the lockdown policies. All the nonsense that we suffered through. People were very vocal about it early on. Took an enormous amount of incoming fire over it. But now he's running things in Washington. The world might be in a better place now that he's taken over. I was in charge 5 years ago, and our lives would not have been as severely disrupted as they were. Continuing here with Karen Bass, who, hold on to that clip about her in the fire, by the way, just for long-term use. It's like I heard it almost an hour ago, and I'm still infuriated by it. Maybe we'll play it again before 4 o'clock, but I want to play these clips. She was on an interview with the Telemundo reporter Enrique Chiabra, where she announced she's running for re-election and expects to win. Chiabra asked Bass a lot about the illegal aliens and the National Guard and riots. And this is Chiabra asking Bass if she can promise that LA is going to stay a sanctuary city.
So, tremendous usually assume you because of the sanctuary policy we have in the city. Can you promise that Los Angeles is going to stay as a sanctuary city, even though we're facing the state saying
I can promise that, but I don't control the courts. And so there is a time in which the courts overturn our policy. And I hope that doesn't happen. But I cannot make a commitment that I'm going to violate the law.
So potentially we could see this
Stop! You didn't tell me that was on there. I wanted to say for dramatic effect. That means she knows it's the law. She knows the courts are going to overturn it. She's intentionally violating the law and protecting illegal aliens. She can't violate the law. Of course, I told you this the other day. Sanctuary cities are not a thing. Sanctuary states are not a thing. There is no such legal concept as a sanctuary from federal law. It doesn't exist. It's entirely made up by these asinine, idiotic politicians and activists. There's no sanctuary from federal law. There's no sanctuary in the entire world from immigration law. Every country has immigration law, and it's up to that country to decide how they're going to enforce it. But there isn't a square foot of land on the globe where you're exempt from immigration law. There is no sanctuary in the entire world. It's not that she's a moron. It's that she's such a liar. She and Newsom, they're such liars. They deceive, they misdirect, they mislead. Any variation on lying, whatever word you want to use, that's all they do. Because they think that maybe they're right, is that most people are stupid or ignorant, don't pay attention, don't understand what the law is. I mean, there's that poll the other day, like a third of people, Gen Z, which is ages 18 to 29, think that Independence Day is about us declaring independence from Native Americans. Okay, so there you go. There's a nice base to run for office with, right? Jay, more to that clip? A little bit. All right, continue.
But I cannot make a commitment that I'm going to violate the law.
So potentially we could see this being.
It is possible. But I think anything is possible. I'm certainly going to hope for the best, and I'm going to fight for the best. Absolutely. I'm not going to just assume it's going to fail. If that was my assumption, then I wouldn't participate at all.
But it's the law. Either a state or a city has priority over federal immigration law, or it doesn't. It doesn't. There is no question about this. This issue has been contested several times over the years. In recent times, you don't get to overrule federal immigration law. Period. Full stop. Take that. All right, here is Telemundo Enrique Chiabra. This has been Cut A, asking Bass if she thinks ICE raids are the beginning stages of a coup.
We're not to look like this situation on Monday. You said that this is the way this was before that coup. Do you really think there's some coup that's being planned?
I absolutely hope there's not, but it's important for me to point out the similarities, as I spent a fair amount of time going to countries and visiting cities that were in conflict zone. You don't see the military sending on civilians, and you don't ever see that in our country. And the fact that we're seeing it in peaceful times is a little crazy. There were no protests, there was no rioting, there was no vandalism.
What?
Now, does MacArthur Park have problems? Absolutely. Were there people in the park who are addicted to drugs? Absolutely. And we're addressing that problem.
No, you're not. They didn't arrest anybody in MacArthur Park. They were doing a staging exercise, clearly. Maybe they were sending a message to people like, we're here So maybe you should make other plans if you're in the country illegally. Again, they're simply enforcing federal law. People haven't seen it enforced in a generation. So everybody is like, really? Full option. What is this, a coup? A coup is when the military overthrows a president or king or whoever the ruler is. That's a coup. The federal government going into a state that's part of the Union. But California is not its own nation. It's part of the United States. There's all kinds of federal law being violated here in California. And Bass and Newsom are aiding and abetting it. And the ICE people are getting shot at. There were 10 people they arrested for attempted murder in Texas. I mean, 10 people. The AR-15s they confiscated. So, yeah, they need backup. Yes, they need the National Guard. Yes, they need the Marines. Do you think Trump and Tom Homan are going to suddenly not enforce federal law? Do you think that they're going to allow their ICE troops to be murdered? You think they're going to allow that? Should they allow that? Should they let all the ICE enforcement men and women get their heads blown off by these Antifa lunatics? I don't understand. Not enforce federal law? Karen Bass is a public official. So is Newsom. They know how dangerous it is out there. Why would you give permission and license to crazy people to assassinate law enforcement, federal law enforcement? Wow. All right, we'll get to the drug addicts in MacArthur Park. Deborah Mark Live, you can't find 24-hour news.
Here's the latest. Federal immigration agents and protesters got into it outside a farm near Camarillo, and Florida's recalling thousands of vehicles. Full of more at the top of the hour. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic centers, they were at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles crash on the 405 in Carson.
This one's on the southbound side, picking up on Avalon Boulevard, blocking the carpool. Looks like a motorcycle was involved in this one. Big delays away from Hawthorne Boulevard. Also on the northbound side of the 405 in Culver City. They're clearing the stop car out of the left lane. Looks like it was on the off-ramp. But overall slowing here, backing up from just about the 90. And let's also check out the drive in Irvine. This is the 5 northbound, slowing from the 133 freeway, pretty heavy all the way to Harbor and Anaheim. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez. You've got enough for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather? There's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio, the free iHeartRadio app.
My name is Dale Pazinski. I volunteer with United Way to help the homeless in my community learn computer skills and build a basic resume. I don't just wear this shirt, I live it.
Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
KFI AM 640. Or stimulating talk. Mark Thompson here for Tim Conway Jr. today on the Conway Show. A fountain of youth in a familiar form. Scientists may have made a discovery. We'll share it today.
KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk radio. John Cobell Show. Thompson and Conway coming up in a few moments. Let's continue with this absolutely raging interview with Enrique Chiap, Telemundo, talking to Karen Bass. She has said she has spattered all kinds of lies and misdirection and nonsense regarding not only the fires but the ICE situation here in Los Angeles with the ICE agents and patrol officers. Claiming that, by the way, MacArthur Park is a horrific area if you've never been to it. Don't move. Trust me, all right? Because KFI years ago used to be situated just a few blocks from MacArthur Park. It was terrible years ago. I've gone there within the last year. It is like 100 times worse. It is unbelievable how What's he talking about? They steal. Somebody steals that stuff. They take it to a fence, and then the illegal aliens line up and collect it to sell on their tables, on their cheap card tables, and that's what lines the streets. One of the most beautiful parks in the city, absolute cesspool. Run by gangs, run by all kinds of violent thugs and cartels and the whole. So here's Enrique Giabra, this week cut 9, asking Bass about.
Yeah, so we're going again back and forth what you're saying that you were there Monday because you're defending drug addicts and criminals because MacArthur is well known for having those issues. What do you have to say to that? Who is criticizing you?
That's not even one of the response, honestly. What I'm defending is our democracy, what I'm defending is our local authority, and what I'm defending are people who have immigrated to this country. They're Latinos, and I will protect them.
Boy, there was so much garbage stuffed into that answer. First of all, his question, it means Republicans and MAGA people. Who says that it's drug addicts and gang members there? It's because there are. That's a fact. That's not an opinion of a MAGA person. And Karen Bass says she's not protecting them. She's protecting them. Yes, she's protecting them. Otherwise, they would all be arrested and the illegal ones deported and the homeless ones and the drug addicts rounded up and forced into treatment. Of course, she's protecting them. Because those criminals have been running MacArthur Park for many, many years. She's been mayor for the last 2 years, and somehow she's doing an even worse job than Eric Garcetti, which I didn't think was possible. Of course she's protecting them. I'll be there. She doesn't want illegal alien criminals deported. In all this interview, and she ever said, look, I don't want people working in grocery stores and working on farms and working at the car washes. I don't want those people. I don't want the nannies and the gardeners to be deported. But all the criminals and drug cartel members of MacArthur Park, yeah, they got to be deported. She didn't say any of that. She just believed it. That's not part of her value system. And this Telemundo reporter gets mad at people and Republicans. No, it's anyone normal. You think normal Democrats are going to MacArthur Park for the weekend and taking their kids to play? Seriously? You think go take a stroll at MacArthur Park at 9 o'clock at night? Have a little romantic walk? Was that 16? Yeah. All right. Giabra talking to us. Message to illegal aliens.
Give a message for Angelinos who are undocumented, who are living in fear, who,
Yes.
They just moved here to work, to have a better life for their children, and now they're basically facing this situation where they can't work because or even sending their children to school. The whole situation of MacArthur Park, the kids were taken away. So a message for them.
So our message is my number one job as mayor is to protect Angelinos.
You're not Angelino.
Regardless of their immigration status, regardless of what country.
You're not Angelinos.
They're here. And I want you to know, and I want Angelinos to know that this is a part of my core values. This is not an issue for me because of the moment. I've been involved in immigration reform efforts for many, many years. When I was in Congress, when I was a community activist, immigration bill went through Congress was in 1986. The subsidy bill, fighting against Proposition 187.
Stop. Again, she doesn't ever address the criminal aliens. The drug cartels, the MS-13 gangs, have been running MacArthur Park. And she knows this. I know she's scared of taking them on, but she doesn't protect them. Her values are aligned with criminals, gang members, cartel members, illegal aliens, homeless people, drug addicts. That's who she protects. people in the Palisades are just supposed to pay the bill. And the Palisades, they're not supposed to be there. So she's not unhappy that burned. She sees a great opportunity to turn the Palisades into MacArthur Park and set up those low-income high-rises. Hopefully one more here. Cut 18.
People thought that because we're a sanctuary city, there was no way the foundations could come into the city and do raids, but we'll have to understand. Being a sanctuary city is the fact that local authorities can operate and do whatever they want. We see that for the past 30 days.
People, and hopefully you will participate in this in terms of educating the audience, the difference between the federal, the state, the county, and the local government. The federal government is at the top, and that preempts all of the laws going down. And so we can do everything that is possible, but I can tell you that this city has a long history of fighting for immigrant rights. But we have never seen in our lifetime what's happening right now.
It's just the federal government supersedes local government. And under government law, no, they don't have any rights to stay. Yes, ICE can come in and take them out. And she knows that. She's going to fight for immigrant rights. You'd actually have to change the Constitution and federal law, the way everything's written. What's going on is absolutely legal. Yeah, Mark Thompson's here.
I heard a little bit of you in the NIH guy today. I like that.
Jay Bhattacharya.
That was a really great conversation. Not a big Fauci fan.
No.
He was never really on the Fauci train.
Although if you read his background, he wasn't crazy. He just, he thought the vaccines worked out well. He understood the first few months everyone was in a panic. But when the data came in, it's clear that it was largely the elderly.
Yeah, you kind of made that point. Like, why didn't policy sort of follow that data? But it was just, and I thought he was quite open and talking about the fact that certain decisions are informed by other stuff that's going on, and the Wuhan lockdown. And that was a really interesting thing. So I would encourage people to check it out on your podcast. Yeah, on your world famous. So this Camarillo farm thing, I know you.
I don't know what it's like. Like amongst people, but I have no idea what this is about.
Well, I guess it's about sort of what they're doing, where they drop a lot of ICE agents and federal immigration enforcement in an area that they know is rich with people who are probably not here legal.
I was wondering if the company was devastated. The way that Carol from thing was downtown.
Sure. This goes to something that if you're really crafting immigration policy, you have to look at, which is, should there be employer sanctions for this sort of thing? Should you have to be sure that the people you're employing are conforming with the law?
They have this thing called E-Verify, which just most companies don't use because you're not forced to use E-Verify. It's like running a credit card check and you find out legal or illegal.
But why would you use it if there's no incentive to use it or disincentive to not use it?
A lot of companies don't use it.
Of course not. They want the low, the labor that can hire low cost.
I've always thought, going back a long time, that you go after the employers because if the employers have an incentive not to hire, well, that breaks the market.
Sure.
And then put up something orderly where you match the number of immigrants to the industries where you really get enough Americans to take the job,
like a Bracero program.
Yeah. Just organize it.
And you could hear Trump the other day kind of thinking that out loud when he said, we ought to have a thing for the,
Got to look at this thinking process and get it done.
All right, anyway, we got a big show.
Mark Thompson in for Conway coming up next. Deborah Mark is starting. It's Michael Crozier, who looks nothing like Deborah Mark. Live, we can't make 24-hour news.
During the day.
F5 and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Well, that's an action-filled back and forth. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Protesters have pushed back against federal immigration agents outside a farm near Camarillo.
The facility is owned by Greenhouse Camarillo Cultivation, which grows and distributes cannabis. A second operation of theirs in Carpinteria was also reportedly hit by immigration earlier. Camarillo City Councilwoman Martina Martinez Bravo Michael tells KTLA the ongoing raids have startled the community.
Honestly, not only among our farm working community, but truly among our entire community.
Agents have shown up in military vehicles and used gas multiple to crowds and have them leave soon after. Michael Monks, K5 News.
Report by Sweet James accident attorneys. 31 workers have been rescued from a huge tunnel that collapsed during construction in Wilmington.
There was an issue in the industrial tunnel shortly before 8 o'clock Wednesday night. The workers were 300 to 400 feet below the surface at the time, and they were about 6 miles away from the tunnel's only access point. They were rescued by the Los Angeles Fire Department's Urban Search and Rescue Team. All 31 workers were evacuated by paramedics, and there are no reports of injuries. Mark Nathan, KFI News.
Mayor Harris has warned people to stay home because of the ongoing immigration enforcement in the Southland.
Not a lot unless necessary. Stay at home and do not open the door to strangers. The city is committed to protecting the dignity and well-being of all our residents.
Mayor Michael Flart has posted a message on social media urging people to know their rights. People across the Inland Empire sharing messages online and warning about suspected ICE operations. Ford has announced the recall of about 150,000 vehicles. The company says a low-pressure fuel pump failure could lead to an engine stall and an increased risk of crashing.
Ford says the affected vehicles may show warning signs such as engine misfiring or running rough, check engine light coming on, or reduced engine power.
ABC's Chuck Sivertson says the 2021 to 23 models recalled include Ford Expeditions, Mustangs, Explorers, Broncos, Lincoln Navigators, F-150, and Jeep trucks. Half a dozen Secret Service agents have been suspended over the attempted assassination of President Trump during a campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. ABC's Pierre Thomas has reported the attempt last summer found a series of failures.
Among the mistakes uncovered by Roe and several other investigations, a failure to properly coordinate with local officials and a general lack of planning. Perhaps most disturbing, that failure to secure the rooftop, direct line of sight to President Trump's podium.
Suspensions range from 10 to 42 days and include those from supervisory level to line agent levels. Raised by a bullet, a person in the audience was killed by snipers. The suspensions that took place months ago. Panera has settled the last of its lawsuits over charged lemonade.
NBC News reports the company settled 3 lawsuits alleging the drink caused multiple injuries and 1 death. Panera had already settled a different lawsuit last year, blaming the drink for a 2nd death. The company was accused of failing to appropriately warn customers about the high amount of caffeine in the beverage. Candy Trujillo, KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI. Patchy clouds, patchy fog overnight tonight. Lows above 50 degrees. Clear night midday tomorrow, and a little cooler, about 5 degrees. Highs mid-cities and beaches. That's better. Mid-80s Metro LA, Orange County. Above 110 still further out in the Palm Springs Inland Empire area. Close to 90 in the valley. Above 100 in the Antelope Valley. A little cooler Saturday and much cooler Sunday. Right now, 74 in Laguna Beach, 84 in Orange, 90 in West Covina, 97 in Thousand Oaks. The KFI Financial Report, Dow was up today, 192. NASDAQ was up 19. S&P was up 17. There's a crash in the Sepulveda Pass.
This one has been reported on the northbound side of the 405. It's a four-circle center. Now, at last check, these guys were blocking lanes, unclear as to which lanes are blocked, but now Freeway Service Patrol is saying that they're out there on the scene and everyone's off to the right shoulder. But we are seeing delays on that 405 northbound loading up all the way out of Culver City from just about Venice Boulevard. And beyond the scene of the crash, you still have a heavy drive ahead to the 5 merge rolling into Selmar. It's also tough we're heading out to Chino Hills for this wreck on the 71 southbound just before Butterfield Ranch Road. It's a busy spot to begin with. Now this wreck is blocking the second lane from the left, and delays are loading up the building away from Pine Avenue. Corona, southbound side of the 15, slowing from the 91. Pretty heavy ahead as you continue towards Temescal Canyon Road, with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas. Arena September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail. Lounge in a luxury cabana. Earn on non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
Jill, why didn't you tell the class what you did this weekend? My dad and I went in search of magical minnows and found a zillion of them in the stream from our lookout rock. Then my sister and I escaped from an evil swamp king and went back to my super twin fort for safety. The old story still
app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What if they never returned? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, please elaborate. Quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. A single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police would properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up, unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place and end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in.
#1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. KFR AM 640. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson for Tim Conway Jr. and everybody at ease. We have quite the show planned. I'm going to jump right into it. Big tear gas deployment over this protest at the immigration rig in Ventura County, and things looked as though they could get pretty dicey here. Mr. Fuchs, will you fire up the Wayback Machine? Thank you.
That raid is continuing here at the Glass House Marijuana Farm in Camarillo, right along the Laguna Road. You can see a skirmish line set by the National Guard as they stand off with these protesters who have showed up to vehemently protest what's going on here. And just in the last
few minutes, they're protesting that they're grabbing my marijuana. Is that what's happening, Muggs? This is Michael Muggs is here from KFI News, and you point out that this was a marijuana farm facility.
This is what we are hearing from media sources in Ventura County. I'm talking about the Ventura Sun. I'm talking about coastalview.com, behind publications. They identified the owners of this farm near Camarillo and emphasize this is apparently, according to a Camarillo City Councilman, unincorporated Ventura County. So it's near Camarillo, but not exactly inside the city of
maybe chosen reason that is
perhaps, but this is apparently property that is owned by Glass House Farms, and they are producers and distributors of cannabis.
You need to tell me.
Customs and Border Patrol helicopter has entered the scene here. They are landing in the middle of the farm as we speak. It does appear that they were not planning to be here as long as they have been. And so this helicopter that you're looking at here, guys, apparently just made a run over to Van Nuys Airport for some cases of water, which is what they're bringing into the scene here. So there are a whole team of ICE agents at the farm. There are other agents down there as well as the National Guard police standing guard and protecting Laguna Road.
What a scene.
It was a scene. What you heard Chris Christie describing there as it played out on television looked like a military operation. There were military vehicles on the ground. There were federal agents in what looked like military uniforms, more so than just a federal immigration helicopter showing up. Now, there have been some detainments of folks. There was a bus that left, reportedly with some folks on board who probably did not want to be on that bus. We also against the wall that may have been detained by immigration agents there. Another interesting point here is that this is the Glass House operation near Camarilla. Earlier in the morning, a similar operation unfolded at the same company's operation in Perpignan. So they got hit twice. We don't know the nature of this yet, but if you're to look at who showed up and what's been going on, and knowing the goals of the Trump administration, some of the same goals include going after companies that are employing illegal aliens. But this is also in the agriculture industry. And this is that area of the immigration issue that President Trump himself has started to waffle on and say, I'm not so sure we should be going after these farm workers.
Yeah, the truth is that he seemed to be working it out as to John before in the moment. And he said, well, I don't want to, because I've always been a friend of the farmers, and I don't want to make the farmers' life difficult. And I understand these people are important. He was almost working out the Restream program that used to be so much a part of California agriculture in that moment, you know.
The argument has long been who's going to pick the stuff, who's going to pick the berries, who's going to pick the fruits, who's going to pick the vegetables. Americans, are we going to do? Now, we might volunteer to pick some cannabis if that's what's going on out here. Cultivate that. That's
consider it. You think we might get more volunteers?
I don't know how much that pays. It's a hot day. I'm not sure I want to do it on a hot day, but they give you a discount.
But they did bust or detain numbers of people here. This, like, distinguishing it from the other big show of force in MacArthur Park, for example, where they swept through with horseback. They swept in with a chopper. They had all this stuff that seemed to be more of a theater of scaring people, reminding people that you can still self-report. This was, the agenda was to detain people in this case.
It's different than MacArthur Park. And as far as we know about MacArthur Park, we still don't know exactly what they were doing in MacArthur Park. They didn't do anything except show up and leave, so there was no enforcement action. Here, there was apparently enforcement action. You heard Chris Christie's clip there where he says they probably didn't expect to be here this long. They ended up there longer and are still there currently because a pretty good-sized crowd of people showed up to protest. I mean, here in the agricultural portion of Ventura County, these folks showed up about 100 deep. They got gassed a few times, dispersed them, did disperse them, but they immediately reconvened. I thought it was interesting to watch that, having seen not just clips, but also up close and personal the way that they disperse crowds in the urban environment of downtown LA. In law enforcement tactics, you can corral folks, media, protesters, all of us can be corralled in the streets of downtown Los Angeles because there are blocks and train tracks and things that you just cannot cross. Not numbers. I mean, these folks could easily run away, catch their breath, and come back. There's no real way to encircle all of them. This could go on much longer than anything that we've seen in the urban environment.
That's fascinating. And you know what's going to happen? I think they end up doing late night raids. They're going to try to go for where these people are sleeping, where they're, you know, housed. I suspect that's the next chapter of this sort of thing. But no official word from ICE as to what was going on, or this is, I mean, they're pretty, it's mum's the word.
Not yet, and what I've noticed is we don't get a lot of real-time information from the federal government. You get stuff from them after the fact. And a lot of times it's in the form of correcting what's out there. What they say is correction, certainly. The media might report something, or activists may say something, maybe a sympathetic picture of somebody who was taken away, and the federal government will come out with their explanation of why that person was targeted, listing a litany of accusation and charges.
Injuries or that sort of thing?
I mean, we've seen some people suffer from the gas. We saw some cutting, whether they were hit with anything or whether they fell down while they were running. All that's unclear. It's just an interesting scene because I don't know how they fully disperse this thing. The road, the Luna Road out there, our Logan Road, I think it's called, it's been shut down for 8 hours. I don't know how heavily traffic that is in that part of the county, but the folks seem pretty comfortable standing there. The protesters have put up the call that we need water, we need masks. It looks like they're ready to stay as long as they can.
There is one wheat farm that has slowed down today, based on everything you're saying.
Yeah, if the price of cannabis goes up, you might have a problem.
Killing bugs in every way. Thank you, Michael.
My pleasure.
I appreciate it. When we come back, it's LA's homeless crisis. The story of how it became the epicenter of America's homeless crisis. LA Times did a pretty good job of sort of how we evolved to this place when it comes to homelessness. And more than that, on this hot day, there's a story within that homeless story that I want to at least mention. So, get to that next. It's not all heavy, I should tell you. The game today, Matt, there's a game that's being played. I think up to the bottom of the hour. We're going to get into the binge or BS game. That's what it says here on my Bible for the show. And that's a chance to win something as well as participate. There's even a chance to win something without participating today. And I think that's the thing we all really want, right? We don't want to participate. We just want to win. So that's ahead as well. It is a Conway Show. Thompson sitting in on this Thursday, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app and the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And here's Michael Crozier.
Here is the latest from the KFI newsroom. Officials say 2 people found in a homeless camp in the Westlake area May died accidentally from fentanyl and methamphetamine. And financial website FinanceBuzz.com says Atlanta is the most exciting city, followed by Miami, St. Louis, Orlando, and New York. Jacksonville, Florida is the most boring city in the U.S. Let's head out to Silver Lake.
This is a problem on the 101, and it's making your way along that southbound side, coming up on Silver Lake, Illinois, right around there. Looks like there's a crash happening, but delays here are pretty slow moving anyway, backing up from Sunset Boulevard and continuing beyond. You're slowing to downtown Los Angeles on the 5 southbound, just past the 2. That's another problem. A crash being cleared out of lanes, overall slowing out of Glendale from Western Avenue. Beyond the scene, you still have a tough drive as you continue towards the 605 freeway. And let's also take a look at Rona, southbound side of the 15, slowing away from Magnolia Avenue, all the way to Wyrick Road. The 7th California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Rachel Martinez. Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
Alright, if you're building your perfect summer playlist, just open the iHeartRadio app because we've got all the summer vibes. We have every playlist and station you could want for pool days, road trips, beach days, all that. Plus, Dollywood Radio is now on iHeartRadio. Yes, the park you know and love has its own radio station. So yeah, your summer soundtrack, we got it.
Explore the latest. Open a free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now. Every time.
Reservations at your favorite restaurant.
Thanks so much for waiting. Your table's ready.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed.
Nice.
Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Dig below the surface in central Mississippi. Odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color back up at you. It's called Yazoo clay. And there's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything there in it.
It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect.
Now, over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi's secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
They may have thought they only found 1,000. And then once they realized, okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, keeping secrets is as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered?
The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that.
I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling With Him, When Him. I say let's connect. This is our new podcast, rewatching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I am thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who
co-create the show along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. But we'll also use him and our relationship to it these years later to talk about life and love and art and everything in between.
Real question. You just hit me. Am I in love?
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Hey everyone, I'm Amy Poehler, and I launched a new podcast called Good Hang. And in preparation, I asked some of my friends to send me some videos and give me some.
Just be yourself. Yes. You're going to do this. Really do it. Commit to it. Don't be the celebrity that this is their like 6th thing you're doing. Have a good podcast. Keep your approval rating.
Hey, you got this gig, girl. That's so fabulous. So glad you're working. So good for me. I love true crime and cooking podcasts. Is there a way you can combine the two? Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for Good Hang. It's rough out there. We're just trying to lighten it up a little. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Coming up on the next Gary and Shannon show, ghosting is just a part of dating now, but is it ever okay? We'll have a special guest coming up tomorrow at 12:20 on Gary and Shannon.
And it's Conway's show, tops in here for 10 movies away. KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. How about some money?
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, cash. That's cash, C-A-S-H. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're hurt in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com.
What was the keyword was what? Yes. You and I was trying to figure out in this moment, there was time to do this next thing and also tease ahead our game at the bottom of the hour because we have a prize to give away and it's kind of exciting for me, not here all the time, to give away something, you know. And what we have is 2 Coachella Valley Coffee swag bags to give away today. Each bag has some cool swag. Some classic Coachella Valley coffee products. It's my favorite coffee on earth. And a 3-month free coffee subscription. You get 1 2-pound bag and 1 12-ounce bag each month. So the way we're going to do it, you can check them out. This is really cool. Donate this for 2 listeners. There'll be 2 of these bags, all this stuff. Anyway, CoachellaValleyCoffee.com is where they reside on the web. And thanks to the Roastmaster General Cliff. Now, what I'm curious about is you want a caller to perhaps join us if you're saying you feel they can be woven into this game that you've had for the bottom of the hour, Matt. I mean, I understand that your reputation kind of rests on this game that you don't seem to understand what the game is. You haven't told me what the game is, and nobody else knows what the game is. So there's a lot of pressure on you.
Yes, it's a Heather Brooker original, but she's great, so I'm sure it will be great.
Oh, okay. So, well done to kind of foist some of the responsibility off onto Heather.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In the last installment of the Jewish History Lab, we looked at the terrible pogroms of the Civil War period. As we discussed there, ultimately the Soviet forces, the Red Army, were able to seize out those areas where Jews lived in the former Pale of Settlement. Once they were able to establish Soviet rule over the entire region, they began to impose the very different philosophy and political system that was associated with early communism. And that's the period that I'd like to look at today. I'd like to look at the period from the end of the Civil War up until really the last couple of years of the Civil War, right up until World War II. It was a tremendously expansive time in some ways and restrictive in other ways. Let us begin with the discussion of the Yevsektsy. The Soviets are very, very fond of acronyms. It's an abbreviation of the term Yevreysky Sektion, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. And this was a segment of the Communist Party that was formed under this individual, Simon Diemenstein, a communist who actually was previously a Chabad rabbi, who was thoroughly defrocked, as it were, and completely removed from his religious moorings. That's the kind of thing that frequently happened with those Jews who associated themselves with communism in this early period. Diemenstein was assigned the task of propagandizing this largely very traditional population, that traditional specifically when you get outside of the large cities where there is much less secularism, much more old traditional observance in the Shtetlach, the small villages that dotted the now Soviet countryside, and bringing them into this brand new, radically atheistic, totally different economic system, and divorcing them from their Jewish roots, while at the same time successfully bringing them forward into this new Soviet era. Definitely a great challenge, and they evolved some really interesting strategies to try and do it. In the general political environment in the first few years was especially dire. The period 1918 to 1920 is generally called the era of war communism. And during this period of war communism, when the Civil War was still being prosecuted, and there were still, numerous forces, including in particular the Ukrainian Directory and Makhno and the anarchists and the White Russian forces, that is the Russians who wanted to bring back some form of monarchy, or at least get rid of the communist, some kind of more capitalist society in its place. So the communists were still fighting this war in real time, and war communism as a kind of like a temporary period characterized their attempts to rapidly bring the entire population into the very doctrinaire and policies of communism as a whole, including things like confiscation of land and collectivization of farming, bringing individual farmers together into a larger collective. This will ultimately slow down and then speed up dramatically later, about a decade later, under communism. The outlawing of all kinds of forms of commerce and, shutting down capitalist enterprises, being very, very aggressively attacking any kind of religious behavior and so on. This went on for about 2 years. Confiscations of Torah scrolls from synagogues, real persecution, but it was across the board, not just Jews, obviously. Any religious individual in this newly atheistic society felt definitely very out of place. This was followed as the war began to calm down and as the anti-Soviet forces were slowly quelled, and it was replaced by something called NEP, which was another acronym, this time in English, for the New Economic Program. This was what was generally conceded as kind of like a one step backward in order to later take 2 steps forward. And, the new regime could not maintain this phenomenal energy of demanding, confiscating, ordering people around for such a long period of time, especially exhausted after these years of war, which you'll recall immediately followed after World War I, right? World War I just ended in November 1918. The new economic policy was kind of like just relaxing some of these controls a little bit and allowing the economy to kind of develop again slightly. Ultimately, NEP would be shut down, but for a brief period of time, till about 1924, that began to, sort of take the knee off the neck of the larger population, and the new Soviet Union began to recover. In terms of the leadership, let's just recall that there is a triumvirate that are especially important at this time. There are other figures that are also very important, like Bukharin, but if we focus on the triumvirate, there is, of course, Lenin, who is the first leader of the Soviet Union. He has a stroke in 1922, if I remember correctly, that renders him incapacitated. And he lives for a couple more years, but during that time, which was during the period of NEP, there was a big question as to who was going to be his successor. There were some who favored Trotsky. the Jewish leader of the Red Army, who had shown tremendous skill at expanding the control of the Soviet Union. But others favored Stalin, who was a much more brutal individual coming from Georgia. He was an expert on the nationalities question, which was sort of communist speak for the non-Russians who lived within the Soviet Union. Of course, there's a lot of non-Russians living in the Soviet Union, and he ultimately would end up very cleverly maneuvering himself around Trotsky, around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are. Diemenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of war communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym for SIC, which referred to the All-Russian Central Committee, the Rossiyski Centralny Komitet, and in Yiddish, they would say that it wasn't a Russian acronym, it was a Yiddish acronym for Futsen Id Komandir, where 10 Jews in charge. That was not a truism. You never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but there were very influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size of the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was the vast majority of Jews who were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who were religiously oriented, who recognized the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So it's a great complex of issues involved here. The thing that made the Soviet Union very popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to commit pogroms that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered an enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support for the Soviet Union. As we shall see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemenstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 1920s for all of the non-Russian nationalities, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. So it can be translated as rootification, like roots as in a tree. Or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general society and identifying those elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but so intent, meaning they could wear their national costumes, they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as one of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism. Right? Nationalist in form, okay, but socialist in content. As soon as they went to things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialist in content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of Korenizatsiya was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like, theory operating that communism was the true form of human organization. And if you dug below the created layers of corruption that came from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist, and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses or dancing the hora, whether they eat kreplach or whether they they ate, I don't know, perohe, and whatever it would be, it would still be naturally communist if only you get past all those other things. So that's the policy of Korenizacja. And what Dimenstein did was he took that material and he said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures and talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which really huge was this idea of atheism, because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of, loose tribal familial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Militant Atheists. Sounds almost funny, actually. And this was targeting all religions, of course, not just Judaism. They published this magazine here. This is called Bezbozhnik, which means literally godless. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they're showing obviously Jesus, who is getting all of various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of religion being opiate of the masses. That religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high, and unable to appreciate your true class enemies, things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbozhnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed in trying to do things, crazy things like rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated, Stalin and Marx instead of Moses. That Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar, and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material across. Yiddish was considered true folk language of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew characters. That was the native tongue of 97-98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century, living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention lavished on anything in Yiddish which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous, culture effervescence. And in fact, in the 1920s, it looked very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because, the more they poked around with it, the more they messed up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms, Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. And also in modern Hebrew, it was too closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language, like, for example, chaver, which is translated into Russian as tovarich, as in English, comrade? How do you speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is say, okay, you can keep the word chaver, but you have to write it phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew spelling. So for those of you who are familiar with the letters, the word for chaver in Hebrew and in Yiddish is chet, vek, resh, 3 letters. But in Yiddish, in the Soviet period, it would be written chaf, aleph, vav, vav, ayin, resh, which is 3 6 letters. And if you didn't know what you were looking at, you'd be totally confused when you saw it. So many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all of the nationalities in this spring. The Ukrainians, for example, had a letter G, which is distinct from the Russian letter G. And so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. The Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looked like the letter H and pronounced it like a Russian letter H, you could be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew book, the Siddur, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Siddur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has the words Tehillat Hashem, which means the songs of God or the songs of God. And the Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate that it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, you can see the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the top to let you know that you should pronounce this as an H. So it's really very ironic, because one of the things that the Yavsektia did was they looked at 5 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, so-called manat spot, that are written differently at the end of a word than if they are written at the beginning of the word. And they said those letters are illegal. You can't use those 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters because it's too hard for people to learn. It's not proletarian. We should have a simple language, a simple alphabet. So they tried to take away these 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried to take away the G from the Ukrainian alphabet. And so in return, we forced a new letter on them, right? You see the word Hashem, that H is actually an imposition into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate a Hebrew sound. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s, explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yavsektia. And one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called ViralRabbi, which was way out in the border with China. It was 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in ViralRabbi. Now, it's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language of ViralRabbi and stuff like that, but they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration there exactly when the Jews could have used it during World War II. At any rate, to sum up, the 1920s, period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but surge in the popularity of Yiddish language and culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these kind of national informed and socialist and content experiments. He shut down the Yavsektia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results, and what ended up happening was that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much pig iron over this much time. Well, we can't possibly harvest that much grain. One of the most horrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was this massive terror, particularly affected the Ukrainian regions. In 1932-33, a huge number of people, it's very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million. Huge number of people, and there are larger estimates as well. This colossally awful artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin's was actually a terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began in the Soviet Union, especially towards the end of the 1930s. As people began to see that the glorious reports of Soviet productivity were not evident in reality, rather than say, wait a second, maybe people are exaggerating their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blamed non-existent saboteurs, that there were wreckers, there were people who were somehow, deciding to stand in the way of progress for the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, and forced to divulge the names of other saboteurs. This created this ecosystem of purges. Was not at all unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was hunted out everywhere. People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even if a person wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless under the pain of torture, give up all kinds of names. This initiated a horrific cycle of arrest, torture, confession, arrest, torture, confession, that resulted in millions of people, again, the scale is phenomenal, being exiled to the Gulag out in Siberia or even executed. And this really consumed the Soviet Union in the later 1930s. And at this point, the Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society. And Jews refused significant excess, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor. With the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership, and the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen as people around the world began to realize what's